Chapter 17. The Championship Transfer. Immediately after scoring, Lin Quan was substituted by Bosque. The veteran coach had discerned the predatory expressions on the faces of the Brazilian players. With a 3-goal lead, it was prudent to withdraw a key player to avoid potential retaliatory fouls. As with Xavi earlier, Lin Quan received a round of applause from the Spanish fans upon leaving the pitch. However, this was swiftly followed by a chorus of boos from the Brazilian supporters, who harbored a deep animosity towards him. Had it not been for his remarkable 3 goals, Brazil might have secured a 3rd consecutive championship. Disregarding the jeers, Lin Quan approached the sidelines and exchanged a high-five with Torres. Boss, hydrate. The Chelsea young gun, Azpilicueta, perceptively handed him a bottle of energy drink. Thank you. Lin Quan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the offering. Beside him, Morata awkwardly withdrew his own drink and shot a glare at Azpilicueta. This guy is quicker than me. Unfortunately, Azpilicueta, busy flattering Lin Quan, failed to notice Morata's expression. You truly excelled. A hat-trick on the grand stage of the finals. It's something I could never achieve in my lifetime. Morata retorted without hesitation, you're a defender. You can't score a single goal in 10 matches. Yet you dream of a hat-trick? Why not aim for the heavens instead? At this, Alvaro Arbeloa interjected, Ramos nearly accomplished a hat-trick during the World Cup qualifiers. Defenders can score too. Yes, you're right, brother Alvaro. I was indeed narrow-minded. Arbeloa and Ramos were seasoned veterans at Real Madrid, and Morata, as a newcomer, readily conceded to their wisdom. Lin Quan sensed Morata's discontent, likely stemming from his lack of playing time, leaving him feeling frustrated and dejected. However, his assistance was limited. Spain's current tactics did not necessitate a traditional center forward, unless Morata adapted his style to play on the wing or as an attacking midfielder. He would remain a substitute for Torres, who himself had scant opportunities. Yet, Morata's gloom was soon dispelled. 5 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Martinez, Spain triumphed over the host Brazil with a scoreline of 4-1, claiming the championship of the Confederations Cup. The Spanish players on the bench and the coaching staff surged onto the field to celebrate this latest trophy. Since securing the World Cup in 2010, Spain had consecutively claimed the World Cup, the European Championship, and the Confederations Cup, achieving a true grand slam on the international stage. Thus, the bullfighters had genuinely forged an era of their own. If merely winning a single World Cup title is insufficient, then next year's World Cup final, held right on this very pitch, presents an opportunity for them to once again lift the revered trophy. Should they succeed, no one in the world would dare to question the dynasty they have established. Lin Quan and his teammates, however, were not preoccupied with such thoughts. They simply relished the joy of victory. This was his first trophy from an international competition, a moment of profound significance for him. After the match concluded, the event staff swiftly assembled the awards stage. Members of the event committee and distinguished guests made their appearances. The cameras captured the presence of FIFA President Blatter. The first award presented was the Golden Boot for this Confederations Cup. Without any doubt, Lin Quan secured the title of top scorer with 10 goals. Congratulations, young man. Your performance has truly been astonishing. Blatter whispered a few words into Lin Quan's ear as he presented the award. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. President. Lin Quan accepted the Golden Boot from Blatter, shook hands with the presenters, posed for photographs, and then exited from the other side. The Silver Boot was awarded to Lin Quan's teammate, Torres. Although Torres had not started many matches during the Confederations Cup, fortune favored him, as he netted 6 goals in his limited appearances. Notably, 5 of those goals were scored in the match against Tahiti. To be fair, in terms of scoring efficiency, Torres required less time to score his 6 goals than Lin Quan did, seemingly making him the efficiency king. Despite his limited starts, Torres felt quite satisfied with his Silver Boot and championship win. The Bronze Boot went to Brazil's star, Neymar. However, in stark contrast to Lin Quan's relaxed demeanor, the perpetually optimistic Neymar found it impossible to smile at this moment. Brazil had relinquished the championship on home soil, and he had suffered a humiliating defeat in his direct confrontation with Lin Quan. The thought of not scoring a single goal in the final left him devoid of joy. Is that truly the Silver Boot? It seems even more radiant than my Golden Boot, Lin Quan remarked as he curiously touched the Silver Boot in Torres' hands and compared it to his own, increasingly convinced that the hue of his Golden Boot appeared off. Mine is pure silver. Yours must be gold-plated. Perhaps the plating is a bit thin, giving it a duller appearance. Really? I assumed it was solid gold. Not quite. If it were solid gold, it would be worth tens of thousands of euros. Do you think the event organizers would be that generous? Torres, having accumulated a wealth of experience with golden boots, weighed Lin Quan's award and quickly discerned it was indeed gold-plated. If you find my silver boot appealing, why don't we swap? Torres nudged Lin Quan with his elbow, making the suggestion. Lin Quan shot him a glance. Your intentions are as clear as day. Even from across the Atlantic, Neymar felt like an outsider. Although he understood both of their conversations, he found himself unable to interject a single word. After enduring the conclusion of the group photo, the three individuals shook hands and descended the nearby escalator. Following this, the Spanish goalkeeper Iker Casillas took the stage. Having conceded merely 3 goals across 5 matches and saved a penalty kick from the Brazilian team, thus rightfully securing the Golden Glove Award for this year's Confederations Cup. After Casillas' moment, Lin Quan returned to the field, but this time he was presented with the golden ball. This accolade is distinct from the annual Ballon d'Or, as it specifically honors performances in the current Confederations Cup. The design of this golden ball resembles that of a table lamp. Congratulations. I hope to see you on the podium again at this time next year, Blatter remarked with a smile as he handed the golden ball to Lin Quan, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope to receive both of these awards from you next year, Lin Quan replied, prompting a moment of surprise from Blatter. The World Cup's golden ball and golden boot? Such aspirations are no small feat. This young man possesses remarkable self-confidence. The silver ball was awarded to Neymar. Although Brazil faced defeat, Neymar's outstanding performance remained undeniable. However, in the critical match, Neymar's execution faltered. Had he converted that penalty, the outcome might have been uncertain. The bronze ball went to Lin Quan's teammate, Andres Iniesta. Despite scoring few goals in this World Cup, Iniesta's contributions on the field were exceptional. Once again, the podium featured 2 Spaniards and a Brazilian. However, since Iniesta is Neymar's teammate, he engaged him in conversation, alleviating some of Neymar's awkwardness. After their exit, the entire Spanish team ascended the stage together to accept the Fair Play Award for this Confederations Cup. This marked Lin Quan's 3rd appearance on the awards stage. Due to his frequent appearances, even the fans began to tease. Why not just let Emperor Lin stand on stage and receive all the awards? This back and forth is exhausting. Indeed, the organizers might have overlooked this. They laughed. Perhaps they never anticipated Emperor Lin would garner so many awards. Otherwise, they surely would have arranged a special seat for him on the podium. After presenting the Fair Play Award to Spain, Blatter bestowed the Best Coach Award upon Vicente del Bosque. This honor was well-deserved, as Del Bosque's leadership throughout the Confederations Cup was nothing short of dominant, with Spain winning each match with relative ease. While the strength of Spain's roster contributed greatly, Del Bosque's tactical superiority against formidable opponents such as Uruguay, Italy, and Brazil also played a crucial role. With the various minor awards concluded, the ceremony finally arrived at its main event, the presentation of the Confederations Cup trophy. The Spanish players took the stage in succession, with the seasoned players, particularly those who had triumphed in the 2010 World Cup, exhibiting a calm demeanor. As the young players passed by the coveted championship trophy, they could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it. Lin Quan also joined in, albeit with a different curiosity. He pondered whether this resplendent trophy was made of solid gold or merely gilded. Traditionally, the honor of lifting the trophy belonged to seasoned players such as the captain Casillas and Xavi. However, both Casillas and Xavi beckoned Lin Quan to join them, exclaiming, "Lin, let us lift the trophy together." Without hesitation, Lin Quan accepted their invitation, and together they raised the trophy that symbolized the Confederations Cup victory high into the air. The stadium erupted in a cascade of colorful confetti, accompanied by the iconic anthem "We Are the Champions." Countless cameras captured this historic moment. While Lin Quan participated in the Confederations Cup, the transfer market in European football was becoming increasingly fervent. The most notable speculation surrounded the rumored transfer of Gareth Bale from Tottenham Hotspur to Real Madrid. Real Madrid's initial offer to Tottenham was 87 million, a figure that, if accepted, would mark the second highest transfer fee in football history, trailing only Cristiano Ronaldo's 96 million transfer. Tottenham, however, decisively rejected the offer, declaring Bale to be a non-negotiable asset. Real Madrid quickly grasped the implication. The bid was deemed too low. Consequently, they raised their offer to 93 million and approached Tottenham once more. This time, Tottenham's response was not as swift, as the proposed amount exceeded their expectations. Nonetheless, the promptness of Real Madrid's financial commitment led to speculation that they might be willing to pay even more if pushed further. Thus, Tottenham chose to remain silent, neither rejecting nor explicitly accepting the offer. Having previously navigated Luka Modric's transfer experience, Tottenham was adept at dealing with financially robust clubs like Real Madrid. They understood that Real Madrid could not afford to delay negotiations, as doing so might jeopardize the team's summer training. Likewise, Real Madrid was aware of Tottenham's tendency to prolong discussions to extract a higher price. To expedite matters, they engaged Bale's agent, urging him to persuade the player himself. Upon learning of Real Madrid's willingness to invest such a substantial sum in him, Bale was overjoyed. After all, how could Tottenham compare to the Galactic team? Moreover, Madrid's willingness to spend so generously indicated their faith in his potential and their intention to utilize him prominently. Thus, Bale expressed a keen interest in joining Real Madrid. To facilitate the process, he even began to boycott training, opting out of Tottenham's summer preparations. His refusal to train effectively severed any amicable ties with Tottenham. If they chose not to sell him, the relationship would inevitably deteriorate, leading to a mutually detrimental outcome. In response, Tottenham's chairman Levy arranged a meeting with Real Madrid's president Florentino Perez in London to discuss the transfer. "President Perez, your conduct in this matter has been rather unscrupulous," Levy remarked, to which Perez replied with a wry smile, "And are you not guilty of the same?" After the two cunning old foxes exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile, they ceased to discuss trivialities. "I shall refrain from further pleasantries, if you wish to acquire Bale. A sum of £100 million will suffice." Levy boldly declared his exorbitant demand. Florentino chuckled lightly, retorting, "Do you genuinely believe Bale's market value surpasses that of Cristiano Ronaldo?" Levy scoffed dismissively at this juncture. "Where would you procure such a formidable and perfectly suited winger for Real Madrid? If you find it too steep, I find it exorbitant as well. Bale is not irreplaceable." Florentino stood his ground, rapping his fingers on the table. "He is merely one of several options we are considering." Levy's skepticism towards Florentino's words was palpable. Then whom else are you in talks with? Although Florentino initially had no intention of revealing such confidential information, he felt compelled to do so at this moment. The core of the Spanish national team's forward line, recently crowned best player of the Confederations Cup, is Lin Quan. Levy let out a cold laugh. "To my knowledge, Lin Quan seems to have already signed with Bayern." "Well, I can only say your information is outdated," Florentino replied with a grin. Levy's expression began to shift into one of discomfort. He could not discern whether the other party was being genuine or merely attempting to deceive him. However, if Lin Quan were indeed to join Real Madrid, then the club would certainly no longer pursue Bale. Real Madrid was in need of a right winger, a position Lin Quan excelled in during his time in the Bundesliga. Conversely, Bale played as a left winger at Tottenham and would require time to acclimate if he were to join Real Madrid. As fate would have it, just as Florentino mentioned Lin Quan, the agent on the other side made a phone call. Upon recognizing the caller, Florentino's face lit up with delight. In a display of triumph, he deliberately placed the phone on speaker mode for Levy to hear his conversation. "Hello, this is Florentino, president of Real Madrid." "Good day, Mr. President. This is Guardiola Pere." Levy's complexion paled. This name was indeed Lin Quan's agent. He was astonished to discover that the old fox across from him was speaking the truth. He truly was juggling two offers. "Ah, Pere, how splendid. You are calling me now?" Which must mean Lin Quan has made his decision. "Indeed, Mr. President, Lin Quan has come to a conclusion." "Excellent. After all, Real Madrid is the finest club in the world. Only Real Madrid deserves a player of Lin Quan's caliber. I am pleased you are making the right choice." With a sense of smug satisfaction, Florentino reclined in his chair, savoring the moment as he felt a surge of vindication. "You dared to demand a high price. You dared to make such a bold offer. Now, I have a better choice. I no longer require your player. You may keep him." Meanwhile, Levy was trembling with trepidation. 93 million euros had just flown out of his grasp. He wished he could slap himself, had he not been so greedy earlier, that some could have been his. Ahem. "Mr. President, the team Lin Quan has decided to join is not Real Madrid." The sound of Florentino's teacup crashing to the floor echoed ominously. "Damn it. Where is he going?" "To Manchester City." Chapter complete. Chapter 1. Entering the Premier League, joining Manchester City with an exorbitant signing fee. Upon returning to Germany from Brazil, Lin Quan was promptly approached by Pair, who briefed him on the recent developments regarding Bayern Munich. After listening to Pair's report, Lin Quan furrowed his brow. Bayern refuses to guarantee my playing time? Indeed. What about Götze? Götze is a crucial member of the national team. In preparation for next year's World Cup, the German Football Association intervened and negotiated with Bayern, resulting in an agreement for him to secure a starting position. So, are you suggesting I would only be a substitute? That would be a fair assessment. Is my father aware of this? Yes, Pep has been informed. He told me to respect your personal choices. Lin Quan nodded, realizing that Guardiola must be in a difficult position. He undoubtedly hopes Lin Quan would join Bayern to bolster his team, yet for Lin Quan personally, it may not be the most prudent choice. Since Bayern appears to favor Götze, there is no need for him to pursue a move there. Lin Quan harbored no emotional attachment to Bayern. His interest was solely driven by Guardiola. However, with Bayern opting for Götze, he need not impose himself upon a situation that would see him relegated to the bench. As a core player of Spain, a recipient of the Confederations Cup Golden Boot and the Ballon d'Or, it would be unthinkable for him to accept a role as a substitute at Bayern. Not only would he be unwilling, but the Spanish Football Association would also disapprove. Bayern is keen to acquire both talents, recognizing Lin Quan's formidable skills. But their attacking positions are nearly saturated with Robben, Ribery, Thomas Müller, and Götze, alongside Mandzukic as the central striker. The competition in Bayern's forward line is exceedingly fierce, necessitating difficult decisions. While signing Lin Quan would undoubtedly enhance the team's strength, Bayern is currently focused on establishing a definitive core for the future. Lin Quan's reluctance to commit to a long-term contract, coupled with his lack of emotional ties and sense of belonging to Bayern, raises concerns that he might eventually be poached by other clubs, leaving their tactical framework in jeopardy. Much like Barcelona, which has grown accustomed to relying on Messi, losing him unexpectedly would be a catastrophic blow. Bayern is wary of developing a dependence on Lin Quan only to lose him, as they are a prestigious club that cannot afford the turmoil such a loss would entail. Disregarding Bayern, what other clubs remain as options? If Bayern is off the table, the Bundesliga is essentially ruled out. Dortmund presents a possibility, albeit not a particularly appealing one. With offers from the elite clubs in Serie A, La Liga, and the Premier League, it is up to Lin Quan to decide which team he prefers. He is not an overlooked fringe player. He is currently one of the most sought-after talents in the transfer market. Major clubs are eager to welcome him, fearing not his departure, but rather the possibility of him declining their offers. Serie A is eliminated, and similarly, La Liga is also ruled out. Serie A is a league in decline, with competitive standards diminishing year by year, financial investments dwindling, and Italy's grim economic situation casting a pessimistic shadow over the league's future. Lin Quan currently has no desire to play in Serie A, thus eliminating that option. La Liga, in fact, is the league most suited to him. He would not face adaptation issues there. Moreover, considering his immense popularity in the national team, a return to La Liga would instantly garner him a multitude of fans and supporters. However, the disparity between the clubs in La Liga is stark. With only two genuine powerhouses, Barcelona is certainly off the table, and while a move to Real Madrid is feasible, his previous association with Barcelona would undoubtedly provoke considerable controversy. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Premier League emerges as the only viable destination. Lin Quan indeed harbors aspirations of venturing into the Premier League, but his plan is to first hone his skills in the Bundesliga and then embark on his Premier League journey upon reaching adulthood. At present, a move to the Premier League seems somewhat premature. Numerous clubs there have expressed interest, with the most significant being the Manchester Giants and Chelsea. Lin Quan cast a glance at Pair. Among the big four, Arsenal is undoubtedly the club most interested in him. Yet, Arsenal's financial constraints prevent them from affording any new signings. This is why Pair might perceive a lack of interest from them. He fails to understand that the professor's situation is not one of disinterest, but rather financial limitation. Between Manchester City and Manchester United, which do you think is preferable? Lin Quan dismissed Chelsea and delved directly into a discussion about the two Manchester clubs. Manchester United is not only a powerhouse in the Premier League, but also one of the most successful clubs globally. Its fan base is vast and spans the globe, with commendable commercial development and impressive team performance. Additionally, Manchester United's rich heritage offers the prospect of high wages and various honors. The sole concern lies in whether the new manager, following Ferguson's retirement, can sustain the glory of the Ferguson era. At this juncture, Manchester United is not yet the trophyless team of many years. They have just secured their 20th English top-flight title, making them the most successful club in the Premier League. However, the accolades of Manchester United belong to the past. The post-Ferguson era has been tumultuous, with various coaches unable to resolve the internal issues plaguing the team. As a result, Manchester United has not clinched a single Premier League title in a decade. Such instability is not something Lin Quan wishes to contemplate. Joining Manchester United at this time would be akin to joining a military regime in 1949. Upon witnessing Lin Quan dismiss Manchester United, Pair brightened and began to extol Manchester City. Their owner is affluent and genuinely interested. He had reached out to me quite some time ago, expressing strong interest in you. And he is even a fan. However, Manchester City lacks the historical gravitas of a true powerhouse. They are merely a nouveau riche club. Their trophies are few, with only one Premier League title and 2 appearances in the Champions League, both resulting in early exits. This club, one could say, possesses nothing but wealth. Lin Quan nodded. At that time, Manchester City was still on the rise. The club was lavishly spending year after year, yet faltering in various competitions, having spent the most money only to face the harshest setbacks. But perhaps, is this not precisely what one seeks? A team with a nearly blank slate of honors is indeed well suited for one to embark on their entrepreneurial journey. Should he join another illustrious club? Even if he achieves victory, it would merely be success built upon the shoulders of giants. However, if he were to cultivate a dynasty at Manchester City, he himself would become that giant. With this thought, Lin Quan resolved to decline the overtures from other clubs and commit to Manchester City. Upon learning of Lin Quan's potential arrival, Manchester City's owner, Mansour, was so exhilarated that he promptly boarded his private jet to Germany to personally escort Lin Quan to Manchester. The rapidity and treatment of this gesture left not only Lin Quan, but also Pair and Guardiola astounded. My sincerest apologies for not notifying you in advance. I hope my unannounced visit does not cause any inconvenience, Mansour courteously expressed to the trio, concerned about the possibility of Lin Quan being lured away by rival teams. At that moment, Manchester City was in its nascent stage, relying solely on financial means to acquire players, unable to attract top-tier stars. With Lin Quan finally showing interest, Mansour was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. While such matters typically did not necessitate his direct involvement, he chose to personally demonstrate Manchester City's sincerity. Please, come in. Pair swiftly ushered Mansour and his assistant inside. After a round of handshakes, Mansour got straight to the point. Lin, I extend to you a formal invitation to join Manchester City. Following this declaration, he nodded to his assistant, who presented the signing contract from the Abu Dhabi consortium. What is this? Guardiola and Pair curiously leaned in, only to be dazzled by the lengthy string of digits on the contract. Just a small token of appreciation. Nothing to make a fuss about, Mansour remarked, referring to a check filled with the numeral 1 followed by 8 zeros. What is this? Guardiola instinctively straightened his posture, compelled to inquire. The staggering figure warranted serious consideration. Signing bonus, denominated in pounds. His assistant, Fahim, explained. A signing bonus of £100 million? Both Guardiola and his brother exchanged incredulous glances. They had heard tales of Manchester City's newfound wealth, but never had they imagined it extended to such extravagant proportions. I'm afraid we cannot accept this sum. It is far too substantial, Guardiola stated, uncertain of Manchester City's intentions, yet instinctively inclined to refuse such an overwhelming amount. No one dislikes money, but an excess can evoke feelings of fear and unease. A signing fee of £100 million was simply unheard of. Oh, it seems I did not communicate clearly, leading to your misunderstanding, Mansour remarked with a smile, observing their anxious expressions. To my knowledge, Lin Quan is currently a free agent. If we sign him, we can save a considerable transfer fee. This £100 million was initially set aside for a winter transfer bid to Bayern Munich. I believe, for a player who has only recently joined the team, this is quite reasonable. Faced with our offer of £100 million, it seems that Bayern will find it difficult to resist. Provided that Lin himself consents, this transfer is highly likely to materialize. Even if it does not succeed this winter, there remains the possibility of success next summer. However, by then, should Lin lead his team to a World Cup victory, our bid may need to escalate to £1.2 billion or even £1.5 billion. Since this sum is destined to be spent, whether it goes to Bayern or the player, the sooner it is disbursed, the more advantageous it will be for us at Manchester City. After all, exceptional players are bound to become increasingly expensive. Moreover, even if the transfer is finalized in the future, we will still owe Lin a signing bonus. By addressing this now, we effectively settle both the transfer fee and the signing bonus in one go, thereby saving ourselves several tens of millions of pounds. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration, is it not? Truly a commercial genius. After hearing his explanation, even Guardiola felt that this sum should be accepted, and he did so without any moral reservations. Yet, he had one lingering question. Is Lin truly worth 100 million? Do you hold such high hopes for my son? The World Cup is no easy feat. It is a coveted goal contended by over 30 formidable teams worldwide. The probability of Spain claiming victory is not particularly high, especially with their roster aging further by next year. Of course, I am a devoted fan of Lin. It is no exaggeration to say that, in my eyes, he is the Messi of Manchester City. Upon hearing this comparison to Messi, Guardiola was momentarily speechless. While he may not be familiar with every player, he certainly understands Messi's worth. Is Messi worth 100 million? Undoubtedly. If Lin is regarded as the Messi of Manchester City, then he is indeed worth that price. Very well. I have no objections. Guardiola raised his hands in surrender. Such a substantial signing bonus had even caught his interest. Were it not for his existing contract with Bayern, he might have inquired, does Manchester City still need a coach? I would not demand 100 million for a signing bonus. Even 50 million, or better yet, 20 million would suffice. Noticing that Guardiola had no further objections, Lin continued to peruse the contract. Manchester City had offered a 5-year contract with a weekly wage of 400,000, translating to an annual salary of approximately 21 million. Should Lin indeed sign this contract, he would surpass Eto'o, becoming the highest-paid player in football. The salary proposed by Manchester City truly befits their nouveau riche status. In addition to the annual salary, various bonuses for goals scored and appearances would also accumulate to a significant amount. Furthermore, there is a substantial loyalty bonus. If Lin remains with Manchester City for 5 years without transferring, he would receive a 50 million loyalty bonus in his 5th year. Calculating that yields an annual bonus of 10 million. Altogether, this contract's total worth is approximately 2.5 billion, averaging 50 million per year. This is undeniably an exceedingly generous contract, one that even Guardiola would struggle to critique. There is no way to deny it. The offer presented by the other party is overwhelmingly generous. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to relinquish Lin's image rights. Observing the silence from Guardiola and others, Mansour mistakenly assumed their discontent with the contract. He then added, furthermore, after Lin relocates to Manchester City, we will assist with his accommodation and transportation, which shall not be counted within the contract, but rather regarded as my personal sponsorship. Lin felt as though he was being overwhelmed by the financial onslaught from the other side, and he turned to glance at Pear and Guardiola. Both men, like him, appeared dazed, as if they were ensnared in an unreal dream. After Mansour finished speaking, he anxiously awaited a response. Manchester City may lack in many aspects, but they certainly possess wealth. If money cannot secure the deal, then they are at a loss. Lin and Pep both turned their gazes toward Guardiola. Guardiola shrugged, stating, such a contract leaves me with no justification to refuse. However, Lin, you must ponder carefully. Accepting the world's highest salary will undoubtedly impose immense pressure upon you. Should Manchester City's performance falter, you will be the first to face public scrutiny. If you believe you can shoulder this responsibility, then go to Manchester City. Lin nodded and replied, I will await you at Manchester City. Guardiola and Mansour momentarily froze in surprise. Guardiola was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, you rascal. Who said I want to join you at Manchester City, making it seem as though I cannot function without you? Mansour's eyes sparkled with opportunity. His initial intent was merely to secure Lin, but if he could also entice Guardiola, Manchester City would soar to new heights. I have promised Bayern to assist them in achieving a stable transition after winning the championship, and I do not wish to break my word. Mansour felt a twinge of disappointment, yet the absence of a definitive refusal left a glimmer of hope. Given that the other party had arrived via private jet, Lin deemed it unnecessary to travel by commercial airline. With the aid of Guardiola and Pear, he swiftly organized his belongings. After packing, he, with the assistance of Mansour's aides, boarded the private plane. The pace of the Premier League is brisk, and the physicality is intense. one must take care to protect oneself and avoid injuries. Due to his commitment to leading Bayern in preparations for the upcoming season, Guardiola could not accompany Lin to Manchester City. Before Lin departed, Guardiola repeatedly emphasized his concerns. His worry almost palpable. As Manchester City embarks on a three-front campaign next season, you, though the star player, must remember to request rest from the head coach. There are less critical matches from which you can abstain, lest you overexert yourself. Guardiola was not apprehensive about Lin's ability to integrate into the team. Rather, he was most troubled by the prospect of Lin suffering an injury in the Premier League. Rest assured, I will be cautious. You focus on your duties at Bayern and avoid being dismissed. You rascal, there is not an ounce of kind words in your mouth. If anyone is to be dismissed, it will be me dismissing Bayern. Lin's transfer had begun to sour Guardiola's disposition towards Bayern, for he was aware of Lin's connection with him, yet still chose to act in such a manner. This has left Guardiola feeling somewhat disrespected. Although he has signed a 3-year contract with Bayern, it does not necessarily mean he intends to remain there for the full duration. Manchester City acted swiftly. Even while Lin Quan was still aboard Mansour's private jet and yet to land, the club's official website eagerly announced the signing. With great pleasure, we declare that, following amicable negotiations, we have reached an agreement with the Spanish international, Bundesliga Golden Boot winner, Confederations Cup Golden Boot recipient, and Ballon d'Or laureate Lin Quan, who has officially joined Manchester City Football Club. In the upcoming season, Lin Quan will don the number 10 jersey as he battles for the Blue Moon. In truth, joining Manchester City was always part of the plan, albeit originally intended to occur after a year at Bayern, followed by a transfer to City at a record-breaking fee. However, during the build-up to his move to Manchester, many readers misunderstood the timeline, believing he would join City immediately. Coupled with potential reluctance towards Bayern and a certain fatigue from the Bundesliga after a season, readers expressed a desire for the protagonist to carve his own path without relying on Guardiola. Thus, I decided to omit the Bayern storyline and accelerate his entry into the Premier League. This abrupt shift may seem jarring, and I wish to clarify it here. Chapter 2. The transfer news erupts, reactions from major clubs. The transfer announcement published on Manchester City's official website detonated like a bombshell, swiftly igniting a frenzy across the football world. Countless fans were stirred by this news, and Lin Quan's transfer to City dominated the trending topics among Bluebird supporters. Wow! Lin Huang has gone to Manchester City. Is this real? It's officially announced, so it must be true. I thought Lin Huang would join Barcelona and team up with Messi and Neymar, but instead, he's in the Premier League. Indeed, if Lin Huang were to return to Barcelona, with Neymar on one flank and Messi and Iniesta in the center, while Xavi and Busquets anchored the midfield, it would be an extraordinarily lavish lineup, one that is almost too magnificent to envision. If Lin Huang genuinely returned to Barcelona, it would herald the dawn of a new era for the club. Don't be foolish. It's evident that there are conflicts between Lin Huang and Barcelona. He's not going back there. In fact, the chances of him moving to Real Madrid are even greater, honestly. The previous comments from the Real Madrid president led me to believe Lin Huang might join them. What a pity it is that we won't witness Lin Huang and my Ronaldo joining forces in European competitions. Isn't Real Madrid rumored to be interested in Bale? Why are they still fixated on Lin Huang? Their fans seem to be indulging in fanciful thinking. A player of Lin Huang's caliber would never settle for being a subordinate to Ronaldo at Real Madrid. To be fair, when Guardiola joined Bayern, Lin Huang's agent was seen in discussions with Bayern's management, leading me to believe Lin Huang would indeed end up there. Yet, who knows what Bayern was thinking? Did negotiations falter? Bayern has just signed Götze. Their forward line is already crowded, and with Götze's arrival, space has become even scarcer. It's unlikely that Lin Huang, or any other player, for that matter, would consider a move there. Indeed, it is said that the German Football Association, in a bid to ensure the national team's pursuit of the World Cup title, compelled Bayern Munich to sign an unequal agreement guaranteeing Mario Götze's starting position and playing time. As discussions on social media escalated, news of Lin Quan's transfer exploded across the internet in a remarkably brief period. In North London, within the hallowed halls of Arsenal Football Club, Professor Wenger, troubled by the challenges of bolstering his squad for the new season, was rendered speechless upon learning of Lin Quan's fallout with Bayern and subsequent move to Manchester City. Why was I not informed? He lamented, his hands trembling with a mixture of excitement and frustration. Since Robin van Persie's departure to Manchester United, Arsenal had been bereft of a formidable striker capable of finding the net. Following Van Persie's exit last year, Wenger had feverishly acquired 9 forwards in the transfer market. However, apart from Olivier Giroud and Nicolas Bendtner, the rest had proven inadequate for the task at hand, plagued by a lack of attacking prowess. Arsenal's performance in the previous season of the Premier League had seen a significant decline. They narrowly secured the final Champions League spot, finishing just a single point ahead of Tottenham, almost failing to achieve their objective of a top 4 finish. In the absence of a strong forward, the emergence of a powerful, cost-free young talent like Lin Quan was an opportunity they astonishingly missed. Wenger was infuriated at the thought. Had he known earlier that Lin Quan was available as a free agent, he would have personally visited to expound upon his coaching philosophy and the cultural ethos of Arsenal. It is well known that Professor Wenger has a penchant for nurturing young talent, and he has indeed excelled in identifying and utilizing such players. Numerous prodigies have flourished under his guidance over the years. Thus, Wenger believed that with his esteemed reputation for developing young athletes, he could have successfully persuaded Lin Quan to join Arsenal. If Lin Quan had signed with Arsenal, the club would not only have resolved its scoring woes, but could also have dared to dream of lifting the championship trophy, potentially breaking free from a long-standing curse of trophylessness. Alas, such a golden opportunity slipped through their fingers, leaving the professor disheartened. Consequently, he spent the entire morning lost in his thoughts, sighing in regret. Meanwhile, at another London club, upon hearing that Lin Quan had chosen Manchester City, Jose Mourinho's expression shifted dramatically. Hadn't Imenolo already established contact with Lin Quan? Why had they failed to convince him to join Chelsea? Mourinho had been monitoring Lin Quan for quite some time. Ever since the latter rose to prominence in the Bundesliga, Mourinho had kept a watchful eye on his progress. After witnessing the brilliance of Messi in La Liga, Mourinho had longed for the day when he could nurture a player of similar caliber. Lin Quan undoubtedly epitomized the qualities he sought. In today's football landscape, if one were to identify a player most akin to Messi, it would undoubtedly be Lin Quan. Moreover, Lin Quan's performance on the field is by no means inferior to that of Messi. In fact, his physical confrontations, defensive prowess, and adaptability to the game align more closely with Mourinho's expectations. In Mourinho's eyes, Lin Quan epitomizes the perfect player. However, the shocking revelation that his favored player chose to join Manchester City was utterly unacceptable to him. What does Manchester City possess beyond its wealth? Chelsea boasts similar financial resources and is a prestigious club that secured the Champions League title last year. Not to mention, Chelsea is graced by the presence of the foremost coach in the footballing world. Thus, Mourinho is utterly baffled as to why Lin Quan opted for Manchester City instead of Chelsea. What advantages does Manchester City offer? What enticing conditions did they present to Lin Quan that swayed his decision? Meanwhile, across town, the recently retired Ferguson was taken aback upon learning this news. His face a canvas of astonishment. After countless calculations, he never anticipated Lin Quan would align himself with Manchester City. Now, with Lin Quan in their ranks, Manchester City's prowess for the next season is bound to escalate significantly. Meanwhile, having just retired, Manchester United stands at a pivotal juncture of transition. The successor faces the daunting challenge of inheriting the situation left behind, and should they falter in the local derby against Manchester City, life at Old Trafford is likely to become exceedingly arduous. Joel Glazer, the son of United's owner, hastily sought out Ferguson, pleading for him to continue for another year. "Sir, Manchester United cannot afford to lose you, especially at this juncture. If you depart, Manchester City will undoubtedly lord over us." Joel is deeply concerned about Manchester United's performance in the upcoming season. Although they have appointed Moyes, whom Ferguson endorsed as his successor, Moyes lacks experience with elite clubs. Having only managed smaller teams devoid of the star-studded roster and complex locker room dynamics that Manchester City possesses. Despite his background as a player, Moyes is not among the most renowned figures. Relying on someone with no European accolades and lacking the aura of star players to lead Manchester United poses a significant challenge, especially in taming the egos within the locker room, which Joel finds daunting. "Joel, I have already retired. Since you have appointed Moyes, you must place your full trust in him. As for the locker room, I will have a word with the veteran players. If all else fails, you may exercise your authority to deal with any troublemakers, and they will behave for a while." Ferguson sighed, acknowledging that a coach's authority ultimately hinges on results. He has offered all the assistance he can, but if Moyes' tenure yields unsatisfactory results, there will be little he can do. In La Liga, the news of Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City has left Real Madrid feeling wounded. Damn it, Tottenham rejected our latest offer? They refused to sell Bale for 96 million? Indeed, Mr. President, Tottenham is demanding 100 million, and there are no signs of them budging. 100 million? Did they mistake Bale for Lin Quan? What justifies such a price? If it were Lin Quan being pursued, Real Madrid would likely not hesitate to offer 100 million pounds. Yet, for a mere Bale, Florentino perceives the valuation as somewhat excessive. They probably do not believe Bale is worth that amount either, but they are acutely aware of our lack of alternatives. Especially now that Lin Quan has joined Manchester City. The assistant, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that Tottenham's greed was excessive. This transfer was akin to exploiting Real Madrid. Florentino listened to his assistant's report with growing agitation, picking up the phone to call Levy. However, he reconsidered and ultimately refrained. Ever since his previous attempt to leverage Lin Quan against Levy ended in failure, the old fox had ceased answering his calls. Florentino recognized his assistant's reasoning. In this transfer, Tottenham had effectively cornered Real Madrid. With Lin Quan no longer an option, they were left with only Bale, allowing the opposing side to set exorbitant prices at will. 96 million euros had already become our bottom line. Surely we could not genuinely consider paying a transfer fee exceeding that of Cristiano Ronaldo for Bale? Florentino felt caught in a dilemma. He had promised fans the acquisition of a superstar this summer to bolster the team's roster in pursuit of next year's Champions League. Should he renege on this promise, the disillusioned fans might no longer support him as president. Thus, for the sake of his future, he could not afford to break his word. Tottenham, evidently aware of this predicament, displayed their audacity. In truth, given Real Madrid's financial prowess, raising the bid further posed no significant challenge. However, surpassing the record set by Ronaldo presented a formidable obstacle for Real Madrid. Ronaldo's dominance in the football world is well known. Could he accept a player with a transfer fee exceeding his own joining the team and overshadowing his legacy? Currently, the highest transfer fee in football belongs to Ronaldo. A point of pride for him. But if Real Madrid were to indeed surpass this record to acquire Bale, what would Ronaldo think? The acquisition of Bale was intended to strengthen the team's capabilities, not to create discord in the locker room with Ronaldo. This is precisely why their offer remained fixed at 96 million euros. President, I have an idea. The assistant suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. What is it? Speak quickly. We could approach it this way. After hearing the assistant's proposal, Florentino nodded slightly. Indeed, that is a clever plan. In La Liga, aside from Real Madrid feeling the sting, the greatest loss was undoubtedly suffered by Barcelona. Upon learning that Lin Quan had signed with Manchester City instead of choosing to remain at Barcelona, countless Barca fans flooded the official website, questioning why the club failed to retain their homegrown gem and allowed a La Masia talent to be lost to the winds. As Lin Quan's performances in the Bundesliga and for the national team continued to improve, all Barcelona supporters took pride in the emergence of yet another superstar from their ranks. However, now, the player they cherished chose not to return to Barcelona, but rather to join a club lacking the grandeur of a traditional powerhouse. This has left Barcelona's supporters feeling utterly disheartened. First, Guardiola departed, followed by Lin Quan, a cherished gem of Barcelona's youth academy, who has chosen to forsake his home. One cannot help but ponder the actions of President Rosell. What egregious misdeeds have transpired that would compel our esteemed coach and players to eschew a return to Barcelona? To shun donning the illustrious red and blue jersey? There must be some hidden machinations at play. We demand an explanation. We yearn to uncover the truth. Indeed, we seek to understand the reasons behind Lin Quan and Guardiola's departures from Barcelona. In the face of the fans' inquiries, Rosell opted for a cold, dismissive approach, refraining from any public response. He found himself unable to answer. Surely he could not admit to having driven away Guardiola and Lin Quan. The fans would surely tear him apart. Yet, his indifferent demeanor only served to incite further ire among the supporters. Lacking a response from Rosell, a multitude of fans began to voice their discontent online, calling for Rosell's resignation. It is Rosell, the scoundrel, who threatens to ruin our Barcelona. Rosell must go. The wretched businessman ought to vacate Camp Nou. We do not desire a merchant as our president. We seek a true connoisseur of the game. The humiliating defeat inflicted by Bayern in the Champions League, coupled with the successive exits of Guardiola and Lin Quan, has long since accumulated a reservoir of discontent among Barcelona's fans. At this juncture, the volcano of frustration finally erupted. A significant number of Barcelona supporters took to the internet to cast their votes of dissent, demanding Rosel's ousting. Under Rosel's directive, Barcelona began to adopt a cold shoulder to the matter, ignoring the calls of the fans. However, as time progressed, the ranks of dissenting fans swelled, their grievances spilling from the digital realm into the physical world. As Barcelona's summer training matches commenced, throngs of fans gathered outside the club, brandishing banners and chanting for Rosell to step down. Some supporters even prepared rotten eggs to hurl at Rosell. Had it not been for the club's staff, who were well prepared with umbrellas to shield against the onslaught of eggs, Rosell might have faced a most unsavory fate. The fervent actions of the fans left the Barcelona players in a state of bewilderment. They turned to their club president, puzzled as to what transgressions he had committed to incite such fervor among the supporters. Rosell's countenance darkened as he retreated back into the club under the cover of his staff's umbrellas. Yet his departure did little to quell the anger of the fans, who remained steadfast outside the Barcelona club, demanding accountability. As the situation escalated beyond control, the Barcelona board could no longer remain passive. They were compelled to address the matter. The board promised the fans they would investigate the situation and provide an explanation. At the moment the board intervened, it essentially sealed Rosell's fate within Barcelona. While the passions of individuals may not always resonate with one another, Barcelona's fans were seething with indignation, while Manchester City's supporters reveled in delight. Manchester City fans remain unfazed by the external tumult. Upon learning the news, they flocked to the official website and social media, expressing their elation. Thank heavens, Manchester City finally has its own superstar. Could it be that our beloved city is on the verge of a resurgence? Is this a dream? Is Lin truly coming to Manchester City? Indeed, it is true. I am at Manchester Airport, having witnessed the esteemed owner, Mr. Mansour, departing alongside Lin Quan in a private vehicle. A few dedicated supporters captured candid images at the airport showcasing Lin Quan alongside the illustrious Mr. Mansour. Shortly thereafter, some paparazzi revealed more intricate details, confirming that Lin Quan arrived in Manchester via Mansour's private jet. Upon his arrival, he was escorted into a hotel owned by a Middle Eastern consortium, further substantiating the authenticity of this news. It is no wonder that the fans harbor such skepticism. They have previously been entangled in numerous rumors with various star players, none of whom ultimately joined the club. Lionel Messi, in particular, has been the subject of the most frequent speculation. Despite Manchester City's wealth, it lacks the historical prestige and accomplishments that entice some ambitious top-tier players to grace its ranks for monetary gain. The frequency of such rumors, accompanied by the rejection of elite players, has understandably shaken the confidence of the fans. The memory of their team faltering in the Champions League group stages on 2 consecutive occasions only amplifies their doubts. Why would prominent stars wish to join a team that cannot even advance beyond the group stage? Thus, even with the official announcement of Lin Quan's signing on the website, disbelief lingered among the supporters, as they feared it might be a jest. This is, after all, one of the brightest rising stars in contemporary football, heralded as the third figure alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Has he truly come to Manchester City? The club's officials seem attuned to the fans' anxious excitement. Following Lin Quan's arrival in Manchester, they promptly disclosed the time of his public unveiling at the Etihad Stadium. On July 28th, Lin Quan will officially make his appearance at the Etihad. Chapter 3, Unprecedented Popularity, Lin Quan's official debut at the Etihad Stadium. Following the announcement of Lin Quan's public appearance, Manchester City also proclaimed that all fans would have free access to witness his inaugural ceremony at the Etihad Stadium. Simultaneously, the club's merchandise store began reserving spaces for Lin Quan's number 10 jersey. On the day of his official debut, his number 10 jersey will be available for purchase. However, the number 10 jersey is currently worn by Bosnian forward Edin Dzeko, and for Lin Quan to don it, Dzeko must relinquish the number. Consequently, Manchester City's chairman, Ferran Soriano, dispatched representatives to inform Dzeko's agent, Lucci, of this matter. This is out of the question. Dzeko is Manchester City's top scorer, deserving of the core role and the number 10 jersey. He will not part with it. Lucci's reaction was intense. He was unwilling to let his players relinquish the number that symbolized their core status within the team. Should Dzeko surrender this number, the principal star of Manchester City would no longer be him, but rather the newly arrived Lin Quan. Mr. Lucci, I must remind you to adjust your tone. I am here to inform you of the club's decision, not to negotiate with you. Fahim did not wish to create animosity with the players, especially with someone like Dzeko, who had contributed significantly to the team. However, the club's owner, Mansour, had given explicit instructions to assign the number 10 jersey to Lin Quan. Fahim dared not defy Mansour's orders. Thus he could only hope that Dzeko and his agent would act sensibly. Mr. Chairman, is this how Manchester City treats its esteemed veterans? Lucy realized that this matter was unlikely to change and attempted to appeal to Fahim's emotions, hoping to secure some form of compensation. We have always been generous towards players who have made outstanding contributions to the team. Dzeko was a crucial part of our victory in the 11-12 season. The club will not let him down. Fahim retrieved a new contract from his drawer and presented it to Lucy. This is the renewal contract we have prepared for Dzeko. Please take a look. Upon glancing at the contract, Lucy was immediately captivated by the salary figure stated. Manchester City had offered Dzeko a post-tax salary of €6 million. This was undoubtedly among the highest salaries in European football. While Dzeko was a competent player, he had yet to reach elite status. Last season, he made 46 appearances for Manchester City, scoring 16 goals, 14 in the league, 1 in the Champions League, and 1 in the Community Shield. Such statistics do not classify him among the top scorers in the top 5 leagues, as many players surpassed him. Given the plethora of forwards at Manchester City, the club's offer of a post-tax annual salary of €6 million was indeed very generous. Lucy harbored many complaints, but fell silent upon seeing the figure on the contract. I need to discuss this with my player. You know how much Dzeko cherishes the number 10 jersey. I have a lot of convincing to do. I understand. And I assure you that the club will not forget your contributions. Fahim, aware of what Lucy sought, promised him an additional bonus upon the successful completion of the renewal, as a form of compensation. With this assurance, Lucy instantly donned a smile, spiritedly bringing the new contract from Manchester City to Dzeko. However, to his dismay, Dzeko soon resolved to submit a transfer request. I refuse to remain in a club that strips me of my jersey number. Eden, are you certain about this? You won't find such a high salary anywhere else. Absolutely. Competing against Tevez and Aguero was already challenging enough, now with Lin Quan joining. How many opportunities do you think I will have next season? Clearly, Dzeko's decision was not a fleeting whim, but a choice made after considerable contemplation. Manchester City is exceedingly affluent, acquiring numerous players each transfer window. This summer alone, they recruited 3 forwards, Negrito for $25 million, Jovetic for $26 million, and the illustrious Lin Quan, who joined without a transfer fee. The competition in Manchester City's attacking lineup for the upcoming season will undoubtedly be unprecedentedly fierce. Should the club refrain from stripping Dzeko of his number 10 jersey, he would retain confidence in competing against these new arrivals. However, if the club were to deprive him of his jersey and fully support Lin Quan's ascension, he would inevitably find himself marginalized. Dzeko possesses a certain pride. He does not take kindly to being overshadowed. If Manchester City opts to take away his jersey number, he would naturally be inclined to seek a departure. Dzeko's reasoning is sound, yet the more he contemplates, the more anxious his agent, Lucy, becomes. Upon recalling the promises made by Fahim, he earnestly urged, "You are the team's top scorer. Aside from Lin Quan, no one else poses a threat to your position. Furthermore, Lin Quan can play as a winger or an attacking midfielder. He is unlikely to contest your role as the central striker. If you remain at Manchester City, the starting striker position will undoubtedly still belong to you. That is irrelevant. He has taken my jersey number, and I have no desire to share the pitch with him." Dzeko's resolve was firm, and Lucy's pleas bore no fruit, leaving him dejected as he conveyed the outcome to Fahim. Then contact other clubs and facilitate his transfer. Fahim stated impassively. Prior to Lin Quan's arrival, had Dzeko expressed a desire to leave, Fahim would have been exceedingly anxious, perhaps even visiting Dzeko personally to appeal to his emotions and reason with him to stay. However, with Lin Quan's presence, Fahim's demeanor had hardened. Whether Dzeko chose to stay or leave was of little consequence. Lucy, taken aback by Fahim's lack of effort to retain Dzeko, quickly realized that Dzeko's standing within Manchester City had indeed diminished. Given this, it was best to part amicably. Lucy had no time to engage in debates with Fahim. He needed to swiftly secure a new club for Dzeko before the summer transfer window closed. Otherwise, if the transfer window passed and Dzeko remained at Manchester City despite his transfer request, his situation would become exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Dzeko was not without suitors. After being placed on the transfer list, several clubs expressed interest. Among them, Arsenal and Roma were the most sincere. Arsenal, in dire need of a quality forward, swiftly submitted an offer of 18 million upon learning of Dzeko's desire to leave. Roma countered with a transfer fee of 20 million. Financially, both offers were comparable. However, Manchester City preferred not to have Dzeko remain in the Premier League as a rival, thus agreeing to Roma's proposal and selling Dzeko to them. With Dzeko's departure, the number 10 jersey was naturally freed up. On July 28th, at 8:30 in the morning, Lin Quan arrived at the designated hospital for a medical examination. A throng of thousands of fans had already gathered outside the hospital, all eager to catch a glimpse of their idol, the superstar of Manchester City. As Lin Quan, clad in a casual white outfit, appeared at the entrance, a wave of excitement erupted among the crowd. "Wow, Lin is so handsome. Lin Huang, I am your fan. Please give me your autograph. Lin, my family adores watching you play. Could we take a photo together?" Countless fans shouted his name and surged towards him, leaving the security personnel, tasked with maintaining order, utterly astonished. They had been forewarned about the arrival of a star for a medical checkup. But given Manchester's plethora of famous athletes, they had prepared only a modest number of staff. Upon arriving at the hospital and witnessing the overwhelming turnout of fans, over 5,000, perhaps they found themselves at a loss. With merely 20 or 30 personnel, managing such a crowd was an impossible feat. They swiftly contacted headquarters for reinforcements. By the time Lin Quan reached the scene, the security presence had increased tenfold, from the initial 20 or 30 to over 200. Yet, even with this augmentation, facing thousands of eager fans, the security team felt a significant amount of pressure. Who is this young man? How does he possess such immense popularity? The last time Manchester had seen a player of such acclaim was the one adorned in the Manchester United jersey number 7. Yet now, Lin Quan's popularity among fans rivaled that of the legendary Cristiano Ronaldo. Ladies and gentlemen, please cooperate with the security personnel and refrain from pushing, to avoid a stampede that could jeopardize your safety and that of others. Observing the situation teetering on the brink of chaos, Lin Quan requested a megaphone from the staff and addressed the fans directly. His words ignited even more enthusiasm among the crowd. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Quan proposed, "If everyone maintains order, after I complete my medical examination, I will gladly sign autographs and take photos with you if time permits." This strategy proved effective. The prospect of meeting Lin Quan and obtaining his autograph instantly calmed the fans. The security personnel let out a sigh of relief, yet were secretly astonished. This individual wields such influence among the fans. How is it that he, who is yet to undergo his medical or finalize his contract, commands such respect? Many among the security staff were not avid football followers and were only familiar with their own teams, lacking insight into Manchester City or Lin Quan's transfer. However, after today, they all developed a profound interest in Lin Quan, and many could not resist the urge to search for him online upon returning home. After watching highlights of Lin Quan's goals in the Bundesliga and the Confederations Cup, they found themselves transformed into his fervent admirers. Accompanied by security personnel, Lin Quan smoothly entered the hospital, where Manchester City's medical team awaited him. Under their supervision, the Spanish forward underwent a comprehensive physical examination, which included routine blood and urine analyses, an electrocardiogram, ultrasound, cardiopulmonary function tests, and neurological assessments. Additionally, he underwent a thorough MRI scan to ensure he bore no hidden injuries accumulated from previous matches. For the purchasing team, acquiring a player with injuries that rendered him unable to compete upon arrival at the club would equate to a wasted transfer fee. Thus, they approach health matters with utmost strictness and diligence. All of Lin Quan's health indicators were normal, and he had not sustained any significant injuries, leading to reassuring results for the Manchester medical team. "Lin, all you need to do now is head to the Etihad Stadium to officially sign your contract, and you will be fully part of Manchester City." Fahim joyfully informed Lin Quan upon receiving the test results. "Thank you, everyone. You've all worked hard." Lin Quan politely expressed his gratitude to the hospital staff and took a commemorative photo with them. After exiting the hospital, he did not forget his prior promise. Spending half an hour signing autographs and taking pictures with a portion of the fans, he finally boarded the club's vehicle, urged by Fahim, to head to the Etihad Stadium. What he initially perceived as an overwhelming number of fans gathered at the hospital paled in comparison to the scene that awaited him at the Etihad Stadium. The surroundings were inundated with throngs of people, creating an impenetrable sea of fans. Without even needing to enter the stadium, Lin Quan was certain that it was already at full capacity. The sheer number of people outside suggested that the inside must be equally crowded. He felt a sense of surprise. Was my popularity among Manchester City fans this significant? Wait, are there Chinese fans wearing Manchester City jerseys here? Could they have come specifically to witness my unveiling ceremony? Upon noticing these fans, they too recognized Lin Quan. Wow, Lin Huang, it's really him. Is there a fake Lin Huang? Come on, let us chant together. 3, 2, 1. Lin Huang, we are your fans. We will support you forever. They shouted in Mandarin, leaving everyone else, except Lin Quan, puzzled by their words. Hearing their cheers, a smile spread across Lin Quan's face. How wonderful it is to have such fans. He paused to wave at them. Due to the considerable distance and in an effort to avoid provoking other fans, he refrained from greeting those individuals. However, he noted their faces, hoping to encounter them again after the match in Manchester. He felt compelled to extend the courtesy of hospitality. The few individuals who noticed Lin Quan responding to their cheers waved excitedly, exclaiming, "The king has seen us." He waved at us. Alas, they lamented their forgetfulness in not bringing their crafted banners. Inside the club, Mansour and Fahim, among others, awaited in the president's box. Upon seeing Lin Quan, Mansour promptly rose to shake his hand, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." Although he was certain of Lin Quan's eventual appearance, the anticipation had made him somewhat anxious during the wait, fearing that an unforeseen mishap might undermine all their prior efforts. Fortunately, no unexpected occurrences transpired, and Lin Quan made his timely entrance at the Etihad Stadium. After exchanging handshakes with Mansour and Fahim, Lin Quan inscribed his name on the pre-prepared contract, thus officially joining Manchester City and becoming a part of the club. Mansour was elated, experiencing a sensation akin to a dream coming true. Following tradition, after signing, Mansour presented Lin Quan with memorabilia adorned with the club's crest, including a pen, a watch, and a model of the Etihad Stadium. Fahim then presented him with a blue jersey emblazoned with the number 10, placing it in Lin Quan's hands. Lin Quan lifted the jersey, symbolizing his core status within the team, showcasing it to the gathered reporters. "Come on, let us greet the fans at the stadium," Mansour encouraged, giving Lin Quan a friendly pat on the back. Lin Quan nodded in agreement and proceeded to the locker room to don the jersey and gear. Following Mansour and the others, he stepped into the Etihad Stadium. As there were no admission fees, the stadium was filled to capacity, with over 50,000 fans eager to witness this historic moment. When Lin Quan entered the pitch, he was met with a resounding ovation. Countless Manchester City supporters chanted his name, waving various supportive banners, welcoming their king with the most fervent applause and cheers. This moment had long been anticipated by the City fans. "Apologies for the delay," he exclaimed. Chapter 4. Ferguson clenched his fist, Wenger sighed, Mourinho scoffed. Within a residence in Manchester, as the television broadcast showcased Lin Quan raising the number 10 jersey, emblematic of the team's core. Former Manchester United manager Ferguson tightened his fist slightly, pondering, has Manchester City swiftly disposed of Dzeko? This move seems not only to grant this fellow the number 10 jersey, but also to signal the club's unwavering support in establishing him as the team's leader. This was not favorable news for their crosstown rivals, Manchester United. In the past, Manchester City's underwhelming performance could largely be attributed to their excessive recruitment of players, whose abilities were too closely matched, resulting in a conspicuous lack of a central figure within the team. In terms of attacking prowess, individuals such as David Silva, Tevez, Dzeko, Aguero, and Nasri possessed comparable skills, making it arduous to establish any one of them as the focal point of the forward line. 2 seasons ago, Tevez might have had a chance, but his desire to transfer away from Manchester City ultimately jeopardized his prospects within the club. The remaining players lacked the dominance to overshadow their teammates. However, the arrival of Lin Quan has transformed everything. With him anchoring the front line, his teammates have no choice but to take a back seat. Sir Alex Ferguson recognized that Lin Quan's abilities clearly surpassed those of his fellow forwards at Manchester City. Yet, being exceptionally talented does not guarantee a secure position as the team's core. Lin Quan is still quite young, at merely 17 and a half, not yet 18. And without any accolades in the Premier League, could he truly command the respect of his peers as the central figure? Certainly not. Yet now, the Manchester City club has publicly declared their support for him, even willing to part with their top scorer to facilitate his ascent. With the club's backing, it will be relatively effortless for Lin Quan to establish himself as the core of the front line. Even if his teammates harbor dissent, they must stifle their feelings, lest they face a fate akin to Zeko's. If Manchester City swiftly solidifies a central figure in the forward line, it will diminish any lingering illusions among other players. Such a decision could significantly reduce internal conflicts, allowing the talents of these stars to manifest on the pitch. This, undoubtedly, would not bode well for other Premier League teams, particularly their city rivals, Manchester United. From Ferguson's expert perspective, had Lin Quan not joined Manchester City, the most suitable candidate for the central role would have been their defensive midfielder, Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure is a versatile, box-to-box midfielder, boasting excellent physicality, a high work rate, and expansive defensive coverage, complemented by his adeptness in offensive incursions. However, Manchester City has yet to utilize him effectively, somewhat stifling his talents. Were Ferguson at the helm of Manchester City, Yaya Toure's contributions would rival those of Chelsea's Frank Lampard, with both him and company anchoring the defense. Manchester City's defensive capabilities should not resemble their current disarray. This prompts Ferguson to reflect on the fact that, despite Manchester City's dismal performance, they are undeniably affluent. They have acquired a plethora of players, many of whom have proven to be misjudged investments, yet they have also secured several exceptional talents: Aguero, Silva, Yaya Toure, and company, all of whom Ferguson himself covets. Now, with the addition of Lin Quan, Ferguson finds himself at a loss for words. The contrast between Manchester United's parsimonious ownership, which burdens the team with debt, and Manchester City's extravagant spending, treating money as inconsequential, leaves Sir Alex Ferguson with nothing but a deep sigh. For a lifetime, Wenger has battled against Ferguson, and now he has chosen to quietly watch this broadcast from the comfort of his home. Upon seeing Lin Quan holding up the Manchester City number 10 jersey on the television screen, Wenger sighed repeatedly, exclaiming, "What a splendid young player. So youthful, with immense potential. An immediate impact on the field." The most crucial point is that signing him incurs no transfer fee. No transfer fee. No transfer fee. An essential matter emphasized thrice. Acquiring a player without expenditure has always been a dream for the financially constrained Professor Wenger. However, why does such a remarkable player not join our arsenal? The most exasperating part is that Lin Quan has been signed by the wealthiest of Middle Eastern magnates, a club that lacks for nothing financially. The thought of Manchester City, this nouveau riche club, effortlessly securing such a prodigious talent, leaves Professor Wenger utterly despondent. Truly, it is a case of drought for some and flooding for others. Before an audience of 50,000 fans and hundreds of journalists at the Etihad Stadium, Mansour joyfully addressed the crowd. "I extend my gratitude to the fans and journalist friends present for their support. Manchester City is a club with a history spanning over a century. While our trophy cabinet may not be overflowing, we possess an unwavering spirit of ambition and relentless improvement. Next year marks the 120th anniversary of Manchester City, and I am honored to announce that, through the tireless efforts of our club staff, we have successfully signed last season's Bundesliga Player of the Year and the 2013 Confederations Cup's best player, Lin Quan. From today onward, Lin is a part of our team." Having delivered this statement, Mansour turned to Lin Quan. "Lin, from this day forth, Manchester City will be your home. Welcome to Manchester City." The stadium erupted in enthusiastic applause, with fans demonstrating their support for the club owner's words. After listening to Mansour's speech and witnessing the thunderous applause from the fans, Lin Quan's face lit up with a smile, feeling the warmth of Manchester City's supporters. Mansour raised his hand to signal the audience to cease their applause, then stepped back a few paces, gesturing for Lin Quan to take the stage and say a few words. Lin nodded, making his way to the podium. As he stood there, before uttering a word, the crowd erupted in applause once more. The fans' fervor was overwhelming, prompting Lin to raise his right hand and wave to the audience. When the applause and cheers subsided, Lin carefully chose his words and began. "Some say I came to Manchester City for the money, and I admit that the salary offered is indeed enticing." The audience responded with knowing laughter, some Manchester City fans proudly puffing out their chests. "At Manchester City, we may not have much, but we certainly have financial resources. If one is willing to join us, they will never be shortchanged." Earlier, while passing through the club's trophy room, Chairman Mansour remarked on its emptiness. "With few trophies adorning the shelves, I hope my arrival can assist the team in filling that barren trophy room. I want to assure you all that, like my fellow Manchester City players, I am not merely a mercenary motivated by financial gain. We shall exert every effort to secure greater honors for the team, such as a second Premier League trophy and our inaugural UEFA Champions League title. Lin Quan's remarks left the Manchester City supporters both astonished and delighted, unaware of the extent to which his words might be embellished. Nevertheless, his grand pronouncements ignited a spark of hope and conveyed a resolute determination, prompting a thunderous applause from the fans. Nearby, Mansour could not help but smile upon hearing Lin Quan's statement. He understood the unspoken implication. Lin Quan would not depart Manchester City until the Champions League trophy was secured. With this assurance, he felt at ease. How laughable it is for a mere player, accompanied by a band of mercenaries, to aspire for the Champions League trophy. In his office, Chelsea's coach, Mourinho, scoffed disdainfully upon hearing Lin Quan's declaration. The Premier League is no Bundesliga. Only those who have truly experienced the fierce competition can grasp its intensity. Amidst such rivalry, Premier League teams often struggle to showcase their full potential in the Champions League, which elucidates the recent underwhelming performances of English clubs in European competitions. Aspiring to claim the Champions League title necessitates first establishing oneself as a genuine powerhouse in the Premier League. Currently, Manchester City is merely a nouveau riche in the football realm. If they cannot stabilize their league performance, how can they even contemplate the Champions League? Does it not seem absurd? While Lin Quan's addition will undoubtedly enhance Manchester City's prowess, such improvement remains insufficient for championship glory, particularly given their recent failures to progress beyond the group stages of the Champions League, having yet to face any truly formidable opponents. What basis do they have for claiming victory? Mourinho indeed possesses the credentials to look down upon Manchester City, holding 2 Champions League titles himself, and being the first coach of a non-top 5 league team to win the coveted trophy in the new millennium. Yet, even someone as esteemed as Mourinho has not laid claim to the Champions League for 3 years, with his team failing to reach the final. The challenge of securing a single Champions League title is formidable. Should these mercenaries from Manchester City achieve it with ease, how would he feel? In a lavish residence in Manchester, former Argentine forward Agüero was also watching this televised broadcast. Lin Quan's arrival has placed immense pressure on the attacking players of Manchester City. Fortunately, since the opponent is not a central forward, and given that Dzeko has already been traded, his starting position should remain secure. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Quan's assertion that they are not mere mercenaries fixated solely on financial gain, Agüero was deeply moved. Indeed, while playing for Manchester City yields substantial financial rewards, the pressure is equally immense. Should they fail to deliver commendable results, the external narrative would liken them to a band of mercenaries, devoid of honor and lacking in effort during matches. Such criticism is profoundly unjust to them. However, their rebuttals and struggles go unnoticed, attracting only further derision and scorn. With such high salaries and such lackluster performance, how can they still hold their heads high? Over time, all the players ceased their struggles and silently bore the weight of the scorn directed at them. Yet today, that newcomer to the team made a brazen declaration. He dared to aspire to the Champions League trophy. Agüero admired the audacity of his words. Such sentiments were ones he would never voice himself, for he feared the derision that would follow failure. However, if one were to abandon their dreams, what would distinguish them from a mere fish out of water? If one cannot even dare to dream, what then is the purpose of existence? Contemplating this, Agüero sprang from the sofa. He could no longer afford to wallow in despondency. To continue in such a state would mean he was less than a 17-year-old lad. That young man harbored ambitions of seizing the Champions League. Why should Agüero not share the same? With renewed determination, Agüero turned off the television, donned his training attire, and hurried downstairs with his football to practice. Numerous Manchester City players were inspired by Lin Quan's speech. David Silva sent him a message. "Lin, your words on the podium were truly remarkable. Let us strive together for the Champions League title in the new season." However, not everyone was swayed by Lin Quan's oratory. Some, like the feisty Tevez, remained unimpressed. After witnessing Lin Quan's presence at the ceremony, Tevez concluded that his future at Manchester City was bleak, prompting him to instruct his agent to seek a transfer from the club. Tevez had once been the star player for City, his prowess and renown eclipsing that of Dzeko. Yet, after multiple transfer requests and even resorting to a strike against the club, patience with Tevez had worn thin. Consequently, his appearances dwindled significantly over the past 2 seasons. His goal tally plummeted from a remarkable 20 in a single season to a mere 4 across an entire campaign. Following such experiences, The rift between Tevez and Manchester City deepened. His heart had long since departed from the club. Had Lin Quan not arrived, Tevez might have showcased his talents at City in hopes of securing a place on the national team for the upcoming World Cup. However, with Lin Quan's arrival and his rebellious nature, Tevez found himself with no opportunities at Manchester City. The World Cup year loomed, and competition for Argentina's forward positions was fierce. If Tevez chose to remain, the likelihood of his absence from the World Cup was exceedingly high. Thus, he sought to find a club that could guarantee him playing time while he was still at the peak of his powers. With his talent and stature, he had no shortage of suitors. He merely hoped that Manchester City would not impose insurmountable obstacles on his transfer. Fahim was far less accommodating with Tevez than with Dzeko. Manchester City, despite not being a traditional powerhouse, possessed its own sense of dignity. Tevez, earning the highest salary at the club, had repeatedly expressed a desire to leave, devaluing the team in the process, and even resorted to a strike to publicly defy them. Such actions were akin to slapping the club in the face. Could Manchester City tolerate that? Naturally, they could not. Before this, Manchester City had consistently rebuffed Tevez's transfer requests. They would rather forego the transfer fee and continue to pay Tevez's exorbitant salary each season than allow him to depart. However, now, Fahim wishes to avoid leaving a ticking time bomb in the team's locker room. Retaining Tevez serves no beneficial purpose for Manchester City, and he is keen to maintain the stability of the squad. Thus, he informed Tevez's agent that should anyone present a transfer fee of $15 million, Manchester City would consent to Tevez's departure. Given Tevez's prowess and reputation, this fee is not exorbitant. Nonetheless, with only a year remaining on Tevez's contract, a $15 million transfer fee seems rather steep. Should this condition be unacceptable, Tevez may as well remain at Manchester City, for they can still afford his salary. Faced with such inflexibility, Tevez's agent could only return to discuss matters with the player. They had already arranged a prospective destination, Italian giants Juventus. However, Juventus was only willing to offer $12 million for the transfer, and anything higher was not within their willingness. Consequently, in order to expedite his departure from Manchester City, Tevez had to dip into his own pockets, contributing $3 million to bridge the transfer fee gap. Once the funds were secured, Manchester City did not complicate matters further and promptly released him. The transfers of Dzeko and Tevez ensured that Manchester City was not merely a one-way street in the transfer market. They had recouped $35 million through player sales. Following Lin Quan's arrival, Manchester City swiftly offloaded two forwards, both of whom possessed considerable talent and would easily find new homes in the top 5 leagues. With Lin Quan established as the focal point of the attack for the upcoming season, Manchester City's intentions to clear the path for him have become exceedingly clear. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 5. The verbal duel between England and Spain. Manchester City still holds you in high regard. Upon entering the lavish mansion bestowed upon Lin Quan by Mansour, pair could not help but marvel. This opulent residence, perched on a hillside by the sea in Manchester, boasts a breathtaking view and an exquisite surrounding landscape. Such a luxurious seafront villa would undoubtedly command a price no less than $5 million on the market. Yet Mansour, without a flicker of hesitation, presented it as a gift to Lin Quan. The generosity of this Middle Eastern magnate is astonishing. Are you referring to this or the purging within the team? Lin Quan was aware of the transfers of Dzeko and Tevez, yet he was not particularly concerned. As long as the club does not part with David Silva, he remains indifferent to the fate of others. Indeed, Pear poured himself a glass of red wine, settled onto the sofa, and surveyed the interior decor. Lin Quan gently nodded, poured himself a cup of tea, and patiently awaited further discourse. Pear's visit today is certainly not solely for this brief exchange. He undoubtedly harbors other intentions. With Manchester City currently lacking a head coach, Chairman Fahim seeks to consult your opinions. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Indeed, as soon as Pear opened his mouth, he broached a topic that left Lin Quan himself somewhat astonished. He inquired about my opinion. Is the selection of a coach not a decision made solely by the club? As a player, could he truly influence the choice of Manchester City's head coach? Of course, owner Mansour desires to bring in a coach whose tactical philosophy aligns with yours, allowing your abilities to be maximized, lest stylistic discrepancies hinder your performance at Manchester City. Upon hearing Pear's explanation, Lin Quan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Are there any candidates on the list from Manchester City at present? There are numerous commendable coaches in the football world, yet most are already committed elsewhere. Guardiola is at Bayern, Mourinho at Chelsea, and Ancelotti has moved to Real Madrid. None of these individuals are likely to depart from their respective clubs in the near future. With Ferguson retired and Wenger unlikely to leave Arsenal, the remaining renowned coaches who might attract Manchester City's interest are likely Eriksen, Benitez, Hiddink, Van Gaal, Ranieri, and Pellegrini. Although these coaches are under contract, their current teams are not among the elite clubs, with the exception of Ranieri's Monaco, which poses a slight complication. The others are available for recruitment. After reviewing the candidate list provided by Pair, Lin Quan began to ponder. Historically, it was the Chilean engineer Pellegrini who signed with Manchester City. His 3 seasons at the club were relatively successful, although he did not secure the Champions League. He managed to guide Manchester City past the group stages. In his final year, they even reached the semi-finals. Moreover, Pellegrini led Manchester City to clinch another league title. However, considering Manchester City's investment in the transfer market and the caliber of the squad, his coaching record could be deemed neither particularly poor nor outstanding. Reflecting on this, Lin Quan resolved not to involve himself in the selection process of Manchester City's coach. To him, the coaching abilities of these candidates seemed largely comparable. It mattered little who was chosen. Once Manchester City discerned Lin Quan's stance, they initiated contact with these coaches, extending invitations. Hiddink and Van Gaal both declined Manchester City's overtures. One was content at Angers, while the other was brimming with confidence as he prepared the Dutch national team for the upcoming World Cup. Unwilling to depart at such a critical juncture, Ranieri, unsurprisingly, also rejected the offer, as Monaco had made significant investments in the transfer market this season, ambitiously aiming to make a substantial impact in the new League One campaign. Having never managed such a prosperous team, the resourceful coach was eager to seize the opportunity and had no desire to abandon the venture midway. After several coaches turned down Manchester City's invitation, the club ultimately reverted to historical precedent, signing a contract with Pellegrini. Upon learning of Lin Quan's arrival at Manchester City, Pellegrini gladly accepted the invitation extended by the club. He believed that with Lin Quan on board, Manchester City's performance would at least have a guaranteed baseline, ensuring that it would not falter significantly. If he can effectively train and mold the team's tactical approach, Manchester City may very well rise to prominence under his stewardship. Following the confirmation of the contract with Pellegrini, Manchester City swiftly announced this news on their official website, alongside the transfer news of Dzeko and Tevez. Although these transfers were initiated by the players themselves, the announcement sparked considerable controversy in the public sphere. It appears Manchester City is embarking on a substantial overhaul of its veteran players. After all, with so many forwards acquired, if they do not streamline the roster, there may not be a place left for the likes of the Emperor. While Tevez's departure was not surprising, Dzeko's exit raised eyebrows. Had he not performed admirably at City? What prompted this sudden decision? It seems the arrival of the Emperor was a significant factor. He swiftly claimed Dzeko's iconic number 10 jersey, a humiliation that any self-respecting player might find intolerable, thus making a transfer the most prudent choice. This indeed suggests that the Emperor possesses a penchant for dismantling teams. Voices criticizing Lin Quan have begun to emerge online, predominantly from fans of other Premier League clubs. For them, Lin Quan's move to Manchester City is decidedly unwelcome news. The enhancement of City's prowess implies that facing them in the league will become increasingly daunting. With an already saturated field of formidable teams, the sudden ascendance of Manchester City will only exacerbate the fierce competition. Thus, aside from City's own supporters, it can be said that the entirety of Premier League fans does not wish to witness Manchester City's rise. They yearn for the days when City was merely a struggling, impoverished club, vulnerable to their own team's whims. The day that the once marginalized club rises to become an entity they must look up to will create an unbearable dissonance for many fans of Premier League teams. As the adage goes, witnessing others prosper can be more painful than one's own losses. In addition to fan criticism, the British media has expressed concern regarding Lin Quan's prospects at Manchester City. It is well known that the Premier League is the world's premier league, characterized by its intense competition. While La Liga players often emphasize technical finesse over physicality, such a softer style is challenging to sustain in the Premier League. Lin Quan's technical abilities are indeed commendable, yet his capacity for physical confrontation remains a significant uncertainty. His opponents may take pride in overpowering and humiliating him on the pitch, a harsh reality for a player still shy of 18. However, this is the nature of the Premier League, the world's foremost league, no matter the accolades one carries. they hold little weight here. Media outlets from the Etihad have subtly suggested that Lin Quan may struggle to adapt to the Premier League's rhythm, mocking the perceived softness of Spanish players. Upon the arrival of these reports in Spain, they were met with a robust backlash from Spanish media. The perennial tendency of the defeated to embellish their own image. If the teams of the Premier League are indeed as formidable as they claim, one would expect their performance in European competitions to be stellar. Spanish media recently presented a graphic depicting last year's Champions League quarterfinal matchups. Among the 8 teams, 3 hailed from La Liga, 2 from the Bundesliga, 1 from Serie A, 1 from Ligue 1, and 1 from the Turkish Super League. Yet conspicuously absent were any representatives from the so-called World's Premier League, the Premier League. Upon this revelation, the British bravado swiftly deflated. However, the Spanish are unrelenting. The uncomfortable truth for British media is that, in recent years, the Spanish teams, perceived as possessing a softer playing style, have consistently outperformed their English counterparts in the Champions League arena. Let us remind the English that on the grand stage of European finals, Premier League teams have bestowed 6 championship trophies upon La Liga clubs. At this juncture, Spanish possession football was at its zenith. Not only did La Liga completely overshadow the Premier League at the club level, but the Spanish national team also left the English squad trailing far behind. Spain has clinched the European Championship twice and the World Cup once, recently adding the Confederations Cup to their accolades, thus achieving a grand slam at the national team level. And what of the England national team? They faltered in the round of 16 in the World Cup and in the quarterfinals of the European Championship. We must ponder. The might of La Liga has forged the strength of the Spanish national team, elevating Spanish midfielders to global renown, with every prestigious club taking pride in possessing a Spanish midfielder. Yet, what has the strength of the Premier League bestowed upon England? Aside from the slight advantage of local citizenship, do they boast any notable players in foreign leagues? The Spanish media's rebuttal is incisive, leaving the English side speechless. The England team is often dubbed Europe's equivalent of a lesser competitor, as they boast loudly within their confines, but reveal their frailties on the grand stage, playing in a manner that is, frankly, unpalatable. Nonetheless, British media, buoyed by the dominance of the English language, exerts significant influence over public opinion, consistently elevating their national teams to lofty heights, even in the face of undeniable setbacks. One should disregard the tumult of online discourse, as these are merely tactics employed by adversaries to disrupt one's mentality through the dissemination of misleading information. During the national team's training camp for the new season, teammate David Silva took it upon himself to counsel Lin Quan. When I first arrived in the Premier League, few believed in my prospects. They deemed me too diminutive and frail to thrive in such a robust league. Yet, through my exemplary performance, I silenced my detractors, transforming their skepticism into praise. In the Premier League, one need only to focus on the game, delivering tangible results to confound the naysayers. Excessive attention to external opinions can deplete one's vitality and adversely affect one's mindset, ultimately hindering performance on the pitch. David Silva, drawing from his own experiences, imparted this wisdom to Lin Quan. The disputes online and the verbal skirmishes between the media of the two nations did not escape Lin Quan's notice. Yet he remained largely indifferent. From the moment he transferred to Manchester City, he was aware that his move would incite considerable debate. I understand. Thank you, David. Although he did not require guidance, he was nonetheless grateful for David Silva's concern. In a foreign land, having someone who cares about your circumstances is indeed a friendship worth nurturing. Don't mention it. I will be counting on you in the new season. David Silva replied with a smile. You are the linchpin of the national team, and now at the club. You must look after our teammates when we step onto the pitch. Upon hearing Silva's words, Lin Quan chuckled, with your prowess. There is no need for me to look after you. In fact, as the newcomer, I am utterly in the dark about everything and will be relying on you for guidance. Lin Quan referred to the dressing room dynamics, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the environment at Manchester City and needed someone to enlighten him. Let us have a proper chat another day. The coach is here. David Silva, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the subtext of Lin Quan's words. Manuel Pellegrini, accompanied by club chairman Fahim, arrived at the training ground. Standing at the edge of the pitch, he observed the players training diligently. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, he turned to Fahim and inquired, how is Lin's competitive form? What position does he wish to play this season? As he had not yet interacted with Lin Quan, he was uncertain about the temperament of such a superstar and whether he would be easy to approach. Thus, he sought to gauge the situation through Fahim. Lin's competitive form is excellent. He is versatile and can play various positions in the forward line. You can discuss specifics with him directly, Fahim replied, recognizing that he was not a specialist in this matter and preferred to leave professional concerns to those more qualified. As the team's head coach, Pellegrini understood the importance of establishing a solid rapport with the team's core players. Before engaging in dialogue, however, he decided to conduct a few warm-up matches to assess the squad's condition. Conveniently, in early August, Manchester City was set to participate in the Audi Cup in Munich. The 4 teams invited to this year's tournament included Manchester City, Bayern Munich, AC Milan, and São Paulo from Brazil. Among these, Bayern Munich was the most formidable, while the other 3 teams were relatively evenly matched, serving as a suitable test for the team's readiness. Naturally, given that Bayern had recently claimed the Champions League title, Pellegrini opted not to set ambitious goals for the Audi Cup, acknowledging that winning the championship was unrealistic. Securing a single victory would suffice. Fortunately for Manchester City, they did not face the daunting challenge of confronting Bayern Munich right away, but were instead drawn against the similarly matched AC Milan. In recent years, AC Milan's performance has begun to decline, and the glory of the once mighty Milan dynasty is but a distant memory. Last season, they finished merely 3rd in Serie A and faced an early exit from the Champions League, succumbing in the round of 16, demonstrating a level of play comparable to that of Manchester City. Given the parity in strength between the 2 teams, Pellegrini boldly opted for a 4-3-3 attacking formation, intending to engage AC Milan in a fierce contest. From the outset, the match was intensely competitive, although Manchester City's players had not spent much time playing together. 2 exceptions stood out, Lin Quan and David Silva. Having previously played together in the national team, they had recently collaborated to secure a championship in the Confederations Cup, establishing a significant rapport. In the 3rd minute, Lin Quan executed a splendid assist, enabling David Silva to score. By the 19th minute, Silva reciprocated, delivering a brilliant pass that allowed Lin Quan to net his inaugural goal for Manchester City. Just 2 minutes later, Lin Quan provided another assist, facilitating Kolarov's goal, marking Manchester City's 3rd strike within the first 22 minutes of the half, leaving AC Milan reeling. The team's formidable offensive prowess not only astonished AC Milan's coach, but also took Pellegrini himself by surprise, though he had anticipated Lin Quan's strength prior to joining Manchester City. Witnessing his performance on the field revealed that he had underestimated the player's capabilities. Lin Quan surpassed Pellegrini's expectations, igniting a fervent excitement within him to recalibrate the season's objectives. With Manchester City's current roster strength, aspirations for league victory, advancing in the Champions League group stages, and even reaching the quarterfinals seemed tantalizingly attainable, should fortune favor them. Avoiding encounters with elite teams in the Champions League knockout stages, they might even aspire to challenge for a place in the semifinals. The chapter concludes with Guardiola's predictions. Observing Manchester City's dominance over the Italian giants, Bayern Munich fans in the Allianz Arena could not contain their discussions. Wasn't it reported that City was merely a band of mercenaries? How could they appear so formidable? Could it be that AC Milan was simply too weak? After all, AC Milan is a respected powerhouse in Serie A. Even a frail camel is larger than a horse, so how weak could they truly be? Indeed, while AC Milan has not claimed the title in recent seasons, they still possess the capacity to compete on the European stage. Had it not been for their unfortunate encounters with Barcelona, they might have progressed further. Although Bayern had decisively defeated Barcelona last season, their fans acknowledged Barcelona's prowess in recent Champions League campaigns. AC Milan has faced Barcelona in the knockout stages for several consecutive years, a stroke of bad luck. Thus, could it be that we have underestimated Manchester City's strength? If AC Milan is not too weak, then the truth is unequivocal. Manchester City is indeed formidable. It is indeed possible that, having secured the runner-up position in the Premier League last season, and with the addition of Lin Quan this season, their strength has significantly intensified, rendering them a formidable adversary. If this trajectory continues, should Manchester City emerge victorious in this match, it would inevitably set the stage for a final clash between them and us. Bayern fans have begun to feel a twinge of anxiety, even though the other match featuring Bayern against São Paulo has yet to commence. However, their confidence in their own team remains unwavering, as they do not believe that a team from Brazil's Serie A can create any substantial disturbance. Should Bayern eliminate São Paulo, They will contend with the victor of this match for the title of the Audi Cup, with Manchester City currently holding a 3-goal advantage. It seems increasingly likely that they will progress to the final. Alas, we had thought that with Lin Quan's transfer to the Premier League, we would no longer have to grapple with the challenge of defending against him. Yet, unexpectedly, we find ourselves facing him in the very second match of the new season. The Bayern supporters present are reminded of the dread they experienced last season when Lin Quan dominated their encounters. Each of them cannot help but feel a rising concern. Last season, he led a Werder Bremen team, whose strength paled in comparison to Bayern's, to 2 victories over them, snatching away both the Telecom Cup and the DFB Pokal from Bayern's grasp. Had it not been for Werder Bremen's interception of the DFB Pokal, Bayern could have crowned themselves as treble champions last season, which has left an indelible regret in the hearts of many Bayern supporters. Now, this young man returns, accompanied by an even stronger set of adversaries. This inevitably stirs apprehension among Bayern fans. Could Bayern once again falter before this challenger? Pep Guardiola may not be privy to the fears that plague Bayern supporters, but as the head coach of Bayern, he must attend this match. After all, analyzing the opponent's strength and form before the game is a fundamental duty of any coach. Beyond this reason, there lies another significant motivation. This match marks his inaugural encounter against Lin Quan as rivals, a fact that Guardiola undoubtedly regards with utmost seriousness. As he observed the first 30 minutes of the match between the two teams, a look of satisfaction initially graced Guardiola's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a furrowed brow, revealing his concerns. His assistant coaches exchanged glances, puzzled by Guardiola's demeanor. "Pep, is there something to be worried about?" inquired his longtime assistant, Torres. Ten Hag and Grande perked up their ears, eager to discern what insights this esteemed coach might share. Their decision to join and remain at Bayern was motivated by the desire to learn new things under the tutelage of this world-renowned manager. Indeed, Manchester City's attacking prowess has been thoroughly invigorated by Lin Quan's presence. Guardiola did not hesitate to extol Lin Quan's virtues. "This lad plays far more astutely than I had anticipated. Apart from exerting a bit of effort for the first goal, he has conserved his energy for the remainder of the match." Upon witnessing several individuals wide-eyed in disbelief, Guardiola elaborated further. "Pay close attention to his passing and positioning. It appears he is searching for a comfortable spot to play. However, in reality, he is incessantly moving about, evaluating the prowess of Manchester City's attacking players, orchestrating the offense through the distribution of the ball." Noticing the contemplative expressions of Bayern's assistant coaches, Guardiola chuckled. "If you remain skeptical, continue to observe. He has passed to other forwards previously, yet has conspicuously refrained from collaborating with Manchester City striker, Aguero. Should this not be a deliberate tactic against Aguero? Then he would have surely passed to him by now." Hearing Guardiola's words, the onlookers widened their eyes, fixated on Lin Quan's every move. On the pitch, after executing yet another collaboration with David Silva, Lin Quan charged into the penalty area. AC Milan defenders Abate and Zapata were drawn to him, creating a fleeting opportunity in the center of the box. Aguero, with the instinctive acuity of a forward, seized this opening and immediately positioned himself to receive the ball. Yet, as he made his run, he suddenly realized the one orchestrating the attack was Lin Quan, who not only wielded unfettered control over the ball, but had previously failed to pass it to him even once. Contemplating this, Aguero felt a wave of despondency wash over him. What use was his impeccable movement if no one would pass to him? His efforts were rendered futile. A battle of wits against thin air. However, just as Aguero wallowed in frustration, the ball slipped past a defender and found its way to the unmarked Argentine. Without a moment's hesitation, Aguero instinctively controlled the ball and shot, sending it past the outstretched leg of AC Milan's goalkeeper and into the net. Aguero had scored his first goal of the match, with Lin Quan providing the assist. This marked Lin Quan's third assist of the game. Remarkably, he had passed to himself. Following the successful shot and confirming that the ball had crossed the line, Aguero still felt a sense of disbelief. Lin Quan could have easily taken the shot himself, yet he selflessly opted to create the opportunity for Aguero. Had Aguero misjudged him? Reflecting on his previous grievances towards Lin Quan, a twinge of embarrassment crept over Aguero. He lifted his gaze towards Lin Quan's direction and gave a thumbs up, commending the exquisite pass. Lin Quan nodded in acknowledgement, and Aguero's explosive performance for Manchester City suddenly seemed rather justified. This fellow had been momentarily distracted, yet, through instinctive reflexes, managed to find the back of the net. Such innate striker's instinct is a rare gift indeed. However, whether this goal was a testament to skill or mere fortune remained to be seen. Lin Quan decided it was prudent to observe further. 5 minutes later, Lin Quan received a pass from Yaya Toure, paused to assess the positioning of the AC Milan players, and then distributed the ball to Agüero. After receiving the pass, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered past the defensive player's shove and returned the ball, which was then received by the advancing Nasri. Nasri, dribbling to the byline, executed a precise cutback to Lin Quan, who subsequently delivered a pass to the penetrating Agüero. Manchester City orchestrated a fluid combination just outside AC Milan's penalty area, repeatedly dismantling their defensive line with a series of passes. Lin Quan's delivery was of exceptional quality, providing Agüero with a crucial head start. Thus, Agüero seized the opportunity to utilize his superior speed, arriving just ahead of the goalkeeper for a one-on-one chance. Clearly, this pass was not merely a test of Agüero's finishing ability, but also an examination of his acceleration and explosiveness. Agüero did not disappoint Lin Quan. He evaded the defender and intercepted the ball just before the advancing goalkeeper could intervene. However, at that moment, the goalkeeper was alarmingly close, and the shooting angle was quite narrow, with the defender still nearby, leaving Agüero with a fleeting opportunity to score. The difficulty of this chance was immense. A typical forward might have either missed the target or been thwarted by the goalkeeper. Yet Agüero capitalized on this moment, calmly assessing the situation before opting to slot the ball through the goalkeeper's legs. The ball slipped past AC Milan's keeper, Abbiati, and rolled into the net. In the 35th minute of the first half, Manchester City netted their 5th goal of the match, with Agüero as the scorer and Lin Quan providing the assist. Remarkably, Agüero completed a brace in just 5 minutes. Following this goal, any lingering frustration within Agüero dissipated entirely. He joyfully approached Lin Quan, crouched down, and placed Lin Quan's foot on his knee, willingly performing a shoe-shining gesture. Without Lin Quan's 2 assists, Agüero might still be mired in a goal drought. What a beautiful play. Your passes were simply exquisite. The two exchanged smiles and embraced their teammates who rushed over to celebrate. After these 2 successful attempts, Lin Quan could confidently affirm Agüero's potential as a formidable striker. His finishing skills were superb, and he displayed remarkable composure when shooting, demonstrating a strong ability to capitalize on opportunities. As long as he receives a steady supply of ammunition, he can consistently convert chances into goals. Observing Lin Quan's consecutive assists to Agüero, facilitating the latter's swift brace, the Bayern coaching staff exchanged astonished glances in the stands. Guardiola's earlier prediction was nothing short of prophetic. He seemed to possess an almost divine control over the game's flow, accurately discerning Lin Quan's intentions. Is this what they mean by a father knowing his son? Torres remarked with a smile to Guardiola. Guardiola nodded. Indeed, I wouldn't have dared to make such a judgment if it were someone else. The others quickly understood, realizing the depth of the connection between Guardiola and Lin Quan. Grande, who had previously faced Lin Quan multiple times under Hanks, couldn't help but reflect. This kid has improved since the last time I encountered him. As the first half of the match unfolded, witnessing Manchester City score 5 goals against AC Milan was nothing short of astonishing, leaving the latter struggling to regain composure. With the upcoming final against Manchester City, Ten Hag, aware of Guardiola's high regard for Lin, could not help but feel apprehensive about the impending showdown between the 2 teams. It was not only Ten Hag who bore this anxiety. Several assistant coaches from Bayern Munich also displayed visible concern. With such formidable opponents, could Bayern's championship aspirations still hold firm? In contrast, Guardiola appeared remarkably self-assured. Although Manchester City's attacking prowess had been unleashed, their defensive line remained precariously unstable, revealing vulnerabilities. Yaya Toure, on multiple occasions, felt compelled to surge forward in attack, yet failed to establish synergy with his teammates. The defensive gaps created by his incursions were potentially catastrophic for Manchester City. Their overwhelming offensive onslaught in the first half had rendered AC Milan gasping for breath. However, should AC Milan regain their footing in the second half, a formidable counterattack might ensue. On the AC Milan bench, head coach Allegri maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of distress despite his team's significant deficit. For AC Milan, participating in this Audi Cup was primarily a preparatory exercise, with no strict expectations for results. The focus was on executing their desired gameplay and identifying existing issues within the team. Currently, It appeared that substantial problems plagued both their offensive and defensive strategies. Recognizing this, Allegri summoned El Shaarawy from the substitutes bench, gesturing towards Manchester City's defensive line while whispering tactical instructions before sending him onto the field. El Shaarawy nodded in understanding, and upon entering the game, conveyed the coach's directives to his teammates. Allegri's adjustments bore immediate fruit. In the 37th minute of the first half, seizing the opportunity presented by Yaya Touré's forward foray, AC Milan executed a swift counterattack. El Shaarawy, with remarkable speed, darted down the flank like a wild stallion, evading all pursuers before coolly slotting the ball into the far corner of the net. 5-1. AC Milan had scored a goal, reminiscent of his earlier opportunity at Camp Nou, where he had squandered a one-on-one chance, a misstep that could have led to Barcelona's elimination had circumstances been different. However, at the Allianz Arena, El Shaarawy seized the moment. Yet, a single goal did not definitively indicate flaws in Manchester City's defense. Nevertheless, just 2 minutes later, AC Milan capitalized on another counterattack, allowing El Shaarawy to net a second goal. In a mere 2 minutes, he accomplished a brace, having been on the pitch for less than 4 minutes. Allegri's substitutions and tactical changes had yielded immediate results. Observing El Shaarawy execute his assigned role with finesse, Allegri felt immense satisfaction with his pupil's performance. Although AC Milan's current roster was not exceptionally strong, Allegri was determined to make the most of the cards he was dealt. If he were provided with a more formidable lineup, he would possess the confidence to achieve superior results. However, embroiled in legal troubles, Berlusconi cannot currently focus on the team, and AC Milan's recent years have been far from favorable. To attain better outcomes, it may be necessary to explore opportunities with another club. Observing the unfolding situation on the field, which aligned precisely with Guardiola's predictions, the expressions of Bayern's assistant coaches were akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. How remarkable it was! How could he possess such profound insight into the game? They lacked such acumen. Truly, the man hailed as a world-class coach. Guardiola's ability to read the match left them in awe. The prospect of learning from such a renowned tactician in the coming years filled several assistant coaches with excitement. While Bayern's assistants reveled in their fortune, Lin Quan on the field could not share in their joy. After conceding 2 goals to the opponent, Lin Quan was convinced that the team's defense had faltered. Chapter complete. Chapter 7. The father-son battle with Guardiola, Part 1. Pellegrini was no novice. He had discerned the issues within the team's defense. Seizing an opportunity during a stoppage in play, he summoned Zabaleta and imparted his instructions. Manchester City's defensive formation underwent a significant alteration, with their defenders pushing the back line forward slightly, making it more challenging for the opposition to exploit space behind them during counterattacks. This adjustment swiftly bore fruit, as AC Milan attempted to employ their previous tactics. Either El Shaarawy could not secure the ball, or upon gaining possession, he was promptly toppled by an advancing defender. Should the pass be excessively forceful, Manchester's defenders could also orchestrate an offside trap, ensuring that even if he received the ball, he would be in an offside position. Furthermore, Manchester City intensified their pressing in the attacking third, rendering it impossible for the opposing midfielders to distribute the ball freely. This combination of tactics quickly extinguished AC Milan's promising offensive maneuvers along the flanks. As the first half concluded, Manchester City returned to the locker room with a comfortable 3-goal lead. Although the opponents had managed to score twice, the significant advantage still afforded the Manchester players a sense of ease. Within the Manchester City locker room, distinct factions emerged. Joe Hart, Wright, and Richards clustered together as local players. Kompany, Yaya Touré, and Gaël Clichy formed a circle of seasoned foreign players. Zabaleta, Aguero, De Michelis, Fernando, and Fernandinho mingled as South American teammates, while Lin Quan, Silva, Navas, and Negrito constituted another circle of Spanish players. It was astonishing that a single team could possess 4 distinct groups. Lin Quan felt enlightened. Previously, during his time at Werder Bremen, the majority of the squad comprised German players, with a few foreign signings from Austria and Eastern Europe, resulting in a relatively homogeneous composition. However, upon joining a Premier League club, the dynamic was entirely transformed. The composition of players in the 5 major leagues is exceedingly intricate, with athletes hailing from Latin America, Africa, Asia, the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and various football powerhouses across the European continent being quite prevalent. The only relatively rare presence is that of Chinese expatriate players. This scarcity can be attributed to the declining level of football in China and the burgeoning phenomenon of financially driven football. The once thriving trend of players going abroad has gradually receded in recent years. Consequently, the visibility of Chinese players in the 5 major leagues and the broader European arena has diminished significantly. Lin Quan, while engaged in jovial conversation with David Silva, discreetly observed members from other circles with his peripheral vision. The local players constituted the largest group, yet their overall prowess was rather lacking. Nonetheless, due to the policies of the English Football Association, clubs were obliged to accommodate them. David Silva held a rather low opinion of English players, apart from a select few. He deemed the rest as mediocre. They reaped the benefits of the English FA's policy for domestic players, yet lacked the ability to represent their team effectively, spending the majority of the season on the bench, and at times, failing to even make the matchday squad. Veteran players like Kompany and Yaya Toure were recognized for their solid capabilities. Kompany, the current captain of the team, exhibited a composed demeanor, often prioritizing the collective interests of the squad due to his leadership role. Implicitly, it suggested that engaging with Kompany could yield fruitful results, as he appeared to be a manageable individual. As for Toure, Lin Quan was curious about Silva's assessment of him. To be candid, after witnessing Toure's performance during training matches, Lin Quan held a certain level of respect for his abilities. However, Guardiola seemed more inclined to promote a newcomer rather than utilize Toure, indicating there must be valid reasons behind this decision. What shortcomings did Yaya Toure possess that led Guardiola to favor Busquets over him? Toure's strength was undeniable, yet his ideal position seemed to be that of an attacking midfielder rather than a defensive one. I see his defensive skills are quite robust, and he covers a large area. Wouldn't such attributes be suitable for a defensive midfielder? Lin Quan found Silva's evaluation somewhat surprising, as Toure bore a resemblance to his national teammate Martinez. Both were robust, possessing abundant stamina, and capable of both offensive and defensive duties. Yet, Silva's appraisal of Toure appeared rather lukewarm. Toure was indeed technically skilled, but his ability to deliver threatening passes was lacking. He excelled in making forward runs, showcasing offensive prowess that even surpassed some forwards. The quandary, however, was that he played as a defensive midfielder. If he surged forward, the risk of counterattacks from opponents could jeopardize our defensive line. Lin Quan recalled the first goal conceded in the first half, where AC Milan seemingly capitalized on Toure's forward foray to score on the side he was meant to defend. It appeared that although Toure possessed the exceptional qualities of a workhorse defensive midfielder, he harbored the instincts of a forward. The crux of the issue lay here. Our front line was not lacking in attacking firepower. His tendency to carry the ball forward not only proved unhelpful, but it also rendered him a potential vulnerability for counterattacks. Silva merely shrugged his shoulders in response. Lin Quan nodded, recognizing that an exceptional player must possess a profound understanding of their own capabilities and accurately identify their role. Yaya Toure's technical prowess is undeniable. However, the crux lies in whether he can ascertain his position and comprehend what he must do to aid the team. Just as Lin Quan pondered this dilemma, Agüero approached him, expressing his gratitude. "Lin, welcome to the team. You are truly an extraordinary player, and most importantly, your playing style is remarkably similar to that of Leo Messi." Agüero, being a close friend of Messi, felt a sense of camaraderie when encountering a teammate whose playing style closely mirrored that of Messi and who could provide him with assists. Agüero relished this feeling, leading to a complete turnaround in his attitude towards Lin Quan. Gone were the days of concern that Lin Quan might usurp his position. Now, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to collaborate with him in official matches. "Thank you, Agüero. Your shots are brilliant too. Let's aim for a hat-trick in the second half." Agüero's self-assurance prompted Lin Quan to happily accept his camaraderie. Leveraging Agüero's influence could significantly aid him in mastering the dynamics of the locker room. The halftime intermission concluded swiftly, and the second half commenced as both teams resumed their battle. Manchester City made adjustments, with Navas replacing Kolarov and Fernandinho taking the place of Milner. Fernandinho, a defensive midfielder, was brought on to address the defensive vulnerabilities that emerged when Yaya Toure ventured forward. As the match unfolded, Manchester City launched relentless assaults upon AC Milan's defenses. However, Allegri appeared to have made strategic modifications during the halftime break, tightening the flanks while allowing City's wingers to deliver crosses. In the center, they fortified their defenses, denying Manchester City opportunities for penetrating short passes. This tactic proved effective. Despite the incessant offensive waves, Manchester City struggled to convert their efforts into goals. Conversely, AC Milan capitalized on the pace of their wing players, creating several threatening counterattacks. Yet, Manchester City's defenders remained vigilant, bolstered by Fernandinho's proactive defense, ultimately thwarting AC Milan's attempts to score. As the match approached the 75-minute mark, the score remained 5-2, prompting both coaches to make further substitutions. Pellegrini replaced Agüero with Negredo, allowing the high-priced summer acquisition to regain his form. Agüero felt a tinge of discontent upon witnessing this change. Throughout the second half, Lin Quan had passed to him multiple times. Yet the opposition's defense within the penalty area was exceedingly tight. He either found no opportunity to shoot or failed to achieve quality in his attempts, leaving Agüero feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Quan showed no signs of reproach towards him. Upon discovering a promising opportunity, he continued to pass the ball to him. After studying the positioning of the opposing defenders, Agüero believed he had uncovered the secret to breaching their defense. However, before he could execute his plan, he was substituted. With Agüero off the field, the prospect of his hat trick vanished. Negredo, a Spanish player, was naturally attended to by Lin Quan and Silva, who began to pass him the ball to create chances. Negredo and Agüero represented two distinct types of forwards, in contrast to Agüero's modest height of 173 centimeters. Negredo stood at an impressive 186 centimeters, boasting formidable physical presence. Adjusting his strategy based on the opponent's characteristics, Lin Quan opted for high balls, encouraging Negredo to contest for headers. Initially, this tactic bore little fruit. Despite Negredo's commendable heading ability, the opposing defenders were no pushovers, making it unlikely for him to easily seize opportunities for headers on goal. However, when another towering figure, Yaya Touré, burst into the penalty area, joining forces with Negredo to disrupt the opposing defense, Manchester City found their opportunity. In the 87th minute, Silva delivered a cross from the flank, and after eluding a defender, Yaya Touré leaped high to head the ball into the net, once again breaching AC Milan's goal. This goal showcased Yaya Touré's exceptional attacking prowess, revealing his true instinct as a forward. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed with a remarkable score of 6-2 over AC Milan, advancing to the finals. The resounding victory against an Italian powerhouse in the opening match of the new season brought immense joy to everyone at Manchester City. Particularly, Lin Quan's outstanding performance thrilled the traveling City fans. Initially, it was assumed that Lin Quan would require time to acclimatize to the team, yet his swift integration was astonishing. Observing how he orchestrated the front line with such finesse, one would hardly believe this was his first official match since joining the squad. His seamless play led many to believe he had been part of the team for years. Otherwise, how could one explain the chemistry he exhibited with his teammates? Scoring 1 goal and providing 4 assists upon his debut? Though merely a friendly match, it attracted considerable attention. Following the game, media outlets from Germany, England, and Spain extensively covered the event. German media focused primarily on Lin Quan, asserting that he had made significant strides this season, lamenting the departure of such an exceptional player from the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, Spanish media spotlighted the dynamic between Lin Quan and Guardiola, sensationalizing their first clash in a competitive match. One is a young prodigy, the other a world-class coach. Coincidentally, they are father and son. Such a matchup is exceedingly rare in the football world, leaving us eagerly anticipating the outcome of this encounter. After the hype surrounding this topic, the Spanish media initiated a poll on social media, allowing fans to express their support. Although Lin Huang possesses remarkable strength, football is not a solitary endeavor. In terms of raw power, Manchester City still lags behind Bayern Munich. Thus, I am inclined to favor Guardiola's Bayern for victory. With such a formidable lineup and configuration, how could Bayern possibly falter? If all goes as anticipated, this Bayern Munich team remains a favorite to clinch the Champions League title this season. As for Manchester City, despite the addition of Lin Huang, they still have a considerable distance to traverse before contending for the championship. Indeed, Guardiola's coaching prowess is widely acknowledged, and Bayern's roster is exceptionally luxurious. Having recently secured the Champions League, the entire team undoubtedly exudes a momentum that overshadows Manchester City, especially as they are competing on home turf, rendering a City victory nearly impossible. However, while Bayern is undeniably strong, Guardiola has only recently taken the helm. The extent of his grasp over the team remains uncertain. Conversely, The strength displayed by Manchester City in this match is formidable, particularly Lin Quan, who has maintained his excellent form since the Confederations Cup. Therefore, I find myself optimistic about Manchester City's prospects for victory. I have heard that Bayern's star players possess rather formidable personalities, and even Guardiola may struggle to manage the dressing room. Thus, his appointment may not necessarily strengthen Bayern, but rather weaken it. In contrast, Lin Quan's arrival at Manchester City has had an immediate and positive impact, further enhancing my faith in him. Online, there are still more fans supporting Bayern. After all, both in terms of paper strength and team morale, Bayern holds a distinct advantage. As for Manchester City, they have yet to present any noteworthy accomplishments. Although they recently triumphed over AC Milan, the current iteration of AC Milan does not represent a top-tier team. Their historical performance leaves much to be desired, making it hard to believe they can overcome the seemingly invincible Bayern Munich. Regarding the fans who chose to support Manchester City, it appears that their votes were cast primarily out of respect for Lin Quan. To corroborate this sentiment, just 2 hours later, Bayern effortlessly defeated Sao Paulo with a score of 3-0, advancing to the finals. Consequently, the champion of this year's Audi Cup will be determined between Manchester City and Bayern. However, Bayern's display of dominance in this match was indeed awe-inspiring. They not only led in all statistical categories, but also maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics. Sao Paulo posed virtually no threat to Bayern, suffering a comprehensive defeat. Moreover, this match showcased the distinctive influence Guardiola has imparted upon Bayern. Drawing from Henk's coaching experience, he has integrated his own style into certain details. This allows Bayern to sustain the aggressive play style from the previous season, while also exhibiting dazzling footwork and intricate passing during positional play, ultimately leading to goals. Following this match, public predictions for the final have shifted dramatically, with fewer than 10% of fans now favoring Manchester City for victory. To be honest, I cannot envision a victory for Manchester City. Bayern is simply too formidable. As a Manchester City supporter, I deem it a triumph if the team merely avoids a catastrophic defeat. Let us hope we do not concede more than 3 goals. Chapter 8. The Father-Son Duel with Guardiola, Part 2. The schedule for the Audi Cup is tightly arranged to ensure that the preparation of each team remains unaffected. For teams are set to play 4 matches within a span of 2 days. The advantage of this arrangement is time efficiency. However, it significantly increases the burden on the players. Following the first day of matches, the final is held the very next day, leaving little respite for the main players of both teams. Yet, in this regard, Manchester City seems to have a slight advantage. Their match concluded a few hours earlier than Bayern's, effectively granting them additional hours of rest. The first encounter was a third-place playoff between AC Milan and Sao Paulo, where AC Milan triumphed narrowly with a goal from Boateng, securing third place in the Audi Cup. Once this match concluded, it was time for the highly anticipated clash between Bayern and Manchester City. In this match, Guardiola made significant alterations to Bayern's lineup. Götze and summer recruit Thiago were both in the starting 11, while Schweinsteiger found himself on the bench. The wingers, Robben and Ribéry, also started, with last season's key defensive midfielder, Martinez, shifted back to his central defensive role. This bold adjustment sparked curiosity regarding its effectiveness. As the first half unfolded, after 25 minutes of play, the score was 0-1, with the first goal not coming from Bayern but rather from Manchester City. Martinez's performance as a central defender was commendable. His exceptional passing ability enhanced Bayern's attacking depth. Neuer no longer needed to clear the ball long, as he could directly pass it to Hummels, enabling him to advance the play to the midfield. This adjustment liberated the defensive midfielders, allowing them to push forward and increase the attacking numbers in the opponent's half, thereby applying greater offensive pressure. However, Manchester City's strategy was to focus on counterattacks. Their 3 forward players were nimble and agile, possessing not only speed but also impressive dribbling and passing skills. If your defensive midfielder pushes forward and the ball is in your possession, it is manageable. Yet, if the ball is not with you, your defensive midfielder may struggle to retreat when counterattacking. At the 25-minute mark of the first half, Manchester City seized the opportunity presented by Bayern's advanced formation, executing a textbook quick counterattack, culminating in a goal by Lin Quan, altering the scoreline. This goal was not entirely unexpected, as Lin Quan had often found the net against Bayern during his time at Werder Bremen. Moreover, transitioning to a higher platform like Manchester City only amplified the anticipation. However, what no one anticipated was Bayern conceding the first goal. This completely contradicted pre-match predictions. What was Guardiola thinking? Was he conducting an experiment? Why was Hummels positioned as a defender? Was this not a reckless decision? Indeed. While Hamad's performance as a defender has been commendable, it is his exceptional physical prowess and expansive coverage that would allow him to truly excel in a defensive midfield role. Is it possible that Guardiola has become complacent after their prior victory against Sao Paulo? If this pattern continues, victory in this match will surely belong to Manchester City. Criticism has begun to surface online regarding Guardiola's innovative strategies. It is not that people are resistant to change. Rather, they are intolerant of failure. Should Guardiola's new tactics yield tangible results, enabling Bayern to vanquish their opponents with ease, those who once criticized him would undoubtedly transform into his ardent admirers. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, Guardiola could not contain his applause, only to realize, after observing the stunned expressions of surrounding Bayern fans, that he was indeed the head coach of Bayern. Applauding an opponent's goal felt rather unconventional. Clearing his throat, he adjusted the formation, repositioning Martinez to a defensive midfield role, allowing Götze to orchestrate the attack, while Müller made incisive runs forward. After an initial unsuccessful adjustment, Guardiola displayed a willingness to adapt. He recognized that his innovations had not met expectations. It seemed that this idea was still in its infancy, and hastily presenting it was somewhat reckless. Rapidly contemplating, Guardiola believed his thought process was sound. Any shortcomings in execution must stem from other aspects not being properly addressed. Once the match concluded, he planned to analyze the situation thoroughly and experiment against weaker Bundesliga opponents. Accumulating sufficient match data, he would then be prepared to face stronger adversaries with confidence. As for adhering strictly to existing successful tactics, that was out of the question. If he refrained from experimentation, he would no longer be the Guardiola we know. After implementing tactical adjustments, Bayern's players breathed a sigh of relief. They understood Guardiola's tactics only partially. Despite their efforts to comply, Bayern had seldom utilized possession-based football, and they were still acclimatizing to his pressing style, far from mastering it. Thus, their play appeared somewhat disjointed, but once allowed to revert to familiar tactics, they swiftly regained their form. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Thomas Müller seized an opportunity, capitalizing on a teammate's assist to equalize the score. The Bayern fans at the Allianz Arena, witnessing their team finally returning to normalcy, also exhaled in relief. However, noticing that Guardiola was still employing Hank's tactics, they couldn't help but ponder. If Guardiola merely adhered to past strategies, why was he appointed in the first place? Fans are often fickle. They express discontent with tactical reforms, yet equally lament the absence of change. In summary, satisfying them is no easy feat. It must be acknowledged that Bayern, the newly crowned European champions, exudes a formidable presence. In the face of Bayern, Manchester City has revealed numerous issues both offensively and defensively. To begin with, the offensive shortcomings are evident. Lin's time at Manchester City has been rather brief, resulting in an insufficient rapport with his teammates. Their unfamiliarity with each other's playing styles has led to frequent miscommunications on the pitch. Against weaker opponents, such issues might remain concealed, as they could rely on their individual prowess to secure goals. However, when confronted with a formidable team like Bayern, sheer individual talent proves insufficient. This season, Bayern has experienced minimal personnel changes, maintaining the core framework that led them to victory. Consequently, their competitive strength remains undiminished. Bayern's defense has been tested at the Champions League level. If it were so easily breached, many teams would not have faltered against them. Manchester City's players struggled to collaborate effectively, finding themselves isolated and unable to penetrate Bayern's defense. Conversely, after relinquishing their pressing attack, Bayern's remarkable offensive capabilities on the flanks became evident. The combination of Robben and Ribéry subjected Manchester City's backline to immense scrutiny. Particularly concerning was Robben. Despite Manchester City's fullbacks being aware of his tendency to cut inside, they could not prevent him. Fortunately, Robben's form today was not at its peak, and his attempts to score after cutting and failed to yield results. Otherwise, Manchester City might have found themselves trailing. While Robben struggled, Ribéry on the opposite flank was in exceptional form. His breakthroughs and dribbling not only wreaked havoc on Manchester City's right side, but also disrupted their overall formation. In the 67th minute of the second half, Ribéry made a penetrating run to the byline and delivered a high-quality cross, assisting Mandzukic in scoring with a header. Bayern turned the tide of the match. Recognizing the increasing threat from the wings, Pellegrini adjusted his team's defense, enhancing interceptions on the flanks to deny the opposition opportunities for unchecked crosses. However, this bolstered wing defense inadvertently compromised their central defense. Gotza, who had been largely invisible for nearly half the match, finally came to life after Manchester City's players eased their tight marking on him. In the 75th minute, he delivered a precise through ball to Mandzukic, who then laid it back for the advancing Thomas Muller. Muller's powerful shot was parried by Joe Hart, but the ball ricocheted outside the penalty area, landing at Robben's feet. After squandering numerous scoring opportunities earlier, Robben unleashed a shot of mediocre quality. Hart, seemingly unprepared for this attempt, made a late dive, allowing the ball to slip through his grasp and into the net. The score transformed to 3-1, as Bayern extended their lead. Upon witnessing the ball's entry into the net, Robben found himself momentarily bewildered. After the play concluded, he assumed the opportunity had slipped away, never anticipating that the ball would indeed find its mark. Was it an error on the part of the opposing goalkeeper? Robben, indifferent to such matters, jubilantly sprinted forth, leaping high and triumphantly raising his fists in celebration of his goal. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players stood with hands on hips, exchanging glances filled with dismay, their expressions a tableau of frustration. This goal left them at a loss for words. Surely, the defenders had faltered. Thomas Muller's penetrating strike should have been met with a block, yet they allowed it to pass unchallenged. The opposing shot was initially parried by Joe Hart, prompting Manchester City's defenders to momentarily applaud their teammate. However, they found themselves unable to comprehend how Joe Hart failed to thwart this seemingly innocuous shot. Thus, the defenders resolved to retract their earlier applause. Joe Hart, too, was engulfed in frustration. Having just executed a save, he stumbled slightly while preparing for the follow-up shot, his footing betraying him on the grass and delaying his reaction. Had it not been for this slip, his prowess would have sufficed to prevent the goal. Near the center circle, Lin Quan stood with hands on hips, furrowing his brow as he regarded the despondent Hart. He recalled a humorous anecdote circulating in domestic football circles about Hart. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old upon encountering Hart's misfortune. Indeed, Hart seemed to possess a streak of bad luck when faced with long-range shots. It was not a matter of capability. His saving technique was commendable. Yet, when confronted with long-distance attempts, fortune seldom favored him, be it extraordinary strikes from the opposition or his own uncharacteristic blunders. As time dwindled, Manchester City intensified their offensive after the restart. Recognizing the lack of synergy with his teammates, Lin Quan forsook collaborations with others and focused solely on his connection with compatriot David Silva. Having played numerous matches together, including a recent fortnight in the Confederations Cup, their understanding was profound. Both players, endowed with exquisite technique and high football intelligence, required no verbal communication. A mere glance sufficed to convey intent. Their enhanced cooperation significantly escalated the defensive pressure on Bayern's front line. Martinez and his teammates perceived Lin Quan as the most formidable threat, thus marking him closely, a strategy orchestrated by Guardiola, who knew his son's capabilities better than anyone. Yet, this defensive approach played directly into Lin Quan's hands. Anticipating the concentrated attention, he had no intention of assuming the role of the finisher. Rather, he aimed to fulfill the role of orchestrator, poised to deliver the decisive pass for a teammate to score. In the 89th minute, the final minute of regulation time, Lin Quan executed a series of wall passes with David Silva along the flank, advancing the ball to the edge of the penalty area, entering a 30-meter zone of threat. This position is well within Lin Quan's striking range. Whether he opts for a long-range shot from outside the penalty area or makes a daring run into the box after a successful dribble, he poses a formidable threat to Bayern's goal. Having experienced Lin Quan's prowess multiple times last season, the Bayern players are far from complacent. For players, including Martinez, immediately surged toward him. On the sidelines, Guardiola's heart raced as he witnessed Lin Quan advancing into this critical zone. This young man, despite the lack of synergy with his teammates, managed to reach such a level. I must have underestimated him. However, it matters little. The initial steps may be straightforward, but the final one is fraught with difficulty. While it is indeed possible for Lin Quan to break through amidst multiple defenders, having achieved such feats in previous matches, the miraculous occurrences cannot be expected to happen repeatedly. Once ensnared in a crowd, the likelihood of him losing possession far outweighs that of a successful breakthrough. Guardiola also remains cautious about whether Lin Quan will pass to his teammates. In addition to deploying players to focus on Lin Quan, he has also assigned someone to mark David Silva, denying him opportunities to receive the ball and shoot. Given Silva's relatively weak physicality and lack of dribbling prowess compared to Lin Quan, it suffices to assign a single robust defender to monitor him. After making these arrangements, Guardiola felt a sense of security. Come on, show me what surprises you can bring. Facing the Bayern players' collective pressure, Lin Quan feigned a hard charge into the fray, causing the defenders to retract their feet to avoid being bypassed. Seizing the moment, he decisively passed the ball through the gaps in the crowd. As anticipated, the ball reached David Silva. Indeed, as the head coach had predicted, Bayern's left back, Alaba, scoffed when he saw Lin Quan's pass and prepared to close in on Silva. Alaba stood at 1.8 meters tall and weighed 80 kilograms, while Silva measured 1.7 meters and weighed 68 kilograms. The disparity in both height and weight was considerable. Alaba was confident he could easily knock his opponent to the ground. However, to Alaba's astonishment, Silva did not receive the ball. He intentionally let it slip, redirecting it to his teammate Agüero. Without pausing, Agüero struck the ball fiercely, once again breaching Bayern's goal. The score changed to 3-2. The match still held its suspense. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 9. Exchanging jerseys with Guardiola. That young man. After Agüero scored, Guardiola slapped his palm against his bald head in frustration. He realized that since Lin Quan and his teammates lacked cohesion, it sufficed to only restrict Lin Quan and Silva. Lin Quan was acutely aware of their lack of synergy, and it was highly probable that Silva would also face limitations. Thus, the strategy he devised with Silva was to use Silva as a decoy to draw Guardiola's attention, allowing Silva to shield his teammates in executing an attack. This maneuver introduced an unforeseen third player beyond Lin Quan and Silva, a detail that Guardiola remarkably overlooked. He had been outsmarted by this young lad. Upon realizing this, Guardiola chuckled to himself, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Had it been anyone else who played such a trick on him, he might have felt a flicker of anger. However, the fact that it was his own son brought forth no ire, but rather a sense of pride. This little rascal is maturing swiftly, even managing to fool his old man. Truly my son. Nonetheless, Guardiola was determined not to allow Lin Quan to lead his team to a comeback. He made a substitution, replacing Ribery with Bosque, introducing an additional defensive midfielder to fortify their defense while closely monitoring Manchester City's third attacking point. Moreover, this substitution served the dual purpose of wasting time, a strategic maneuver indeed. Once Bosque entered the fray, Bayern's defense became exceptionally robust. Manchester City's attempts at offense were hindered, struggling even to penetrate their midfield. Ultimately, as the clock struck 90 minutes, Bayern triumphed at home with a score of 3-2 against Manchester City, claiming the title of the Audi Cup. An amusing scene unfolded post-match, as Lin Quan approached the sidelines, embraced Guardiola, and requested to exchange jerseys. Guardiola paused momentarily, gesturing to his suit. "You cheeky lad, are you coveting my suit?" While it is common for players to exchange jerseys, such exchanges between players and coaches are exceedingly rare. A notable instance occurred in 2018, when after a League Cup match against Bristol City, defender Aidan Flint jokingly approached Guardiola for a jersey swap. Guardiola declined at the time, but later sent Flint an identical suit, fulfilling his request. Now, several years later, Lin Quan had preemptively taken the initiative. The cameras captured this delightful moment, eliciting laughter from the audience. With the victory, Bayern supporters felt a wave of relief, and those near the coaching area began to chant, "Mr. Guardiola, give him your jersey. The Manchester City number 10 jersey isn't even available on the market. What a bargain." Currently, Lin Quan's number 10 jersey was still in production and had yet to be released widely. Even if one wished to purchase it, it was simply unattainable at that moment. Moreover, considering it was worn by him, it was indeed a limited edition among limited editions. On the other hand, Guardiola's suit, worth several $1,000s, was no trivial matter. "Look at my physique, can I even fit into your clothes?" Lin Quan jested, comparing their heights. Guardiola burst into laughter. All right, I shall give it to you. Consider it a memento of our first encounter." The inaugural encounter between father and son on the field holds a significance worthy of commemoration. Consequently, Lin Quan removed his jersey and presented it to Guardiola, who, in turn, exchanged his suit with Lin Quan. This peculiar jersey swap marked a memorable moment. After concluding the Audi Cup, Manchester City did not linger in Germany, opting instead to return to the UK by night flight. In light of the issues that arose during the Audi Cup, Pellegrini began to recalibrate the team's tactical approach. Aware of Yaya Touré's penchant for advancing into attack, he assigned him specific offensive responsibilities. However, Pellegrini stipulated that Touré could only venture forward when the team's defense was secure. Otherwise, he was not permitted to advance lightly. To address the lack of synergy among the front players, Pellegrini organized numerous training matches, ensuring that Lin Quan, Silva, and Agüero would frequently play together in fixed combinations. The cultivation of rapport is indeed possible. As they played together over time and became familiar with each other's playing styles, their understanding would naturally improve. After a week of intensive training, Pellegrini reached out to several teams for friendly matches to assess the team's condition. They first approached Fulham, a mid-tier Premier League team, followed by the more formidable Arsenal. Pellegrini intended to utilize the match against Fulham to hone their skills and find their rhythm, subsequently leveraging the momentum gained from defeating the Cottagers to face the Premier League giants, Arsenal. A victory over Arsenal would bolster the team's confidence and elevate their morale, thus allowing them to optimize their form before the onset of the Premier League. Fulham was more than willing to serve as sparring partners for Manchester City, albeit with the stipulation that the match be held at their home ground. This arrangement would enable them to capitalize on Manchester City's renown to sell tickets for additional revenue. Manchester City, not lacking in financial resources, viewed the ticket sales as inconsequential. The mere willingness of Fulham to engage in a friendly was sufficient. Arsenal agreed to the match, but the date was set for August 15th, somewhat later than preferred, as they had just concluded their Asian tour and were currently in the process of regaining their form. Though Wenger is not particularly fond of commercial activities, to sustain the team financially, Arsenal engaged in various commercial ventures over the summer. Asia, with its wealth and enthusiasm, proved to be a lucrative opportunity for Arsenal. Were it not for the vast distances involved, Wenger would have relished the chance to visit frequently. However, for elite clubs, such commercial endeavors inevitably impact their preparations for matches, necessitating careful consideration of the associated pros and cons. Some financial opportunities are viable, while others are not. Wenger is acutely aware of this reality, which is why Arsenal's Asian tour was limited to a fortnight, allowing them to return to the UK without significantly disrupting their pre-match preparations. However, after engaging in several matches with those lackluster teams from Asia, he grew concerned about the potential decline in his team's form. Upon returning to England, he commenced the search for suitable opponents to regain their rhythm, aiming to restore the team's condition before the commencement of the Premier League. Manchester City, possessing impressive theoretical strength, yet lacking the profound legacy of a true football giant, emerged as the ideal sparring partner for this purpose. Consequently, an agreement was reached, and Arsenal is set to visit the Etihad Stadium on August 15th to challenge Manchester City. Prior to this, on August 10th, Manchester City will face Fulham in an away match. This encounter attracted approximately 20,000 spectators to witness the event in person. Given the relatively modest size of Fulham's home ground, even with additional seating, its capacity is below 30,000. Thus, to have 20,000 attendees for a friendly match signifies a remarkably high attendance rate. Among the fans present, many were specifically drawn to Lin Quan, the individual touted as a peer to the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, eager to witness firsthand whether he truly possessed the rumored prowess. Not only were the fans intrigued, but Fulham's players also took particular note of Lin Quan. While standing in the player tunnel, Lin Quan observed the opposing players' gazes fixated upon him, with whispers exchanged among them, seemingly discussing him. Be cautious, they might be plotting to employ foul tactics against you. David Silva, positioned nearby, caught snippets of their hushed conversation and solemnly warned Lin Quan. Understood. Lin Quan nodded, recognizing that such thoughts were not surprising from Fulham's players. After all, upon his arrival in the Premier League, the British media had hastily labeled him as someone lacking in physical confrontation skills. The opposing players likely shared that sentiment. During the pre-match handshake, Fulham's left-back Richardson gripped Lin Quan's hand firmly, delivering a menacing warning. "Kid, watch your legs when you step onto the pitch." Lin Quan tightened his grip, causing Richardson's face to flush a deep shade of purple. "I extend the same warning to you. Be wary of your own legs." He has always adhered to the principle of tit for tat. Should anyone treat him disrespectfully, he would respond in kind without hesitation. Such bravado. This is the Premier League, a game for real men, Richardson exclaimed, wincing in pain. Noticing Richardson's incessant chatter, Lin Quan intensified his grip, nearly distorting the features of Richardson's face. "Give it a try?" Lin Quan shot a glance at Richardson before moving on to the next opponent. Fulham's defensive midfielder Sidwell observed his teammate's pale, pained hand and gulped nervously. "Can we skip the handshake?" Yet Lin Quan's hand had already extended towards him. Summoning his courage, Sidwell reluctantly offered his hand. After a brief touch with Lin Quan, he withdrew it as if shocked, fearful of meeting the same fate as Richardson. The reaction from the opposing team momentarily stunned Lin Quan. But once he grasped the underlying reason, a faint smile graced his face. Leaving such an impression on his adversaries was, in his view, not unwelcome news. At 19:30, the match commenced in earnest. Fulham seized the opportunity from the outset, launching an attack on Manchester City without a hint of the caution typically displayed when facing formidable opponents. It appeared they were intent on engaging in a direct confrontation with City. After all, it was merely a friendly match, not a competitive fixture. They owed it to the fans who had paid for tickets to deliver an entertaining performance. Should Fulham retreat into their own half, the supporters would likely unleash their ire upon them. Currently, Manchester City's vulnerability lay in their defensive line, while their attacking prowess was formidable. If Fulham sought to challenge them head-on, City would undoubtedly welcome the opportunity. Thus, Manchester City sounded the horn for an offensive onslaught, charging towards Fulham's penalty area. This marked Lin Quan's inaugural encounter with an English Premier League team, albeit in a warm-up match. However, both teams were bona fide Premier League sides, and even the referee was an official from the league. Therefore, the intensity of this match bore little difference from that of a competitive fixture. Experiencing it firsthand revealed that the pace of the Premier League was indeed brisk. However, this rapidity diverged from the swift, ground-based counterattacks of top-tier teams. Mid to lower-tier teams in the Premier League preferred to employ aerial balls. When the ball found its way to the feet of Fulham's players, they eschewed advancing on the ground, opting instead for high balls aimed at their forwards, compelling them to contest aerial duels. Should they win the aerial battle, they would deliver passes to teammates, directly bypassing the midfield to launch an assault on Manchester City's penalty area. If they failed to secure possession, they would hastily retreat to prevent counterattacks from their opponents. Was this not an outdated tactic reminiscent of long passes and high balls? Lin Quan found it astonishing that such strategies were still in use in this era. The offensive efficiency of this approach was notably low, with numerous defenders in Manchester City's backline. It would be no easy feat for the opposing forwards to claim the ball's landing spot. Even if they succeeded, there was no guarantee they could effectively distribute it to a teammate. Once possession was lost, they would be met with Manchester City's rapid counteroffensive. As anticipated, in the 13th minute of the first half, seizing upon an opponent's error, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their defensive zone and swiftly passed it to the flanks. The ball soon found its way to Lin Quan's feet. He had long noted the gaps in Fulham's defense, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward with the ball, charging toward Fulham's penalty area. Fulham's left back, Richardson, barreled towards Lin Quan with great fervor, disregarding the ball entirely and colliding directly with him. The Fulham fans in attendance widened their eyes, anticipation etched on their faces. They were ready to witness their defender overpower the number 10 player. It was rumored that Manchester City had not only lavished a substantial signing fee to bring this diminutive Spaniard on board, but had also offered him the highest salary in football, sparing no expense. The thought of their number 10 player being easily bested by a relatively ordinary defender in the Premier League stirred a sense of derision among Fulham's supporters, prompting them to ponder whether Manchester City's wealth truly translated to success. Will we still be bullied by Fulham? In the stands, aside from Fulham supporters, there sat a mysterious spectator. The esteemed Arsenal manager, Wenger, had also graced the occasion, keen to assess Manchester City, or perhaps more specifically, to evaluate Lin Quan's adaptation to the Premier League. Both Fulham and Arsenal are London-based teams, making it convenient for the professor to attend a match at the home of the Farmers. He has always held Lin Quan in high regard and expressed a strong desire to recruit him. Although that endeavor ultimately fell through, it did nothing to diminish the professor's admiration for Lin Quan. Nevertheless, Wenger was acutely aware of the fierce competition in the Premier League. He himself was uncertain whether Lin Quan could acclimatize to the league's pace. At that moment, as he witnessed Fulham's defender barreling towards Lin Quan with ferocity, his heart raced involuntarily. Lin Quan is a prodigy. He must not sustain an injury. Suddenly, a sharp collision echoed through the air. Richardson and Lin Quan collided head-on. Surprisingly, it was not Lin Quan who was knocked down, but Richardson himself. The latter bounced off as if hitting a wall, landing on the ground with a face full of disbelief. How could this be? How did this kid not fall? Lin Quan cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Richardson. If Ramos cannot take me down, what are you? After Richardson's unsuccessful defense, the path ahead for Lin Quan was clear. The Fulham defenders, seemingly taken aback by their teammates' failure to intercept, only began to move now. But it was evidently too late. Seizing the opportunity before the opposing center-back could recover, Lin Quan dribbled past Richardson and surged into the penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he executed a delicate lob, sending the ball into the net. The score was altered to 1-0. Witnessing Lin Quan knock down their own defender and score against them, the Fulham fans fell silent. This script is not quite what we imagined. Chapter 10. Iron Will. Am I seeing this correctly? Lin Quan has just outmaneuvered their defender? Haha, I saw it too. Fulham's imposing left-back, standing at 1.8 meters, charged towards Lin Quan, intent on knocking him down, only to find himself utterly humiliated by Lin Quan. Incredible. Who would have thought Lin Quan possessed such physical prowess? For context, although Lin Quan stands at only 173 centimeters, he weighs 73 kilograms. In contrast, Fulham's left-back Richardson, at 180 centimeters, weighs merely 70 kilograms. Their assumption that Lin Quan was an easy target turned out to be a miscalculation. I can't believe Lin Quan is so solidly built. It's not apparent at all. This is the essence of not judging a book by its cover. Well done, Lin. David Silva, witnessing Lin Quan's triumph in the face-off and his subsequent goal, excitedly ran over to celebrate with a high five. In the Premier League, these players prey on the weak. The softer you are, the more they will take advantage of you. If you demonstrate strength and teach them a lesson, they will think twice before acting so brazenly. This is the invaluable insight from David Silva, which holds significant reference for Lin Quan's upcoming journey in the Premier League. Thank you, David. After listening, Lin Quan contemplatively glanced back at Richardson, who had just been helped up by his teammates. David's implication is to encourage me to continue teaching this fellow a lesson? How did I end up losing to that kid? Talbot helped his fallen teammate to his feet, perplexed. It's nothing, I just slipped. Next time, I'll show him my strength. Richardson, reluctant to admit his defeat in physical confrontation, intentionally concocted an excuse to salvage his pride. Well, that's good. Next time, I'll join you in dealing with him. Talbot patted Richardson on the shoulder before returning to his defensive position. At that moment, Lin Quan turned his gaze toward Richardson, who felt a chill run down his spine from Lin Quan's sinister look, sensing an ominous feeling. The match continued, and under Lin Quan's orchestrating guidance, Manchester City's attacks grew increasingly fluid. The Fulham players, admittedly, lacked the technical finesse of their Manchester City counterparts, rendering it nearly impossible for them to seize the ball without resorting to fouls. However, this is the Premier League, where avoiding fouls is a rarity. Much like many mid to lower tier clubs in the Premier League, Fulham's players excelled at utilizing their physical advantages. Consequently, scenes of them bringing down Manchester City's ball carriers became frequent. Such actions would typically be deemed fouls in other leagues, but in the Premier League, the referees adopted a lenient stance, often overlooking many infractions, subtly encouraging physical confrontations among players. The leniency of the main referee emboldened Fulham's players, making them increasingly reckless. Amidst their continuous physical clashes and fouls, Manchester City's attacks began to stutter. Notably, Lin Quan bore the brunt of the infringements. As the focal point of Manchester City's offense, he held the ball for the longest duration, thanks to his exceptional dribbling skills. It was considerably more challenging for opponents to dispossess him than it was to snatch the ball from other Manchester City players. Thus, whenever Fulham's players failed to intercept, they resorted to fouling him, denying him the opportunity to break through or dribble past. Within the first 30 minutes of the first half, Lin Quan had already been brought down at least 10 times. Among them, Fulham's left-back Richardson committed the most fouls. Having learned from a previous defeat, he realized that the opponent's physical prowess was not inferior to his own. Merely employing reasonable collisions to counter him would not only prove ineffective, but could also result in his own embarrassment. Therefore, he began to adopt a strategy of fouling Lin Quan. After all, with the Premier League's loose officiating, many fouls might not even be called. Even if they were, as long as he avoided a card, it was inconsequential. After once again bringing Lin Quan to the ground, the referee merely whistled for a foul. offering nothing more than a verbal warning. Richardson, seemingly unfazed, smugly addressed Lin Quan, saying, "Welcome to the Premier League, young man. This is our way of hospitality." The Fulham fans in the stands erupted in delight as they witnessed their opponent's key player being repeatedly toppled. This was precisely the spectacle they had anticipated. However, after each of the 4 instances where Fulham players brought Lin Quan down, he promptly rose to his feet, showing no inclination to roll on the ground or waste time. Standing tall, he quickly rejoined the offensive play, appearing completely unperturbed. This resilience began to dim the smiles of the Fulham supporters. Although he was an opponent, they could not help but acknowledge that Manchester City's number 10 was indeed to their liking. How was it possible that he could not be knocked down? It was utterly ridiculous. Was he made of iron? Truly formidable. I had anticipated that with such refined footwork, he would behave like those delicate technical players, protesting to the referee or rolling on the ground when fouled. Yet this young man did not utter a single complaint. His style of play bore a resemblance to the likes of Keane or even Cantona, though without the latter's rebelliousness. On the other side, Wenger found a spark of hope as he observed Lin Quan, who was evidently unfazed by the opponent's foul tactics. Instead, he had begun to adapt to the rhythm of the Premier League, improving his performance on the field. This alleviated Wenger's earlier concerns. It seemed Lin Quan had no issues adjusting to the pace of the league. However, this thought caused a flicker of sadness in the professor's eyes. What a splendid player he was, yet alas, he could not join Arsenal. What a pity. The Fulham players, who had initially anticipated a spectacle of ridicule, seemed to be swayed by Lin Quan's tenacious style of play. When Lin Quan was once again fouled by a Fulham player and swiftly got back up, they no longer laughed at him. Some even offered him applause. Possessing exceptional technical skills alone might not win over Premier League fans, but combining that talent with a robust playing style certainly garnered admiration. Nevertheless, the Fulham supporters soon found their amusement waning. While Lin Quan was continuously subjected to fouls, he keenly observed the referee's leniency in officiating. Upon confirming the relaxed standards of the Premier League referees, he began to turn the tables. In the 38th minute of the match, Fulham attempted to mount a counterattack after regaining possession. As Richardson prepared to surge forward with the ball to assist, he was unexpectedly brought down by a sliding tackle that sent him crashing to the ground. Writhing in pain, Richardson clutched his leg and cried out. The Fulham supporters erupted in uproar, and upon realizing who had committed the foul, they erupted into a chorus of outrage. Red card. Show that lad a red card. The Spanish rogue is utterly despicable. The one at fault is not another, but Lin Quan, who has been continuously fouled by Richardson. The referee, positioned nearby, clearly observed the incident. Lin Quan's foot first made contact with the ball before subsequently bringing down Richardson, rendering it a legitimate play. In other leagues, this might warrant a mere foul call. Yet in the Premier League, where the officiating has been notably lenient, a foul call now would result in inconsistent standards, potentially leading to accusations of biased officiating against Manchester City. Thus, amidst the protests of the home crowd, the referee, maintaining a stoic demeanor, signaled for the game to proceed. After making this gesture, he cast a glance at Lin Quan, who, after the tackle, seemed utterly unfazed, ignoring the fallen Richardson as he charged towards the ball. This fierce determination bore a resemblance to the tenacity of Manchester United's former captain, Roy Keane. However, one must question, how can a player of Manchester City embody the ironclad spirit of Manchester United? Upon witnessing the referee's decision, the home supporters expressed their discontent vociferously, showering the officiating crew with boos. Not only did they jeer the referees, but Lin Quan also found himself in their crosshairs. Previously, when Lin Quan was fouled by their players, they cheered loudly. Yet, when Lin retaliated in kind, they could not accept it. Some among them seemed eager to rush onto the field and extract a red card from the referee's pocket to send Lin Quan off. The double standards of the Fulham fans were laid bare in that moment. As the match continued, the ball remained in Manchester City's possession, leaving Fulham's players unable to attend to the incapacitated Richardson. After wailing on the ground for a while, realizing he garnered no attention, Richardson had no choice but to rise from the turf, limping back into the fray. Lin Quan's earlier kick was not light. Upon falling, Richardson questioned whether his leg had been broken by the tackle. Fortunately, he had only been struck on the shin, a painful yet unbroken bone. Feeling the sharp pangs coursing through his leg, Richardson instinctively maintained his distance from Lin Quan. At that moment, he was disinclined to provoke Lin Quan. as the latter's tackle had instilled a psychological apprehension within him. Richardson came to understand that Lin Quan was the type who would retaliate fiercely. He was tough on himself and even tougher on others, thus it was wise to avoid inciting him. However, avoiding confrontation with Lin Quan did not equate to Lin Quan refraining from seeking him out. In the 44th minute, the ball found its way back to Lin Quan, who initiated another assault on Fulham's penalty area from the right flank. As a fullback, Richardson found no escape and had to brace himself for the challenge. Fortunately, the ball was under the opponent's control, and he assumed there would be no further fouls against him. Yet, reality proved his assumption overly simplistic. Observing Richardson's hesitance, Lin Quan deftly maneuvered the ball, accelerating past him. In a desperate bid, Richardson positioned himself to block, grasping Lin Quan's shirt to prevent him from advancing. Lin Quan took the initiative to approach his opponent, executing the renowned technique, Tais Han Cao, which sent Richardson stumbling back several steps before he fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, deftly maneuvering past Stekelenburg, and scored into an open net, altering the score to 2-0. Following the goal, Lin Quan did not celebrate with his teammates. Instead, he approached Richardson, saying, "Thank you for your warm welcome. I hope you appreciate my hospitality." The players from both teams and the spectators were left in astonishment, witnessing a newcomer to the Premier League teach a seasoned veteran a lesson. After taking a 2-0 lead, Manchester City substituted several players in the second half, with Pellegrini experimenting with various defensive formations to determine which combination suited his preferences best. Such a significant alteration to City's defense should have presented Fulham with an opportunity. However, Fulham's offensive tactics were exceedingly one-dimensional, relying solely on high balls and crosses, which made it difficult for them to execute cohesive ground play. Once Manchester City's defenders adapted to this singular approach, it posed little threat. In the 79th minute of the second half, Lin Quan assisted Agüero in scoring another goal, bringing the score to 3-0. Ultimately, with contributions from Lin Quan and Agüero, Manchester City triumphed over Fulham with a score of 3-0, marking a triumphant start to their pre-season. 5 days later, Manchester City returned to their home ground to face the formidable challenge posed by Arsenal, whose prowess far surpassed that of Fulham. Arsenal's players excelled in intricate ground passing and movement, contrasting sharply with Fulham's simplistic aerial strategy. The rhythm of Arsenal's dazzling ground play left City's defense struggling to keep pace. Before the first half concluded, Arsenal had already netted 2 goals, scored by the talented Walcott and Ramsey, with Walcott notably contributing both a goal and an assist. Walcott, having been signed by Wenger at the tender age of 17, has consistently met the high expectations placed upon him. Last season, he scored 21 goals across all competitions, averaging 0.5 goals per match, making him the top scorer for Arsenal. To retain the young talent, Arsenal, at Wenger's behest, offered him a lucrative contract worth $100,000 per week, amounting to approximately $6 million annually, a substantial sum for a player of just 23 years. However, across the pitch, there was a player in Manchester City earning 4 times that amount. Observing Walcott's prowess in City's defense, Lin Quan could not remain a mere spectator. He too made significant contributions in the first half, scoring 1 goal and assisting Silva for another. The first half concluded with a score of 2-2, leaving both teams dissatisfied with the outcome. Pellegrini expressed his dissatisfaction with his team's defense, which was too easily penetrated by the opponent's intricate passing tactics, while Wenger lamented his midfield's inability to control the game and his defenders' failure to contain Lin Quan. Consequently, both teams made adjustments during the halftime break. Arsenal substituted the soft-spoken and confrontation-averse Ozil for the Spanish international Cazorla. This change proved remarkably effective, as Cazorla swiftly assisted Giroud, who scored from within the penalty area. Arsenal took the lead, momentarily ahead of Manchester City with a score of 3-2. However, Cazorla, while more in tune with his teammates, was not particularly robust in physicality, and thus, Arsenal's underlying issue of fragility remained unresolved. As Lin Quan dropped deeper into midfield, Manchester City began to impose their dominance over Arsenal. The possession gradually tilted in favor of City. However, Lin Quan's retreat diminished the attacking cohesion, significantly weakening their offensive threat. At this juncture, Manchester City fans keenly felt Lin Quan's pivotal role on the pitch. Though he had joined the team not long ago, he had become an indispensable asset. This young player adeptly orchestrated attacks in the forward position and, upon retreating, helped control the midfield. Operating as a winger, he could both break through defenses and deliver high-quality crosses, aiding his teammates in scoring. Truly a multifaceted talent. On the Arsenal bench, assistant coach Pat Rice marveled at Lin Quan's performance. Although Lin Quan played a free role with no fixed position, his freedom of movement was extraordinary. Such a roaming player posed significant challenges to Arsenal's defense. Indeed, Lin was a player of genius caliber. Wenger held Lin Quan in even higher regard than his assistant, considering him a talent he had once overlooked. In the 72nd minute of the match, Lin Quan received the ball while positioned as a defensive midfielder. Before the opponent could launch an aggressive press, he assessed their defensive alignment. Aguero, noticing Lin Quan in possession, immediately made a run, seeking to exploit any space. Having benefited from Lin Quan's passes multiple times, Aguero was now entirely confident in his teammates' passing ability. Despite their distance, he had no doubt that if he could find space, Lin Quan would deliver the ball to his feet. Aguero's instinct proved correct. Observing Aguero's movement, Lin Quan decisively struck the ball, executing a magnificent long pass exceeding 40 meters. The ball seemed to possess its own vision, finding Aguero with pinpoint accuracy as he was in motion. To Aguero's astonishment, he discovered a clear path ahead of him as Lin Quan's pass sliced through Arsenal's defense. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The Premier League officially commences. Arsenal attempted to create an offside trap, but it was a fine play, and the linesman did not raise his flag. The commentary at the event was delivered at an exhilarating pace, describing Manchester City's latest offensive maneuver. Aguero surged into the penalty area, prompting Szczesny to make a decisive advance. Aguero deftly slotted the ball towards the far corner, striking the post before it ricocheted into the net. The score was once again level at 3-3. The Manchester City supporters, witnessing the remarkable long-distance collaboration between Lin Quan and Aguero, leapt to their feet, their eyes fixated on Aguero as he raced towards the opposing goal. Only when Aguero seized the opportunity to find the net did they exhale in relief. Subsequently, rapturous applause and cheers reverberated throughout the Etihad Stadium. For the fans who secured tickets, this match was undeniably worth the price of admission. Although merely a friendly encounter, the absence of league standings allowed both teams to adopt an audacious tactical approach. The first half was a display of attacking football, characterized by a lively exchange of blows. While the intensity waned in the second half, the fervent tussles in midfield and Lin Quan's exquisite long-range pass kept the spectators on the edge of their seats. Perhaps they ought to be grateful for the nature of a friendly match. Without the pressure of league points, the teams exhibited a relaxed demeanor, enabling the high-caliber performance. Once league play begins, the need for points often leads to conservative tactics, resulting in a less entertaining style of football. Though the outcome of this friendly match was inconsequential, neither Arsenal nor Manchester City wished to concede defeat. Thus, in the remaining moments, both teams exerted every effort to outmaneuver their opponent. However, fortune seemed to elude them. In the 67th minute of the second half, Manchester City forward Aguero squandered a one-on-one opportunity. On Arsenal's side, Giroud's header struck the crossbar, missing a chance to alter the scoreline. Ultimately, as the match concluded, neither team could change the score, and after 90 minutes, they finished the friendly tied at 3-3. Following the match, Wenger approached Pellegrini, embracing his counterpart and expressing, "I truly envy you for having such a remarkable group of players." Pellegrini responded with a smile. "Arsenal's talented geniuses are equally enviable, and your esteemed position at Arsenal is beyond what a coach like myself can compare." Wenger smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Unlike Pellegrini, who embodies the modern coaching archetype, Wenger is a traditional football manager. His responsibilities at Arsenal extend beyond mere coaching on the pitch. He also engages in the operational aspects of the club. Pellegrini, in contrast, shares the same primary focus as other coaches in the top leagues, concentrating on training and matches, while the club's football director oversees operations. Thus, his authority is far less extensive than Wenger's. The role of football manager is a vestige of a bygone era in the Premier League. With Ferguson's retirement, the number of coaches holding such a position has dwindled. Now, the title of football manager is arguably held by Wenger alone. For a coach, it is only natural to desire greater authority. Hence, the position of football manager is highly coveted. However, for clubs, it is undesirable for a head coach to wield excessive power, especially in the current climate. where managerial changes occur with increasing frequency. Granting too much authority to a head coach is not in the club's best interest. Consequently, the role of a football director is established to partake in team management, thereby sharing some of the coach's power. This trend has become increasingly evident, and it appears irreversible. Upon hearing Pellegrini's words, Wenger found himself at a loss for a response. Even he feels like a remnant of a bygone era once he retires. The position of football manager may very well vanish, relegated to the annals of history. On the pitch, Cazorla approached Lin Quan and apologized. "My apologies, Lin. I tackled you several times while defending. Please do not take it to heart." Lin Quan smiled and replied, "It's fine. On the field, we each play for our respective teams. If you go easy on me, it would be unfair to the salary you earn." Cazorla nodded repeatedly, appreciating Lin Quan's perspective and generosity. No wonder coaches like Bosque and Wenger hold Lin Quan in such high regard. His mindset is not one that is commonly found. However, we are teammates on the national team. Your heavy tackles have left me feeling quite disheartened. Haha, I understand. When you come to London next time, I'll treat you to hot pot. I know an authentic Chongqing hot pot restaurant that will surely warm you up. That sounds more like it. Next time you visit Manchester, the meal is on me. Agreed. After the friendly match, Pellegrini granted the entire team a day off. This is likely their last respite before the new Premier League season commences, as they will soon enter a fast-paced schedule. On August 17th, the Premier League officially kicks off. The opening match features Liverpool hosting Stoke City, who finished 13th in the previous season. Just by the names of the two teams, one might assume that Liverpool has a significant advantage. However, the reality may not align with this assumption. In recent seasons, Liverpool's performance has been lackluster. Although they are one of the traditional powerhouses of the Premier League, they have missed out on the Champions League for 4 consecutive seasons since Benitez's departure. The once formidable Reds, who dominated both the Premier League and Champions League, have seen their recent performances plummet to disheartening levels. Playing at home, Liverpool's first half was exceedingly dull. They seemed eager to launch an attack, yet the team struggled to find a clear direction. Last season, Suarez played a pivotal role in their offensive success, but due to his biting incident at the end of the last season, he was handed a 10-match suspension by the FA. This means he will be unable to represent Liverpool in the first 6 matches of this season. Without Suarez, Liverpool's attacking front has been woefully inadequate. This situation has caused immense distress among the supporters of the Reds at Anfield. Liverpool's performance in the opening matches over the past 4 seasons has been dismal, with 2 losses and 2 draws, leaving them without a single victory. A sense of apprehension looms over them. Will the team once again falter in this year's opener? The fans of the Reds find it unbearable to confront such a harsh reality, and, in a show of solidarity, they passionately sing their renowned anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," lending their voices as a source of encouragement for the team. Accompanied by the fervent chants of the supporters, Liverpool's players gradually seem to regain their form. In the 37th minute of the first half, Daniel Sturridge emerged as a savior. Receiving a pass from Aspas from 22 meters away and delivering a stunning long-range shot that found the back of the net, marking the first goal of the Premier League season and the only goal of the match. Ultimately, thanks to Sturridge's golden strike, the Reds broke free from 4 years of misfortune, securing a victory in their opening match at last. Notably, this season witnessed the introduction of goal line technology. In the second half, Liverpool had a shot that struck the woodwork and rebounded on the goal line. After verification through the goal line technology, it was determined that the ball had not completely crossed the line, thus it was ruled as no goal. Following the conclusion of the opening match between Liverpool and Stoke City, the Premier League officially commenced. In the subsequent 5 matches, Arsenal, who had just completed a warm-up match against Manchester City, faced an unexpected defeat at home, losing 1-3 to Aston Villa. Arsenal's loss felt particularly unjust, as they had taken the lead just 6 minutes into the match. However, they were awarded 2 penalties against them in the 21st and 61st minutes. While the first penalty decision was relatively uncontroversial, the second one in the 61st minute sparked considerable debate. Aston Villa's forward, Agbonlahor, surged into the penalty area and was brought down by Koscielny. Slow-motion replays revealed that Koscielny had made contact with the ball before tripping the player, showcasing what could have been a commendable tackle. Yet, the referee deemed it a foul, issuing Koscielny a yellow card and awarding Aston Villa a second penalty. Bentic seized the opportunity to convert the penalty, giving his team a 2-1 lead over Arsenal. At this juncture, Arsenal still had a chance. With 30 minutes remaining in the match, given their attacking prowess, if they could adjust their mindset, they had the potential to equalize or even turn the tide. However, the young Arsenal players were noticeably affected by their emotions, particularly Koscielny, who struggled to accept the unjust decision that had led to their disadvantage, resulting in a significant mental imbalance. Wenger's indecisiveness in making timely adjustments was laid bare, as he failed to substitute Koscielny, despite recognizing his distress. Merely 5 minutes later, Koscielny committed another foul, receiving a second yellow card from the referee. 2 yellows turned into a red, leaving Arsenal not only a goal behind, but also 1 player short. In the 85th minute of the match, Aston Villa capitalized on Arsenal's anxious offensive mindset, seizing a counterattack opportunity to score once more. At this point, Arsenal found themselves utterly powerless to recover. This marked the first time in 13 seasons that Arsenal had succumbed to defeat in the opening round of the Premier League. The Gunners, known for their ferocity at the start of each season, appeared to have lost their enchanting prowess this time around. Aside from Arsenal's misfortune, the other elite teams exhibited a rather uneventful performance. Tottenham narrowly triumphed over newly promoted Crystal Palace with a score of 1-0, while Chelsea comfortably secured a 2-0 victory against Hull City at home. Manchester United, another focal point of attention, achieved a resounding 4-1 away victory against Swansea in their opening match. This was Moyes' inaugural game since taking the helm at Manchester United, and the team's performance could be considered a commendable start. However, doubts lingered regarding Moyes' ability to sustain the dominance that characterized the Ferguson era at United. Few held optimism for Moyes to replicate the past successes of Manchester United. While they triumphed over Swansea, the opponent was hardly formidable. To truly validate United's strength, Moyes would need to demonstrate prowess in encounters against more formidable rivals. Conveniently, in the second round, United would face Chelsea, providing a crucial opportunity to assess Moyes' coaching acumen. The concluding match of the opening round unfolded between Manchester City and Newcastle. Due to scheduling, this match commenced 3 days later than the opening fixture, allowing all of Manchester City's competitors ample time to observe and evaluate their competitive form. This season, Manchester City has indulged in lavish spending in the transfer market, continuing the trend of extravagant acquisitions established in recent seasons. Furthermore, the signing of the phenomenal player Lin Quan has heightened curiosity regarding Manchester City's capabilities. People eagerly anticipated whether City, as a nouveau riche, could transform from a parvenu into a new powerhouse in the Premier League, akin to Chelsea's rise in previous years. The atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium was particularly vibrant, with local rivals Manchester United and scouts from the Big Four, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Liverpool, all present to witness the match. Even United's manager, Moyes, made an appearance, as they prepared for an upcoming derby against City in the 5th round. For Moyes, a draw or even a loss to Chelsea would be acceptable due to their formidable prowess, but losing to Manchester City would be an entirely different matter. This team had long been subjugated by United for decades, although they had recently transformed from a struggling entity to a rising force. They had yet to fully achieve the status of a true powerhouse. Therefore, Moyes' Manchester United must assert dominance over them. Losing to City would undoubtedly provoke ire among United's fanbase. The external opinions regarding him will undoubtedly cast a shadow over his time at Manchester United, making his experience there exceedingly arduous. In this match, Manchester City's manager Pellegrini placed immense importance on the encounter, fielding what he deemed to be the strongest lineup. Manchester City adopted a 4-4-2 formation for this match. Goalkeeper Joe Hart, right-back Zabaleta, center-backs Kompany and Lescott, and left-back Kolarov, left midfielder Navas, holding midfielders Fernandinho and Yaya Touré, and right midfielder David Silva, forwards Lin Quan and Agüero. Initially, both forwards were positioned at the forefront, yet as the match commenced, Lin Quan retreated to assume the role of a shadow striker, while still fulfilling the responsibilities of an attacking midfielder. The 4-4-2 formation, an age-old strategy favored by Premier League teams, provides a balanced approach to both offense and defense. When defending, the quartet in midfield can withdraw, reducing the distance to the backline, thereby constricting the opponent's attacking space and enhancing the defensive team's margin for error, making it exceedingly challenging for adversaries to breach their defense. Conversely, during offensive play, the wide midfielders can effortlessly transition into wingers, linking up with the 2 forwards ahead, thereby doubling the attacking personnel and creating multiple avenues for attack, leaving opponents at a loss. However, This formation does necessitate a high caliber of midfield players. Those with average abilities may struggle to fully exploit the advantages of this setup. Fortunately for Manchester City, this concern is non-existent. Their midfield is replete with talent, particularly with Navas and Silva flanking the sides. While their defensive capabilities may be slightly lacking, their attacking prowess is undoubtedly reliable. At precisely 1800 hours, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match between Manchester City and Newcastle officially commenced. Amidst the fervent cheers of the spectators, City players launched a relentless assault on their opponents from the very first second. Newcastle appeared oblivious to the ferocity of the onslaught, quickly finding themselves on the back foot, with their goal under constant threat. In the first minute of the match, Manchester City executed their inaugural shot on goal. Lin Quan received a pass from Silva at the edge of the penalty area, evading the interference of a Newcastle midfielder, and unleashed a long-range shot just outside the box. The ball sailed slightly over the crossbar, though it failed to find the net, yet the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause for Lin Quan. It was evident that the fans recognized Lin Quan's fervent desire to attack in this match, heightening their anticipation for his performance at the Etihad Stadium. Lin Quan would not disappoint his supporters. In the 6th minute, Silva once again broke through on the flank and provided an assist. Instead of attempting another long-range shot, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, skillfully maneuvering with quick footwork to bypass two defenders before executing a composed lob, securing his debut goal in the Premier League. The chapter concludes. Chapter 12, Sudden Twist, Unexpected Injury. This young man has integrated into the team more swiftly than we anticipated. On the stands, Moyes frowned and remarked to his assistant. His presence at the match today was primarily to assess two individuals: the tactical approach and in-game management of the Chilean engineer Pellegrini, and the performance state of Lin Quan. He possessed data on the other Manchester City players, yet these two remained somewhat unfamiliar to him. Neither had previously coached or played in the Premier League, leaving the public uncertain of their ability to adapt to the pace and style of the English game. Thus far, Pellegrini's tactics appeared rather conventional. The 4-4-2 formation he deployed is commonplace among Premier League coaches. Additionally, the brevity of the match thus far hindered any assessment of Pellegrini's in-game command and substitutions, making it difficult to further gauge his capabilities. However, Lin Quan was a different story. Based on his performance in the first half, Moyes harbored no doubts about his ability to acclimate to the Premier League. It is no wonder the public refers to him as the third figure alongside Messi and Ronaldo. He indeed possesses such talent. With this in mind, Moyes instructed his assistant. Upon our return, please retrieve footage of his matches in the Bundesliga and the Spanish national team. I wish to study him closely. Although football is a team endeavor, the influence of a superstar on the pitch is undeniably significant. Superstars often require but a moment of brilliance to alter the score through their individual prowess. Consider Messi. Who could have predicted that a simple pass from Busquets would allow him to penetrate Real Madrid's entire defense? Such displays belong to the realm of the extraordinary. Even if placed in the same position, Messi might not replicate such a miracle. Yet, as long as they are on the field, the potential for such moments exists. And one must remain vigilant. The assistant, taken aback, noted Moyes' high regard for Manchester City. After all, they were merely a group of newly affluent players. Was it truly necessary to hold them in such esteem? Times have changed. The current Manchester City is not what it once was. Observing his assistant's nonchalance, Moyes emphasized, "Do not underestimate them. I do not wish to suffer the bitter consequences of underestimating an opponent. We have just arrived at Manchester United. Every match demands our utmost caution, leaving no room for error, particularly in a derby against Manchester City, the significance of which cannot be overstated." Thinking of their current situation at Manchester United, the assistant immediately straightened up, nodding emphatically. "Rest assured, David, I will ensure everything is handled properly." After scoring, Lin Quan sprinted to the sidelines, placing his hands to his ears, beckoning applause from the Manchester City supporters. Even without his request, the City fans were never stingy with their cheers and applause. Upon witnessing his remarkable maneuvers, the fans erupted into fervent applause and exuberant cheers, causing the volume within the stadium to soar dramatically. "Lin, well done. Keep it up and score again. Lin, net another one. Lin, go for a hat trick." As the enthusiastic calls of the supporters reached his ears, Lin Quan beamed and waved back, even signaling an okay gesture. This response only heightened the fans' excitement. Some supporters, positioned closely, were so eager they nearly leapt from the stands. yearning to rush onto the pitch and celebrate alongside Lin Quan. However, they were promptly restrained by the vigilant security personnel, who were prepared for any eventualities given the anticipated intensity of the match, having hired over 1,000 security staff to maintain order. In retrospect, that expenditure proved worthwhile. Manchester City's fans were jubilant over Lin Quan's goal, while the Newcastle supporters were less fortunate in their spirits. The fans of the Magpies gazed enviously at the player donning the blue jersey, number 10, unable to suppress their admiration. Once, under the leadership of Kevin Keegan, they too had a super striker, the record holder for the most goals in Premier League history, and in a single season, the illustrious Alan Shearer. Yet, Shearer had long since retired, and Newcastle had lost its former glory. Just a few seasons prior, they had even endured the humiliation of relegation to the Championship. The prospect of the team's resurgence appeared bleak, while Manchester City, once struggling in the lower echelons of the league alongside them, had quietly ascended to prominence. This left the Magpies fans feeling a mix of envy and resentment, pondering when such fortune might grace their own club. We cannot allow that young man to score at will. Indeed, we must thwart him. The Newcastle players were frustrated and even incensed, having conceded a goal just 6 minutes into the match, with the scorer audaciously promising the fans a hat trick. This was truly intolerable. While Newcastle may not possess the same caliber as Manchester City, it did not imply they were easy prey. Even if victory eluded them, they were determined to prevent the opposing number 10 from adding to his tally. Resuming play amidst palpable hostility, Lin Quan immediately sensed a shift. Newcastle's defense had tightened considerably, frequently resorting to fouls to impede his progress. Recognizing their defensive strategy, Lin swiftly adapted his approach. He began to curtail his own ball touches while increasing his passing frequency, aiming to assist his teammates in evading the defenders. This tactic soon bore fruit. As Newcastle intensified their focus on Lin, their vigilance towards the other Manchester City players naturally waned. In the 21st minute, David Silva made a late run, assisting Lin Quan as they executed a series of 3-wall passes, penetrating the penalty area. At that moment, the football rested at Lin Quan's feet as he poised himself to strike from the edge of the box. Newcastle's players regarded his threat as surpassing that of David Silva, thus prioritizing their defensive efforts against him. Center-back Taylor and defensive midfielder Guffrin instinctively surged towards Lin Quan, intent on sandwiching him between their two bodies to stifle the impending offensive near the edge of the penalty area. Observing their maneuver, Lin Quan swiftly adjusted his strategy. Before they could close in, he threaded the ball through the narrow gaps to Silva. Newcastle's defensive formation had been disrupted by his clever play, drawing ample attention away from Silva, who, should he evade his immediate markers, would find himself in a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. Stop him. The defenders of Newcastle, gripped by trepidation, were taken aback by Lin Quan's ability to deliver the ball in such a confined space. The proximity to the goal was alarming. Any player receiving the ball within the penalty area could potentially score, with merely 20 minutes elapsed in the match. Conceding a goal at this juncture would obliterate their chances of securing any points. Thus, it was imperative to thwart the impending attack. Mbaiwa felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders as he witnessed Silva, akin to a cunning eel, slither into the penalty area. He quickly assessed the distance between himself and the ball. This was a 50-50 situation. He lacked the confidence to intercept the ball before Silva. Consequently, Mbaiwa made a decisive choice. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged to the ground, exposing his studs towards Silva. His strategy was clear. If Silva received the ball, he risked injury from the tackle. If he refrained, he would squander a prime attacking opportunity. Mbaiwa intended to intimidate his opponent into hesitance. At present, Manchester City held the lead, boasting a highly paid, immensely talented star. Logically, one would presume that David Silva would not risk himself recklessly. Thus, in this tactical duel, the moment Mbaiwa revealed his studs, he believed himself to be in a position of invulnerability. However, what Mbaiwa did not anticipate was that Silva was entirely oblivious to his impending challenge. Preoccupied with not squandering Lin Quan's assist, he failed to recognize Mbaiwa's perilous approach until it was far too late. The sharp whistle pierced the air, causing an uproar in the Etihad Stadium. Countless Manchester City fans craned their necks, their concern centered not on the referee's decision regarding the foul, but rather on whether David Silva had sustained an injury. Although not the marquee star of Manchester City, Silva had, during his 3 seasons with the club, contributed to their triumph in the FA Cup, a league title. and was named the club's player of the season for 2011 to 2012. Prior to Lin Quan's arrival, Silva had been the favorite among Manchester City's players. Yet now, this venerable stalwart lay crumpled on the ground, having been brutally taken down in the penalty area, inciting waves of anxiety among the fans. "Get up, David. Please don't be hurt." A group of anxious fans shouted towards David Silva, who lay on the grass, hoping he would hear their cries and rise to his feet. However, as he remained unmoving, some of the more fragile supporters could no longer contain their distress and began to weep, witnessing Silva being brought down without immediately recovering. Manchester City's coach, Manuel Pellegrini, sprang from the bench, hurrying to the sidelines to ascertain Silva's condition. Silva was a vital member of the team, playing a monumental role in their forward line. With the new season just beginning, it was crucial that he remained unscathed. In the box at the Etihad Stadium, the club's owner, Mansour, who had flown in from the Middle East to watch the match, leaped to his feet upon seeing Silva sprawled in the opponent's penalty area, exclaiming a string of expletives. How dare they commit such an audacious foul? If they could foul David Silva today, they could just as easily target the superstar he had brought back for over £100 million tomorrow. The horrifying image of Lin Quan's leg being broken by an opponent sent a shiver down Mansour's spine. This could not be allowed to happen without intervention. He must do something to protect the players of Manchester City. In that moment, Mansour resolved to lodge a complaint with the FA, demanding the implementation of policies to safeguard star players. If such protective measures were not established promptly, the allure of the Premier League for elite players would inevitably diminish. Superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi shunned the Premier League precisely because of the rampant fouling by defenders. What superstar would risk their career by playing in the Premier League? The departure of Ronaldo and Messi to La Liga had resulted in the latter overshadowing the Premier League, which had lost its status as the world's Premier League. Should this situation persist, it was conceivable that the Premier League could suffer further decline, potentially falling behind the Bundesliga or even Serie A. He was confident that if he articulated the stakes clearly, the FA would respond. On the pitch, Manchester City players rushed into Newcastle's penalty area, anxiously surrounding Silva. The team doctor hurried over with a medical kit to assess his injuries. Lin Quan was furious. As the closest Manchester City player to the incident, he had witnessed Mbaiwa's foul firsthand. Unable to contain his anger, he confronted Mbaiwa, shoving him forcefully and demanding to know why he had acted so recklessly. Mbaiwa, not one to back down easily, raised his fists, ready to teach Lin Quan a lesson. However, the Newcastle players, sensing the escalating situation, quickly intervened to restrain him from being sent off. In truth, Mbaiwa was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fierce response from his opponent. He had merely intended to intimidate them into relinquishing the opportunity, never expecting that they would charge at him so boldly. After all, it was just a game. Did it warrant such desperation? The referee offered no opportunity for explanation. Within the penalty area, the sandals of Mbaiwa struck dangerously, yet the ball remained untouched. In his eyes, this constituted a most grievous foul. Even amidst the Premier League's lenient officiating, such misconduct could not be overlooked. Consequently, a yellow card was issued to Mbaiwa. This decision left both Mbaiwa and the Manchester City supporters in bewilderment. Everyone, including Mbaiwa himself, anticipated a red card. Thus, the referee's seemingly severe judgment culminated in a mere yellow card, which was met with a chorus of boos that engulfed the Etihad Stadium as fans expressed their dissatisfaction with this ruling. Unfazed, the referee documented the yellow card and signaled for Manchester City players to prepare for the penalty. The City team doctor rushed onto the field, his expression grave as he assessed David Silva's injury, only to become even more solemn afterward. He gestured to the sidelines for a substitution and summoned a stretcher to escort the injured Silva off the pitch. "Lin, I'm sorry I couldn't seize the opportunity you created," Silva lamented as he was carried away, expressing regret for squandering Lin Quan's pass. This utterance tightened the knot of guilt in Lin Quan's chest. He grasped Silva's hand and reassured him, "David, focus on your recovery. I shall avenge you." "Yes, I await your good news," Silva replied before being lifted away on the stretcher. In the wake of Silva's departure, Lin Quan cast a glance back at Newcastle's left back, Mbaiwa. At that moment, his fury surged to a peak, an insatiable thirst for vengeance ignited within him. Newcastle, prepare yourselves for retribution. Chapter 13, Maxing Out the Injury Immunity Talent. After David Silva exited due to injury, Pellegrini replaced him with the number 7, James Milner. This was a direct substitution. At this juncture, Milner was not yet the defender he would become at Liverpool, but rather played as a winger for Manchester City. Lin Quan paid little heed to the substitution on the sidelines. Instead, he placed the ball on the penalty spot, intent on executing the penalty kick himself. Yaya Touré, the designated penalty taker, observed Lin Quan's actions with some displeasure. However, Pellegrini, the coach on the sidelines, showed no objection to Lin's initiative, leaving Touré to suppress his discontent. Newcastle's goalkeeper, Krul, focused intently on Lin Quan's every movement, sensing an unusual intensity emanating from him. In contrast to Lin Quan, he was merely an obscure goalkeeper. Yet, should he manage to save this penalty, he would undoubtedly rise to fame overnight. With the World Cup approaching next year, Krul, who could only be a substitute for the Netherlands national team, desperately needed a moment of glory to elevate his profile. In this scenario, Lin Quan appeared to be the stepping stone on his path to recognition. As the referee had yet to blow his whistle, he deliberately shouted at Lin Quan, "Kid, let me measure your strength and see just how much you weigh." After proclaiming this, he leaped in place, exuding an air of confidence as if everything were under his control. Lin Quan, however, did not even glance in his direction, as if he had merely heard a dog barking. This blatant dismissal infuriated Krul. "Kid, just wait. Once I save your penalty, you'll have plenty to cry about." He eagerly anticipated the expression on Lin Quan's face after he thwarted his penalty kick. It would surely be a sight to behold. Although Krul's abilities were not particularly formidable, he did possess a knack for saving penalties. In the time before Lin Quan's arrival, he had emerged as a substitute during the 2014 World Cup quarterfinals, where he saved 2 penalties against Costa Rica, propelling the Netherlands into the semifinals. It could be said that the Dutch team had brought him in specifically for this purpose. His secret lay in his keen ability to read the muscle movements of his opponents, allowing him to predict their shooting direction and make his move accordingly. Now, he was prepared to employ this tactic against Lin Quan. Lin Quan retreated from the small penalty area and began his run-up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Krul counted in his mind, gauging Lin Quan's stride to determine which foot he would use to shoot. By the 7th step, it was clear, left foot. If he shot with his left foot, the ball would head towards the right side of the goal, which was Krul's left. With this thought, Krul moved 1 step to his left, only to witness Lin Quan indeed strike the ball with his left foot on the 7th step. "Kid, I've predicted your every move. You're done for." Krul felt a surge of pride as he propelled himself forward, envisioning the glory of saving Lin Quan's penalty and becoming the hero of the match, celebrated by countless media outlets. What a splendid vision. As the ball soared, it did not veer towards the right side of the goal, but instead shot straight down the center. Krul's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Was that truly a left-footed Panenka? The ball thundered into the net, and the Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers. Fans rose collectively to their feet, applauding Lin Quan's audacity. The players of Manchester City rushed over to embrace him in celebration. But Lin Quan declined to partake in the festivities. After scoring the penalty, he swiftly ran towards the opposing goal, while Newcastle's goalkeeper, Krul, lay on the ground. Questioning the meaning of life after that shot, Lin Quan retrieved the ball from the net. In the astonished gaze of both Manchester City and Newcastle players, Lin Quan carried the ball to the center circle, placed it at the kickoff spot, and stood behind it, ready for the restart. Both teams were bewildered. What was happening? Was this guy so eager to resume the match? Such actions are typically undertaken by the trailing side in a match, driven by an urgent desire to equalize the score. The intention is to conserve time and launch as many offensive attempts as possible within the remaining time. Yet, is it not Manchester City that currently holds the lead? The players of Newcastle could not help but cast their glances towards the score displayed on the large screen, the glaring red figure of 20 starkly indicating their deficit. Indeed, they are behind. So why are the opposing players so eager to attack? Could it be that they believe 2 goals are insufficient and desire to score even more against their rivals? The players of Manchester City and the fans present quickly recognized Lin Quan's action. They were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained their composure. Once the home crowd realized what was happening, they began to cheer Lin Quan fervently. Keep at them. Score more goals. Let them understand the consequences of facing the illustrious Blue Moon. Create a calamity for them, ensuring they forever remember the sorrow of the Etihad Stadium. Countless voices converged into a singular battle cry: annihilate Newcastle. Nearly 50,000 Manchester City fans collectively shouted this slogan, filling the stadium with an intense atmosphere of combat and vengeance. Influenced by this fervor, the players of Manchester City felt their blood surge with passion, promptly ceasing their celebrations and returning to their positions, preparing to continue their offensive onslaught. Winning by 2 goals was not enough. If they were to triumph, they aimed for a resounding victory, ensuring that Newcastle would never forget that the Blue Moon is not to be trifled with. The expressions on the faces of the Newcastle players began to grow grave as they sensed the fervent determination emanating from their opponents. Many were intimidated by the atmosphere within the home ground. The ambience at the Etihad Stadium bore resemblance to those renowned, intimidating venues across Europe. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts. They feared it would be challenging to emerge unscathed from the Etihad Stadium today. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded on the pitch. Despite being in the lead, Manchester City chose not to celebrate, swiftly returning to their positions to prepare for the restart. In contrast, the trailing Newcastle hesitated and dawdled, only reluctantly taking their places after the referee's urging. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start, and Manchester City immediately launched an attack. Lin Quan passed the ball to Aguero and surged forward. Aguero's pass followed closely behind, and upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan charged towards the opposing flank. Mbemba sensed an impending threat. He had a premonition that Lin Quan was targeting him. He was not alone in this feeling. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's fierce demeanor, the other Newcastle players also recognized the danger. Gouffrin and Ben Arfa simultaneously converged towards their own flank, intending to assist Mbemba in intercepting Lin Quan and thwarting this offensive endeavor. The strength of Manchester City lies in their cohesion. Should Lin Quan choose to confront them alone, they would welcome it. After all, it is far simpler to defend against a single adversary than to contend with a collective force. Despite the formidable prowess of the opponent, could one individual truly shatter our entire defensive line? Absolutely not. With the backing of his teammates, Mbua's confidence surged considerably. He arrogantly advanced towards Lin Quan, hurling taunts as he approached. "Boy, do you seek vengeance for your teammates? Huh, what a jest. You think you can take on our entire defense? Dream on. You are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself." After hearing the taunts, Lin Quan calmly raised his head and cast a glance at him. "Are you finished?" Mbua was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Lin Quan to engage with him. This sparked his enthusiasm. "While I may not rival your footballing skills, when it comes to exchanging barbs, even 10 of you together would hardly stand a chance against me." However, just as he was gearing up for a verbal duel, Lin Quan seized the moment of distraction, deftly maneuvering past him. After evading Mbua, Lin Quan swiftly cut inside, and Gouffrin, in his haste, was also bypassed with ease. The central defenders, Taylor and Kalanick, sensed the impending threat and rushed to intercept, determined to deny him a shot at goal. Yet, Lin Quan's speed outmatched them. He laterally adjusted the ball, creating a slight opening before unleashing a shot from approximately 25 meters out. Unfortunately, the ball soared just above the crossbar and into the stands. Though this attack did not culminate in a goal, Lin Quan's foray down the flank had nonetheless posed a significant threat to Newcastle's goal. Stay focused. That lad's dribbling is exceptional. A momentary lapse could see him bypass you. His teammates admonished Mbua, recognizing his pivotal role in the match's current state. "I won't lose focus again." Mbua acknowledged their grievances, hastily conceding. He dared not retaliate with banter. Such folly would only lead to his own misfortune. Pellegrini, having discerned Lin Quan's intentions, furrowed his brow. This solitary approach did not align with his tactical strategy. Thus, he summoned a player to relay his instructions to the team, urging them to cluster towards the right side to provide Lin Quan with support and cover, preventing him from having to face the challenge alone. In the 33rd minute, Manchester City initiated an attack, and Lin Quan once again received the ball on the flank. Much like before, he opted to target Mbua. However, this time, 2 teammates converged to assist him as he received the ball. Milner was positioned just behind him, while Aguero drew defenders towards him at an angle, preventing them from overwhelming Lin Quan with numbers. The support from his teammates afforded Lin Quan the opportunity for a one-on-one challenge against Mbua. Sensing the immense pressure without his teammates' aid, Mbua braced himself for the confrontation. He endeavored to lower his center of gravity, anchoring himself on the inside while forcing his opponent towards the outside. However, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered with 2 decisive dunks and sudden direction changes, leaving him utterly bewildered before effortlessly darting past. The spectators, witnessing Mbemba, the very source of David Silva's injury, being toyed with by Lin Quan, erupted in laughter, mercilessly mocking him. "Garlic head, where's your mark? Ha ha, foolish fellow, you are less than a pile of dog excrement before Lin. A mere wooden post would perform better than you. With such a level of play, you should return home to raise pigs." Mbemba's hairstyle, resembling a bulb of garlic, became the target of ridicule from Manchester City fans. Having been so easily bypassed by Lin Quan, Mbemba was already on the verge of losing his temper. The taunts from the Manchester City supporters only served to ignite his fury further. "You shall regret this. Just wait until I take out your star player. Then we will see who is laughing." After evading Mbemba, Lin Quan passed the ball to Aguero, engaging in a wall pass. Although their time playing together was relatively short, both possessed a high footballing intelligence, understanding precisely how to navigate each moment. Upon receiving Aguero's pass at the edge of the penalty area, Lin Quan feigned a drive inward, causing Newcastle players to retreat in an attempt to intercept. Yet, rather than charge headlong, he opted to distribute the ball to his teammate Milner on the flank. According to Pellegrini's tactics, players must decisively create space and support their attacking teammates along the wings. Milner executed this perfectly, receiving Lin Quan's pass as he approached the byline. Before Newcastle's defenders could close in, Milner delivered a cross into the penalty area. Lin Quan made a diagonal run, receiving the ball without looking back, cleverly nudging it with his heel. Aguero, arriving unmarked, unleashed a powerful shot, altering the score to 3-0. This goal was a testament to the effective collaboration on the flank. Milner's cross, Lin Quan's imaginative heel pass, and Aguero's high-quality finish all converged to create this moment. Upon witnessing the goal, Pellegrini on the sidelines erupted in applause for his team. This was the offensive display he had longed to see. Just moments ago, he had worried whether Lin Quan would lose his composure due to a teammate's injury and become entangled in a futile battle with opposing defenders. To his astonishment, Lin Quan quickly dispelled those fears by delivering an unexpected delight. Clearly, his concerns were unwarranted. Lin Quan was not one to act impulsively. Reflecting on this, Pellegrini felt a profound sense of relief. To coach such a calm, outstanding, and well-rounded player was indeed a stroke of fortune. His decision to join Manchester City now appeared to be undeniably correct. After scoring, Aguero ran over to celebrate with Lin Quan, offering a celebratory high five. The pass delivered by Lin Quan was truly exceptional. He was filled with concern, uncertain how Lin Quan would evade the defenders to pass the ball to him. To his surprise, the opponent executed the pass in such an unexpected manner. "Lin, that was magnificent. What inspired you to deliver the ball to me in that fashion?" Aguero expressed his curiosity, pondering Lin Quan's thoughts at the moment of the pass. "I sensed you might be behind me, but with two defenders flanking me, there was neither time nor space to turn. Thus, I decided to use my heel to flick the ball. This way, I could assist you in receiving it while deceiving the defenders, preventing them from reacting promptly," Lin Quan explained. "Ah, I see. You are truly remarkable," Aguero praised, giving Lin Quan a thumbs up. Although it sounded simple when articulated, making such a split-second judgment and passing the ball to a teammate without even glancing at their position was an extraordinary feat. Aguero believed that despite Lin Quan not looking at his position before passing, it was unlikely that he solely relied on instinct. He must have been aware of his own movement prior to receiving the ball, correctly anticipating that he would run to that spot, which enabled him to deliver such a perfectly timed pass. Witnessing Lin Quan assist Aguero in scoring another goal, Mbaiwa's mood soured further. This goal was inextricably linked to him. All three goals scored by Manchester City were connected to his actions. Should the match conclude with this scoreline, he would undoubtedly be the team's scapegoat. The mere thought of this filled Mbaiwa with frustration. He shot a menacing glance at Lin Quan, silently vowing, "If I can take out your teammate, I can take you out too. Just wait." As if sensing his intentions, the ball once again found its way to Lin Quan's feet in the 40th minute, and he re-emerged on the right flank. Mbaiwa seized the opportunity, and as Lin Quan maneuvered past him, he executed a reckless tackle from behind. The intent was clear. It was a malicious attack. The spectators, witnessing Mbaiwa's maliciousness manifest once more, gasped in horror as he lunged with his studs aimed at Lin Quan. "Lin, watch out. Be careful of the tackle," the fans shouted, but it was too late. Mbaiwa's foot collided with Lin Quan's ankle, and it felt as though he had struck a steel plate. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a cry of anguish. Lin Quan also fell to the ground, having been brought down by the tackle. The referee swiftly approached the scene, without hesitation brandishing a red card at Mbiwa, who was writhing on the ground in agony. This lad, committing fouls right under my nose is one thing, but to act as if I am blind is another. I let your previous foul in the penalty area slide with just a yellow card, and yet you dared to repeat such an offense, tackling from behind. Do you truly believe I would shy away from punishing you? After the referee issued a red card to Mbiwa, he gestured for him to leave the field and turned his attention towards the fallen Lin Quan. In the referee's eyes, Lin Quan was the one truly injured. How could Mbiwa, who had initiated the tackle himself, possibly injure himself? Can you endure it? If not, call for a stretcher. The referee considered that Manchester City had already lost 2 players to injury in this match, and he sensed that the situation might not be easily resolved. Surely, Manchester City would lodge a complaint with the FA, and he might even have to draft a report or face suspension for investigation. With this in mind, he resolved to record a severe note about Mbiwa in his post-match report, urging the FA to impose further sanctions on him. Initially believing Lin Quan to be gravely injured, the referee was taken aback when, after hearing his words, Lin Quan sprang to his feet, astonishing both teams with his sudden vitality as he hopped in place. Examining his ankle, after confirming that all was well, he addressed the referee. I'm fine, no need for a stretcher. Chapter 14. Lin Huang sparks controversy with his debut performance. When Mbiwa fouled David Silva, Lin Quan had already glanced at his system's point balance, preparing to redeem his injury immunity talent. After Werder Bremen concluded their DFB Pokal final, Lin Quan's system points reached 50. Although he did not secure the Bundesliga Assist King award, he did earn 20 points for winning the Bundesliga Golden Boot, bringing his total to 70 points. Subsequently, during the Confederations Cup, Spain triumphed in all 5 matches, in which Lin Quan participated, earning him an additional 10 points. Unfortunately, the Golden Boot and Best Player awards at the Confederations Cup did not confer extra points. Since joining Manchester City, Lin Quan had participated in 4 matches. The Audi Cup victory over AC Milan and the friendly win against Fulham both contributed 4 points to his tally. Consequently, his current total stood at 84 points. The injury immunity talent required 100 points for full acquisition. While he was slightly short for outright purchase, upgrading from his existing foundation was perfectly feasible. His original level 2 injury talent was worth 20 points, and now only 80 points were needed for an upgrade. Had it not been for the sufficient points to redeem the injury immunity talent, how could Lin Quan have approached the Premier League with such confidence? The defenders of the Premier League viewed him as an easy target, believing they could gain an advantage over him, unaware that they were confronting a formidable adversary. Witnessing Lin Quan's lively demeanor and scathe, both Manchester City and Newcastle players wore expressions of disbelief. They could not help but sneak glances at Lin Quan's ankle, wondering if it was made of iron. Those who had fouled him were injured, yet he remained unharmed? What sorcery was this? After the referee had shown Mbiwa the red card, he continued to writhe on the ground, emitting cries of pain, revealing that he was indeed genuinely injured. However, the foul committed behind him was entirely self-inflicted. His injury was a consequence of his own actions, and sympathy for him was utterly absent. With the score trailing and a teammate sent off, Newcastle found themselves in dire straits, battling with merely 10 players. They had relinquished any fantasies of securing points, fervently hoping only to avoid a humiliating defeat at the Etihad Stadium. Consequently, the Newcastle coach, at the onset of the second half, replaced all offensive players with 3 defenders. Their intention was unmistakable. They could accept defeat, but not a rout at the hands of Manchester City. Yet, sometimes, merely fortifying the defense does not guarantee survival. With the injury immunity talent activated, Lin Quan became increasingly formidable in the second half. The substitution of all offensive players diminished Newcastle's threat to Manchester City's goal. Thus, after the second half commenced, Manchester City's players surged forward, engaging in a relentless assault on Newcastle. Amidst a tempest of attacks, Newcastle's valiant defense ultimately succumbed. In the 76th minute of the second half, Manchester City capitalized on a corner kick, with Yaya Toure heading the ball into the net. The score transformed to 4-0, marking a humiliating defeat for Newcastle. The Etihad Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea, with Manchester City fans singing and dancing, celebrating their triumphant start to the Premier League season. Yet, this celebration seemed insufficient. Although Lin Quan contributed 2 goals and an assist in this match, the fans remained unsatisfied. Many hoped to witness him achieve a hat-trick in his Premier League debut. With this desire in mind, Manchester City fans began to chant in unison, "Hat-trick! Hat-trick!" The Newcastle players, already humiliated by the 4-0 scoreline, felt an acute sense of shame. Upon hearing the crowd's fervent calls, they instinctively made Lin Quan their primary target for marking. They would rather allow other Manchester City players to score than let this young talent complete a hat-trick. At this moment, nearly all Newcastle players had retreated into their penalty area, creating an overwhelming presence within the box. Lin Quan's attempts to break through were thwarted, prompting him to abandon the inside charge and instead take long-range shots to test his luck. In the 82nd minute, Lin Quan received the ball and, instead of charging inside as before, unleashed a sudden long-range shot. The defenders, who had been prepared for his penetration, were taken aback by this choice and did not rush to interfere immediately. As Lin Quan struck the ball, Krul reacted swiftly, diving to save. Confident in his ability to thwart the shot, the ball's speed was modest, not the kind of powerful strike that keeps goalkeepers awake at night. Krul held an 80% certainty of successfully saving this attempt. However, once he soared into the air, he realized that the ball's trajectory was erratic, darting unpredictably from left to right, far from the ease he had envisioned in intercepting it. Krul widened his eyes, exerting every ounce of his strength. Yet he still failed to deflect the shot. The football sailed beneath his outstretched arms and nestled into the net. Lin Quan, with a magnificent long-range strike, not only completed his inaugural hat-trick in the Premier League, but also elevated the score to 5-0. Following this goal, Lin Quan sprinted to the sidelines, shedding his jersey to reveal a fitted shirt underneath. The cameras swiftly honed in on his attire, projecting the words inscribed upon it onto the big screen, dedicated to Manchester City's fans. Upon seeing this message, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. Oh, it seems that the new recruit of Manchester City has already captured the hearts of the Blue Moon supporters. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Andy Gray erupted into exaggerated laughter, proclaiming, "What a debut!" Scoring a hat-trick in his first official match, while showcasing remarkable resilience and tenacity on the field, even stepping up for his injured teammates. Who could possibly resist such a player? Martin Tyler, on the other hand, was not at all surprised by the reaction of the City fans. Not only the City supporters, but even he, a neutral observer, found himself enamored with Lin Quan. Ever since he commentated on the Confederations Cup matches, Tyler had become captivated by Lin Quan's style of play. Thus, when Lin Quan joined the Premier League, Tyler eagerly volunteered to commentate on Manchester City's matches. He was keen to witness the brilliance this young prodigy, still shy of 18, could achieve in the Premier League. Ultimately, with Lin Quan's 3 goals and 1 assist, Manchester City triumphed over Newcastle with a resounding 5-0 victory at home, marking a victorious start to their new season. With a 5-goal advantage, they temporarily ascended to the pinnacle of the Premier League standings. Post-match, as anticipated, Lin Quan, having delivered an outstanding performance, was besieged by reporters. Observing the commotion, Manchester City's press officer rushed over to mediate. With Lin Quan's consent, he addressed the journalists, one at a time. "Please, no need to crowd." Afterward, he selected a few familiar reporters to interview Lin Quan. "Hello, Lin Quan. I am a journalist from The Guardian. How would you rate your performance in this match?" The Guardian, having a cordial relationship with Manchester City and being a reputable football publication, posed a straightforward question. Lin Quan responded with equal decorum. "I would say it's a passing score. I am generally satisfied with my performance, but our teamwork still needs improvement. I hope we can gradually enhance that moving forward." The Guardian journalist had presumed that a player heralded as the 3rd best in football, who had achieved a hat-trick on his debut, would be rather proud or even arrogant. To their surprise, Lin Quan was remarkably humble, rating his extraordinary performance as merely satisfactory. How high must his standards be? The journalist pondered curiously what kind of performance would warrant a perfect score in Lin Quan's eyes. "It is my turn now. Greetings, Lin Quan. I am a journalist from The Sun. What is your perspective on the playing style of Newcastle's players and the officiating standards in the Premier League?" Unlike The Guardian, The Sun is a tabloid. They rely on sensational news and speculative reports to capture attention. Lin Quan discerned the journalist's intentions, which were to provoke him into criticizing the Premier League's ferocious playing style and the leniency of the referees, thereby stirring discord between the two teams and attracting the attention of the Football Association. Criticizing the referees could potentially lead to sanctions from the FA, and Lin Quan is certainly no fool. he would not fall into such a trap. Every team possesses its own distinctive style. Arsenal plays with exquisite flair. Manchester United ignites passion with their football. Chelsea is renowned for its ironclad defense, and Liverpool's courageous spirit once achieved the miraculous in Istanbul. However, Newcastle can only resort to a brutish style of play, and one must wonder why that is. Their players are incapable of executing Arsenal's elegant passing, lack the fervor of the Red Devils, cannot optimize their defense to the extent of Chelsea, and do not embody the resilience of Liverpool that refuses to concede defeat in adversity. Aside from their crude fouls, what else can they do? Lin Quan's retort left the journalist speechless. While the Premier League is known for its physicality, frequent fouls, and intense confrontations, not all teams exhibit such wildness. This brutish football is merely an excuse for the tactical ineptitude and technical deficiencies of those smaller clubs that lack ambition. Any team with a modicum of ambition is undoubtedly pursuing a technical approach. Following the match, Lin Quan, who excelled in his Premier League debut, attracted widespread media attention. The billion-dollar man scores a hat-trick in his debut, leading the team to a resounding victory and claiming the top spot in the Premier League. The Spanish superstar lands in the Premier League, netting 3 goals and providing an assist, earning fan acclaim. The Premier League now boasts its own superstar, no longer overshadowed by La Liga. Overall, mainstream media bestowed high praise on Lin Quan's debut. In the post-match ratings, he received the highest score of 92 and was awarded the MVP of the match. Many former Premier League legends expressed their delight at his extraordinary performance. Kevin Keegan lauded Lin Quan as the type of attacking player he has always desired, comparing him to the legendary Alan Shearer. Sir Alex Ferguson remarked in an interview that since Cristiano Ronaldo's departure, the Premier League has lost its top-tier superstar. Lin Quan's arrival fills this void, ensuring that the Premier League remains competitive with La Liga. The presence of a world-class superstar signifies greater discussion and allure, elevating the Premier League's influence globally, particularly in the Far East. Arsenal's coach, Arsène Wenger, believes that Lin Quan's arrival further reinforces the technical aspect of football within the Premier League. The exquisite footwork and exceptional passing abilities of Spanish players are poised to create a trend, injecting a technical essence into the Premier League and potentially leading a new wave. Just as my arrival at Arsenal brought about a transformation, Lin Quan's presence has similarly infused Manchester City with this ethos. In recent years, La Liga teams have excelled in both the Champions League and international tournaments, prompting many nations to, albeit begrudgingly, adopt elements of La Liga's style. The recruitment of a top-tier midfielder with a keen tactical vision and adept passing skills from La Liga has increasingly become a fashionable trend. In addition to positive reports, Lin Quan's post-match critique of Newcastle has sparked some debate in the football community. Arrogant or haughty, the Premier League newcomer harshly criticizes the traditional style of English football. Lin Quan, Premier League football is synonymous with clumsy brutality. Such sensational headlines are often crafted by lesser-known tabloids seeking to captivate readers. However, the exaggerated nature of their titles, coupled with Lin Quan being the most scrutinized player in the Premier League, has garnered significant attention for their reports. The content of these articles has ignited fervent discussions among fans. As an Arsenal supporter, I must say, I stand with Lin Quan on this matter. The lack of ambition in certain lower-tier Premier League teams, which seems solely focused on devising ways to commit fouls rather than improving their tactical gameplay, is truly abhorrent. And my beloved club suffers greatly as a result. Arsenal fans have noted that these teams resort to fouling us at every opportunity, and the rough tactics employed against our players would have seen several sent off in other leagues. As a Liverpool fan, I empathize with the injury woes plaguing the club, and thus, I also support Lin Quan. Haha, the injuries at Liverpool are more closely related to the medical staff, aren't they? A Manchester United supporter concurs, noting that the tactical improvements of the Red Devils in recent years have led to a corresponding rise in their performance. Although there remains a gap compared to the top teams in La Liga, their progress is undeniably visible. Due to Lin Quan's commendation of the traditional footballing giants in a post-match interview, the aversion felt by fans of the Big Four towards him has significantly diminished, with some even developing a fondness for him. Praise from an ordinary individual or even a typical star may elicit little reaction from the fans of these elite clubs. However, being lauded by a footballing superstar of Lin Quan's caliber fills the supporters of these teams with joy akin to tasting honey, delighting their hearts. Consequently, Fans from various top clubs have reciprocated this admiration, standing united in support of Lin Quan. For these prestigious clubs, every player on the pitch represents a considerable investment. However, during matches against lower-tier Premier League teams, these expensive stars are often susceptible to injuries caused by reckless tackles. The repercussions of such injuries extend beyond the club's league performance, potentially impacting their prospects in the Champions League. The competition in the Champions League is far more intense than that of the Premier League. A single absence of a key player in a crucial match could lead to their elimination from the tournament. This is utterly unacceptable for these elite clubs. However, the fans of the smaller teams have not been so gracious towards Lin Quan. The supporters of Newcastle reacted vehemently, akin to a prickly hedgehog. "Kid, shut your foul mouth. Otherwise, when you arrive at St. James Park, we guarantee you'll come in standing and leave lying down." In response to the threats from the opposing fans, Lin Quan promptly urged Manchester City to file a complaint with the FA. Upon receiving the report, the FA could not simply turn a blind eye. During an interview, Lin adeptly focused solely on the questions regarding Newcastle, refraining from disparaging the FA in the process. The FA took note of these actions and expressed satisfaction with Lin's management of the situation. Teams may hurl insults at each other, as long as the FA remains unscathed. However, the threats directed at Lin Quan personally could not be overlooked by the FA. As Ferguson aptly stated, Lin is the only superstar in the Premier League capable of rivaling the legendary duo. If he were to be sidelined by foul play from opposing teams, the Premier League would undoubtedly gain a notorious reputation, making it increasingly difficult to attract top-tier talent in the future. Hence, the FA felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, after the match concluded, Mansour swiftly leveraged his influence within the FA to apply pressure, compelling them to urgently implement a series of protective measures. For a player of Lin's immense stature in the football world, the FA hinted to referees to augment their protection during matches, ensuring they are shielded from severe infringements, thereby preserving the reputation and dignity of both the Premier League and the FA. Chapter 15. Cristiano Ronaldo. That kid Lin actually learned from me. After the match, Lin Quan made a special trip to the hospital to visit the injured David Silva. Following a thorough examination by the doctors, it was revealed that Silva had suffered a severe ankle sprain and would require approximately 3 months of rest. With the new Premier League season just beginning, he would be sidelined for at least 15 matches. This was undoubtedly disheartening news for Silva. Pellegrini was experimenting with tactical strategies for the team, and being absent during this crucial time could potentially lead him to drift out of the starting lineup. Once Manchester City's starting formation solidified, even if Silva recovered, he might find it challenging to reclaim his position within the squad. Silva was acutely aware of this reality, which contributed to his despondent mood. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lin Quan, he felt a surge of happiness. "Thank you for avenging me, but next time, try not to be so impulsive. If you get injured too, it wouldn't be worth it." Silva watched the previous match's replay on the hospital television, and as he saw Lin stand up for him and endure a foul from the opponent, he felt both touched and anxious. Fortunately, Lin had escaped injury. Otherwise, Silva would have been consumed by guilt. "There's no need to be formal with me. We are not merely teammates. We are good friends. Isn't it only natural to stand up for a good friend?" Upon uttering these words, David Silva felt a surge of emotion within. However, he did not indulge in any display of sentimentality. Instead, he nodded earnestly, saying, "Well, since you regard me as a friend, I shall not be pretentious. I will be unable to assist in the upcoming matches, so the team relies on you. During this time, give it your all. Do not let the team's points plummet by the time I return." He chuckled. "Who do you think I look down upon? We shall certainly be waiting for you at the top of the standings." "That would be splendid. Focus on your recovery. My teammates and I await your return to lift the trophy together. This season, the Premier League championship is assured." "Agreed, it's a promise." The two struck a firm handshake, sealing their vow to lift the trophy. As Manchester City's match was scheduled last for this round. Shortly after they concluded their game against Newcastle, the second round of the Premier League ignited. On August 24th, the home team Fulham faced Arsenal, who had suffered an unexpected defeat in the first round. Following the disheartening loss on their home turf, Wenger issued a stern directive to the team. They must secure a victory against Fulham. Another defeat could jeopardize their top 4 ambitions for the season. With a fierce determination, Arsenal took to the field, and within merely 6 minutes, Giroud opened the scoring. Shortly thereafter, Podolski netted 2 goals, propelling the team to a commanding 3-0 lead. In the second half, Darren Bent managed to score, salvaging a modicum of pride for Fulham. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed with a 3-1 victory, marking their first win of the season and halting their downward spiral. Following Arsenal, Liverpool narrowly defeated Aston Villa 1-0, achieving their second consecutive victory. Tottenham also secured a 1-0 win against Swansea, extending their own winning streak. In this round, the number of goals in the Premier League was scant. Apart from the matches involving Liverpool and Tottenham, which saw just a single goal, 2 matches ended without any goals at all. Everton and West Bromwich Albion played to a goalless draw, as did Newcastle and West Ham United. Premier League teams, particularly those in the lower half of the table, frequently committed fouls, averaging 4 yellow cards per match. In the contest between Liverpool and Aston Villa, a total of 8 yellow cards were issued, 3 to Liverpool and 5 to Aston Villa. This marked the second consecutive match in which Aston Villa received 5 yellow cards. They had also accrued 5 in their previous game against Arsenal. Had they not faced the resilient Liverpool side, their foul tactics might have proven effective. After experiencing the potency of the opposing team's foul strategies, Liverpool's fans found it difficult to mock Arsenal's defeat any longer. Arsenal, known for their technical style of play, truly struggled against opponents who persistently employed rough fouls to disrupt their attacks. The plethora of yellow cards issued in this round sparked considerable discussion among fans. In the Premier League, which is traditionally known for its lenient officiating, the emergence of such an abundance of yellow cards was noteworthy. Had the officiating standards of other leagues been applied, the number of yellow cards would likely have doubled. Thus, fans from other major leagues began to mock the Premier League, claiming that its players were not engaged in football, but rather in a sophisticated form of wrestling. Otherwise, how could there be so many instances of players tumbling and falling? Naturally, Premier League supporters could not accept the criticisms leveled by fans of other leagues. They fervently defended themselves, arguing that fouls cannot be equated with barbaric football. After all, is it possible to play football without committing fouls? This was followed by convoluted discussions surrounding the origins of modern football and notions of true masculinity, which elicited laughter from numerous netizens. The atmosphere online and offline was instantly filled with merriment. After the conclusion of the previous day's matches, the next day, Manchester City traveled to Wales to face Cardiff City. Cardiff City had just been promoted from the Championship, making them one of the 3 newly promoted teams in the Premier League this season. In their first match, they suffered a clean 0-2 defeat against West Ham United. Now, playing at home, they hoped to secure points against Manchester City. The Cardiff Stadium was filled to capacity with over 30,000 fans. As for many, this marked their team's return to the top flight after 50 years, and they were determined not to miss their first Premier League home match. The fervor was not limited to the fans. Cardiff City's owner, Vincent Tan, also attended the match in person. Unlike other Premier League owners who typically occupy luxurious boxes at the top of the stadium, he donned the team's jersey and sat among the regular supporters. This gesture earned him the admiration of Cardiff fans, who cheered and sang throughout the match, perhaps motivated by the enthusiasm of the fans, or perhaps invigorated by their owner's presence. The Cardiff players delivered an extraordinary performance. Under their staunch defense, Manchester City's attacks were thwarted as if they were crashing against a wall, struggling to penetrate Cardiff's formidable backline. Not only did Cardiff's players fortify their defense, but they also expended considerable energy, tirelessly racing across the pitch, repeatedly resolving crises through vigorous challenges and relentless running. In the 55th minute of the second half, Manchester City finally managed to score from a set piece. However, Cardiff City swiftly mounted a counterattack, leveling the score within a mere 5 minutes. Manuel Pellegrini was exceedingly dissatisfied with his team's performance and made a triple substitution in the 58th minute. He brought on Nasri for the underperforming Navas, Negrito for the equally lackluster Aguero, and Milner for Fernandinho. Almost the entire front line was revamped, save for one player. The team's offensive struggles made Manchester City yearn for the presence of that lively Spanish dynamo on the wing. The absence of David Silva began to reveal its impact on the team. Following the substitutions, Manchester City's offensive efforts surged, with the new attacking players fervently striving to breach the opposing goal. As long as they seized this opportunity to showcase their performance and leave a favorable impression on the head coach, they may gain the upper hand in the ensuing competition for starting positions. However, upon their entry into the match, the players were unfamiliar with one another. Lacking the necessary synergy, and their coordination was lamentably poor. Consequently, Manchester City's offensive threat not only failed to escalate, but diminished instead. Ultimately, it was not they who broke the deadlock, but rather their opponents, Cardiff City. In the 79th minute, Cardiff's winger, Fraser Campbell, scored, altering the score to 2-1, which sent the Cardiff fans into a frenzy. They waved their flags wildly and chanted Campbell's name, offering him an ode of praise. The club's owner, Lin Quan, had somehow procured a large drum and personally began to beat it, the rhythmic sounds resonating through the venue. Witnessing the owner's fervent celebration, Campbell, filled with excitement, joined his teammates in a sliding celebration, responding to the enthusiastic applause of the home crowd. While the opponent's morale soared, Manchester City's spirit plummeted. Observing the jubilant celebrations of their rivals, Lin Quan stood in the center circle, hands on hips, with a serious expression. The absence of David Silva had the most significant impact on Lin Quan, as he struggled to connect with his teammates. Aguero's lackluster performance left him to fight a solitary battle in the front, devoid of support from his comrades. At that moment, he longed for De Bruyne. Had the latter been present, he would not have had to toil so hard in this match. Nevertheless, Lin Quan was not one to easily concede defeat. As the focal point of Manchester's attack, he ought to rise to the occasion. Upon the resumption of play, it became evident that Lin Quan increased his attempts to break through. If Cardiff's players did not surround him, he would seize the opportunity to bypass defenders, either opting for a long-range shot or charging directly into the penalty area to threaten the goal. Within a matter of minutes, Lin Quan single-handedly instilled fear into Cardiff's defense. "Keep an eye on that lad. Do not let him into the box," they urged. If they could not contain him, they resorted to tactical fouling, hoping to intimidate him and curtail his audacious maneuvers. Given their limited abilities, Cardiff's players struggled in one-on-one situations against Lin Quan. Additionally, crowding him could lead to defensive lapses, so they opted for fouls to stifle his offensive efforts, a traditional tactic in the Premier League. They believed that by inflicting a few hard tackles on the superstar, he would be deterred from attempting such dribbles and breakthroughs. Without his ability to penetrate, Manchester City's offense could not breach Cardiff's defense, rendering them harmless. If they could endure these final minutes, victory would belong to Cardiff City. However, Lin Quan's tenacity took Cardiff's players by surprise. Their repeated fouls and attempts to bring him down failed to intimidate him, ultimately gifting Manchester City numerous free-kick opportunities in the attacking zone. As the location of the fouls drew ever closer to their own penalty area, the players of Cardiff City finally sensed that something was amiss. Lin Quan, having discerned the opposing team's tactical fouls, deliberately sought to entice them into committing infractions at his chosen spot, allowing him to select the location for the free kick. After squandering 2 free kick opportunities, Lin Quan positioned himself at the penalty spot for the third time. Yaya Toure, eager to take charge of this free kick, felt a strong urge to step forward. However, since the opportunity was crafted by Lin Quan, he hesitated to assert himself unless the opponent willingly relinquished it. Observing Lin Quan's consecutive failures, Torres couldn't help but grumble internally. He resolved that should the opponent miss once more, he would assert himself to intervene next time. The spectators shared Torres' sentiment, acknowledging that the position of the free kick was rather advantageous. If it were in the hands of a master free kick taker, their goal could be in peril. Yet, after witnessing Lin Quan's previous 2 attempts, their concerns lessened considerably. In those earlier attempts, Lin Quan had blasted one over the crossbar and struck the wall with the other. His 2 free kicks posed no threat to the goal, leading the Cardiff City fans to doubt his free kick prowess. They conceded that his footwork was impressive, excelling in dribbling and one-on-one confrontations, rarely seen to falter. Nonetheless, free kicks and dribbling were entirely distinct skills. Proficiency in one did not imply mastery of the other. As Lin Quan retreated, taking several steps back before finally halting, the Cardiff City fans regarded him with disdain. Missing the shot was simply missing the shot. Emulating Cristiano Ronaldo would yield no result. Meanwhile, in an apartment somewhere in London, a figure resembling Tintin from the Adventures of Tintin leapt from his seat upon seeing Lin Quan's free kick posture, exclaiming, "A chip shot!" In a luxury residence in Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo, the star player of Real Madrid, observed Lin Quan's stance and mused, "Is this kid trying to emulate me? The posture, the motion, there's something compelling about it. Yet, he lacks the resolute gaze, the most challenging aspect to master, which most cannot achieve." With that thought, Ronaldo felt a twinge of pride. Ignoring the jeers from the crowd, Lin Quan, Having retreated to sufficient distance, took a deep breath and commenced his run-up. He understood the principle behind the chip shot well, having previously taught De Bruyne how to execute it. His reluctance to employ it himself stemmed from the potential risk of injury associated with such powerful strikes. However, now that he had acquired the talent for injury immunity, he no longer harbored such concerns. Thus, he felt ready to unleash a powerful chip shot. Gaining momentum with each stride, he concluded his run-up and struck the ball with great force. The sound of impact echoed, bang. The football, compressed and deformed, whistled through the air with a piercing sound, soaring like lightning over the wall of defenders and heading straight for the net. Alas, it soared too high. Observing the trajectory of the ball, Yaya Touré let out a disdainful grunt, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. Indeed, he had squandered yet another opportunity, having missed 3 chances already. This shot posed no threat. The Cardiff fans echoed Touré's sentiments, feeling a sense of safety as they watched the ball's path. However, just as they believed all was secure, the ball, as if enchanted by some spell, suddenly plummeted from the sky, grazing the underside of the crossbar before finding its way into the net. The goalkeeper, utterly bewildered, made no attempt to save it, staring in astonishment as the ball nestled into his goal. A profound silence enveloped the 30,000 Cardiff fans. The stadium fell eerily quiet. This ball had actually went in. Chun Zhuan, who had been beating the drum, dropped his sticks in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the football rolling within his own net. Indeed, a beautifully executed elevator ball. In a London apartment, a player resembling a cartoon character, upon witnessing the ball's entry into the net, could not help but pump his fist, as if he himself had scored. Yet, recalling his current standing within the team, his spirits began to wane. Meanwhile, in a Grand Madrid residence, Cristiano Ronaldo, witnessing Lin Quan not only successfully imitate, but also score such a magnificent free kick, widened his eyes in surprise. The quality of Lin Quan's free kick exceeded his expectations. Even he could not guarantee he could strike such a high-caliber shot. It seemed he had underestimated his elevator ball technique. Feeling the pressure, Ronaldo could no longer remain seated, clutching a football. He resolved to head to the pitch for extra practice. End of chapter 16. The failed infiltration of Old Trafford. Lin Quan is exposed. After netting that goal, Lin Quan chose not to celebrate. Instead, he swiftly dashed into the net, retrieving the ball and sprinting back. Time was running short, and to secure victory, every second counted. The Manchester City players, initially relieved that Lin Quan had leveled the score, suddenly awakened to the reality upon witnessing his actions. The match was not over. They still harbored hopes of victory. Realizing this, a sense of shame washed over them. How could they have felt joy at merely equalizing? Content with a point away from home? Their ambition was the Premier League title. Such complacency was unacceptable. On the sidelines, Pellegrini applauded Lin Quan's determination. If one were to ask him whom he was most satisfied with in the team, Lin Quan would always be the unequivocal answer. The Cardiff players and fans, after witnessing their lead evaporate, experienced a profound sense of disappointment. They needed only a few more minutes to secure their first home victory in the Premier League. In the final moments of the match, the opponents equalized with a free kick, leaving the players with a sense of bitterness, disillusionment, and a tinge of fear. They could distinctly feel that, after scoring that goal, the opposing team's momentum had surged. Though time was running out, it was worth recalling that Manchester City had once performed a miraculous last-minute turnaround in a league match, snatching the championship from Manchester United. Facing a team known for its ability to create miracles, Cardiff City's players felt a flicker of trepidation. Consequently, they were consumed by the worry that a last-minute defeat might befall them. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. After the restart, Manchester City surged forward with renewed vigor, all players charging into the opponent's half, launching a relentless assault on Cardiff City's penalty area. In the midst of this frenzied onslaught, City created numerous opportunities, yet squandered them. In the 87th minute, Yaya Touré's long-range shot sailed over the goal. In the 89th minute, Negrito's attempt was too straightforward and was easily gathered by the goalkeeper. In the 91st minute, Lin Quan's narrow-angle shot struck the post. Time slipped away, and the minutes left for Manchester City dwindled. The referee had begun to keep an eye on the clock, poised to blow the final whistle at any moment. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, a Cardiff City player once again committed a foul just outside the penalty area, granting Manchester City a free kick. This could potentially be City's last opportunity of the match. With the allotted stoppage time nearly expired, following this free kick, the referee would likely sound the final whistle. Thus, this free kick held immense significance for Manchester City. The outcome of the match hinged entirely on the execution of this set piece. Consequently, the player tasked with taking the free kick would bear substantial psychological pressure. This time, Yaya Touré did not contest the opportunity with Lin Quan, willingly conceding the chance to take the kick. Clearly, he lacked confidence in his ability to score, fearing that a missed opportunity would cast him as the villain of the team, prompting his withdrawal. Lin Quan, on the other hand, did not dwell on such considerations. Whether or not he took the kick, if the team failed to secure victory, he would inevitably bear the brunt of external criticism, especially given his prominence in Manchester City and the hefty salary he commanded. With great power comes great responsibility. Moreover, he preferred not to entrust his fate to others. He resolved to take the kick himself, feeling more assured that way. As before, Lin Quan placed the ball carefully and then retreated several paces. Casting a glance toward the goal, he began his accelerated run-up. At that moment, Lin Quan became the focal point of the entire stadium. Time seemed to slow. With the 30,000 Cardiff City fans, including their owner and all players on the field, their eyes firmly fixed on him. The distance of 10 meters vanished in an instant as Lin Quan approached the ball. With the same resolve as before, he lifted his right leg high, channeling all his strength, and struck the ball with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded across the football field. The ball soared like a rocket, whistling past the defensive wall and hurtling towards the Cardiff City net. This time, the goalkeeper was no mere spectator. He leaped high, stretching his body to its utmost limits, desperately attempting to enlarge his defensive area in a bid to thwart the impending strike. However, the velocity of the ball surpassed his wildest imagination. He merely heard a whoosh of air as something streaked past him. Then came the sound of the ball hitting the net, and upon turning around, he saw it had already nestled in his own goal. The goalkeeper collapsed in despair onto the grass, maintaining a posture reminiscent of gazing at the moon, fixated on the ball rolling within the net. He felt a deep sense of frustration, yet he was powerless to alter the outcome. How could he defend against a shot traveling at such speed? Gul. In the commentary box, Martin Tyler and Andy Gray had lost all composure. It was an extraordinary goal. Manchester City's number 10 executed an exquisite free kick. According to on-site computer calculations, the ball reached a staggering speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Oh my God, this was the fastest goal of the Premier League season. A flawless free kick, an unbelievable turnaround. As the core of Manchester City netted twice from free kicks, leading his team to victory, a performance worthy of his worth. Indeed, Lin Quan's display in this match was nothing short of phenomenal. Amidst the team's overall lackluster form, he stepped up to help secure a comeback win. Perhaps this Manchester City team was not worthy of our anticipation, yet Lin Quan would forever be deserving of the trust from City fans. What a spectacular goal. However, for the Cardiff City supporters, it seemed they were destined for a dismal weekend. Just minutes earlier, no one could have fathomed that Manchester City would triumph in such a manner. At that moment, it appeared that the goddess of victory was beckoning to Cardiff City. But within mere minutes, everything changed. As the commentator remarked, after Lin Quan scored, all the Cardiff City fans seemed to turn into wooden statues. Watching the Manchester City players reveling in their celebration, they stood frozen, gazing blankly at the pitch, seemingly unable to accept such a result. Many emotionally vulnerable fans even wept. In stark contrast to their disappointment, frustration, and sorrow, the Manchester City supporters were overjoyed. Just 10 minutes prior, they each believed their team was on the verge of suffering its first defeat of the season. Yet, in the final moments of the match, Lin Quan delivered a breathtaking performance, almost single-handedly dismantling the opponent and leading his team to victory, transforming their sorrow into elation, enveloping them in a wave of bliss. Not only the fans were incredulous, even the Manchester City players and coaching staff were taken aback by this remarkable turnaround. After Lin Quan scored, the players stood momentarily in disbelief before erupting into ecstatic celebration around him. Even Yaya Touré, who previously held reservations about Lin Quan, found himself compelled to applaud Lin's remarkable performance. Under such immense pressure, to execute a free kick of such caliber was a testament to the opponent's superior mental fortitude. On the sidelines, players from the bench and some members of the coaching staff rushed onto the field to exuberantly celebrate Lin's goal. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Lin, the team's core player who had only joined in the summer, now dispelled any uncertainties. To discern whether an individual can bear the weight of responsibility and serve as the team's cornerstone, one must look beyond their performance in favorable circumstances. Rather, it is their conduct in adversity that reveals their true character. Lin's display in this match illuminated for Manchester City that even in challenging times, he could rise to the occasion, potentially leading the team to a comeback victory. This resilience earned him the respect of his teammates. Thus, for Manchester City, this goal represented more than mere league points. It was pivotal in unifying the team. After the match, Pellegrini chose to accompany Lin to the press conference, where he lauded Lin's performance. Undoubtedly, Lin is a phenomenal player, consistently delivering astonishing goals on the field. For any coach, having the privilege to instruct such a talented player simplifies the offensive strategy significantly. Pellegrini's sentiments were echoed by Cardiff City's head coach, who had meticulously prepared strategies to contain Lin. Although his team nearly succeeded in limiting their opponent during open play, they were caught off guard by Lin's prowess in executing 2 direct free kicks, which rendered all tactical preparations futile. In response to the accolades from coaches and journalists, Lin humbly attributed the victory to the collective effort of the entire team, asserting that he merely fulfilled his role. The reporters, far from perceiving his remarks as insincere, regarded him as possessing a keen awareness. The English Premier League boasts numerous formidable teams, and Manchester City is not yet among the elite. Should they become complacent after securing victories against mid-tier teams, they would swiftly learn their place when facing stronger opponents. Speaking of high-stakes encounters, this round of the Premier League features a significant clash between Manchester United and Chelsea. Consequently, some reporters sought the opinions of Pellegrini and Lin regarding this matchup. Pellegrini remarked that both teams are strong, with skills closely matched. Either outcome would be entirely plausible. However, he noted that Manchester United is still in a transitional phase following Ferguson's retirement, while Chelsea, molded under Mourinho's guidance, appeared to have the upper hand. When reporters posed this question to Lin, he smiled and stated that although Manchester United has undergone managerial changes, their legacy as a footballing powerhouse remains intact, especially given that they are playing at home. So you favor Manchester United? A reporter pressed. No, I believe they might settle for a draw. Upon hearing Lin Quan's response, the journalists could not suppress their laughter. If Manchester United and Chelsea were indeed to end in a stalemate, it would evidently benefit other teams aspiring for the Premier League title, with Manchester City being one of them. Thus, this outcome might very well be the most coveted result in the hearts of the City players. Your former teammate at Werder Bremen, De Bruyne, now dons the Chelsea colors. And I hear he remains a good friend of yours. Do you not support your friend's victory? The journalist attempted to sow discord. However, Lin Quan was unfazed. I personally still support Kevin and hope he enjoys a pleasant match at Old Trafford. I will be attending the game, and if the opportunity arises, I shall have a chat with him. Manchester United is the bitter rival of Manchester City, and Lin Quan's attendance at Old Trafford could hardly be construed as support for United. Thus, the only plausible interpretation is that he is there to cheer on Chelsea, or more specifically, De Bruyne. With others in attendance rallying behind De Bruyne, the journalist's attempt at instigation was rendered futile. Post-match, the media not only praised Lin Quan's astonishing performance, but also reported his statements from the press conference. Upon learning that Lin Quan would be present to support him, De Bruyne could not resist calling to verify the truth of the matter. Of course it's true. Having said it, how could I possibly go back on my word? Lin Quan assured De Bruyne, though he withheld one detail. Besides himself, the coaching staff of Manchester City would also be observing the match live. In the 5th round of the league, Manchester City was set to face Manchester United in the City Derby. Prior to that, they needed to assess the opponent's form, particularly their tactical approach against formidable teams. Delighted with Lin Quan's response, De Bruyne affirmed, "It's a deal then. See you at Old Trafford." Indeed, see you at Old Trafford. Since the German Cup final, the two had not crossed paths for nearly 3 months. Initially, De Bruyne assumed Lin Quan would remain in the Bundesliga, but to his surprise, he had ventured into the Premier League. This development significantly reduced the obstacles to their meeting, and they could even converse directly on the pitch. Yet, the thought of Lin Quan's dazzling breakthroughs during training made De Bruyne somewhat apprehensive. "I truly wish to avoid encountering this guy on the field. He is simply too difficult to defend against." On August 26th, Lin Quan arrived at Old Trafford as promised. As the second largest stadium in England, Old Trafford boasts a capacity of 76,000 seats each time Premier League and Champions League matches are held. Manchester City fans flock from around the globe to witness their team's endeavors. Unlike Manchester City, Manchester United has excelled in commercial development, cultivating a fan base that spans the world. Thus, for every match, in addition to local supporters, there are multitudes of fans traveling from other countries to attend. This phenomenon is quite rare in the context of Manchester City. Although the players of Manchester City hail from various corners of the globe, only a select few possess a significant charisma and influence. The majority lack the allure to attract fans from afar to the Etihad Stadium. As a fierce rival in the same city, Lin Quan wished to conceal his identity to avoid incurring the ire of the Red Devil supporters. Thus, he opted to shroud himself completely, donning sunglasses and a cap for disguise. However, upon arriving at the stadium, he discovered that he was not alone in his choice of attire. "Is that you, Negrito? What brings you here?" Lin Quan exclaimed, surprised to see his teammate. "I've come to watch the match too. Not just me. Fernandinho and Navas are here as well." Following Negrito's gesture, Lin Quan spotted several others, similarly disguised and lurking in the shadows. To his astonishment, more than half of his teammates had chosen to attend incognito. What was even more bewildering was that many of them had opted for the same trench coat and sunglasses ensemble. Goodness, was there really a need for such uniformity? Realizing that blending in among this group would be conspicuous, Lin Quan decided it was best to part ways with Negrito, wary of engaging in further conversation. Seizing the opportunity before the match commenced and the crowd thickened, he swiftly shed his trench coat. After a moment's contemplation, he removed his cap as well. With only the sunglasses remaining, his disguise had been significantly diminished. Now, he appeared as an ordinary fan with an Asian visage, distinct from his teammates. Having completed this transformation, Lin Quan breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he would remain unrecognized. However, just as he settled into his seat, he was met with the shocking sight of his own image displayed on the stadium's large screen. His lips twitched slightly as he awkwardly waved at the camera, his mind racing with confusion. How had he been exposed? End of chapter 17. De Bruyne struggles at Chelsea unbeknownst to him. After he publicly declared his intention to attend the match at Old Trafford, preparations were already underway on the other side. The moment Lin Quan appeared outside Old Trafford, before even entering, he had been spotted. Essentially, he was under constant scrutiny, leaving him with no refuge. Seeing Lin Quan actually seated in the stands brought immense joy to De Bruyne, who was preparing to warm up. He waved in Lin Quan's direction, greeting him. Lin Quan reciprocated the gesture, though amidst the throng of spectators, De Bruyne might not have caught sight of him. Half an hour later, the match commenced. This fixture was the highlight of the current Premier League round, deliberately scheduled for the final day. Both Manchester United and Chelsea had undergone managerial changes over the summer. Chelsea had welcomed back their former manager, Mourinho, while Manchester United opted for the Toffees coach, Moyes. In terms of reputation, Mourinho's stature far surpassed that of Moyes. Despite Chelsea playing as the visiting team, pre-match analyses suggested that they held a considerable advantage. For Moyes, a victory in this match would signify a successful navigation through the tumultuous beginnings of his tenure at Manchester United, allowing him to elevate his standing through triumph over a formidable opponent and subsequently implement necessary adjustments or even reforms within the squad. Conversely, a defeat could cast a shadow over his future at the club, potentially leading to dismissal by the end of the season. Thus, Moyes adopted a notably conservative approach for this encounter. He eschewed an aggressive offensive strategy against Chelsea, opting instead for a more reserved formation aimed at securing a draw while hoping for a win. While a victory would be ideal, settling for a stalemate would also be acceptable. Mourinho, a master of psychological warfare, discerned Moyes' mindset before the match. He expressed his delight at facing Manchester United early in the season, especially following Ferguson's retirement, subtly undermining Moyes by suggesting that his United could not be compared to Ferguson's illustrious side. Had Ferguson still been at the helm, Mourinho would have likely refrained from making such audacious claims. However, Mourinho's comments contained a kernel of truth. He acknowledged Moyes as a competent coach with an admirable record at Everton, yet emphasized that managing a club of Manchester United's stature presented a starkly different challenge, and that his experience with smaller teams may prove inadequate and even detrimental. Mourinho's skepticism regarding Moyes' ability to successfully inherit the legacy of Ferguson was both a genuine sentiment and a component of his pre-match psychological ploy. By repeatedly invoking Ferguson's name, He aimed to provoke comparisons between Moyes and his predecessor, ensuring that Moyes remained perpetually overshadowed by Ferguson's legacy. This tactic was undeniably cunning. While Moyes refrained from publicly addressing Mourinho's remarks, it was evident that he was acutely aware of the special one's pre-match statements. Dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, Moyes stood on the sidelines with unwavering focus, directing the match with great seriousness, underscoring the significance he attributed to this encounter. Mourinho's tactical setup for the match was intriguing. He opted not to deploy his primary strikers, Lukaku, Torres, and Demba Ba, instead positioning Skirl as the sole forward and allowing the fan-favored Hazard, humorously dubbed the second Messi, to function as a false nine, thereby fielding a 4-5-1 formation devoid of a traditional striker. This unexpected lineup momentarily bewildered the spectators. Both Barcelona and the Spanish national team had employed this formation, with Messi as Barcelona's focal point and Lin Quan himself assuming that role for the national team. This raised an intriguing question. Was Mourinho emulating Barcelona or the Spanish national team? Not only did Lin Quan find Mourinho's arrangement perplexing, but Moyes was also taken aback by the unorthodox setup. Wasn't Mourinho renowned for his defensive counterattacks? The deployment of such a formation seemed to suggest an intent to adopt a possession-based approach akin to that of Barcelona and the Spanish national team. However, that did not seem to be the case. Does Chelsea's midfield boast the same opulence as that of Barcelona and the Spanish national team? Can it support a possession-based style of play? Moreover, has Mourinho ever truly embraced such a style? He is no Guardiola. Witnessing the astonished expressions on his opponents' faces, Mourinho felt a flicker of pride within. He ventured into Serie A to master its triangular defensive tactics, and his time in La Liga surely yielded valuable insights. He was quite content with the Spanish national team's false nine formation, which is not solely the domain of Barcelona. Other teams can execute it as well. Before Lin Quan joined the Spanish national team, they did not possess a Messi of their own, yet they thrived on the prowess of a collective midfield. This season, his midfield lineup is formidable, complemented by the presence of Hazard, an adept dribbler and attacker. They can certainly hold their own against the Spanish national team sans Lin Quan. And facing Manchester United is hardly a daunting challenge. Once the match commenced, the performances of Oscar, Skirl, De Bruyne, and Hazard were notably vibrant. Although Chelsea did not showcase aesthetically pleasing possession football, their multifaceted attack exerted immense pressure on Manchester United, particularly on the flanks. They frequently created crises that left United's defensive structure precarious. In the 10th minute of the first half, Chelsea's flank delivered a cross, but Ferdinand's attempted clearance faltered, allowing Oscar to seize the opportunity. This presented a golden chance, yet De Gea reacted with remarkable agility, thwarting Oscar's powerful strike and saving United from disaster. The Manchester United supporters erupted in applause for De Gea, who, since Van der Sar's departure, has been the only goalkeeper to truly win the hearts of the Red Devils fans. His performances have justified the trust placed in him. Observing this save, Lin Quan also applauded his national teammate. However, amidst his applause, he couldn't help but ponder. If only Oscar had taken a moment to compose himself before shooting, the outcome might have been even more favorable. The match was not entirely one-sided. Manchester United had their offensive moments as well. In the 23rd minute, Van Persie broke through at the edge of the penalty area and attempted a shot from a tight angle, but his effort lacked precision and struck the side netting, failing to pose a threat. Since joining Manchester United, Van Persie has continued to display the brilliance he showcased at Arsenal, having been the club's top scorer last season and securing the Premier League Golden Boot. However, in this encounter, he appeared off his game, with several attempts falling short of his usual standard, making it difficult to associate him with the formidable force he was under Ferguson's command. While Van Persie struggled, Rooney was in decent form. In the 28th minute, cleverly passed to Rooney, who maneuvered past defenders in the penalty area and aimed for the far corner. The shot was expertly angled and of high quality, yet Chelsea's goalkeeper Cech was not to be underestimated. With swift reflexes, he dove to make a crucial save just as the ball rolled perilously close to the goal line, having consecutively missed 2 opportunities. The Manchester United supporters at Old Trafford were filled with frustration. However, during this period, the team's attacking prowess appeared to be on the rise, earning the players a round of applause from the fans. This applause also served as a testament to Moyes' leadership, should he guide the team to victory in this match. The accolades from the Red Devils supporters would undoubtedly be even more fervent. Lin Quan recalled that the match ended in a draw. Thus, he paid little attention to the offensive maneuvers of both teams, rather than the scoreline. He was more focused on the performance of his friend De Bruyne on the pitch. In the first 30 minutes, De Bruyne's performance was commendable. His incisive passes in the attacking third created numerous opportunities for his teammates. Yet, as Manchester United launched their counterattacks, De Bruyne's effectiveness began to wane. In the 32nd minute, he committed a foul in defense, receiving a yellow card. Following this caution, he became hesitant in his defensive actions, significantly diminishing his impact on that front. Manchester United seized upon this vulnerability, repeatedly attempting to exploit his position as a weak link in their offensive strategy. This displeased Mourinho, who urged De Bruyne to adopt a more aggressive and resolute approach in defense. Observing this unfold, Lin Quan could not help but sigh. De Bruyne's defensive capabilities were limited. He should not be utilized as a mere laborer in the midfield. Deploying him as a central midfielder squandered his offensive talents. He ought to play as an attacking midfielder, where his skills could be most effectively harnessed. If this trend continued, it was certain that Mourinho would substitute De Bruyne in the second half. Having been substituted early in consecutive matches, De Bruyne's tactical value in Mourinho's eyes would undoubtedly diminish significantly. For the remainder of the season, he might find himself relegated to the bench. As the first half concluded, the score remained at 0-0, with neither team managing to breach the opponent's goal. Upon resuming for the second half, Mourinho indeed made personnel adjustments. Just 15 minutes into the second half, he replaced De Bruyne with Torres. When De Bruyne left the field, he felt deeply disheartened. His friend had come specifically to watch him play, yet he had performed so poorly that he was substituted shortly after the second half began. This left De Bruyne feeling frustrated and lost. During his time at Werder Bremen, he had been one of the team's stars, primarily responsible for orchestrating their attacking plays. However, at Chelsea, he found himself with far less ball control, as Mourinho's squad did not prioritize possession. Consequently, De Bruyne gradually became disoriented. He sensed a misalignment with Chelsea's tactical framework, yet, recognizing Mourinho's status as a world-class coach, he sought to introspectively identify and rectify his shortcomings in an effort to integrate into the team. Nevertheless, after 2 months, all his endeavors seemed futile. The stern expression of the head coach indicated his dissatisfaction, leaving De Bruyne feeling unsettled and uncertain about his future at Chelsea. Observing De Bruyne's heavy demeanor, Lin Quan felt a pang of unease in his heart. However, he found himself powerless to assist. Even if he persuaded Manchester City to make a move, they would have to wait until the winter transfer window to acquire new talent. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Chelsea would be willing to part with their players, as no one desires to bolster the strength of direct competitors in the league. The match continued, and in the 62nd minute, a highly contentious incident unfolded. Chelsea's midfield linchpin, Lampard, used his hand to deflect a shot from a Manchester United player within the penalty area. Yet, referee Atkinson refrained from awarding a penalty, inciting considerable discontent among United's players and supporters. They pursued the referee for clarification, to which Atkinson explained that it was an unintentional handball, thus negating the penalty call. This rationale was met with skepticism from United's players, as the replay on the big screen clearly indicated that Lampard had deliberately raised his hand to obstruct the ball's trajectory. Contrary to the referee's assessment of an unintentional handball, this incident, by conventional officiating standards, was evidently a penalty. Following the replay, boos and cries of biased officiating echoed throughout Old Trafford. 9 minutes later, a Chelsea player was brought down in United's penalty area, yet the referee declined to award a penalty once again. This decision further incensed Chelsea, with Mourinho dramatically gesticulating from the sidelines, nearly earning himself a seat in the stands. Ultimately, the match concluded with neither side able to breach the other's goal, resulting in a 0-0 stalemate. This outcome was undoubtedly advantageous for Manchester City and other elite clubs, implying that both Manchester United and Chelsea were already trailing behind their rivals by 2 points at the onset of the new season. Naturally, United supporters were dissatisfied with the result, casting doubt on Moyes' future at the club. Surrounded by fervent Red Devils fans, Lin Quan maintained a composed demeanor throughout the match, quietly observing without any fervent reactions. As a neutral spectator, he found himself unperturbed by the proceedings. This match bore the hallmarks of a tacit agreement between the two teams. While a 0-0 scoreline suggested mutual detriment, a closer analysis revealed that both teams could find solace in the outcome. Chelsea would undoubtedly accept a point from a draw at Old Trafford, while Moyes, still seeking to solidify his position at Manchester United, would find a point against a formidable opponent like Chelsea acceptable. For other elite clubs, this result was met with unanimous approval, culminating in a scenario where only the Red Devils supporters were left disheartened. After the match, Lin Quan, alongside coach Pellegrini, made their way to Monaco to participate in the draw for the group stage of the 2013 to 2014 UEFA Champions League. This marked Lin Quan's inaugural foray into the Champions League and the third journey for Manchester City in this prestigious tournament, having previously stumbled at the group stage in their last two attempts, rendering them somewhat of a laughingstock in European football. This year, following the acquisition of Lin Quan and a plethora of other players, Manchester City is resolutely determined to advance from the group stage of the UEFA Champions League. It is imperative that they do not falter at this stage again. Failure to progress would render the substantial investment of billions by owner Mansour utterly futile. Chapter 18. The Champions League Draw, UEFA's Conspiracy. On the evening of August 29th at 1745, the dazzling lights of Monte Carlo in Monaco illuminated the scene. Countless stars and renowned coaches gathered to partake in the annual Champions League group stage draw. The venue was adorned with a red carpet, flanked by a multitude of journalists wielding cameras, all directed at the illustrious players and coaches alighting from their luxurious vehicles. The two titans of La Liga, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, remained the focal point of attention for the press. Meanwhile, Gareth Bale, the Welsh player who had made headlines with a record-breaking transfer, also found himself besieged by reporters due to the high-profile nature of his move. Some astute journalists noticed that Ronaldo did not arrive alongside Bale. Despite both being members of the same club, they shared no interaction on the red carpet. It appears the rumors are indeed true. Bale's transfer fee may have eclipsed that of the Portuguese star, leaving Ronaldo visibly displeased. When Messi made his entrance, his expression was notably serious. Barcelona's recent performances have been lackluster, having succumbed in the semi-finals for 2 consecutive years, and last season suffered a humiliating 7-0 defeat at the hands of Bayern Munich. This ignited a fierce desire for revenge within the club. In preparation for the current season, they had swiftly acquired Neymar and were gearing up for a significant campaign. However, the untimely recurrence of cancer for coach Villanova forced a managerial change during the summer. With Guardiola and Enrique departing, the club found itself without suitable candidates, ultimately appointing the compliant Martino as head coach. Martino's capabilities are viewed with skepticism, as many perceive him as merely a transitional figure, evidenced by the brevity of his 2-year contract. Amidst these compounded challenges, even before the Champions League commenced, voices predicting Barcelona's decline began to surface. As the core and star of the team, much of this external pressure fell upon Messi's shoulders, casting a shadow over his usual demeanor. Upon Lin Quan's arrival at the venue, he caught sight of Messi's silhouette entering. Pellegrini, who had previously coached in La Liga, remarked thoughtfully. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. As the team's linchpin, the burden of responsibility undoubtedly weighs heavier on him than on his teammates. As the representatives from Manchester City made their appearance, journalists flocked towards them, cameras at the ready, capturing Lin Quan, who had transitioned from an obscure figure during last year's Ballon d'Or ceremony to a prominent presence in European football, bolstered by his growing reputation and prowess. An increasing number of individuals regard Lin Quan as the third contender alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Should he further excel in prestigious tournaments such as the World Cup or the Champions League, it is conceivable that he may one day stand shoulder to shoulder with these legends. For such a remarkable young talent, journalists are understandably attentive. Having gained experience from the previous year, Lin Quan is no longer a novice in handling such situations. He smiled and waved at the reporters and fans present, graciously accommodating a portion of their requests for autographs and photographs before confidently striding into the venue. Upon entering, Lin Quan recognized several familiar faces. "Hey, over here," Dortmund player Reyes called out as he spotted Lin Quan's entrance. Lin Quan observed that the seats were not labeled, indicating that players could choose their own spots. Given his stature, his seat would undoubtedly be near the front, if not in the first row, then certainly in the second. Reyes, however, was seated in the 5th row, which was considerably further back. Being situated in the rear, it would be challenging for the cameras to capture them. Nonetheless, Lin Quan was indifferent to such matters. He disregarded any notions of hierarchy and sat directly beside Isco. "Did you come alone?" Lin Quan inquired. Noticing the absence of Reyes's teammates, his curiosity piqued. "Lewandowski is injured, so I came in his stead," Reyes explained before asking, How's the Premier League treating you? Reyes scrutinized Lin Quan with a playful gaze, seemingly assessing whether he had sustained any injuries. It's tolerable, though the defenders over there are quite enthusiastic. I often engage in close interactions with them. Lin Quan replied. Haha. You mean the kind of interactions that leave you in disarray? Reyes quipped, though he had never played in the Premier League. He was well aware of its intense style of play. Why not give it a try and find out? Reyes raised his hands in mock surrender. Come on, spare me. With my fragile physique, playing in the Premier League would be tantamount to seeking disaster. This lad possesses a degree of self-awareness. If he were to join the Premier League, given the ferocity of its defenders, Reyes's injury frequency would likely escalate dramatically. With your current injury, can't you discuss with your coach about reducing your playing time? According to his tactics, unless you are a super scion, you surely cannot endure. Just as Lin Quan finished speaking, he heard a cough from a middle-aged man beside him. Turning his head, he discovered Dortmund's coach, Klopp, had taken a seat next to him without his notice. Lin Quan shot a glare at Reyes, who clearly had seen Klopp's arrival, yet chose not to inform him. Reyes was thoroughly amused, wearing a look of triumph. Lin, do you seem to have an issue with me? Klopp inquired with curiosity. No, not at all. I have great admiration for you and the achievements of your team. Lin Quan responded. Is that so? Yet, I distinctly heard you criticizing my tactical approach, didn't I, Marco? Klopp retorted. Royce nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed. I can testify that this fellow has spoken ill of you. With unwavering decisiveness, Royce threw Lin Quan under the bus. Lin Quan's expression darkened. He found Royce's treachery utterly despicable for inciting discord. He resolved to confront him later. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Coach, allow me to explain. Lin Quan was reluctant to engage in conflict with Klopp, as he had no prior acquaintance with him and saw no reason to offend anyone. Yes, I'm listening, Klopp replied, his demeanor suggesting he was eager to hear what Lin Quan had to say. High pressing is the future trajectory of football, destined to supplant many current defensive strategies. Klopp's interest piqued. He felt a kinship with this young man, surprised by his profound understanding of modern football at such a tender age. With a hint of anticipation, he encouraged, please, continue. Much like Spain's possession-based football, high pressing is derived from the Dutch philosophy of total football. Our aim in executing high-pressure tactics is to compress the time available for opposing players to handle the ball, compelling them to make swift decisions. This, in turn, enhances their likelihood of making mistakes, allowing us opportunities to regain possession in their half and mount an attack. The closer we are to the opponent's goal, the easier it becomes to score. I have observed many Borussia Dortmund matches, and a significant number of goals are scored following immediate regains of possession in the opponent's half. Klopp nodded in agreement, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This young man had indeed grasped his tactical philosophy. The relentless pressing of Dortmund players was designed to induce forced errors from the opposition, enabling immediate offensive maneuvers. If we were to organize an attack from our own half, we would need to penetrate 3 defensive lines. However, if we can compel the opposing players to err and regain possession in their half or near the penalty area, we would only face a single defensive line. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, possession shifts from the opponent to Dortmund. This swift transition between attack and defense makes it exceedingly difficult for the opposing players to react promptly, significantly increasing our chances of successful attacks. Nonetheless, this approach demands a high caliber of player attributes, technical skill, physical fitness, impact, and strong execution. If the pitch is filled merely with workhorses, they may manage to recover the ball, yet organizing an effective attack would prove arduous. Without speed and impact, even a single defensive line can be a daunting barrier. Should the players lack stamina or tactical execution, they might fail to accomplish the high-pressing task altogether. Royce epitomizes the ideal player for these requirements. Thus, in your tactics, his role may be even more pivotal than Lewandowski's. However, this leads to Royce's high attendance rate, yet he is prone to injuries. The higher his attendance, the more severe the injuries he incurs, potentially culminating in dire consequences. Royce protested Lin Quan's characterization of him as fragile, but his objections went unacknowledged by the two. In response to Lin Quan's remarks, Klopp contemplated seriously. The departure of Götze this season has indeed compounded the woes for Borussia Dortmund, directly escalating the offensive pressure on Lewandowski and Reyes. Both players already bear a considerable burden, and further intensifying their responsibilities is undeniably unkind to them. Since joining the team, Reyes has been plagued by a series of injuries, demonstrating a concerning trend towards fragility. If this high-pressure situation continues, the team might indeed be on the brink of being crippled by injuries. With this thought, Klopp nodded appreciatively. "I will earnestly consider your suggestion. Thank you, Lin." This expression of gratitude was genuine, as no one had previously offered such insights from an outsider's perspective. Lin Quan was the first. "No need for thanks. I merely speak my mind. Ultimately, the one who must resolve the issues is you." Lin Quan was not being modest. He truly was just a talker. Tasking him with finding solutions to Dortmund's current predicaments was beyond his capabilities. Guardiola arrived late, just entering the venue. Once inside, he hurriedly scanned the room and finally spotted Lin Quan in the back. What is this fellow doing sitting here? Just as he prepared to greet Lin Quan, he observed Lin engaged in a lively discussion with Klopp. This momentary surprise caused Guardiola to hesitate, and ultimately, he chose not to interrupt the two, opting instead to sit in another row with mixed feelings. After concluding his conversation with Klopp, the draw ceremony commenced. The hosts of this event were Pedro Pinto from CNN Sports and the 1996 Miss Switzerland, Melanie. Before the draw officially began, the hosts announced the nominees for last season's European Player of the Year. Lin Quan, as the Bundesliga top scorer, made it to the final shortlist. However, it was evident that he was merely a participant, as it was likely the award would go to Bayern's Champions League heroes, Robben or Ribery. As anticipated, the award ultimately went to the scar-faced Ribery. Between him and Robben, the judges on-site favored Ribery, despite Robben's redemption in the finals with a crucial goal. However, in the eyes of the professionals, Ribery's contribution to the team was deemed more significant. Following the presentation of the European Player of the Year award, the main event, the group stage draw, was set to commence. According to the rules of the Champions League draw, the 32 teams participating in the group stage are divided into 4 pots. The 8 teams with the highest points serve as the top-seeded teams and are drawn first. Subsequently, 1 team each is drawn from the second, third, and fourth pots to complete the groups, based on the principle of avoiding teams from the same association. If teams from the same association are drawn into the same group, the draw is automatically advanced to the next group. The 8 seeded teams were swiftly drawn. Group A's seed is Manchester United. Group B's is Real Madrid. Group C features Benfica from the Primera Liga. Group D is the defending champion Bayern Munich. Group E is Chelsea. Group F is Arsenal. FC Barcelona was placed in Group H, and the other Primera Liga team, FC Porto, was assigned to Group G. Among the 8 seeded teams, there are 2 from La Liga, 3 from the Premier League, 1 from the Bundesliga, and 2 from the Primera Liga. Notably, neither Serie A nor League One has any seeded teams due to their dismal performances in the Champions League. In contrast, the Primera Liga, outside of the top 5 leagues, remarkably boasts 2 seeded teams, which is quite astonishing. Among these 8 teams, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and Real Madrid stand out as the most formidable. Particularly, the reigning champion Bayern Munich is a team that few would wish to face in the same group. After the first round of draws, Dutch football legend Johan Cruyff took the stage to draw the second-seeded teams. Shakhtar Donetsk was placed in Group A, Juventus in Group B, Paris Saint-Germain in Group C, CSKA Moscow in Group D, Werder Bremen in Group E, Marseille in Group F, AC Milan in Group H, and Atletico Madrid in Group G. Notably, Lin Quan was surprised to find Werder Bremen classified as a second-seeded team, as their European competition points exceeded those of Manchester City, leaving him curious about the latter's previous Champions League performances. Following the first 2 rounds of draws, 2 groups of death had emerged: Group B with Real Madrid and Juventus, and Group H with Barcelona and AC Milan. Any team that joins these 2 groups would likely face a daunting challenge to advance. Coincidentally, neither of these groups contains Premier League teams, which means Manchester City could only be drawn into 5 other groups, raising their chances of landing in these 2 groups to an alarming 40. Concerns began to rise among Manchester City's representatives, fearing that they might unluckily be drawn into one of these 2 perilous groups. The third star to take the stage was English player Michael Owen, who first drew Bayer Leverkusen into Group A, followed by Turkish side Galatasaray into Group B. This outcome relieved Manchester City, as one of the death groups was now reduced. Having their odds, Galatasaray's representatives, however, showed no trepidation, boldly declaring that they feared no one, not even the giants Real Madrid or Juventus. In contrast, the coaches of Real Madrid and Juventus grew solemn upon witnessing the draw. While Turkish teams may not be particularly strong, Their home grounds are notoriously challenging, with fervent fans who create an intimidating atmosphere. Many players would rather face the harsh conditions of Eastern Europe than play in Turkey, where unpredictability reigns. The draw continued as Olympiacos from the Greek league was placed in Group C. Subsequently, Owen drew another team, and, upon seeing it, a smile graced his face. Manchester City. The host quickly placed Manchester City's ball into Group D, where the three teams now consist of Bayern Munich, CSKA Moscow, and Manchester City. The camera focused on Bayern's coach, Guardiola, but notably overlooked Manchester City's coach, Pellegrini, instead capturing Lin Quan. Lin had often heard whispers suggesting that the Champions League group draws were orchestrated, and while he had previously harbored some doubt, he now found himself convinced. The prospect of a father-son face-off between Guardiola and Lin Quan seemed too contrived to be mere coincidence. He would not believe it was anything but a deliberate creation by UEFA. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 19. Mourinho's complaints upon witnessing the draw's outcome. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Guardiola's mouth. Though subtle, the gesture did not escape the camera's lens. The representatives from the participating clubs present at the draw also exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging UEFA's knack for orchestrating such intriguing matchups. However, this particular draw was not particularly daunting for either Bayern or Manchester City. In Group D, the second-seeded team was Russia's CSKA Moscow, a side of limited prowess. The sole concern lay in the harshness of the Russian winter, which arrives early, blanketing the region in snow and freezing temperatures by October. European teams facing away matches in these conditions could find the experience quite challenging. Yet, should fortune favor them and the away match against CSKA Moscow be concluded before October, such worries would be alleviated. The draw continued, with Owen subsequently placing Basel in Group E, Dortmund in Group F, Zenit in Group G, and Ajax in Group H. The fourth draw was conducted by former Dortmund star Sosa, who quickly completed the task of assigning the fourth-seeded teams to their respective groups. The final results of the Champions League group draw are as follows. Group A, Manchester United, Premier League, Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukrainian Premier League, Bayer Leverkusen, Bundesliga. Real Sociedad, La Liga. Group B, Real Madrid, La Liga, Juventus, Serie A, Galatasaray, Turkish Super League, Copenhagen, Danish Superliga. Group C, Benfica, Primera Liga, Paris Saint-Germain, Ligue 1. Olympiacos, Super League Greece, Anderlecht, Belgian Pro League. Group D, Bayern Munich, Bundesliga, CSKA Moscow, Russian Premier League, Manchester City, Premier League. Victoria Plzen, Czech First League. Group E, Chelsea, Premier League, Werder Bremen, Bundesliga, Basel, Swiss Super League, Steaua Bucharest, Romanian Liga I. Group F, Arsenal, Premier League, Marseille, Ligue 1. Dortmund, Bundesliga, Napoli, Serie A. Group G, Porto, Primera Liga, Atletico Madrid, La Liga, Zenit, Russian Premier League, Austria Vienna, Austrian Bundesliga. Group H, Barcelona, La Liga, AC Milan, Serie A, Ajax, Eredivisie, Celtic, Scottish Premiership. After the conclusion of the draw, the so-called Group of Death was unmistakably identified as Group F, featuring Arsenal. In Group H, which included Barcelona. Aside from the teams assigned to these two groups, the remaining clubs generally expressed satisfaction with their respective draws. Among the four English teams, aside from Arsenal's less favorable draw, the other three were met with relatively favorable outcomes. The strength of Manchester United's three group opponents is notably inferior to theirs. Had it been during Sir Alex Ferguson's era, advancing from the group stage would have been a straightforward affair. However, under Moyes, the situation is less certain. His lack of Champions League experience poses a significant challenge. Chelsea, on the other hand, has drawn the most favorable group among the four teams. The only potential difficulty may arise from Werder Bremen, while the other teams present little threat. As long as Mourinho maintains his composure, Chelsea's progression to the next stage is virtually assured. Following the announcement of the Champions League group stage draw, media outlets across various countries reported on the event. Italian media expressed dismay, lamenting the misfortune of AC Milan. This marks the third consecutive season in which they find themselves facing Barcelona in the Champions League, a rivalry that feels almost fated, with AC Milan frequently on the losing end. In the 2011 to 2012 season, both teams were placed in Group H, where AC Milan managed one draw and one loss against Barcelona. After finally reaching the quarterfinals, they encountered Barcelona once more, resulting in yet another draw and a loss. leading to their elimination. Last season, AC Milan faced Barcelona in the round of 16, securing a narrow 2-0 victory at home, only to suffer a devastating 4-0 defeat at Camp Nou. As they prepare for their fourth encounter with Barcelona, AC Milan fans are understandably frustrated. Why must they always face such formidable opponents? Meanwhile, Arsenal supporters feel equally unfortunate as they lament their own plight. As the sole team among the 8-seeded that has never won the Champions League, being grouped with the other 7 is already a source of sympathy. Yet, they have drawn a particularly challenging group, facing last season's runners-up Borussia Dortmund, French runners-up Marseille, and Serie A runners-up Napoli. Despite being a top-seeded team, Arsenal ranks lowest in their group based on last season's league standings, finishing 4th in the Premier League. When interviewed post-match, Wenger confidently stated, "I have faith in my team. We will surely advance from the group." Wenger's assurance stems from his consistent ability to secure Champions League qualification since taking the helm, often navigating through the group stages successfully. Although this year's opponents are formidable, Arsenal does not lack in strength relative to them. If they can secure victories at home, the ability to advance will rest firmly in their hands. However, British media remain skeptical, believing that with the current squad, Arsenal may struggle to juggle multiple competitions, urging the professor to invest in new players. Should reluctance to spend lead to an early exit in the group stage, the financial repercussions for Arsenal could be substantial. The question remains whether the professor has sufficient funds left after acquiring Ozil, as Arsenal's financial strategy of operating at a loss and relying on player sales has become a well-known narrative. The professor's ability to procure a staggering sum of tens of millions of pounds to acquire Erling Haaland marks an unprecedented occurrence. To continue extracting funds from him would be an undue burden. In La Liga, both Real Madrid and Barcelona expressed satisfaction with this outcome. During an interview, Barcelona's linchpin, Lionel Messi, stated that no match in the Champions League is easy. Regardless of the group or opponents faced, he will exert his utmost effort in every game. Despite these words, reporters observed that Messi's previously furrowed brow had now relaxed, indicating his contentment with the draw. On the Real Madrid front, both AS and Marca have prominently reported on the encounter with Juventus. The two teams have faced each other multiple times in the Champions League, most memorably during the 1998 final, when Real Madrid emerged victorious, reclaiming the trophy after a 32-year hiatus. Now, after a decade of being without the Champions League title, Real Madrid hopes to reverse its fortunes by overcoming this familiar adversary. However, victory is not guaranteed, as since the dawn of the new century, their encounters have consistently concluded in Juventus's favor. Thus, this meeting represents a quest for vengeance for Real Madrid. Additionally, Real Madrid's head coach, Carlo Ancelotti, and assistant coach, Zinedine Zidane, both have histories with Juventus that were less than amicable. Ancelotti was ridiculed by fans for his weight, while Zidane faced skepticism upon joining the club due to his struggle to acclimate to Serie A. This clash, laden with both old grievances and new rivalries, may compel the stronger Real Madrid to seize the opportunity against the old lady. Beyond the intrigue of formidable matchups, the group featuring Pep Guardiola's Bayern Munich and Lin Quan's Manchester City has garnered significant media attention. When confronted by reporters, Lin Quan remarked that the draw presented an amusing scenario, subtly suggesting that UEFA had scripted this encounter. The journalists, upon hearing his words, erupted in laughter. A father-son duel. Is it not dramatically heightened? Even if the script were indeed preordained, they would not shy away from it. German media expressed a mix of optimism and concern. They believe Bayern's draw is favorable, ensuring their progression as group leaders. However, Borussia Dortmund finds itself in a perilous group, and without Mario Götze, their chances of advancing remain uncertain. As for Bayer Leverkusen and Werder Bremen, their fates hinge entirely on their performances. Relatively speaking, Werder Bremen's draw appears slightly more advantageous, as aside from Chelsea, whom they struggle against, the remaining two opponents should be manageable. In contrast, Bayer Leverkusen faces a more challenging scenario against Manchester United, where they likely stand a 37% chance of victory, with a higher likelihood of defeat. Their primary rivals are two other teams, whose strengths are closely matched to their own, making the competition a veritable toss-up. The determination of which team advances to the knockout stage remains uncertain. Following the draw, betting sites promptly released their odds for the UEFA Champions League title. Unsurprisingly, Bayern Munich, under the stewardship of Guardiola, is the favored contender. Despite the departure of the esteemed coach Hanks, The addition of strong talents such as Götze and Thiago has objectively bolstered Bayern's already illustrious lineup. With minimal changes to the core squad and all players performing at their peak, it is only natural that Bayern garners widespread support. Trailing Bayern, Real Madrid holds the second-best odds. Last season, Mourinho's Madrid fell just short of the final. While the arrival of Ancelotti and the addition of the 100 million star Bale have further enhanced their capabilities, there is ample reason to believe that Madrid, with their continually improving Champions League performance, might finally realize their ambition of clinching a 10th European Cup this season. As for Barcelona, the team faces scrutiny due to an aging roster and the appointment of a relatively unknown and less formidable coach, causing external skepticism. Their odds are lower than their arch-rivals in the league, placing them third. Following these three football powerhouses, the English Premier League titans Chelsea and Manchester United also boast competitive odds, ranked 4th and 5th, respectively. Chelsea's squad is formidable, having previously secured the Champions League title 2 seasons ago. With Mourinho's return, their potential for success appears enhanced. Conversely, Manchester United, despite their 5th-place ranking, faces a significant gap from the top 4. There is little optimism regarding Moyes' journey in the Champions League. The rationale is straightforward. United's primary focus this season will undoubtedly be the Premier League, which may lead to a strategic withdrawal from the Champions League. Surprisingly, Manchester City finds itself 6th in the odds, surpassing last season's runners-up, Borussia Dortmund. Analysts believe City possesses the potential to win, as their squad is impressive, yet they lack the experience in the Champions League and the ability to cohesively integrate their star-studded roster. Such assessments are indeed astute, pinpointing City as challenges. Whether these issues can be resolved will depend on Pellegrini's managerial prowess. Following the draw ceremony, the schedule for the Champions League group stage was quickly established. Manchester City will face Czech Republic champions Viktoria Plzeň away on September 18th. The initial opponent is not particularly formidable, presenting City with a promising opportunity for a victorious start. The team is now eagerly preparing for this match. After the Champions League draw, Lin Quan and Guardiola had a brief meeting before hastily boarding a plane back to Manchester. The following day, the third round of the Premier League commenced, with Chelsea securing a narrow 2-1 victory at home against Aston Villa. In this match, Aston Villa continued to exhibit their penchant for accumulating cards, receiving a total of 5 yellow cards, 5 times more than Chelsea. Chelsea managed to score only a single goal, while their opponents netted 2. Yet, it was Chelsea who emerged victorious, thanks to an own goal gifted by their adversaries just 7 minutes into the match. Frankly, had Aston Villa not presented such an early gift, victory should have rightfully belonged to them. Chelsea's performance was utterly dismal, failing to resemble a prestigious team. They maintained over 70 possession and unleashed 17 shots, yet only managed a mere 3 on target. In contrast, their opponents, with half the number of attempts, achieved 4 shots on target, surpassing Chelsea's count. Mourinho's celebrated counter-attacking strategy faltered against an opponent that had entrenched themselves defensively from the outset. Furthermore, Chelsea's aggressive offensive approach seemed futile as they struggled to convert their efforts into goals. Despite acquiring a plethora of forwards, none proved effective. Astonishingly, the sole goal they scored was by a defender. This prompted Mourinho to bury his face in his hands, lamenting the lack of productive forwards in his squad, and nostalgically recalling the prowess of Didier Drogba. If only he had one competent striker at his disposal. How could they fail to breach even the goal of a lesser team? This notion incensed Mourinho, who expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the club's director, Imenolo. Had he brought in Lin Quan to Stamford Bridge, Chelsea might not be in such a predicament, grappling with a lack of firepower. The truth of Mourinho's grievances became evident the following day when Lin Quan, in a match against Hull City, shone brightly. Within just 35 minutes of the first half, he had scored 2 goals, and shortly after the second half commenced, he netted a third, achieving his second hat-trick since joining Manchester City. Over 3 matches, Lin Quan had scored an astonishing 8 goals, outscoring Chelsea's entire team by a factor of 2. His stellar performance vindicated Mourinho's judgment and demonstrated that Mansour's initial investment was indeed worthwhile. Were other teams given the chance, they would likely scramble to match that expenditure. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The rising sponsorship fees following an easy victory over Hull City. Manchester City now boasts 3 consecutive wins, amassing 9 points and securing the top position in the Premier League standings. Given their goal difference of 10, Even teams like Liverpool and Tottenham, should they win their respective matches and achieve 3 victories in a row, would be unable to displace them from their lofty perch. After this match, the other Premier League teams finally began to acknowledge the threat posed by Manchester City. Prior to the match, many speculated that the numerous summer signings would require time to integrate into the team, suggesting that City's early season performance might suffer. However, no one anticipated that they would commence the season with a triumphant 3-match winning streak, directly ascending to the top of the table. This has led various teams to regard them with respect, placing them among the elite contenders for the championship. The acknowledgement from opponents serves as a testament to Manchester City's prowess. However, this heightened scrutiny may result in greater challenges in their forthcoming matches. The focal point of this round in the Premier League is undoubtedly the final 2 fixtures: Manchester United's away clash against Liverpool and Arsenal's home encounter with Tottenham. After successfully overcoming the formidable Chelsea, Moyes' Manchester United ultimately succumbed at Anfield. Historically, Liverpool has consistently delivered exceptional performances against the Red Devils on their home turf during their encounters. Although in recent years, the Reds' achievements in both the league and the Champions League have paled in comparison to those of Manchester United, the latter has struggled to find their footing at Anfield. In their last 6 visits to this venue, Manchester United has recorded a dismal tally of 1 draw and 4 losses. Such a record is decidedly one-sided. With Moyes newly appointed and still finding his bearings, the outcome of their visit to Liverpool was all but predetermined. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Liverpool's captain Gerrard set up his teammate Sturridge for the opening goal. This solitary strike proved sufficient to send the Red Devils home empty-handed. The defeat is particularly detrimental for Moyes, as Manchester United's record after facing 2 of the Big Four in the first 3 rounds stands at 1 draw and 1 loss, an unsatisfactory outcome. Following just 1 victory in their opening 3 matches, United has now slipped to 7th place in the standings, falling out of the title race. With their next fixture pitting them against the in-form Manchester City, should the Red Devils falter again in this local derby, their ranking is bound to plummet further, potentially bidding farewell to their hopes of clinching the Premier League title this season. While some revel in joy, others are left disheartened. Moyes faces disappointment at Anfield. Whereas Wenger's Arsenal triumphed over their North London rivals Tottenham at the Emirates with an identical scoreline, snapping their losing streak with back-to-back victories. Arsenal currently sits in 4th place with 2 consecutive wins, trailing Manchester City and Liverpool by a mere 3 points, a gap not insurmountable should their adversaries falter. Following an extraordinary performance in the first 3 rounds of the Premier League, Lin Quan was awarded the title of Player of the Month. This accolade marks his first since joining the Premier League, making him the youngest foreign player to receive such an honor. The allure of the Premier League indeed surpasses that of the Bundesliga, as Lin Quan's Twitter following surged dramatically after his transfer. Initially, after the Confederations Cup, his follower count plateaued at approximately 2.8 million. However, after just 3 matches with Manchester City, his followers skyrocketed by over 1 million, bringing his total close to 4 million. Consequently, Lin Quan's commercial value has also soared, with a plethora of sponsors lining up to secure his endorsement, leaving him with little respite. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, Lin Quan instructed Pili to decline the majority of commercial endorsements. Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi approached me, expressing their desire to collaborate with you. Following Lin Quan's directives, Pili retained a few high-bid, genuinely committed international brands. What are the offers from the 2 companies? Lin Quan seldom consumes carbonated beverages, as they pose certain drawbacks for professional athletes. However, for the average individual, it is inconsequential, as a beloved indulgence. Coca-Cola enjoys immense global sales and recognition. Engaging in commercial partnerships with such brands would undoubtedly enhance Lin Quan's influence and notoriety. This mutually beneficial collaboration is precisely what he aspires to achieve. Coca-Cola, wielding slightly greater influence, provided a conservative offer of a 3-year contract worth €9 million. On the other hand, Pepsi, with marginally less clout, offered a more substantial promotion fee, proposing a 4-year contract amounting to €14 million. To break it down, Coca-Cola's offer translates to €3 million per annum, while Pepsi's amounts to €350,000 annually. Nevertheless, Lin Quan harbors a particular fondness for Sprite from Coca-Cola. During the summer, a chilled bottle of Sprite delivers a refreshing sensation. However, consuming too much before a meal can lead to discomfort and hunger. Thus, he conveyed to Pili, we can proceed with Coca-Cola. but you must inquire if they would allow me to endorse only Sprite. Are they amenable to that? Indeed, I will negotiate with them. Furthermore, both Nike and Adidas have become restless, reaching out to me with intentions to revise their offers for you. There is no rush. Let us discuss this after the Champions League commences, taking our time. A few months prior, Lin Quan had declined offers from Nike and Adidas, as he had not yet secured a new club, coupled with his recognition being limited to the Bundesliga, resulting in a minimal global fan base. Thus, the two prominent sports brands merely regarded him as a potential emerging star, presenting modest offers. However, the situation has transformed, despite only one summer passing. Following his triumph in the Confederations Cup and the exorbitant signing fee to join Manchester City, his standing in the football world has significantly risen. At this juncture, neither Nike nor Adidas can afford to view him merely as a young player. Although he remains youthful, his current influence rivals, if not surpasses, that of elite stars. Therefore, they must present sincere offers. Nevertheless, Lin Quan remains unhurried, for he understands that his influence has yet to reach its zenith. As long as he maintains his remarkable performance in the highly scrutinized arenas of the Champions League and the World Cup, his influence will further expand, truly positioning him alongside the likes of Messi and Ronaldo as a superlative superstar. Beyond considerations of commercial endorsements, Lin Quan is also pondering how to wisely invest the considerable sum of money he now possesses. Last season, his salary was modest, thus he did not contemplate investment opportunities. However, this season, upon joining Manchester City, he has received an astronomical signing bonus of £100 million. This sum of money is certainly not insignificant. Given the continuous depreciation of the pound, if it is not spent wisely soon, one may face substantial losses in a few years' time post-Brexit, when the exchange rate could plummet. However, what should one invest in? Following the conclusion of the third round of the Premier League, the FIFA International Match Days have arrived. Lin Quan has departed the club to report back to the national team in Spain. After the conclusion of the Confederations Cup, Spain had not convened for over a month. There was initially a friendly match scheduled against Ecuador, but Bosque summoned none of the main players, opting instead to promote a group of youngsters from the youth team, entrusting them to assistant coach Tony. Tony led this young squad to a decisive 3-0 victory over Ecuador, much to Bosque's satisfaction. The scoreline was of little consequence. What mattered was that the seasoned coach had begun scouting for candidates to form the framework of Spain's next generation of key players. The current squad boasts a significant number of players born around 1985. After participating in next year's World Cup, it is highly probable that they will be unable to compete in the 2018 World Cup. Thus, Spain must begin to prepare for the future without delay. However, with Lin Quan present, the rebuilding process will be straightforward, as the core of the team is secure. Our star has arrived. Upon reaching the national team's training base, Lin Quan encountered Ramos and Casillas among others. Upon seeing Lin Quan, Morata rushed over, playfully punching him on the chest before enveloping him in a bear hug. So, how is the Premier League? It's all right. Do you want to come to the Premier League? Impossible. My heart belongs solely to Real Madrid. It is my favorite club. And in this lifetime, I shall go nowhere else. Morata declared emphatically, embodying the essence of a devoted Real Madrid supporter. Lin Quan cast a sidelong glance at him, finding not a single word of Morata's statement credible. This fellow is indeed a dreamer in the football realm. When he left Real Madrid for Juventus, he proclaimed that his childhood dream was to join Juventus. Upon returning to Real Madrid from Juventus, he claimed he had always dreamed of achieving success at Real Madrid. As he departed for Chelsea and Atletico, he reiterated this narrative once more. Given the plethora of clubs he has claimed to dream of joining, the fans have bestowed upon him the moniker of the dreamer. As for which club he genuinely favors, it seems that only he knows the truth. With Lin Quan's arrival, Ramos and Casillas also approached to greet him. Ramos circled around Lin Quan, giving his well-built muscles a light squeeze, exclaiming, "Not bad. You've bulked up quite a bit. My earlier concerns appear to have been unwarranted. With your physique, even defenders in the Premier League would find it challenging to contend with you." Casillas then interjected with a word of caution, "Do remain vigilant. The defenders in the Premier League are quite rough, prone to many fouls. Avoid engaging them directly to prevent injury." At this juncture, the group recalled the injured David Silva, leading to a moment of melancholy. David Silva sustained an injury during a Premier League match, necessitating a minimum 3-month absence from competition. For a professional athlete, such a hiatus can jeopardize their position as a key player. Prior to their injury, they may have been indispensable to the team, yet upon their return, it is conceivable that their spot may have been usurped. Furthermore, many players carry psychological scars from injuries, with their physical capabilities potentially diminished, leading to a decline in performance and obscurity among their peers. It is no exaggeration to assert that injuries are the most formidable adversaries faced by professional athletes. In this recent training camp, there are numerous newcomers. Nacho from Real Madrid and Garcia from Manchester City are making their debuts in the national team, alongside Negrito and Navas, who were also called up from Manchester City. Counting the injured David Silva, Manchester City now boasts 5 Spanish internationals. Busquets' injury has opened the door for Xavi Garcia to step in. However, this is merely the ostensible reason. Spain is not lacking in midfielders, and at 26, Xavi Garcia is hardly a youth. His selection to the squad, aside from replacing the injured Busquets, is significantly aimed at assisting Lin Quan. Bosque has been closely monitoring Lin Quan's performances in the Premier League, yet after observing 3 matches featuring Manchester City, he noted that the midfield was not providing adequate support for Lin Quan. The midfield's linchpin, Yaya Touré, is not one to facilitate assists for teammates. Rather, he prefers to launch solo attacks. Consequently, Lin Quan has received scant direct passes from him, let alone assists. Most of Lin Quan's goals in those 3 matches stemmed from his remarkable individual prowess, with limited support from teammates. Surprisingly, the player providing the most assists was not from Manchester City's midfield, but rather the forward Agüero. Had David Silva remained unscathed, he could have offered valuable assistance to Lin Quan. However, with his injury, that support has vanished. In light of this, Bosque has decided to elevate the Spanish players within Manchester City, granting them more opportunities in the national team to foster better synergy with Lin Quan. This way, upon their return to their club, they would be better positioned to provide him with substantial support. Navas and Garcia remain oblivious to this strategy, both elated by their call-up to the national team. With the World Cup approaching, footballers worldwide are fiercely vying for key positions within their squads. Even if they do not secure a starting role, being part of the 23-man roster is a significant achievement, particularly for the title-contending Spanish national team. Should they find themselves on the final list, and if Spain triumphs in next year's World Cup, they could have the chance to lift the coveted trophy. The sentiment among the other players mirrors this enthusiasm, and during training, their seriousness and dedication are palpably heightened. However, due to the players' excessive seriousness, a training match within the team witnessed a few players nearly clashing with their teammates after executing tackles with too much fervor. Bosque found himself both pleased and somewhat concerned about this state of affairs. He appreciated the players' ambitious spirit, yet was troubled by the limited roster for the national team. Realizing he could not take all these outstanding players to the grand stage of the World Cup, this time, several key players were sidelined due to injuries. But this did not imply their absence would be permanent. Consequently, many of those summoned may not be present in the next national training session, leaving uncertainty about whether they could accept this harsh reality. After 3 days of training in Madrid, the entire Spanish national team boarded a plane bound for Helsinki, the capital of Finland, preparing to face their group stage opponent, the Finnish national team. This match marked the third to last of Spain's group stage games. A victory against Finland would secure their early advancement as group leaders, directly qualifying them for the 2014 World Cup finals. Upon arrival in Helsinki, the Spanish players were greeted by a biting chill as they disembarked from the plane, collectively shivering in response to the cold wind. The temperature in Helsinki hovered around a mere 5 degrees Celsius, with nighttime lows plummeting below freezing. In stark contrast, their departure from Spain had seen them basking in 33-degree sunshine in Madrid. The temperature difference between the two locations was a staggering 30 degrees, creating the sensation of having plunged from the height of summer into the depths of winter overnight. Although the logistical staff had cautioned them to prepare warm clothing before their departure, the Spanish players had grossly underestimated the chill awaiting them, compounding their discomfort. The strong winds in Helsinki exacerbated their plight, rapidly depleting their body heat and leaving them shivering uncontrollably. "Hurry, hurry, get on the bus. We can't afford to catch a cold out here." Coach Tony, with his nose reddened by the cold, stood resolutely in the wind, urging the players to board the bus swiftly. Once aboard, as the driver activated the bus's heating system, the Spanish players sighed in relief, enveloped by the warmth cascading from above. Is this what a country within the Arctic Circle feels like? Winter has arrived far too early, they mused, having heard that Under normal circumstances, it would not be this frigid. Today's cold snap was attributed to an unexpected cold wave. Why did this cold wave have to arrive now of all times? The players, upon hearing this news, began to feel a sense of unease. Playing in such low temperatures posed a considerable risk of injury, particularly when not adequately warmed up. Having just transitioned from the warmth of Spain, they found themselves ill-equipped to adapt to the new climate, and time was not on their side as the match was set to commence the following day. Do not worry. This is not a do-or-die match. Even if we were to lose, it would not affect our progression. Iker Casillas reassured his concerned teammates. Spain currently has 3 remaining matches in the World Cup qualifiers, including the upcoming match against Finland, as well as home games against Belarus and Georgia. Winning just one of these 2 matches would secure their position at the top of their group. The significance of their previous victories over France has become evident at this juncture. Had they won one less match earlier, they would now find themselves with no margin for error. Hearing Casillas' words, the team felt a slight sense of reassurance. After all, it was not a matter of life and death, and there was no need to attach such weight to the situation. They simply needed to relax and play their game. After calming his teammates' spirits, Casillas discreetly approached Lin Quan. "Lin, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match?" he inquired. Lin looked at him, puzzled and confused. Hadn't they just discussed the insignificance of the outcome? Why was Casillas now seeking his opinion? "What are your thoughts, Captain?" Lin countered, believing that Casillas must have a specific reason for approaching him. "I aim to secure victory in tomorrow's match and ensure our advancement 2 rounds ahead," Casillas stated. Lin nodded. It was not surprising that Casillas held such aspirations. He shared the same sentiment. The remaining 2 opponents in the group stage were not formidable, and if they could triumph over Finland and advance early, they could rest on the bench during the subsequent matches. Mid-October coincided with the Champions League group stage, as well as the commencement of league and cup competitions. Competing on 3 fronts would significantly tax the physical stamina of the key players. Adding another national team match would exacerbate their fatigue. Excessive strain on their bodies could lead to injuries. Thus, securing a World Cup berth early would allow them to reduce their commitments and conserve energy. "I understand, Captain. Rest assured, I will bring my best performance to tomorrow's match," Lin assured him. Casillas felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lin's promise. As the team's offensive linchpin, if Lin focused, defeating Finland would be like slicing through butter. However, the Finnish team had a different perspective. As their fans witnessed the Spanish players disembark in the frigid temperatures of Helsinki, their initial despair was rekindled with newfound hope. The Spanish players appeared ill at ease in the cold, while the locals faced no such issues. The weather could potentially weaken Spain's fighting spirit, preventing them from performing at their peak. Should Finland seize the opportunity, they might very well triumph over Spain during this moment of vulnerability. Spain has maintained an impressive unbeaten streak of 37 matches in international competitions, with their last defeat dating back to 2011. As a dominant force in world tournaments, national teams around the globe take pride in overcoming the Spanish squad. Furthermore, the Finnish team currently occupies the 3rd position in their group, having amassed 6 points, while the second-placed French team stands at 9 points, merely 1 victory ahead. Theoretically, Finland still harbors hopes of securing the 2nd spot in the group, which would enable them to advance to the playoffs. Consequently, the entire Finnish squad was on high alert for this match, and the Olympic Stadium in Helsinki was filled to capacity, with approximately 40,000 spectators in attendance. At 19:30, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the spotlight match of Group I for the European qualifiers for the 2014 World Cup commenced, featuring the reigning champions, Spain, facing off against Finland on their home turf. Coach Vicente Del Bosque made significant adjustments to Spain's starting lineup. Young talent Jorge Koch, playing for Atletico Madrid, filled in as a right-back for his first official start in the national team. Similarly, Mario Suarez, also from Atletico, replaced Javi Martinez as the defensive midfielder. Arsenal's Santi Cazorla took over the midfield orchestrating role from the aging Xavi, while the injured Silva was substituted by Morata. Up front, Llorente remained the lone striker, flanked by Fabregas and Iniesta. As the match began, the Spanish players, as anticipated by Finnish fans, adopted a rather conservative approach. Concerned about injuries, the players hesitated to make bold moves on the field. In contrast, the Finnish team seized this opportunity to launch an offensive against the Spanish goal. In the 3rd minute, Finland initiated a quick attack following a throw-in. Finnish left winger Alexander Ring attempted to break through laterally, but Spain's defense proved to be resolute. After failing to penetrate, he managed to deliver a cross from near the left corner flag. Finnish striker Pucky made a run to the near post, and, although he managed to get a touch on the ball, he was obstructed by Koch. In a desperate attempt, he took a shot, but it failed to pose a threat, as the ball was easily collected by Casillas. The young Koch, only 21 years old, displayed commendable composure during this defensive phase, earning applause from his teammates and coach. Casillas even approached him to offer a pat on the back as a gesture of encouragement. Finland's offensive was far from over. In the 6th minute, Skirl launched a long pass from midfield. Pucky received the ball in the penalty area and, with a half-turn, unleashed a right-footed shot at goal. But he failed to keep it down, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. The home fans, witnessing their team dominating the play against Spain, were visibly elated. In a fit of excitement, one fan stripped off his shirt, boldly waving the Finnish flag to rally support for his team. At that moment, the temperature hovered around 34 degrees Celsius, complemented by a brisk wind. To brave the elements in such a manner is undoubtedly a testament to his fervor. Although Spain initially appeared to be on the back foot, gradually, as the players increased their movement on the field, they began to warm up physically. It became evident that the players' movements were no longer stiff, as they progressively started to loosen up. The disparity in hard power between the two teams was quite pronounced. While Finland initially seized the advantage during a phase when Spain was hesitant to unleash their full potential, the latter soon regained their composure and swiftly turned the tide. In the 11th minute of the first half, Spain successfully intercepted the ball in midfield. Pedro, after deftly maneuvering past a defender on the right flank, delivered a cross to Lin Quan. The two executed a clever 1-2, with Lin passing the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Pedro evaded his marker and, with a right-footed shot from the edge of the box, attempted to score. Unfortunately, the shot lacked sufficient power and was comfortably collected by the goalkeeper, failing to pose any real threat. Nevertheless, this attempt heralded Spain's resurgence. In the 12th minute, Spain orchestrated a brilliant combination play in the attacking third. Following a series of precise passes, Iniesta delivered an imaginative backheeled pass into the penalty area. However, the defender, displaying keen awareness, intervened just before Lin could capitalize, clearing the ball away. Had Lin managed to secure possession, a goal would have been highly probable. Spain did not relent and mounted another offensive in the 15th minute. Left-back Alba surged forward, reaching the byline before delivering a cross. It was a ball of half-height, somewhat challenging to handle. Yet, Lin was determined not to squander the opportunity. He instinctively arched his body backward, executing an acrobatic bicycle kick. The shot was exquisite, striking the ball perfectly, catching the goalkeeper off guard. As he was unprepared for a shot taken with the back to the goal, the ball sailed past him into the net, making it 1-0 in favor of Spain. Lin himself was astonished by the goal, and his teammates, indifferent to the gravity of the occasion, rushed towards him to celebrate exuberantly. Spain, unfazed by potential comebacks, knew that securing the first goal significantly increased their chances of victory. With the lead, the players felt a weight lifted off their shoulders, yet they remained resolute, spurred on to press for additional goals to firmly secure their triumph. If Lin scores 2 more, he can take a break in the second half, joked Iniesta. After conceding the opening goal, the atmosphere among the Finnish supporters noticeably dulled, their enthusiasm waning in stark contrast to earlier. Even the burly man waving the national flag appeared to slow, whether from the cold or sheer exhaustion. Spain's offensive onslaught continued unabated. In the 28th minute, capitalizing on Finland's urgency to equalize, Spain executed a rapid counterattack. Fabregas delivered a splendid pass from midfield, allowing Lin to successfully evade the offside trap. Receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area, presenting himself in a one-on-one with the advancing goalkeeper. Maintaining his composure, he opted for a left-footed shot, finding the back of the net once more. The score now stood at 2-0, effectively cementing Spain's dominance. What a splendid shot. Lin's balance between his left and right foot is remarkable. It feels like he has no weak side. He humbly remarked, "Oh, it's nothing. Not as good as Santi Cazorla." Many players in the Spanish squad, including Iniesta and Pedro, exhibited a commendable balance in their footwork. However, when it comes to the most balanced use of both feet, one must undoubtedly commend Cazorla. When he plays, it is utterly unnoticeable which foot is his weaker one, as if such a distinction does not exist. His ambidexterity is nothing short of astonishing. For professional athletes, developing proficiency with the non-dominant foot is an essential skill. Relying solely on one foot is akin to being severely hampered, for defenders will anticipate your moves based on your preferred foot. Possessing a non-dominant foot complicates this predictability considerably. Lin Quan originally favored his right foot, while Messi, coincidentally, is a left-footed player. Thus, after emulating Messi's style, Lin Quan became adept at passing, dribbling, and shooting with both feet. As the match progressed, Finland created a promising opportunity in the 25th minute. Regrettably, Yeliamenko's shot was thwarted by Alba's acrobatic intervention. Spain then launched a counterattack. Iniesta delivered a through ball from the left side of the penalty area to Lin Quan, who subsequently passed to Pedro. Pedro seemed eager to showcase his skills as he opted for a left-footed shot, yet he miscalibrated the angle, causing the ball to skim past the far post and out of play. Witnessing the ball slide past the goal, Pedro wore an expression of embarrassment and gestured to his teammates, signaling, "Mistake, mistake. I promise I'll score next time." "Sure," Lin, his teammate, scoffed, casting disparaging glances at Pedro. They all recognized that he had merely sought to flaunt his abilities. Had he simply used his right foot, would he have truly missed the target? The Finnish players felt increasingly disheartened as they observed the Spanish players laughing and appearing relaxed just outside their penalty area. They were at a loss. They simply could not defend against Spain's fluid passing and movement. Although the opposing players were not particularly tall nor exceptionally fast, their coordination in passing and positioning was exceptional, unless they doubled their numbers in the penalty area and sealed off all passing lanes. They stood no chance against the intricate interplay of the Spanish side. As Spain's attacks grew more incisive, the enthusiasm of the Finnish supporters was completely extinguished, with cheers dwindling significantly. In the 37th minute, Fabregas received the ball on the left flank of the penalty area and passed it to Lin Quan, who skillfully dribbled past two defenders. However, the space for a forward breakthrough was entirely blocked, so he opted for a backward pass instead. Fabregas then relayed the ball to Pedro, who feigned a shot, allowing it to reach the onrushing Iniesta. Iniesta struck the ball directly. The goalkeeper, having been deceived by Pedro's feint, was caught off guard and helplessly watched as the net rippled once more. Before the first half concluded, Spain had secured a commanding 3-0 lead. Upon witnessing Spain score yet again, the Finnish fans seemed to reach their breaking point, with many beginning to exit the stadium prematurely. The previously shirtless giant had, at some point, quietly donned the cotton jacket that had been discarded on his seat, enveloping himself snugly. It remained uncertain whether he felt a chill in his body or a coldness in his heart. In the second half, the teams resumed their contest in a different location. Due to a significant lead, and to mitigate the risk of player injuries, Bosque made early substitutions. After halftime, Spain replaced Iniesta and Fabregas with Negrito and Isco. After playing for a little over 10 minutes, noticing that the Finnish team seemed to lack offensive intent, Spain intended to conclude the match. Thus, in the 59th minute, Bosque substituted Lin Quan for Morata. When Morata and Lin Quan exchanged high fives, his face was alight with excitement. With less than 60 minutes played, he had at least 30 minutes of playing time ahead of him, far more generous than his previous appearances in the Confederations Cup. As for Lin Quan, after his substitution, he sat on the bench bundled in a thick down jacket, sharing laughter with the other three key players who were also substituted early. Do you think the coach will call us back for the upcoming group matches? I'm not sure. If the coach wants to give younger players a chance, it's likely we won't be summoned again. However, if he aims to maintain an unbeaten record and continue our legacy, that remains to be seen. After Lin Quan's departure, Spain's offensive capabilities diminished, and they failed to score further in the second half. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Iniesta, Spain secured a 3-0 victory against Finland, not only preserving their unbeaten streak, but also advancing as group leaders 2 rounds ahead, thus securing a spot in the 2014 World Cup. Chapter 22. Lin Quan's investment following their triumph over Finland. The Spanish national team departed from Helsinki the next day by plane. With only 5 teams in Group I, after completing one World Cup qualifying match, Spain had a bye. Consequently, they arranged a friendly match against another team that was also on a bye. On September 10th, the Spanish national team arrived in Geneva to face the South American team, Chile. Having already secured advancement in the group stage, Spain primarily focused on honing their skills. In this match, Bosque made significant adjustments to the starting lineup, including placing several key players, Lin Quan among them, on the bench. Chile, on the other hand, fielded their strongest squad, eager to learn from the world champions. In the match, Vargas, who had previously been awarded the title of Chilean Footballer of the Year and currently played for Valencia, was the first to breach Spain's defenses. The starting goalkeeper for Spain that day was Valdés from Barcelona, and this goal could not be attributed to him. The opponent's speed was astounding, as they evaded the defender and struck suddenly, catching the goalkeeper off guard. This kid is impressive, with such skill and agility. On the bench, several of Spain's key players, upon witnessing the goal, were momentarily taken aback. The manner in which the opponent maneuvered and scored bore an uncanny resemblance to one of their own players. "Why are you all looking at me? My speed isn't comparable to his." Lin Quan chuckled as he noticed his teammates gazing in his direction. "If you had his speed, you'd be invincible." Casillas shuddered at the thought of facing the rapid Lin Quan in front of the goal. Merely imagining it was terrifying. His teammates nodded in agreement. For a winger, increased speed equates to a greater threat. For a team that thrives on exploiting the flanks, there exists a stringent requirement for the speed of its wingers. Sluggish players simply cannot execute this strategy. However, Lin Quan's dribbling skills are formidable enough that his speed becomes a secondary concern, as he possesses a myriad of techniques to bypass opposing defenders. Yet, should his speed indeed be enhanced, he would become even more formidable than he already is. Despite trailing in the score, Spain remained composed. The young players on the field exhibited some initial nervousness, but under the reassuring presence of the seasoned veterans, their anxiety quickly dissipated. In the 37th minute, Pedro delivered a brilliant pass, allowing Soldado to equalize the score with a decisive strike. However, Vargas was in exceptional form today. Just 7 minutes later, almost from the same position, he once again utilized his speed and skill to penetrate Spain's defense, altering the score once more. Chile led 2-1. During the halftime break, the young players who had participated in the first half were visibly tense, seemingly fearing rebuke from the coach for their lackluster performance. Prior to this friendly match, Spain had maintained an unbeaten streak of 30 matches across various competitions over the past 2 years, if only competitive matches are considered. Their last defeat occurred over 3 years ago in the opening match of the 2010 World Cup against Switzerland. This dominance of the Spanish national team is a testament to their prowess. Consequently, as members of the Bullfighters, they were reluctant and wary of tarnishing the team's honor. If their poor performance were to bring an end to the undefeated streak, they would undoubtedly face criticism from fans and experience a pang of guilt within themselves. Do not bear too much psychological pressure. After all, this is merely a friendly match. You all played so tightly in the first half, without any freedom. Continuing in this manner will only worsen your performance. Bosque's dissatisfaction with the players' first half display was evident. He recognized that their talent was not lacking. The reason for their ineffective play, coupled with being suppressed by the opponents, stemmed primarily from their constrained mindset. The unbeaten record, while an honor, also acted as a shackle. With this weight upon them, the players inevitably felt compelled to defend it. As a result, they approached the game burdened with concerns, leading to a passive and restricted performance. The coach was correct. This was merely a friendly match. They should play freely, and if necessary, allow the main players 30 minutes of playtime. As long as they did not fall behind by 3 goals, they would stand a chance to level the score. Observing the players' muted response to Bosque's motivational words, veterans like Xavi stepped forward with smiles, offering encouragement. As the world's foremost team, Spain naturally possesses the confidence that accompanies such a title. While their previous offensive prowess may not have been as spectacular, the arrival of Lin Quan has significantly elevated the team's attacking capabilities. Thus, they are entirely justified in expressing such sentiments. The younger players, initially apprehensive, found solace in the words of their seasoned counterparts, easing their anxieties. Indeed, with the elder players providing support, there is little to fear. This realization lifted the psychological burdens from the players' shoulders. Upon the commencement of the second half, the performance of these young athletes markedly improved compared to the first half, showcasing an array of quintessential Spanish teamwork. This development allowed the previously anxious coach, Vicente del Bosque, to relax. The presence of experienced veterans like Xavi and Iker Casillas is invaluable in fostering a positive locker room atmosphere. In the 65th minute of the second half, after 20 minutes of relentless attacking, Spain finally equalized, with Isco finding the net. Following the goal, the young players joyously embraced one another. Despite the absence of many key players, they demonstrated remarkable resilience, equalizing the score after trailing twice against a formidable South American team. Their achievement was truly commendable. Recognizing their efforts, Del Bosque made a bold decision to substitute 8 players at once, bringing in the seasoned starters to take control of the match. Although Del Bosque publicly downplayed the importance of an unbeaten record, his actions spoke volumes. With less than 30 minutes remaining in the match, his comprehensive substitutions clearly indicated his desire for victory. Any suggestion to the contrary would be an affront to one's intelligence. The Chilean coach, observing Spain's substitutions, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Though it was merely a friendly match with no restrictions on substitutions, he wondered if Spain's players would not require warm-ups. Introducing all the starters at once, he pondered whether they might be caught off guard before acclimatizing to the game's tempo. However, Spain was unperturbed. Once the main players entered the field, they swiftly seized control of the game. Chile attempted to launch surprise attacks, only to find themselves thwarted. Spain not only quelled their advances, but also quickly countered. The intensity brought by the starters was a stark contrast to the previous encounters against a host of substitutes. The remaining 25 minutes of the match transformed into a comprehensive display of Spanish attacking and defending prowess. For over 20 minutes, they relentlessly bombarded the Chilean goal, ultimately securing a 4-2 victory. The substitutes on the sidelines watched in awe as their main squad dominated the opposition, scoring 2 goals in a mere 20 minutes. They were thoroughly impressed by their elder teammates, who had indeed not exaggerated their capabilities, even if they had not equalized. The introduction of the starters ensured a comfortable triumph over their rivals. Following the conclusion of the friendly match against Chile, Del Bosque announced the dissolution of the team. The players have all returned to their respective clubs, scattering in different directions. The next international match is not scheduled for another month. And given that the team has already secured advancement in the group stage, Bosque may not summon many key players for the journey to Eastern Europe. Consequently, they might not reunite for several months, or even for half a year. Upon returning to Manchester, Pear sought out Lin Quan. Previously, you had mentioned matters of investment. I have conducted some research, and I would like you to peruse these intriguing projects. As he spoke, Pear handed Lin Quan a compilation of investment opportunities he had assembled. Lin Quan received it and began to browse curiously. It was evident that Pear had put considerable effort into it. The materials were comprehensive and meticulously detailed, showcasing a variety of investment types, including real estate, futures, and stocks. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, European real estate had plummeted. But it has been in a recovery phase in recent years, with property prices across Europe on the rise. Moreover, Middle Eastern consortiums have been lavishly purchasing vast tracts of land in Europe, further inflating real estate prices. Based on my calculations, the return on investment in real estate over the past 5 years has averaged around 10, which is quite commendable. Lin Quan recalled his experience when purchasing property in Munich. According to the Germans, collaborations with Middle Eastern consortiums were indeed frequent. Oil tycoons, having profited immensely during this period of soaring oil prices, found themselves with excess funds and turned to acquiring real estate worldwide. However, Lin Quan was acutely aware that with the impending crisis in eastern Ukraine next year, the European economy would likely falter. At that point, the current investment fervor would swiftly dissipate, making entry into the market now a potential trap for unwary investors. Thus, he declined the project, expressing that real estate carried too high a risk and, given their limited capital, it would be prudent to avoid such ventures. £100 million may seem substantial, but against the backdrop of exorbitant property prices, it is patently insufficient. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Pear gleaned an understanding of his concerns. Lin Quan belonged to a cautious demographic of investors averse to risk, favoring low-risk investment products. Consequently, he proposed, there are some fine vineyards in France. The international market's demand for wine is steadily increasing, presenting a promising outlook. Furthermore, the entry price is relatively low. Would you consider this? Many Spanish national players are engaged in vineyard investments. A medium-sized vineyard would require an investment of approximately several million euros. All right, help me acquire a stake in one, preferably one that includes a vineyard. While profit is secondary, possessing a vineyard of my own is my primary goal. What about the remaining funds? That only addresses 1% of the assets. A substantial portion remains unallocated. Please divide the remaining amount in two. One half will be used to purchase stocks in this company, while I intend to manage the other half myself. There are certain matters Lin Quan chose not to disclose to Pear, not out of intent to withhold information, but primarily to avoid complications. Informing Per is tantamount to informing Guardiola. Guardiola, being rather loquacious, is someone Lin Quan finds tiresome to listen to. Very well, I shall attend to this matter promptly. Per glanced at the name of the company Lin Quan intended to invest in and nodded slightly. This is an American internet enterprise, and investing in internet companies has become a trend in this era. Although his understanding of the internet is limited, such investments are regarded as high-quality opportunities even in Europe, especially given the steady rise of the American stock market in recent years. As long as this company does not face catastrophic failure, such an investment is unlikely to incur losses. Contemplating this, Per found himself somewhat intrigued. He resolved to research the company's prospects thoroughly upon his return. If the market's assessment proves favorable, he intends to join Lin Quan in investing a portion of his funds. After Per's departure, Lin Quan opened his computer and searched for the latest Bitcoin price online. Currently, Bitcoin is priced at 112 per coin. If this price were to be considered a decade from now, it would be paltry. However, at this moment, it is exceedingly high, being 12 times more expensive than last year. Many experts declare that the price of Bitcoin is inflated, with minimal trading volume, labeling it as a mere game of passing the parcel. A quick search reveals that major media outlets maintain a predominantly negative stance towards this asset, with few voices praising it. This sentiment is understandable, as Lin Quan himself harbors doubts about its reliability. Nonetheless, the memories of a time traveler inform him that in 2013, there was no investment with higher returns than this. Although its price has surged more than tenfold in the past year, appearing excessively inflated, this does not mark the end of Bitcoin's frenzy. This virtual currency is poised to soar hundreds of times in the coming years. If he were to purchase at the current price and sell in 2017, he could realize nearly 200 times his investment. If he were to be even more ambitious and wait until the market peaks in 2021 to 2022, he might achieve returns of 500 to 600 times. Of course, like the mainstream opinion, he too perceives this asset as potentially a passing fad. Hence, he does not intend to hold it long-term. He merely plans to make a quick profit and exit. However, the memories brought by the time traveler may not be entirely reliable. Taking into account the butterfly effect, Lin Quan remains uncertain whether Bitcoin in this timeline will mirror the craziness of his original world. Therefore, he decides to allocate only half of his funds to this venture, reserving the other half for more stable investments. At this juncture, shares of certain internet companies are still relatively low, and holding them for 7 to 8 years until they appreciate tenfold could yield substantial profits. Chapter concluded. Chapter 23. The Champions League officially commences, featuring the grand performances of esteemed clubs. On September 14th, the fourth round of the league ignites. While this round lacks any focal matchups, several surprises have emerged. Manchester United, competing first, triumphs over Crystal Palace with a score of 2-0, finally halting their downward spiral. However, the Blue Army among the Big Four unexpectedly succumbed to Everton in an away match, a result that left many astounded. Mourinho's squad continues to grapple with persistent issues, as their forwards seem utterly incapable of finding the back of the net. In this encounter, Everton, the Toffees, showcased an exceptional performance, defeating Chelsea through resolute defense and incisive counterattacks, thus handing Chelsea their first defeat of the season and shattering their unbeaten streak. Initially, there were concerns that Everton's performance would decline following Moyes' departure this season. However, they have not only maintained their impressive form from previous seasons, but have also advanced even further. Currently, after 4 matches, Everton boasts 1 victory and 3 draws, remaining unbeaten and standing as one of the only 3 teams in the Premier League yet to taste defeat, alongside Liverpool and Manchester City. Following the unexpected loss to Everton, Chelsea slipped to 6th place in the standings, while Manchester United, sharing the same points, edged ahead by virtue of superior goal difference. This turn of events has provided Manchester United fans, who were previously ridiculed by Chelsea supporters, with an opportunity to retaliate, relishing Chelsea's misfortune. How delightful it is to witness the Blue Army in dismay. Bravo to Everton for their splendid performance. I wonder what the Chelsea fans have to say now. I will forever remember the exuberance of Chelsea fans when Manchester United suffered a defeat in the previous round. They conveniently forget whom we lost to. From Manchester United fans' perspective, the Reds are a formidable force, and losing to them at their home ground is no disgrace. Yet, who did Chelsea lose to? The Toffees? This is a team that is, in essence, a lesser sibling to Manchester United. How embarrassing it must be for the esteemed Blue Army to be outperformed by our little brother. Oh well, It's just one match. What is there to worry about? Perhaps Manchester United should focus on their upcoming derby against Manchester City. Indeed, should United falter again, Moyes' position may be at stake, and we might witness quite the spectacle. Chelsea fans seized upon this vulnerability of United supporters, launching their own barbs, further inciting the ire of the Red Devils, who in turn began to retaliate against Chelsea. It is as if Chelsea thinks they are exempt from facing Liverpool and Manchester City. Given your current inability to score even a single goal, earning a point in each match should be considered a triumph. Manchester United may win one and lose one, yet their points tally still surpasses yours. The plight for United lies in the instability of the managerial position, while Chelsea's Achilles heel is their impotent attack. Both teams confront significant challenges, which do not seem easily surmountable. If this trend continues, it appears that neither the red nor blue factions will have the opportunity to contend for the Premier League title this season. Meanwhile, the Gunner fans, quietly biding their time, may find themselves reaping unexpected rewards. With the Red Devils' inconsistent results, the Blue Army's striking woes, and the Reds' prolonged decline, could it be that the Gunners are poised to end their trophy-less streak and ultimately lift the Premier League trophy this season? Subsequently, in an away match against Sunderland, Arsenal triumphed 3-1, securing their third consecutive victory and temporarily ascending to the top of the table, further solidifying the conviction among Arsenal supporters. A glorious era for Arsenal has dawned. Chelsea has just suffered an unexpected defeat, and Liverpool is quick to respond with fervor. In their away match against Swansea, the Reds scored 2 goals in the first half, seemingly securing victory. However, to their astonishment, the opposing team mounted a fierce comeback in the second half, equalizing and snatching away the 3 points that were once within their grasp. Nonetheless, Liverpool retains the lead at the top of the Premier League table, boasting a 10-point advantage over Arsenal, thanks to their prior 3 consecutive victories. In this round of matches, Manchester City narrowly avoided a draw against their opponents. The abundance of star players within the squad rendered them significantly susceptible to the FIFA virus. Following international fixtures, most players hurried back to their club for the league match, which affected their performance throughout the game. Some players from South America, having expended considerable energy, were unable to last the entire match. The score remained at 0-0 until injury time, just when all believed the match would end in a stalemate. In the final minute of stoppage time, Lin Quan delivered a remarkably decisive pass, assisting Negrito in scoring a goal that secured a hard-fought 1-0 victory for the team. Although the win was rather scrappy, Manchester City managed to secure 3 points, maintaining their position at the summit of the table with 4 consecutive victories. After the league match, the entire Manchester City squad promptly boarded a flight to the Czech Republic, preparing for their first match in the Champions League group stage. Viktoria Plzeň, a team from the Czech First League, is not particularly renowned in Europe. However, as their opening match opponent, Manchester City is determined not to underestimate them. They have encountered numerous setbacks in the Champions League group stage in the past, instilling a healthy fear of failure. Viktoria Plzeň is the weakest team in their group, and the forthcoming match must be a definitive victory with as many goals as possible to accumulate a sufficient goal difference advantage, thus allowing them to take the initiative in subsequent matches. Pellegrini is acutely aware of his employer's high expectations for the Champions League, especially considering that his predecessor, Mancini, was dismissed after 2 consecutive group stage eliminations. If he wishes to avoid following in Mancini's footsteps, this group stage must proceed without any unforeseen mishaps. While Bayern Munich's strength is indisputable, Manchester City has a competitive edge over the other 2 opponents in the group, making it imperative that they secure a solid victory in this encounter. Perhaps Pellegrini's pre-match admonitions had the opposite effect, as Manchester City started the game with palpable tension, the players appearing overly anxious. After 30 minutes of the first half, the score remained 0-0, and Manchester City's players found themselves receiving 2 yellow cards due to excessive aggression. Pellegrini, initially feeling reassured, became increasingly anxious upon witnessing the team's demeanor. Surely, Manchester City wouldn't falter in an away match? The players from Viktoria Plzeň, upon hearing the formidable reputation of their Premier League rivals, felt a tinge of trepidation, already at a psychological disadvantage. After 30 minutes of play, it became evident that the opposing team's skill level was not as formidable as initially perceived. Consequently, the players' confidence began to swell. They abandoned their defensive posture and increasingly ventured into offensive plays, aiming to alter the scoreline. Once the opponents initiated their attack, Lin Quan felt a sense of reassurance. Initially, his teammates were overly tense, compounded by the multitude of players crowding both inside and outside the opponent's penalty area, which stifled their coordination. However, the situation had shifted. The adversaries, in a surprising turn, sought to engage in a more aggressive contest. This recklessness on their part resulted in numerous gaps within their penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Quan signaled to his teammates to accelerate the tempo of the match and took the lead in pressing the players from Bilson at midfield. Under his guidance, the likes of Garcia, Navas, and Agüero promptly joined in the relentless pursuit. The players from Bilson, having seldom faced teams from the top 5 leagues, found themselves struggling to adapt to the pace of play, particularly that of the Premier League. As Manchester City slightly increased their speed, the Bilson players began to falter. The ensuing skirmish in midfield swiftly determined the outcome, with Manchester City's players leveraging their superior technical skills and robust physicality to dominate their opponents. Upon gaining control of midfield, the quality of their attacks improved markedly. In the 48th minute, after regaining possession, Manchester City quickly distributed the ball to Lin Quan on the flank. After skillfully maneuvering past the opposing defenders, he cut inside, drawing their attention before executing a feigned shot that seamlessly transitioned into a precise pass to Agüero, who was in a more advantageous position. The Argentine forward did not squander this exquisite setup, unleashing a powerful strike that found the back of the net. A magnificent display. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, witnessing this moment, exuberantly raised his arms in celebration alongside his coaching staff. He had awaited this goal for far too long. Had the team failed to score, the opponents would likely have reverted to their previous conservative strategy, making it exceedingly difficult for Manchester City to secure a victory. With the first goal secured, the remainder of the match became considerably more manageable. Trailing behind, the Bilson team had no choice but to emerge from their defensive shell. Yet, once they advanced, their defensive line appeared woefully inadequate against Manchester City's formidable forwards. In the 53rd minute, Lin Quan received a pass from Garcia. Withstanding a physical challenge from a defender, leaning against the opponent, he executed a sweeping shot that sent the ball into the net. Manchester City scored again. Under the relentless barrage of Manchester City's attacks, Bilson struggled to withstand the pressure. Nevertheless, the players remained mindful of their coach's instructions, despite their 2-goal lead. They continued their offensive pursuits, eager to secure additional goals. In the 65th minute, Manchester City launched another swift counterattack. Lin Quan, carrying the ball towards the byline, evaded the defensive player and, from a tight angle within the penalty area, attempted a shot. The goalkeeper, focused and alert, managed to deflect the ball, but it did not travel far, landing amidst a chaotic scramble within the penalty area. Amidst the chaos, the defender from Bilson aimed to clear the ball with a powerful kick, only for it to ricochet off a Manchester City player, resulting in an unexpected deflection. The goalkeeper, having just completed a save, had not yet regained his footing when he noticed the ball hurtling towards him. The speed of the shot was astonishing. He could only instinctively raise his hand to block it, yet his efforts proved futile. Goal. It was scored by Javi Garcia, who himself was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Initially, his intention was to seize the opportunity for a shot, but the opposing defender outpaced him, denying him the chance. Observing the defender preparing to clear the ball, Garcia symbolically lifted his leg in an attempt to obstruct the play, only to inadvertently score a goal. Truly, it was a case of finding fortune where one least expected it. Ultimately, Manchester City flourished with a flourish, netting 3 goals in the second half to secure a triumphant start in the Champions League group stage, earning them 3 invaluable points. With Bayern Munich also triumphing over CSKA Moscow with a score of 3-0 at home. Both Manchester City and Bayern sit atop the group with 3 points and a goal difference of 3. The first 4 groups had all 8 matches commencing simultaneously. Following the conclusion of Manchester City's match, the results from the other groups were unveiled. In Group A, David Moyes' Manchester United triumphed over Bayer Leverkusen at Old Trafford with a score of 4-2. Wayne Rooney, returning to the starting lineup, delivered a stellar performance, scoring twice to help his team break the deadlock. Since Robin van Persie's arrival, which usurped his starting position, Rooney had not experienced such a resurgence in form. Although he was a favorite of Sir Alex Ferguson, it was Ferguson himself who had sidelined him in his final year at the helm. Now, with Moyes at the helm, Rooney was afforded more opportunities, for which he was exceedingly grateful, eager to respond with a string of goals. In addition to Rooney, Both Van Persie and Valencia also found the net, solidifying the team's dominance. Despite the loss, Leverkusen displayed remarkable tenacity, managing to score twice even while trailing, showcasing the resilience of Bundesliga teams to fans across the globe. In Group B, Real Madrid faced the daunting challenge of playing at Galatasaray's infamous home ground. Expectations were set for a challenging encounter. However, Carlo Ancelotti's team astounded the world by delivering a stunning 6-1 victory. While it was anticipated that Real Madrid would prevail due to their superior strength, the margin of victory in such a hostile environment was astonishing. Gareth Bale, who was acquired for a staggering $100 million over the summer, did not score, but contributed significantly with his relentless runs down the flank, creating numerous opportunities for his team. Nonetheless, Bale's brilliance could not overshadow Cristiano Ronaldo's scintillating performance. The Portuguese superstar was in magnificent form, whether to assert his status within the team or to demonstrate his prowess in front of newcomers. In just 30 minutes of the second half, Ronaldo netted a hat-trick, leaving an indelible mark on the match. Upon Bale's appearance on the field, his partnership with the $200 million player showcased the formidable power of wealth. Indeed, affluence allows one to act with impunity. In a discreet corner, Benzema, who had diligently honed his shooting skills for over 6 months, modestly completed a remarkable feat of 2 goals and an assist in this match. Although he could not overshadow his teammates nor bask in the luminescence of the billion-dollar phenomenon, his presence was an essential assurance for Real Madrid's victory. In Group C, Paris Saint-Germain triumphed over the Greek team Olympiacos with a resounding 4-1 scoreline. The match saw multiple players from PSG shine brilliantly, leaving their opponents in disarray. Despite failing to score, Ibrahimovic garnered headlines by missing a penalty, becoming the most disheartened individual of the day. The following day, the remaining 4 groups commenced their matches. Werder Bremen, playing on their home turf, achieved a convincing 3-0 victory against FCSB. Players such as Peterson, Füllkrug, and Arnautovic all celebrated their inaugural goals in the Champions League. With this triumph, Werder Bremen's prospects for advancement appeared quite promising. However, in a shocking turn of events, Chelsea faced an unexpected defeat on their home ground against the Swiss team Basel. Expectations deemed this match devoid of suspense, yet Mourinho's tactics faltered. Chelsea initially took the lead, only to be overturned by their adversaries, ultimately succumbing to a 1-2 loss. In a desperate bid to recover from the deficit in the second half, Mourinho substituted nearly every forward available, yet the goals eluded them, forcing them to helplessly watch the opponents secure 3 points at their expense. Post-match, the Basel players celebrated wildly at Stamford Bridge, astonished at their victory over the formidable Blues, while Chelsea could only mourn their defeat in silence. Including their recent league loss, Chelsea has now suffered 2 consecutive defeats across all competitions. De Bruyne remained on the bench throughout the match, and during Chelsea's struggle, Mourinho made 3 substitutions without once considering him, nor casting a glance in his direction. This oversight left De Bruyne feeling profoundly dejected. In Group F, facing the daunting circumstances of the so-called Group of Death, Wenger's Arsenal executed a steady performance, defeating Marseille 2-1 and securing vital points. Meanwhile, last season's Champions League runners-up, Borussia Dortmund, fell to Napoli in an away match. It seems Dortmund has passed its zenith, now resolutely traversing a downward trajectory. In Group G, Atletico Madrid claimed a 3-1 victory over Zenit, while Porto also emerged victorious on the road. In Group H, both Barcelona and AC Milan achieved comfortable wins at home, with scores of 4-0 and 2-0 respectively. In what appeared to be a response to Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi dazzled with a hat-trick against Ajax. As the first round of matches concluded, aside from the unfortunate Chelsea, all teams from the Premier League secured victories. La Liga also boasted 3 wins and 1 loss, with the only defeat being suffered by the weakest side, Real Sociedad. Serie A recorded 2 wins and a draw, with both AC Milan and Napoli claiming victories, while Juventus faced a surprising draw against the less formidable Copenhagen. On the other hand, in the Bundesliga, there are 2 victories and 2 defeats, while both Ligue 1 and the Primera Liga record 1 win and 1 loss. Judging from the performance of the top 5 leagues, the Premier League and La Liga undoubtedly stand as the foremost 2 leagues. Serie A slightly outshines the Bundesliga, whereas Ligue 1 has unfortunately fallen to the level of the Primera Liga. However, the Primera Liga boasts 2 seeded teams, while Ligue 1 has none, which is quite disheartening. I apologize for the delay in updating, Today marks a double-month ticket event. May I kindly request everyone to cast their votes? Chapter 24, the Manchester Derby. With Guardiola present following the conclusion of the first round of the Champions League group stage, fervent discussions erupted online among supporters of various teams and fans of certain star players. Indeed, the Premier League and La Liga continue to demonstrate remarkable strength, significantly outpacing other leagues in terms of performance. The Premier League is undeniably formidable, yet aside from Barcelona and Real Madrid, the rest of La Liga does not impress as much. However, let us not underestimate the mid-tier teams of La Liga, should they encounter Atletico Madrid in the knockout stage. The Premier League teams might find themselves at a disadvantage. Indeed, having followed both La Liga and the Premier League, I can attest that Diego Simeone's Atletico Madrid possesses considerable prowess, reminiscent of the former Borussia Dortmund. When Atletico Madrid is mentioned, fans of the Premier League, particularly those of Chelsea, often find themselves at a loss for words. In last year's UEFA Super Cup, Atletico Madrid triumphed over Chelsea with a resounding 4-1 victory. Not only did they seize the Super Cup trophy from the Champions League title holders, but they also set a record for the most lopsided scoreline in nearly 2 decades of the UEFA Super Cup. This scoreline aptly underscores Atletico's strength. Underestimating them could lead to dire consequences. Considering Chelsea's recent defeat to Basel, a team previously deemed weak, the frustration among Premier League fans is palpable, causing their confidence to wane. While it may be too soon to judge the other 3 teams, Chelsea's current form suggests that if they were to face Atletico Madrid again, they might not emerge unscathed. In addition to the verbal sparring between fans of the Premier League and La Liga, supporters of various star players have also engaged in heated debates online. Look at Ronaldo's prowess. He scored a hat-trick in just 30 minutes. Truly impressive. To clarify, Cristiano Ronaldo achieved his hat-trick in a mere 28 minutes. Undoubtedly, his scoring efficiency is remarkable, and to proclaim him the best player in contemporary football is hardly an exaggeration. With Bale's support this season, Real Madrid seems destined to reclaim the Champions League title. Ronaldo's admirers extol their star, while Messi's fans are equally vocal. So what if he scored a hat-trick? It's not that extraordinary. Messi once achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 5 goals in a single Champions League match. Indeed, let us remain humble. As the only player in Champions League history to score 5 goals in one match, we must maintain a degree of modesty, lest we provoke the fans of a certain diving player who may misconstrue our intentions, for this is an accomplishment they may never attain. Who are you referring to as a diving player? If you have the courage, state it plainly. With so many players across the top 5 leagues, I did not name anyone specifically. It is not my fault if you choose to take offense. This exemplifies the quality of certain fans. If they possess the ability to triumph over Real Madrid on the pitch, what merit do personal attacks hold? It is quite contradictory to accuse others of personal assaults while engaging in the same behavior themselves. Other fans have grown accustomed to the disputes between supporters of Messi and Ronaldo. They prefer to refrain from involvement and seek a tranquil space to continue their football discussions. That being said, Lin's performance in this match was rather unremarkable. 1 assist and 1 goal. One might argue this is inadequate. Is the expectation perhaps a tad excessive? Indeed, this performance is commendable. However, when juxtaposed with the caliber of Messi and Ronaldo, it appears somewhat lacking, especially since both of them achieved hat-tricks. It seems that fans are somewhat dissatisfied with Lin's performance, particularly in light of the extraordinary feats of the dual icons. His 1 assist and 1 goal pale in comparison. There are still many matches left in the group stage. One match does not define everything. If Lin continues to play at this current pace, goals are sure to come. We must not focus solely on the Champions League. The league must be considered as well. In 4 matches of the Premier League, Lin has netted 8 goals, while Messi has scored 6 and Ronaldo only 2. His tally equals the combined total of the 2 legends. Is Lin truly this formidable? However, Ronaldo's goal count does seem a bit low. Only 2 goals in 4 league matches. This season, Benzema has shown significant growth, scoring 2 goals in the league. The arrivals of Isco and Bale have also diluted the scoring responsibilities, with Isco netting 3 goals and Bale contributing 1. Indeed, Real Madrid's attacking lineup is exceedingly opulent. They are no longer as reliant on Ronaldo as they once were, which may be advantageous for both Ronaldo and the club. At least Ronaldo can now dedicate more energy to the Champions League. In this light, does it seem that Real Madrid has a substantial chance in the Champions League this season? Isn't Ancelotti, known as a specialist in securing titles? His arrival at Real Madrid could very well lead them to Champions League glory. Following the conclusion of the first round of group matches, experts and betting companies adjusted the odds for this season's Champions League. Real Madrid's odds of winning have ascended to the top, surpassing the reigning champions, Bayern Munich. Barcelona's position remains unchanged at third. In the Premier League, due to an unexpected loss in the first round, Chelsea has fallen to ninth place. Manchester United has also seen a decline, now positioned seventh. Conversely, Manchester City, buoyed by 5 consecutive victories in both the League and Champions League group stages, has risen to fourth place, now boasting the highest odds for victory among Premier League teams. However, it is still early to discuss championship prospects based on just one match. After concluding the Champions League group stage, Manchester City returns home, riding a wave of momentum, ready to face the challenge from Manchester United. This local derby is the most significant match in this round of Premier League fixtures. Considering the match's importance and the substantial fan bases of both Manchester United and Manchester City overseas, the Premier League has scheduled this match for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In this manner, fans overseas, particularly in Asia, will be able to watch the matches during prime time in the evening. It must be said that, compared to other leagues, the Premier League exhibits a greater degree of flexibility in this regard. They are more considerate of overseas viewers, which is highly beneficial for the promotion of the events. After all, given the 7-hour time difference, if a match is scheduled around 7:30 in the evening, it would be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning in Asia. At that hour, who would still be watching the game? Most would have long since retired for the night. Naturally, this approach is one that other leagues will seek to emulate. La Liga has since adopted this strategy. Holding matches in the afternoon does indeed cater to overseas audiences. Yet it poses challenges for the players of both teams. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun has not yet set, and one team will inevitably face the glaring sunlight during the match, which significantly impacts the players. Conversely, the team shielded from the sun enjoys a considerable advantage. Prior to the match, Manchester United players took to social media to rally support from their fans, urging them to witness their conquest of the Etihad Stadium. Rooney proclaimed, "Manchester will forever belong to the Red Devils, while Manchester City, they are merely a noisy neighbor." He criticized City as a nouveau riche club devoid of the heritage that defines a true footballing giant, asserting that United is the rightful heir of Manchester. Van Persie remarked, "Manchester City? They have a few commendable players, but as a collective, my teammates and I are undeniably stronger." He also denounced City's financial policies, arguing that despite their roster of talented players, they lack the accolades to match. With United's players having fired the first shots, it was only natural for City's players to respond. Aguero tweeted, "I have a strong feeling I will score today, and not just once." Yaya Touré declared, "The Red Devils? That is merely a thing of the past. Now it is the era of the Blue Moon." Kompany asserted, "I will work alongside my teammates to freeze out United's forwards. Neither Rooney nor Van Persie shall find the net at the Etihad." Having heard the bravado of his teammates, Lingard chose to refrain from joining the fray. Instead, he uploaded an aerial photograph of the Etihad Stadium with the caption, "Tomorrow afternoon, Etihad Stadium, let us not miss each other." The atmosphere between the two teams is charged, and the local media, akin to sharks sensing blood, began to sensationalize the rivalry. This marks the 166th Manchester Derby, prior to 2010, due to Manchester United's dominance. City had little chance of victory, with United holding an overwhelming lead in their encounters. However, post-2010, with the influx of funds from the Middle East, Manchester City began to rise, and the tide of their confrontations started to turn. In the last 7 meetings, City secured 4 victories. And in their clash at Old Trafford 2 years ago, City even triumphed with a staggering score of 6-1 against United. It can be said that the balance of power between the two teams has completely shifted. Manchester United is no longer the formidable force it once was. Securing a victory over Manchester City is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor, particularly when playing on their home turf. However, for Moyes, he appears to possess a knack for overcoming Manchester City. Prior to his tenure at Manchester United, he led Everton to triumph in 9 out of 12 encounters against them, earning him the reputation of being Manchester City's nemesis. Consequently, in a pre-match media interview, Moyes confidently asserted, "Yes, I have discovered a method to counter Manchester City, and we will secure 3 points away. I am very confident in this." When pressed by reporters regarding the specifics of his strategy, Moyes merely smiled and refrained from providing an answer, exuding an air of mystery. Pellegrini suspected that Moyes was attempting to engage in psychological warfare, thus he remained unfazed. In a pre-match interview, he stated that Manchester City would continue to play their game, believing that as long as they performed at their usual level, they held confidence in winning against any opponent. This response seemed to convey a lack of conviction to the journalists, who perceived Pellegrini's stance as less assertive compared to Moyes' self-assuredness. As a result, many media outlets favored Manchester United to emerge victorious away from home. Nonetheless, there were also numerous experts and former players who supported Manchester City. This season, City has been in exceptional form, currently on a 5-match winning streak across all competitions, although these victories have not come against top-tier teams, somewhat diminishing their significance. Nevertheless, the momentum of Manchester City clearly surpasses that of Manchester United, and a roster analysis reveals that City's lineup is at least on par with, if not superior to, United's. The outcome of this match hinges on the tactical arrangements and in-game execution by both coaches. Should Moyes indeed have devised some secret strategy against Manchester City, then Manchester United might have a chance at victory. Otherwise, the likelihood of a Manchester City win appears greater. Arsenal's coach Wenger expressed optimism for a Manchester United victory, as only by defeating Manchester City could his team ascend to the top of the league standings. Conversely, Chelsea's coach Mourinho opined that Manchester United's internal issues are too significant, making it difficult for them to gain an advantage at the Etihad Stadium. "I do not wish to comment on Manchester United's midfield," he remarked, "but it is evident to everyone that the midfield is their Achilles heel." Upon hearing Mourinho address the issues within United's midfield, reporters inquired about Chelsea's own severe struggles with attacking prowess this season. Upon receiving this question, Mourinho's demeanor shifted dramatically. He abruptly interrupted the reporter's inquiry, adamantly insisting that his team faced no such problems. However, the issues plaguing Chelsea's forward line are glaringly apparent to anyone with discernment, rendering his evasions ineffective. Additionally, rumors suggest that Chelsea is privately engaging with Drogba's agent, seemingly aiming to bring the former Chelsea stalwart back to Stamford Bridge. However, at 35 years of age, it remains uncertain whether Drogba still possesses the vigor needed for the rigors of the game. Rather than relying on an aging veteran, Chelsea ought to consider acquiring a bona fide striker. Lewandowski from Dortmund and Diego Costa from Atletico Madrid are indeed commendable choices, and their prices are quite reasonable. £50 million would surely secure their transfers. However, Chelsea currently boasts an abundance of forwards, including Torres, Eto'o, Skirl, Demba Ba, Willian, and the promising Lukaku, often referred to as the future star. While their roster is ample, the effectiveness of these forwards remains questionable. It is uncertain whether the style of play at Chelsea stifles their offensive capabilities or if these players simply lose their prowess upon joining the club. The match has drawn attention not only from the British media, but also from outlets across Europe. This is one of the most thrilling local derbies in the top 5 leagues, and derby matches are inherently captivating. Furthermore, both teams are participating in the Champions League, and should they advance beyond the group stage, they may pose significant challenges to teams from other leagues in the knockout rounds. Consequently, numerous clubs have dispatched scouts to observe the match closely in preparation for the upcoming Champions League eliminations. As the match commenced, cameras captured the presence of Bayern Munich's coach Guardiola in the stands. Bayern is set to visit Manchester City next, making it essential for them to scrutinize their primary rival in the group. However, if the purpose was solely to assess the opponent's form, it was unnecessary for Guardiola to attend in person. Sending an experienced scout or assistant coach to record the match would have sufficed. Guardiola's appearance at the Etihad Stadium inevitably prompts speculation regarding his personal relationship with Lin Quan. It seems he has both professional and personal motivations for attending this match. When the cameras caught him, Guardiola did not shy away. Instead, he graciously waved at the lens, a moment that was naturally displayed on the large screen, catching the attention of the players warming up on the field. "Look, it's Bayern's coach, Lin Quan, practicing his shots," only turned to the screen after a teammate's prompt. Just as he glanced up, the feed switched to his face looking at the screen, prompting a ripple of good-natured laughter from the crowd, and Lin Quan himself joined in the amusement. The director clearly noted his gaze towards the screen and orchestrated the moment deliberately. Fortunately, he had seen Guardiola's location, and while the match had yet to begin, Lin Quan ascended to the stands to greet him. "Leaving right after the match?" "Well, I have training with the team tomorrow. What time is your flight? If you're inviting me to dinner, that should give us ample time. Sure, but only if I win this match. In that case, good luck. Tonight's dinner is on you. With a smile, Guardiola embraced Lin Quan, giving him an encouraging pat on the back. Go on, play well. And don't feel pressured just because I'm here. Lin Quan rolled his eyes and replied, rest assured, I'll treat you like air and ignore you. Your words have saddened me. Alas, I initially intended to cheer for you, but it seems my allegiance must now shift to Manchester United. However, should you dare to do so, the Manchester City fans surrounding you would surely not hesitate to confront you. Surely, they wouldn't be so harsh. For I am a renowned figure? That would only enhance their notoriety should they bestow upon you a beating. My conjunctivitis has flared up, and I apologize for my slow writing this afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The entire crowd sings Lin Quan's song CCTV, CCTV. Dear viewers, we are live broadcasting the highly anticipated clash of the 2013 to 2014 Premier League season's fifth round, featuring Manchester City at home against Manchester United. I am your host, Hiwei. I am Suyong. Hiwei glanced at the current Premier League standings and remarked, the two teams are currently positioned first and fifth, with Manchester City maintaining a perfect record in the previous 4 matches, amassing 12 points at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Manchester United has secured 2 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, accumulating 7 points and ranking 5th in the league. Suyong added, although Manchester City appears to hold the upper hand in the standings, the disparity in strength between the two teams is not as pronounced as the table suggests. Indeed, the outcome of this match will hinge on which team performs better. Without further ado, let us examine the starting lineups. Manchester City has opted for a 4-4-2 formation today, with Lin Quan positioned as an attacking midfielder. However, he is likely to roam freely, much like in previous matches. Indeed, his versatility across the front line allows him considerable tactical freedom, which is crucial to unleashing his potential. Restricting him to a single position would, conversely, diminish his impact. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Manchester City gained possession, with Aguero passing the ball to Lin Quan, who in turn returned it to Captain Company. Manchester City displayed patience, eschewing hurried attacks. Observing City's deliberate ball circulation in the backfield, Suyong and Hiwei engaged in conversation. Since Pellegrini's arrival, there have been few adjustments to City's attacking system. His focus has primarily been on fortifying the defensive line. Indeed, there is no doubting City's offensive prowess, yet their defense remains vulnerable. Against mid to lower-tier teams, City can rely on their formidable attacking strength to mask their defensive frailties. However, when faced with stronger opponents, this Achilles heel is readily exposed, leading to targeted assaults from rivals, which is also why they failed to progress further in last season's Champions League. After receiving Lin Quan's pass, Company exchanged a few touches with teammates, drawing the opposing forwards to press before decisively launching a long pass aimed at seeking out their forwards. This caught the Manchester United players off guard. Since City had acquired a multitude of Spanish players, their attacks predominantly relied on ground penetration. Rarely did they employ such long passes, leaving United unprepared for this approach. Aguero received the ball, and Carrick promptly surged forward to intercept. Aguero, hesitant to advance, promptly passed the ball back to Lin Quan, who then shifted it to the right flank, delivering it to winger Navas. Navas sprinted forward, evading Evra's interception, and managed to deliver a cross near the byline. The cross was not particularly well executed, as Manchester City's defenders Ferdinand and Vidic occupied their positions effectively, leaving Aguero and Negrito unable to reach the ball. After thwarting a swift counterattack from Manchester City, Moyes applauded the defensive effort of the Manchester United players from the sidelines. Despite their advancing years, particularly Ferdinand at 35, both Vidic and Ferdinand remained irreplaceable in Manchester United's defense, a bulwark relied upon during the Ferguson era. Moyes found himself unable to displace them, continuing to depend on their experience. However, with only a year remaining on their contracts, should Manchester United fail to secure victories in the league and the Champions League this season, the likelihood of their departure next year could not be dismissed. As Manchester United prepared for a counterattack, Carrick passed the ball to Rooney. Utilizing his exceptional physical prowess, Rooney surged forward before passing to teammate Welbeck. Although often criticized for his technical abilities, this time Rooney delivered a splendid pass, presenting Welbeck with a potential one-on-one opportunity. Unfortunately, Welbeck seemed to lose his footing, missing the chance. Curse it, the pitch is too waterlogged. Otherwise, I would have secured that ball. Welbeck lamented, feeling embarrassed by the mishap. Meanwhile, Pellegrini on the sidelines expressed his dissatisfaction with the play, noting that the midfield had failed to form a defensive barrier, allowing Rooney to pass unchallenged. Luckily for Manchester United, their error spared them from conceding a goal in that moment. He gestured to his players, urging them to enhance their midfield battles. The midfield, particularly Yaya Touré and Fernandinho, needed to toughen up and prevent the opposition from traversing their territory with such ease. Upon receiving the coach's instructions, Manchester City's midfield intensified their duels and interceptions, leading both teams into a fierce struggle in the center of the pitch. In this battleground, the frequency of errors among the players began to escalate. In the 3rd minute of the match, Everett intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it to Fellaini, who attempted to distribute it wide but was swiftly dispossessed by a Manchester City player. City launched a counterattack, with Fernandinho passing to Negredo. As soon as Negredo received the ball, he was immediately surrounded by Manchester United players, resulting in a swift loss of possession. It was now Manchester United's turn to attack. Yet they too found their progress halted in midfield, with Yaya Touré clearing the ball out of play. The intensity of the clash on the pitch was palpable, with tackles and fouls becoming increasingly frequent. With each foul, the tension between the players escalated. The referee, sensing the rising hostility, had no choice but to tighten his enforcement of the rules to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. In the 5th minute of the match, Manchester City's defender Nastasic collided with Smalling, prompting the referee to issue the first yellow card of the game. This cautionary measure served as an effective warning, leading both sides to temper their aggression somewhat. However, the fierce struggle in midfield rendered both teams incapable of mounting any significant offensive efforts, plunging the match into a state of tense stalemate. In the stands, Guardiola rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If he were the coach of either team, how would he address this conundrum? Positioning the playmaker as a defensive midfielder seemed insufficient. Perhaps a deeper role, such as that of a central defender, would be more appropriate. Yet, this adjustment would inevitably compromise the defensive capabilities of his backline, potentially ensnaring them against a team with formidable attacking prowess. If retreating was not an option, might it be feasible to shift the playmaking responsibilities to the flanks? What about utilizing a wide midfielder or a wide attacking midfielder? This notion was audacious, as it had never been attempted before. Although Guardiola himself harbored doubts about its efficacy, the mere inception of this idea ignited a fervent desire to experiment with it. On the pitch, observing his teammates struggle in the midfield battle, Lin Quan withdrew to collaborate with his fellow players in pressing Manchester United's athletes. His presence bolstered Manchester City's midfield, adding an extra outlet for ball distribution and enhancing their defensive coverage. Consequently, Manchester City gradually gained the upper hand in the midfield skirmish. In the 15th minute, Manchester City initiated an offensive maneuver. After a series of passes through the midfield, the ball found its way to Agüero's feet. As soon as he received the ball, he was immediately besieged by Manchester United players. United continued to deploy the tactics they had employed against Chelsea, allowing some space on the flanks while reinforcing their central defense, intensifying their interception efforts to deny any breakthrough opportunities. Agüero, not particularly tall, found himself at a disadvantage in his tussle with the defenders. Just as it seemed he would lose possession, he noticed Lin Quan making an approach. Without hesitation, Agüero passed the ball to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan instantly became the focus of United's defensive efforts, with the players abandoning Agüero to converge upon him. Recognizing the intensity of the oncoming pressure, Lin Quan opted not to engage directly. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered the ball backward, evading the United players' attempts to encircle him. By this time, he had nearly reached the center circle, and after a moment of hesitation, several of United's defenders opted not to advance, retreating to their positions and leaving the task of pressing Lin Quan to their teammates. Aware of this tactical choice, Lin Quan felt a surge of confidence. Manchester United's defense adhered to strict spatial constraints. They would only press when the opponent entered their designated defensive zones. Once outside that area, their interception efforts would wane. Thus, he resolved to test this boundary multiple times. Just as United's defenders had retreated, they found Lin Quan charging forward with the ball once more. Liu Xiaopeng attempted to intercept, but was easily bypassed by Lin Quan. Before the agile Lin Quan, Rooney appeared clumsy, akin to a wild boar, as it was utterly implausible to expect him to seize the ball from Lin Quan's feet unless he resorted to foul tactics. Carrick and Fellaini were compelled to advance and intercept, while Lin Quan opted to pass the ball to a teammate on the flank, resolutely pushing forward himself. Manchester United's defense on the wings was somewhat lacking, allowing Navas to effortlessly traverse half the field to assist his teammates. After receiving Lin Quan's pass, he delivered an unimpeded through ball, returning it to Lin Quan's feet. At that moment, both Carrick and Fellaini found themselves outpaced by the suddenly surging Lin Quan. The defenders of Manchester United had no choice but to move forward to intercept. Lin Quan employed the same tactic again, retreating with the ball. The defenders hesitated as they witnessed Carrick and Fellaini converging on Lin Quan from both sides, poised to complete the encirclement. They decided to retreat. Now was the moment. Observing the abandonment of his encirclement, Lin Quan seized the fleeting opportunity, accelerating towards Ferdinand. If one were to inquire who possessed greater strength between Vidic and Ferdinand, Lin Quan would have deemed Ferdinand the superior player, but that was years ago. Now, at 35, Ferdinand faced the myriad challenges that accompany aging athletes: diminished physical capabilities and slower reflexes. This, for a central defender, was a fatal weakness. Seeing Lin Quan advance rather than retreat, Ferdinand was taken aback as Lin Quan executed a sudden feint. Both Vidic and Ferdinand were astonished, especially Ferdinand, who instinctively reached out to intercept as Lin Quan charged towards him. However, he recalled that Lin Quan's feints were remarkably deceptive, and his footwork was astonishingly rapid. If he recklessly extended his leg, he would undoubtedly be bypassed with ease. Realizing this, Ferdinand quickly abandoned the thought, opting to retreat and await his teammates' assistance. Yet, Lin Quan would not grant him such time. Noticing Ferdinand's hesitation, he took a powerful stride, intending to outpace him. Ferdinand, incensed by the perceived slight, reached to tug at Lin Quan's shirt while attempting to position himself to block the forward advance. Had this been Ferdinand from 10 or even 5 years prior, Lin Quan may not have triumphed in such a confrontation. However, against the now 35-year-old Ferdinand, whose physical faculties had significantly waned, overcoming him proved not to be a daunting task. Eluding Ferdinand's grasp, Lin Quan was the first to make contact with the ball. De Gea, having observed Lin Quan's attempt to bypass Ferdinand, made the decision to charge forward. At this juncture, he was less than 2 meters away from Lin Quan, and in half a second, the ball would be in De Gea's possession. Lin Quan remained composed, deftly nudging the ball onto his left foot, creating a slight space before decisively opting for a lob shot. De Gea swiftly extended his hand to intercept. His reaction time was commendably quick, yet Lin Quan's strike was swifter still. The football sailed over De Gea's head, tracing an arc through the air before descending into the net. The Etihad Stadium erupted in an exhilarating frenzy, with over 50,000 fans jubilantly celebrating the momentous goal. Stunning. Upon witnessing the strike, Guardiola could not help but express his admiration. Not only was the goal executed beautifully, but the preceding tactical duel was equally enthralling. This young talent has made remarkable progress. It seems that each encounter with him brings new surprises. As Guardiola applauded Lin Quan, he could not resist sharing his thoughts with assistant coach Ten Hag. Ten Hag simply appreciated Lin Quan's dribbling and shot, but did not perceive the deeper nuances. However, recognizing Guardiola's insight, he joined in the applause. Following the goal, Lin Quan exhibited his excitement, running towards the corner flag with his hands cupped around his ears, beckoning the crowd for cheers and applause. The Manchester City supporters, of course, did not disappoint, their fervent chants of his name resonating loudly enough to nearly deafen those nearby. Some fans even began to sing a personalized anthem for Lin Quan, a song crafted by the supporters themselves. While not many could sing it initially, its catchy melody quickly caught on, leading to a widespread chorus of the Lin Quan song echoing throughout the stadium. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 26. Sweeping Manchester United. A transformation in Manchester. Observing Manchester City's gradual dominance in midfield, Moyes could no longer remain passive. He instructed Rooney to retreat and engage in the midfield tussle. Rooney, somewhat reluctant, questioned why Van Persie could remain forward while he could not. After all, he was a forward too. Nevertheless, Moyes had treated him well, and not wishing to confront him, Rooney complied with the directive. With Rooney's withdrawal, Manchester United established 2 lines of pressure in midfield. In the front were Rooney, Ashley Young, and Valencia, while Fellaini and Carrick formed the rear. The clear stratification of their interception lines significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities. Consequently, Lin Quan found it increasingly challenging to exploit the gaps between the opposing defense and midfield to initiate counterattacks as he had previously. However, he soon realized that with United's players concentrated in midfield, the flanks were left vulnerable. Thus, Lin Quan abandoned the central route and collaborated more with his teammates on the wings to exploit the two flanks. Although Manchester City had previously attempted wing play, the likes of Navas and Nasri lacked the organizational prowess of David Silva. They were competent as wide attackers, but their ability to orchestrate forward play was lacking, resulting in a cacophony of attacking intent that ultimately posed little threat. In their previous match against Chelsea, United had successfully defended against flank attacks, and this experience rendered them less apprehensive about similar strategies from City. However, after Lin Quan's strategic shift, the situation evolved dramatically. Unlike typical wingers, he possesses remarkable versatility, able to function both as a dynamic attacker and a playmaker along the flanks. His presence significantly bolstered Manchester City's offensive capabilities, complicating Manchester United's defensive efforts. The balance of power began to tilt in favor of Manchester City, as United's defense crumbled under the relentless assault. In the stands, upon witnessing Lin Quan's decision, Guardiola's face broke into a satisfied smile. This young man was aligned with his vision. By redirecting the team's organizational play to the wings, he circumvented the midfield skirmishes, rendering the opponent's defensive setup utterly ineffective. This predicament left Manchester United in a precarious position. Coach, is Manchester United encountering difficulties? Ten Hag, though not as astute in reading the game as Guardiola, could discern that United was in a disadvantageous position. Indeed, they were struggling defensively on the flanks, and their entire backline was beginning to falter. Without immediate adjustments, conceding a goal seemed imminent. Upon hearing Guardiola's remarks, Ten Hag's eyes widened as he fixated on the unfolding match, striving to gain a clearer understanding. Noticing Ten Hag's earnestness, Guardiola inquired, "If you were the head coach of Manchester United, what would you do at this juncture?" Having just absorbed Guardiola's analysis regarding United's defensive issues, Ten Hag instinctively suggested fortifying their wing defense. "Is that so?" Guardiola responded without offering an evaluation, seemingly awaiting Moyes' adjustments. Moyes, not oblivious to the precarious state of his team, recognized the urgency. However, contrary to Ten Hag's assumptions, he did not immediately enhance the wing defense. With a limited number of players on the field, bolstering the flanks would inevitably weaken the midfield. They had already witnessed the potency of Manchester City's central attacks, and Lin Quan, a free spirit with high football intelligence, would undoubtedly exploit any adjustments United made, targeting their vulnerabilities. In such circumstances, unless Moyes could personally intervene and modify tactics on the fly, the strategy would be futile. What, then, should Manchester United do? Moyes contemplated a singular solution: to assign a dedicated player to neutralize Lin Quan. Since the issue stemmed from this individual, it would be wise to confront him directly. If they could effectively contain him, Manchester City's offensive threat would plummet. With this thought, Moyes seized the opportunity during a stoppage in play to summon Fellaini and convey his instructions. A few minutes later, Lin Quan noticed that Manchester United seemed to have designated a player to shadow him. Fellaini, like a relentless shadow, followed him closely. Observing United's choice, Lin Quan felt a surge of exhilaration. He had been concerned that United's central defense was too formidable, making it difficult for his teammates to seize opportunities. Now, however, it appeared that United was undermining its own strength. He would not hold back. He did not return to the central area, but rather continued to collaborate with his teammates on the flanks. However, Manchester City's attacking strategy underwent a significant transformation. Lin Quan began to engage more frequently with the team's forward, Aguero. In the 36th minute of the first half, Lin Quan received the ball in the attacking zone, and Fellaini quickly approached him. Instead of dribbling, Lin Quan swiftly passed the ball to Navas. Navas sprinted forward with the ball, while Lin Quan followed closely behind. Fellaini contemplated for a moment, but ultimately remained near Lin Quan. Evra surged forward to intercept, but Navas returned the ball to Lin Quan and made a run to draw Evra away. Without pausing, Lin Quan executed a direct through pass to Aguero in the center. With Fellaini vacating, Manchester United was left with only a single defensive midfielder, rendering their defense slightly vulnerable. Carrick rushed forward, but Aguero and Nasri executed a 1-2 combination, bypassing their opponents and advancing into the penalty area. Vidic charged in, yet Aguero opted not to attempt a shot or evade his opponent. Instead, he passed the ball to his teammate. Navas, cutting in from the flank, received Agüero's pass, and, facing his national team colleague De Gea, calmly slotted the ball into the net, piercing through De Gea's defenses. The score shifted to 2-0, although Agüero ultimately provided the assist. It was Lin Quan's pivotal through ball that was crucial. Despite drifting to the flanks, he remained the orchestrating core of Manchester City's forward line. Moreover, due to his positioning, he faced far less defensive pressure than he would have in the center. Although Moyes had deployed Fellaini to mark him, the space on the wing was overwhelmingly vast. By reducing his dribbling time and consistently engaging in combinations with his teammates, Lin Quan became uncontainable for Fellaini. Witnessing Lin Quan, under his close marking, still managed to assist his teammates in scoring, left a grimace on Fellaini's face. Upon the resumption of the match, he intensified his physical confrontations, even resorting to fouling Lin Quan to thwart his offensive orchestration. "Kid, you won't play as comfortably as before. I'll keep a close watch on you," he growled after a collision that sent Lin Quan sprawling to the ground. He hoped that such menacing remarks would disrupt his opponent and instill a psychological shadow. However, Lin Quan remained unfazed by his threats, even dismissing the notion of wasting time on the ground. He quickly rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to take a quick free kick while Fellaini was still posturing, handing the ball to Agüero. Agüero passed it to Fernandinho, who executed a wide switch to the left flank, finding Navas. Upon receiving the ball, Navas chose to cut inside for a shot, but De Gea made a crucial save, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. "Stay focused, don't lose concentration." After making that save, De Gea expressed his dissatisfaction with his teammates' performance. Quick free kicks are commonplace on the pitch, and had his teammates remained a bit more alert, the opposition would not have been able to shoot. Fellaini gestured an apology to his teammates. Clearly, this blunder was on him. He cast a fierce glare at Lin Quan. Yet Lin Quan responded with a smile and a nod before leisurely sprinting away to prepare for the corner kick. It was a provocation, undoubtedly a provocation. Fellaini was infuriated. Initially intending to rattle Lin Quan with some trash talk to unsettle him, he found himself the one losing composure. As Manchester City was awarded a corner, Lin Quan opted to take charge. The corner was executed, landing in the center of the penalty area only to be headed away by Smalling. Yet the ball remained with Manchester City. Zabaleta passed it forward to the left flank, where Yaya Touré took a shot. Oh dear, he misfired. The ball was still in Manchester's possession, and Agüero's attempt was thwarted by De Gea, who made a crucial save. Wait, the ball rolled to Lin Quan's feet. Wasn't he in the corner area? How did he end up in the penalty box? As the ball approached him, the Manchester City fans near the goal area rose collectively. Could he score? Lin Quan was running along the goal line, receiving the ball at nearly a zero angle. In such circumstances, most would likely opt to pass. The Manchester United defenders shared this sentiment, hastily attempting to block Lin Quan's passing route, yet they failed to immediately challenge him for a shot. This was undoubtedly a grave error. Don't let him shoot. De Gea, witnessing the ball at Lin Quan's feet, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. As a teammate of Lin Quan in the national team, he was all too aware of the young man's prowess. A zero angle did not guarantee absolute safety, for this fellow possessed a peculiar curling shot. De Gea's instincts proved correct. Upon gaining possession, Lin Quan glanced toward the goal, and without a moment's hesitation, decisively opted for a curling shot to the far corner. De Gea, while calling out, had already anticipated the shot aimed at the far post, and promptly moved in that direction for the save. However, the peculiarity of the shot exceeded his expectations. The ball traced an exaggerated arc, eluding De Gea's outstretched hands and grazing the far post as it sailed into the net. De Gea was a heartbeat too late. Even with his preparedness, he could not thwart the strike. Previously, as Lin Quan's teammate in the national squad, witnessing him execute this peculiar curling shot against other teams had seemed nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, facing it on the pitch himself, he realized the profound despair felt by a goalkeeper in such moments. After completing a brace, Lin Quan celebrated and passed by Fellaini, casting him a glance as if to ask, "What were you saying just now?" Fellaini's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, his anger boiling over. Just after he had made his bold remarks, Lin Quan scored for his team and seized the opportunity to net another goal amidst the trash talk. Those two goals struck him like two resounding slaps across his face. Witnessing Manchester City lead by 3 goals at halftime, Guardiola proudly puffed out his chest, eager to extol Lin Quan's remarkable performance to anyone who would listen. As he observed his son's exceptional display on the field, This proud father felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Beside him, Ten Hag appeared somewhat perplexed. Coach, given Manchester City's stellar form, shouldn't this be disheartening news for us at Bayern? Why are you so jubilant? Guardiola, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. You raise a valid point. It indeed warrants a more serious demeanor. Yet, as the Manchester City fans erupted in celebration following the goal, Guardiola swiftly cast aside his earlier words and joined the revelry with the crowd. Ten Hag, covering his face with his hand, remarked, Coach, you ought to consider our position. We are the coaches of Bayern. What will the club think upon seeing you in this state? While the thoughts of Bayern remained uncertain, the Manchester City owner, Mansour, was captivated by Guardiola's camaraderie with the spectators, sparking a flicker of intrigue within him. Despite Pellegrini's commendable management, which would lead to a sixth consecutive victory across all competitions with this match, Mansour found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the Chilean engineer's stature. In terms of prowess, Pellegrini undeniably paled in comparison to Guardiola. If faced with a choice between the two, Mansour would unhesitatingly opt for Guardiola. Since Guardiola displayed such fondness for Manchester City, was there a possibility of luring him away? He recalled the invitation extended to Guardiola during his previous visit to Munich. Although Guardiola had a contract, he had not explicitly declined the overture from City, leaving a glimmer of hope. After Lin Quan netted Manchester City's third goal, the first half concluded swiftly. As the second half commenced, Manchester United made a personnel adjustment, substituting cleverly for Ashley Young. However, this change bore no fruit, as United remained in a passive predicament. Conversely, Manchester City, having established a substantial lead, began to play with increasing freedom, their on-field synergy blossoming. Merely 2 minutes into the second half, Agüero struck again, elevating the score to 4-0. Manchester City was in a frenzy, while Manchester United appeared utterly bewildered. After retrieving the ball from their net for the fourth time, De Gea, filled with frustration, kicked the ball with force, seemingly venting his ire. This match was a profound struggle for United. Despite their potential, they were unable to unleash it, having been thoroughly outmatched by their opponents. On the sidelines, Moyes found himself at a loss. Witnessing the dejection of his players, he could scarcely muster encouraging words. An unsettling thought crossed Moyes' mind. What would Ferguson do in this situation? It seemed he had forgotten Mourinho's prior criticisms, truly ensnared in Ferguson's shadow. Following the significant lead, Pellegrini initiated adjustments to his lineup. In the 71st minute, Milner entered the fray, replacing Navas. 5 minutes later, Agüero was substituted, leaving Lin Quan as the sole remaining hero among the trio who had scored. Observing Manchester United's attack devoid of threat, the players had completely lost their fighting spirit. Pellegrini, finally feeling assured, decided to replace Lin Quan in the 86th minute. As Lin Quan exited the field, the fans collectively rose to their feet, showering him with applause. His performance merited such recognition. Not only the fans, but even the cameras captured the sight of Manchester City's owner and club chairman standing in their box, applauding him. Witnessing the opposing number 10 bask in the limelight ignited a sense of fury and jealousy within Rooney. Consequently, after Lin Quan's departure, Rooney, as if suddenly rekindled with determination, became notably more active. In the 87th minute, while dribbling, Rooney was fouled by a Manchester City player, granting Manchester United a free kick in the attacking third. Rooney took it upon himself to execute the free kick. After assessing Joe Hart's positioning, he opted for the upper right corner of the goal. The quality of the strike was exceptional, leaving Hart powerless as he could do nothing but watch the ball soar into the net. Manchester United had scored, bringing the score to 4-1. This marked Rooney's 5th consecutive goal against Manchester City, though regrettably, it came far too late. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 4-1 in this city derby. Following this match, the skies over Manchester underwent a transformation. Red faded away, and blue emerged. This chapter concludes. Chapter 27. An 18 million sponsorship contract. The defeat in this high-stakes match cast a shadow over Manchester United's prospects for the season, inviting skepticism from external observers. Moyes' performance during the first 5 matches of his tenure could only be described as dismal. After 5 rounds, Manchester United had secured 2 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, victories against lower-tier teams in the Premier League, yet succumbing to their bitter rivals, Liverpool and Manchester City. Against the top teams in the Premier League, Moyes' Manchester United had failed to secure a single win, although they did manage to fend off Chelsea at home in the second round. Chelsea's recent form suggested that the return of the special one was not yielding the desired magic, as their results this season fell short of those achieved under Di Matteo last season. In the previous season, Chelsea had garnered 7 wins and 1 draw in their first 8 matches, sitting atop the table. Thus, drawing against a struggling Chelsea hardly seemed commendable. The journalists from Fleet Street were evidently aware of how to create a sensational story. After the Manchester derby concluded, they swarmed to confront Moyes, eager for an interview. Coach Moyes, what is your assessment of Manchester United's current performance? Coach Moyes, why was your team unable to win the Manchester derby? Coach Moyes, with Manchester United positioned 8th in the standings, trailing Manchester City by 8 points, do you believe United can still claim the title this season? Coach Moyes, have you considered resigning? Or what kind of results do you think would lead the United owners to dismiss you? With each question, Moyes' demeanor became increasingly strained. This group of journalists has truly gone too far. However, remarkably, even when faced with such impolite inquiries, Moyes managed to maintain his composure. The league is still in its infancy, and I possess unwavering confidence in my team. Manchester City performed admirably today. They rightfully earned this victory. The loss rests upon my shoulders, and I have no further comments to make. As I have previously stated, the league has only just commenced, and it is premature to speculate on who might claim the championship. We still have 33 matches ahead, and no one can predict what may unfold. I am satisfied with my current coaching achievements. Although the team has experienced some fluctuations in performance, this is largely due to the scheduling. In the forthcoming matches, we shall strive to secure more victories and close the gap. Moyes addressed every question posed by the journalists without missing a single one, prompting even the most challenging reporter to privately reflect on Moyes' admirable temperament. If it were Mourinho, he would have already engaged in a verbal sparring match with the press. However, having such a good-natured disposition as a head coach may not necessarily be advantageous. Following the match, criticism of Moyes from the public was resounding. Some believed that his conservative player selection and stubborn tactical approach were the primary reasons for Manchester United's defeat. Others argued that Moyes' temperament is fundamentally incompatible with the ethos of the Red Devils, claiming that appointing him as the United's manager was a grave mistake. In response to the various criticisms, the Manchester United board felt compelled to issue a statement. Joel Glazer asserted that the board would not dismiss Moyes over a single defeat. The esteemed coach Ferguson also publicly encouraged the media to grant Moyes additional time. With the club's ownership and Ferguson both stepping forward, the external criticisms temporarily subsided. Nevertheless, doubts and discontent regarding Moyes lingered. In the 5th round of matches, aside from Liverpool's unexpected loss to Southampton, no other surprises occurred. Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham all secured victories. Consequently, due to Liverpool's defeat, Manchester City stands as the sole team in the Premier League maintaining a winning streak. Meanwhile, in the top 5 leagues, Serie A's Roma, La Liga's Barcelona and Atletico Madrid, and the Bundesliga's Dortmund are also enjoying consecutive victories. After the match, Lin Quan treated Guardiola to a meal. Upon hearing Guardiola introduce his assistant, Ten Hag, who has yet to experience baldness, he couldn't help but take a closer look at him. This individual seems to be the right choice to end Manchester United's tumultuous period. Many Red Devils fans regard him as a savior. Although the 70-1 defeat at Anfield may seem significant, the improvement in his coaching record since taking over at Manchester United indicates that he possesses considerable skill. The Bundesliga matches are rather dull. Bayern's lead is too substantial, resulting in a lack of excitement. After watching the Manchester derby, Guardiola couldn't help but voice his discontent. A league as fiercely competitive as the Premier League holds much more intrigue, unlike the Bundesliga. In the Bundesliga, it seems that Bayern Munich is the sole protagonist. Coach Ten Hag cautiously remarked to Guardiola, "It appears we are not currently at the top of the standings." "Is that so?" "Oh, we were held to a draw by Freiburg," Guardiola exclaimed, slapping his forehead, recalling the match where his decision to position Martinez as a center-back unexpectedly led to a draw on the road. Nevertheless, Bayern remains unbeaten, and aside from Dortmund, who are 2 points ahead, no other teams pose a significant threat. Once he regains the top spot with his team, he can continue to experiment with his new tactics. Bastian Schweinsteiger was not entirely satisfied and intended to adjust his usage. Thomas Muller's technique left much to be desired, and Guardiola felt compelled to teach him the nuances of the game personally. On the other hand, Toni Kroos performed admirably, showcasing precise long passes and an adept ability to exploit defensive gaps. consistently positioning himself optimally for safe ball distribution. However, Cruz's limitations were evident. He lacked the ability to break through defenses, had insufficient explosiveness, and his speed was lacking, confining him to a defensive midfield role. In that position, his defensive prowess was also inadequate, necessitating protection from others. Otherwise, he could become a liability for the team. This predicament posed a significant challenge for Guardiola. Bayern did have defensive-minded midfielders, with Martinez being a suitable candidate, yet it seemed a waste to utilize him solely for menial tasks. Alas, I shall return to my studies. I refuse to believe that through repeated experimentation, I cannot arrive at the desired answer. After Guardiola departed, Pear arrived once more. Your vineyard has been acquired. Here are the keys. Feel free to visit whenever you wish. Lin Quan expressed his gratitude but inquired, who manages the vineyard? There's no need for concern. A dedicated local agency oversees the vineyard's management, requiring only an annual fee for their services, was the reassuring reply. Indeed, as a form of investment, one would expect the locality to provide various support services, sparing investors from the labor of cultivating grapes themselves. Additionally, the stocks of the internet company you previously invested in have been procured. However, we acquired the B shares of the AB stock, which come with limited voting rights. Yet shareholder dividends remain unaffected. Lin Quan nodded. Acquiring Class A shares from a publicly listed company was exceedingly challenging. There might be opportunities to purchase Class A shares during the seed funding phase before the company's IPO, but once public fundraising commenced, such possibilities were virtually eliminated. This is why many actual leaders of companies, who possess only a small percentage of shares, can maintain firm control over the company due to the disproportionately high voting power of their Class A shares. Lin Quan had little interest in the actual control of these internet companies. He merely sought to ride the wave and earn a share of the internet's developmental dividends. There's one more matter. What is it? After witnessing your remarkable performance in the Premier League, both Nike and Adidas have exhibited an intensified interest in securing a contract with you. This is the new proposal they have submitted. Pear has been holding this matter for a while now. Even before the commencement of the UEFA Champions League group stage, both Adidas and Nike had already presented their contracts. However, he was aware that Lin Quan was not particularly anxious about this issue, so he refrained from hastily reporting it to him. Now that the Champions League group stage has begun and the first month of Premier League matches has concluded, Lin Quan has dispelled external doubts with his outstanding performance, compelling both companies to solidify their resolve. Lin Quan contemplated the situation. He initially intended to delay the decision until the end of the season or post-World Cup. However, Guardiola informed him of a significant insight. These sports brands wield considerable influence in the football realm. Securing a contract with them could substantially aid in garnering various accolades. For instance, the annual Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or awards are, in essence, competitions of player networks and influence within the football sphere. A reputable sponsor can play a pivotal role. Consider a particular year when the Ballon d'Or ceremony was postponed, causing a certain player, who had won the Champions League, to miss the opportunity to receive the award, leading him to vehemently criticize the existence of corruption within the Ballon d'Or. Eventually, he would need to sign a contract. Prolonging the matter would not be advantageous. With this in mind, Lin Quan turned to Pear and inquired, which of the two offers more favorable terms? Pear, evidently well prepared, responded, Nike offers a higher sponsorship fee and a more robust promotional effort. Thus, overall, Nike's sincerity is the greatest. Lin Quan promptly made his decision. Let us sign with Nike and decline Adidas's contract. Once he reached this conclusion, he preferred not to prolong matters. Resolving this issue swiftly would allow him to focus on his matches and training. Understanding his mindset, Pear quickly notified Nike of Lin Quan's agreement to the contract. Upon receiving this response, Nike's sports director breathed a sigh of relief. In their pursuit of Lin Quan, Nike had been observing and engaging with him for over half a year, anxious as they watched his influence in the football world grow, revealing his potential as a superstar. Nike was exceedingly eager, fearing that such a promising talent could be snatched away by Adidas. With Messi already under Adidas's wing, losing Lin Quan would render Nike's reliance on Cristiano Ronaldo insufficient. Moreover, Ronaldo, at 28, could only maintain his peak for 4 to 5 more years. Once he ages, who could Nike rely on to uphold their image? No one. Thus, they were fervently hopeful to secure Lin Quan, a youthful talent with exceptional influence and prowess. This way, Even if Ronaldo's performance declined and he fell from the ranks of the elite, they would still have someone capable of stepping up, perhaps even surpassing and replacing Ronaldo's legacy. By that time, Adidas would find itself grappling with the challenges posed by Messi's advancing age and declining form. Nike might seize this opportunity to potentially upend the established order in the football world. Furthermore, Lin Quan's Asian heritage could facilitate Nike's further expansion into the Asian market. With the rapid economic growth of China, the Asian market, particularly China, has become increasingly significant for Nike. By signing Lin Quan, they could even save costs by avoiding the need to enlist local sports stars for promotion in China. Considering all these factors, Nike believes that Lin Quan possesses even greater commercial value than Cristiano Ronaldo. Consequently, they personally visited Lin Quan and his agent, extending a warm invitation for him to attend a signing ceremony at Nike's headquarters. Grateful for the 3-year contract worth $18 million, Lin Quan accepted Nike's invitation. He boarded the private jet provided by Nike, embarking on his journey to Portland, Oregon. Upon arrival at Nike's headquarters, Lin Quan was met with an enthusiastic welcome. Nike CEO Mark Parker and brand president Charlie Denson both took the time to greet him personally. "Lin, I've been waiting for you for over half a year. You have finally arrived," Mark exclaimed warmly, embracing Lin Quan. "Welcome. For this signing ceremony, we have invited over 200 journalists from various media outlets. Believe me, signing with us is undoubtedly the right choice." Charlie Denson's words underscored Nike's regard for Lin Quan. After all, they would not have summoned a global array of news media for the event if they did not. This statement also served to showcase Nike's strength and influence, as not just any brand could wield such considerable impact and easily attract so many media representatives. However, Lin Quan remained somewhat indifferent, believing that even with Nike's formidable clout, if they were signing an ordinary player, the journalists might not extend the same courtesy. Ultimately, it was the powerful collaboration between both sides that created a significant buzz, along with Nike's influence within the media sphere that drew such a large crowd of reporters. Nike seemed to take all the credit for this success, which struck Lin Quan as somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, the sincerity subsequently displayed by Nike alleviated Lin Quan's doubts. "Lin, these are the specially designed shoes crafted by our R&D department, exclusively for you." The arrival of these custom-made shoes dazzled Lin Quan. For a football player, possessing top-notch equipment is essential, and having a pair of personalized shoes is a dream for most athletes. "May I try them on?" he inquired. "Of course. They are still a work in progress. We need direct feedback and opinions from players to refine them further. We hope you can wear these shoes to achieve even greater success on the field. As the player excels, the sponsor enjoys heightened exposure and increased revenue. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Chapter complete. Chapter 28. This is the true way to attack. In the 6th round of the league, Manchester City visited Villa Park to face Aston Villa. Currently, Aston Villa ranks 9th in the standings, having consistently achieved mid to lower table results in recent years, with sufficient points to avoid relegation but lacking ambition for advancement. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Manchester City to hold a significant advantage against such a mid-tier team. However, Aston Villa is a rather peculiar team, notorious for their penchant for fouling. After the first 5 rounds of the Premier League, Aston Villa had accumulated 21 yellow cards, averaging 4.2 per match. Wenger's Arsenal suffered greatly at their hands, and Liverpool and Chelsea also experienced considerable difficulty against them. If one were to identify a mid-tier team that the Giants dread facing, Aston Villa would surely be on that list. In light of encountering such a foul-prone team, Manchester City made several adjustments to their starting lineup, with a looming challenge against the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich in the midweek. Pellegrini aimed to avoid any injuries to his players prior to this match. Consequently, he fielded a considerable number of substitutes and adopted a more conservative tactical approach, focusing on counterattacks while playing away. The Aston Villa fans, witnessing the league leaders seemingly afraid to attack in their home ground, expressed their disdain with derisive boos. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa players, upon observing this, stood tall with pride etched on their faces. "Look, the top team is intimidated by us. Now, that is what we call intimidation." Thus, Aston Villa launched an unrelenting offensive against Manchester City, eager to capitalize on their momentum. However, it soon became evident that Manchester's substitutes were no less capable than their opponent's starting 11. Despite Aston Villa unleashing their full arsenal in a fervent 45-minute assault, they failed to score a single goal. Instead, just before halftime, a well-crafted attack initiated by Javi Garcia allowed his teammate Jovetic to find the net. Pellegrini was immensely pleased with his players' performance, congratulating each one with a high five as the first half concluded. On the other hand, Aston Villa's head coach was far from pleased. How could the league leaders resort to such defensive tactics? Have they no shame? Moreover, while we are criticized for playing dirty and committing fouls, the reality is that Manchester City received the most cards in the first half, 3 yellow cards to our 1. If one were to obscure the team names and switch jerseys, one might mistakenly think that Manchester City was Aston Villa. Pellegrini, however, remained unfazed, expressing satisfaction with his team's first-half display. The League Cup and FA Cup were fast approaching, and Manchester City was soon to face the challenge of competing on 4 fronts. Under such circumstances, relying solely on the first-choice lineup would undoubtedly be impractical, as the players would be overwhelmed. Therefore, he intended to provide the substitutes with more playing time, enabling them to participate in the cup competitions and alleviate the strain of competing on multiple fronts. This season, Manchester City's primary objectives are to secure the league title and achieve commendable results in the Champions League, while domestic cup competitions remain secondary. Should they reach the finals, he might contemplate substituting in key players. However, if they do not, it suffices to rely on the substitutes, perhaps occasionally introducing a primary player to regain their rhythm. Ultimately, it is imperative that the cup matches do not hinder the team's overall performance. In the first half, your display was commendable. Maintain this momentum in the second half, intensifying the defense while avoiding any red cards. If we can endure for 75 minutes, I shall deploy the main players to secure victory. This match featured as many as 6 substitute players: Xavi Garcia, Richards, Jovetic, Negrito, Klitsch, and Milner, all of whom are seldom starters. Apart from Navas, almost all of Manchester City's attacking players were seated on the bench. Pellegrini intended to allow them to warm up and find their competitive edge in the second half, preparing for the formidable Bayern Munich. Following the halftime break, both teams made no substitutions. Once the second half commenced, Aston Villa adopted a targeted strategy. Upon discerning the core of Manchester City's substitutes, they assigned players specifically to restrict Navas and Garcia, obstructing their passing and receiving. This tactic hampered Manchester City's offensive efforts, and the resultant lack of attack significantly increased the pressure on their defense. With no perceived threat from City's offense, Aston Villa's defenders boldly advanced past midfield to engage in the attack. This numerical advantage began to elevate their offensive threat, leaving Manchester City's backline precariously vulnerable. In the 51st minute, Aston Villa's El Amadi equalized, bringing both teams back to square one. Fortunately, Pellegrini made a timely substitution, bringing on Yaya Toure to bolster midfield control. After Toure's introduction, the resilience and defensive intensity of Manchester's midfield improved, and their attack quickly regained momentum. In the 56th minute, Toure executed a long pass that assisted Negrito in scoring, restoring Manchester City's lead. Following this assist, Toure was filled with exhilaration. Being the team's orchestrator and midfield linchpin felt magnificent. He was the elder statesman on the field, with the entire team orbiting around him. Such a sensation had been long absent. Since Lin Quan's arrival at the team, he had not enjoyed such treatment for quite some time. On the sidelines, witnessing his teammates score, Lin Quan applauded both players. Toure's recent pass had astonished him. The quality of that long ball was exceptional, clearly not a stroke of luck. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such brilliant long passes were rarely seen from him during matches. After assisting his teammate, Toure appeared unsatisfied. He frequently demanded to initiate attacks himself, seemingly eager to score. Aston Villa, struggling to control the midfield, were taken aback when they saw Toure charging forward with the ball. They wasted no time, swiftly sending several players to press him. Yaya Toure's ball control, though commendable, was insufficient to withstand the relentless pressure of multiple opponents. Consequently, possession was swiftly relinquished. The timing of this loss was particularly detrimental for Manchester City, as Toure was not positioned in a defensive role. "Fall back, quickly!" shouted Pellegrini from the sidelines, immediately recognizing the impending danger following the turnover. The City players were already retreating, but alas, human speed pales in comparison to that of the ball. Aston Villa wasted no time, swiftly passing the ball to their attacking players. Their winger, Bacuna, utilized his remarkable speed to evade defenders and unleashed a powerful strike that pierced through Manchester City's goal. The score was equalized at 2-2. Yet, the situation soon worsened. Just 2 minutes later, Aston Villa executed a similar tactic, reclaiming the ball from Torres and scoring again in nearly identical fashion. The score shifted to 3-2, with the home team Aston Villa gaining a lead over the league-leading Manchester City. Should the match conclude with this score, City's 5-game winning streak would be abruptly halted by Aston Villa. Following the goal, players and fans alike erupted into jubilant celebration, astonished that their team could triumph over the formidable Manchester City. Prior to the match, the best hope amongst the Villa supporters was merely to secure a draw at home, thereby ending City's winning streak. However, reality bestowed upon them a delightful surprise. They were leading Manchester City at home. This ignited a glimmer of hope for victory among the Villa faithful. Meanwhile, on the visiting side, witnessing 2 goals conceded in a mere 3 minutes, both in a nearly identical manner, even the usually composed Chilean engineer could not restrain his frustration towards Torres. Why did you abandon your position? For heaven's sake. You are a defensive midfielder, not a forward. Faced with the coach's reproach, Torres lowered his head in silence, bewildered by the divergence from his expectations. He had envisioned that, through his organizational skills and formidable offensive prowess, advancing the ball would enable him to help the team extend their lead, thereby showcasing his talents to the coach. Yet, the outcome was disastrous. Not only did he fail to score, but his actions directly resulted in 2 conceded goals. In his fury, Pellegrini nearly substituted Torres, who had only recently entered the field. However, upon the assistant coach's intervention, he reconsidered. Replacing Torres at this juncture would have been a profound humiliation for the player, effectively severing ties between them. Despite his mistake, Torres remained an indispensable member of the squad until a suitable replacement could be found. His absence would significantly impair Manchester City's midfield defensive capabilities. Thus, Pellegrini suppressed his impulse and summoned Lin Quan and Aguero from the bench. Lin, your sole mission alongside Aguero upon entering the field is to propel the ball into that damned goal. The two exchanged a serious glance and nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now let me elucidate the tactical approach you will adopt once you step onto the pitch. After imparting his instructions, Pellegrini allowed them a mere 3 minutes to warm up before hastily sending them onto the field. At this juncture, the match had reached the 75th minute of the second half, and time was not on Manchester City's side. Following 2 consecutive goals, Aston Villa was riding a wave of momentum, eager to replicate their earlier success. As Manchester City resumed play, Aston Villa unleashed a relentless press, striving to intercept the ball from their opponents and launch counterattacks. In the face of Aston Villa's pressing, Lin, now in command of the team, remained unfazed. He executed passes, made runs, received the ball, and distributed it with poise. Under his orchestration, Manchester City's forward line regained its fluidity, while Aston Villa's pressing bore no fruit. This style of pressing is highly taxing on players' stamina. Once it falters, it can severely undermine their morale and enthusiasm. Thus, unless it is a team accustomed to high-pressing tactics, most squads find it challenging to sustain such an approach for long. As anticipated, upon realizing the ineffectiveness of their pressing and the toll it had taken on their energy, Aston Villa's players soon abandoned this tactic, opting instead to retreat and fortify their defense in an attempt to secure their lead. However, Manchester City was not about to acquiesce to their wishes. The moment the opposition ceased their pressing, Lin signaled to his teammates to initiate an offensive, swiftly escalating the pace of the game. The ball began to circulate among Manchester City players, reminiscent of their earlier possession under pressure. The Villa supporters in the stands displayed contempt, questioning the efficacy of mere passing with so little time remaining. Could they truly suffocate their own team with such indecisiveness? Yet, their laughter would soon fade. Through Lin's support, organization, and distribution, Manchester City's passing progressed toward the vicinity of Aston Villa's penalty area. When the ball returned to Lin's feet, he discerned an opening in the opposing defense. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity before the defenders could position themselves, he delivered a lethal through ball. Aguero, almost instinctively at the instant of Lin's pass, surged forward into the penalty area to meet Lin's delivery. The player arrived, the ball arrived. With a resounding thud, Aguero unleashed a powerful strike from less than 10 meters away, piercing the net of Aston Villa's goal. The score transformed to 3-3 as Manchester City equalized. Remarkably, it had been less than 10 minutes since their entrance onto the field. Factoring in stoppage time, nearly 10 minutes remained in the match. Given Manchester City's attacking prowess, they were entirely capable of scoring again. Following the goal, Agüero opted against celebration, instead racing to retrieve the ball from the net and hastily returning it to the center circle. Lin, nearly simultaneously with Agüero's arrival at the center circle, returned to the kickoff point. As the two players simultaneously cast their gazes towards each other's goal, they exchanged a knowing glance, followed by a shared smile. Everything was understood without words. Observing Manchester City's urgency to attack, the Aston Villa players sensed the looming threat of defeat. The opposition's recent goal had left them utterly speechless, rendering them clueless on how to defend. The ball rolled before them, presenting an insurmountable dilemma. Neither marking the ball nor the man seemed adequate. Each position in the opponent's forward line possessed the potential to conclude the attack, and failing to account for any of those positions could lead to conceding a goal. Furthermore, the newly introduced player clad in the number 10 jersey was exceptionally formidable. His passes were elusive, his movements unpredictable, and his positioning indefinable. To defend against such a player necessitated double teaming and physical confrontation. On the sidelines, Aston Villa's coach recognized this strategy and gestured to his players to adopt a foul tactic, even at the risk of receiving a card. It was imperative to thwart the opponent's offense. Victory appeared elusive, but securing at least a draw was non-negotiable. Consequently, when the match resumed, Aston Villa's players not only surrounded Lin Quan with multiple defenders, but frequently committed fouls to prevent him from making seamless passes. Noticing this tactic, Lin Quan promptly repositioned himself, retreating to the vicinity of his own defensive midfielder. He understood that orchestrating an attack did not solely rely on being in the forward line. Having played as a defensive midfielder at Barcelona, he remained capable of facilitating offensive plays from deeper positions. Once Lin Quan withdrew, Aston Villa's attempts at double-teaming began to falter. Their formation became disjointed, and with too many teammates surrounding Lin Quan, they struggled to sever all passing lanes. Ironically, as they were drawn towards Lin Quan, gaps emerged in Aston Villa's defense. Such vulnerabilities, in the presence of a masterful playmaker, could prove catastrophic. In the 89th minute of the match, taking advantage of a teammate's screen, Lin Quan eluded the pressure from the opposing players and spotted an opening on the right side of the opponent's formation. He decisively launched a precise long pass to the flanks, finding Navas. Upon receiving the ball, Navas encountered a vast expanse of space, almost inviting him to gallop forward. Wasting no time, he swiftly cut inside, drawing the entire Aston Villa defense towards him as they rushed in a frenzy. Navas feigned a shot, only to deliver a pass to a teammate in the center. Agüero appeared at the edge of the penalty area, receiving the ball and seamlessly penetrating the box, completing a shot before the defenders could intervene. It was a decisive strike. As the clock hit the 90th minute, Manchester City had turned the tide once more. Villa Park fell into a profound silence, with only a handful of traveling supporters erupting into wild celebration. On the field, after witnessing Lin Quan's remarkable contributions through two pivotal passes that helped the team equalize and even overturn the score, Yaya Touré was thoroughly convinced. It became evident that this was indeed the correct approach to offense. Consequently, based on the collective feedback, significant revisions were made to the previous chapter. With sponsorship shifting from Anta to Nike, I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Today is the final day, and I humbly request for monthly votes. Chapter 29. Guardiola rarely loses his temper. Although Manchester City emerged victorious, the media outlets were quick to criticize their performance. The Sun, known for sensationalism and tabloid gossip, was not alone. Even esteemed publications like The Mirror, Independent, Guardian, and Times voiced their discontent regarding Manchester City's display in this match. Notably, Miguel Delaney, a columnist for The Independent, remarked that Pellegrini's squad should not sacrifice their league campaign for the Champions League, as their lead in the league standings was minimal, with Arsenal only a victory behind after securing 5 consecutive wins. It is important not to be overly critical of the players on the pitch, as they are merely substitutes. However, Pellegrini's management decisions clearly exhibit significant flaws. He should not have benched both Agüero and Lin Quan simultaneously, as at least one of them ought to have been in the starting lineup. Without Lin Quan and David Silva, Manchester City's performance resembled that of a headless chicken. Yaya Touré appeared to want to take charge of the game, yet his several clumsy attempts nearly led to the team's downfall. Pellegrini must either position Touré as an attacking midfielder or restrict his movement. He should not be granted excessive freedom, as not everyone possesses the capability to operate like Lin Quan. Allowing such indulgence could jeopardize the team's entire tactical framework, as evidenced by Aston Villa's 2 counterattack goals, which were intricately linked to Torres' actions. After critiquing Manchester City, Miguel swiftly shifted his focus to commend Aston Villa, despite their current dismal record of 2 wins and 4 losses in 6 matches. Placing them 5th from the bottom in the Premier League, their performances against 4 top-tier teams, including a victory, have been nothing short of impressive. The leading clubs in this season's Premier League have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Aston Villa. If such struggles occurred sporadically, they could be attributed to chance. However, the consistent intensity of each match indicates that this is far from coincidental. Perhaps teams languishing in the lower echelons of the league could learn from Aston Villa's exemplary tactics against the elite, enabling them to compete more effectively when facing such formidable opponents. In truth, many teams have already begun to recognize Aston Villa's commendable achievements. Previously, due to disparities in strength, smaller clubs would often resign themselves to defeat when facing higher-ranked teams, adopting a passive approach. Unfortunately, the chasm in capabilities was simply too vast, leaving them with minimal chances of success. Rather than squandering energy and time against the elite teams, it would be far more prudent for the lesser teams to engage in fierce competition among themselves, as this would significantly enhance their chances of securing points. However, with Aston Villa leading the charge, the mindset of these mid- and lower-tier teams has begun to shift. If Aston Villa can compel the Giants to struggle, then why cannot we? From both a tactical and a roster perspective, Aston Villa presents no insurmountable barriers to imitation. Their lineup is unremarkable, akin to that of any ordinary team. The sole distinction lies in their distinctive style of play. Consequently, mid- and lower-tier teams have commenced emulating Aston Villa's approach, eagerly preparing to adopt this strategy against the elite. This burgeoning trend has instilled a sense of alarm among the top clubs. Arsène Wenger, the esteemed manager of Arsenal, was among the first to voice his concerns. The Premier League ought not to condone fouls, particularly those of a malicious nature against players. Should reckless fouls result in injuries to key players, it would detract from the spectacle of the matches and adversely affect the overall European competition points for the Premier League, a disadvantage for all teams involved. The European slots are earned through the relentless efforts of these elite clubs in international competitions. However, if their players are injured in domestic matches due to the brutality of lower-tier teams, how can they compete in the Champions League to accrue points for the league? A decline in the league's European performance would inevitably impact the number of slots available, consequently diminishing the share of the lucrative European pie. This predicament extends beyond the elite. The mid- and lower-tier teams would also feel the repercussions. Consider the examples of Ligue 1 and Serie A, following a decline in their European performance. The overall viewership ratings for their leagues plummeted, leading to a significant drop in broadcasting revenues, which plunged numerous clubs into financial distress or even forced them into bankruptcy and sale. Wenger's intention was to caution the league officials and smaller clubs against engaging in self-destructive behavior. Yet, the vast majority of these smaller teams dismissed his warnings with contempt. While we acknowledge Wenger's stature as a prominent coach, we implore him to focus on his own team. We are capable of determining our own playing style without external interference. The reason for their disregard is quite straightforward. The elite clubs exist in a position of security, free from the fear of relegation. In contrast, the mid- and lower-tier teams confront the ever-looming threat of dropping down to the championship. A fall from grace can result in a staggering annual revenue disparity, potentially reaching tens of millions or even over £100 million. For these smaller clubs, such figures represent astronomical sums. Thus, nearly every mid- to lower-tier team is fiercely determined to remain in the Premier League. This explains why, as the season draws to a close and the pressure to avoid relegation mounts, matches involving these teams become exceptionally challenging. The disparity in revenue between the Premier League and the Championship is insurmountable. For most teams, the absence of Premier League income would render their survival nearly impossible. Given the stakes involved, it is only natural for them to fight with fervor. Although coaches from other elite clubs have raised their voices in appeal, their impact has been minimal. Neither the Football Association nor the Premier League has made any official statement. In truth, they prefer the matches to be fiercely contested, as this is the Premier League's most significant allure. Should the physical intensity of the games diminish, a major characteristic would be lost, potentially leading to a substantial decline in overseas broadcasting revenues. Thus, while they refrain from public declarations, The concerns of the elite clubs are founded in reason. Malicious fouls must undoubtedly be curtailed and restricted. While fouling is part of the game, inflicting injuries should not be tolerated. The discernment of the appropriate threshold lies solely with the referees. After concluding their match against Aston Villa, Manchester City returned to Manchester on their bus. They had no time to dwell on external criticisms and debates, as they were poised to face Bayern Munich in the most crucial match of their Champions League group stage. This encounter was of utmost importance to everyone at Manchester City. Pellegrini even conducted closed training sessions, barring any external observation. Clearly, he wished to keep the team's tactical strategies under wraps to prevent any leaks to Bayern's scouts. On October 1st, Bayern Munich, under the guidance of coach Guardiola, arrived in Manchester 2 days early. They settled at Manchester United's Carrington training base, where Guardiola did not impose closed training. His squad engaged in standard training sessions, seemingly without tailoring any new tactics specifically for Manchester City. Nevertheless, the City contingent remained vigilant, dispatching several scouts to monitor every move of their opponents. This match was pivotal. Manchester City could not afford to lose. This season, they had invested heavily in acquiring numerous players, and failure to advance from the group stage would render their expenditures futile, leading to the entire team becoming a laughingstock in the football world. Although, on the surface, Bayern Munich appeared to be their most formidable foe in the group. One must not underestimate the capabilities of CSKA Moscow, particularly with the advantage of winter conditions at their home ground, which would pose significant challenges. The direct distance from Manchester to Moscow exceeds 500 kilometers. At such a great distance, even disregarding weather factors, the team's performance would undoubtedly be affected by the rigors of travel, coupled with climatic conditions and various external influences. Neither Manchester City nor Bayern Munich could claim absolute confidence in defeating CSKA Moscow on their turf. Thus, if they aspire to progress, they must excel in this match, refusing to succumb to despair simply because their opponent is Bayern Munich. Should they surrender to the might of Bayern, they would forfeit their margin for error, and a subsequent failure in Moscow would likely spell disaster for them. Considering the possibility that Bayern may stumble in Moscow, Manchester City must secure their qualification by winning 4 matches. Currently, they have only accumulated 3 points, and given the relatively weaker strength of Victoria Plzen, City is confident of triumphing against them in their next home fixture. Nevertheless, even with a victory, they would only reach 6 points, still halfway from the 12 needed. Thus, it is imperative for them to strive for victory in both their home games, regardless of whether the opponents are Bayern or CSKA Moscow. A win against Bayern would not only place the initiative for qualification firmly in Manchester City's hands, but it could also potentially allow them to claim the top position in the group. Securing the first place would enable them to avoid facing stronger teams from other groups in the knockout stage, significantly enhancing their chances of advancing to the quarterfinals. For Bayern, the situation is quite similar. Manchester City stands as their fiercest competitor in the group, and Bayern cannot afford to falter. Compared to City's schedule, Bayern faces a more daunting challenge, as they must contend with the harsh winter conditions in Moscow at the end of November. Their chances of victory seem even slimmer than those of City. However, unlike City's heightened vigilance, Bayern exudes confidence regarding this match. Having previously claimed the Champions League title, as the reigning champions, they possess ample conviction to confront any opponent. If they could dispatch formidable teams like Barcelona, surely they can manage against a relatively modest Manchester City. Though Guardiola is reluctant to burden his players with added pressure, he cannot overlook their apparent disdain for their adversaries. "Stop," he commanded, halting the training session and gesturing for the players to gather around him. Although the players were initially puzzled, they complied and assembled at the sidelines. However, Robin and Ribery whispered amongst themselves, standing apart and seemingly indifferent to Guardiola's address. Their displeasure at the interruption was evident. Had he not been a fellow champion coach, they might have dismissed him altogether. Guardiola noticed their attitude but chose not to comment. His tenure at Bayern has been brief, and he has yet to achieve any noteworthy accomplishments. These players, having contributed to the club for years, boast league titles and a Champions League trophy. In truth, they are the seasoned veterans of the squad, while he is merely a newcomer. Younger players might still respect the authority of their championship coach, but the seasoned ones are less likely to be swayed. The temperament of star players can be quite challenging, and winning their genuine respect requires demonstrating prowess on the pitch. Guardiola is acutely aware of this, which is why he places such importance on this upcoming match. This will be the first significant challenge he faces since joining Bayern. A victory over Manchester City, while it may not immediately earn him the players' admiration and trust, would at least avert a crisis of confidence. However, should we succumb to Manchester City, the predicament that Moyes faced at Manchester United may very well loom over him. I am aware that many of you harbor disdain for Manchester City, believing them to be unworthy adversaries. The silence of Bayern's players speaks volumes. Their expressions betray their true thoughts. Yet, I must convey to you that our chances of triumph at the Etihad Stadium tomorrow are less than 30%. The players widened their eyes, glancing at Guardiola, each pondering, has the coach lost his mind? Is he serious? Bayern's probability of victory against Manchester City stands below 30%. How can this be? We are the reigning Champions League victors, while they have never even advanced past the group stage, and merely 2 months ago, in the Audi Cup, they fell before us. How could such a team possibly vanquish the formidable Bayern? The Bayern players expressed their disbelief. Even though it was Guardiola who spoke, their skepticism remained. I understand that you may doubt my words, so let me pose a few questions. Guardiola anticipated the players' reactions. Bayern's athletes are proud, unwilling to concede that they cannot defeat Manchester City. This pride is characteristic of champions. Cruz, how do you perceive Manchester City's strength in comparison to last season's Werder Bremen? Cruz hesitated momentarily but quickly grasped the essence of the inquiry and replied earnestly, Manchester City is stronger than Werder Bremen. Guardiola was pleased with his response and turned to Mandzukic. Mandzukic, which team do you believe is superior? Mandzukic replied in a deep voice, Manchester City is stronger. Guardiola nodded and shifted his gaze to the third individual. Muller, what is your opinion? Manchester City is stronger. Guardiola then inquired of several others. And nearly every player concurred that Manchester City was indeed the more formidable team. This is undoubtedly true. Werder Bremen's modest lineup pales in comparison to Manchester City's lavish squad worth hundreds of millions of pounds. Since you all believe that Manchester City surpasses last season's Werder Bremen, do you possess absolute confidence in defeating last season's Werder Bremen? The vast majority of players recognized the implication of the question and remained silent, save for Boateng, who candidly admitted, no, we do not. Oh, and why is that? Because they have Lin. The mere thought of last season's humiliation at Lin's hands still haunts Boateng. The moment he was outmaneuvered by Lin was immortalized in a GIF that circulated widely online, becoming a veritable nightmare for him. Thus, he stands as the player most acutely aware of Lin's prowess. Lin has now joined Manchester City. Should this not warrant your utmost vigilance? If it was so arduous to contend with the relatively weaker Werder Bremen, why then do you presume you can triumph over a Manchester City that has comprehensively upgraded its strength? Is it merely because you are the champions of Europe? Guardiola's expression grew solemn. I have also claimed the UEFA Champions League title, both as a player and as a coach. Thus, as someone who has traversed this path, I must inform you that the honor of being a Champions League champion is both a blessing and a curse. Since the reformation of the Champions League, no team has successfully defended its title. If you perceive yourselves as the reigning champions and underestimate your opponents, I can assure you that our journey in this season's Champions League will be far from prosperous. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 30, The Pinnacle Clash, Manchester City vs. Bayern Munich. On October 2nd, the second round of the Champions League group stage commenced. In another match within the same group, the home team, CSKA Moscow, narrowly triumphed over Viktoria Plzeň, capitalizing on an own goal gifted by their opponents, thus securing 3 valuable points. This match garnered significant attention from Manchester City. Should they fail to overcome Bayern Munich, CSKA Moscow would emerge as their most formidable competitor within the group. CSKA Moscow's strength does not appear particularly daunting, does it? One mused. Indeed, had it not been for the own goal, the outcome of that match would have been uncertain. We must not take them lightly. It is not yet time for them to unleash their full potential at home. True, by the time we face them, the temperature in Moscow will be considerably lower than it is now. At that juncture, anything could transpire. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. The arduous journey combined with the adverse weather conditions would indeed make the away match challenging. Enough of such thoughts. Let us focus on our own match. If we can secure victory, we need not concern ourselves with others, for it will be they who must reckon with us. Indeed, by defeating Bayern, we not only assure our advancement, but may also supplant them as the favorites for the title. Contemplating the championship seems ambitious. If we can reach the quarterfinals this year, that would suffice. Let us not underestimate ourselves. with our capabilities. As long as we avoid facing the elite teams in the knockout stage, our prospects for the quarterfinals remain bright. This round of the Champions League features several highly anticipated matches. In the so-called Group of Death, Arsenal will host Napoli, Paris Saint-Germain will face Benfica in Group C, and Porto will contend against Atletico Madrid in Group G. Each of these encounters is deemed evenly matched, making predictions of their outcomes quite challenging. Furthermore, the ramifications of these matches on each group's qualification scenarios are substantial. The team that prevails in these high-stakes confrontations will gain a significant advantage in securing advancement. However, in comparison to these fixtures, the allure of the clash between Manchester City and Bayern Munich is palpably greater. This match boasts numerous points of intrigue. Both teams are replete with an abundance of star players. According to calculations based on market data from Transfermarkt, the combined market value of the players from both teams exceeds €1 billion. This staggering figure not only underscores the opulence of the rosters, but also signifies the magnitude of the encounter. Moreover, this match represents a confrontation between a traditional powerhouse and a burgeoning giant. Bayern, a stalwart of the Bundesliga, stands in contrast to Manchester City, a rising force in the Premier League. A team with decades of formidable heritage faces off against a newly ascendant side, its honor roll blank. This clash can be perceived as a confrontation between the old and new powers within contemporary football. Will the established giants, backed by their profound legacy, prevail? Or will the newcomers, buoyed by their substantial financial resources, topple the traditional elites? This is undoubtedly one of the key narratives of the match. Furthermore, another captivating storyline emerges. This is the inaugural competitive encounter between Guardiola and Lin Quan, a father-son duo, leaving many curious as to who will emerge victorious in the end. Surely, it must be Guardiola. Is there any doubt? Consider Bayern's caliber compared to Manchester City's. There is simply no comparison. Bayern's core lineup has remained largely intact this season, enhanced by the additions of Götze, Thiago, and others. With the renowned tactician Guardiola at the helm, their strength may even surpass that of the previous season. I find it hard to imagine how they could possibly lose. In pre-match polling, the majority of fans favored a Bayern victory. Objectively, Bayern's prowess is evidently superior. Moreover, they possess greater experience on the Champions League stage, having participated more extensively than Manchester City, who have only entered the tournament 3 times, failing to progress beyond the group stage on 2 occasions, a stark contrast to the reigning champions. Nevertheless, Manchester City does have its supporters. They place their faith in Lin, who has previously led Werder Bremen to triumph over Bayern. It stands to reason that he could achieve similar success with Manchester City. Indeed, while Bayern is formidable, football is unpredictable. Even the mightiest teams can falter. Last season, Bayern suffered a defeat to Bate Borisov in the group stage. It is also crucial to note that since Guardiola's arrival at Bayern, he has modified their tactical approach. Yet time has been insufficient for the team to fully adapt to his vision. This may, in fact, weaken Bayern, suggesting they are not as invincible as presumed. Overall, while some support Manchester City, their numbers remain relatively few. The bookmakers have also weighed in with their odds, initially favoring Manchester City by half a goal at home, which clearly indicates a stronger expectation for Bayern to secure victory on the road. Consequently, this has further dampened the external outlook on Manchester City. After all, the bookmakers are seasoned professionals in this domain, far more experienced than the average fan. An hour and a half before the match, the buses of Manchester City and Bayern departed simultaneously from the Carrington training complex, en route to the Etihad Stadium. The streets leading to the stadium were nearly overflowing with fans clad in sky blue, rallying for their team. Play well, we must conquer them. Lin, give it your all, and show them your prowess. Aguero, score as many goals as you can, do not hold back. The supporters chanted various slogans to invigorate the players. Yet, the expressions on their faces revealed a palpable tension. Manchester City fans understood all too well that this match could very well be the most pivotal of the season. Should they fail to secure victory on their home turf, it is highly likely they will follow in the footsteps of the past 2 years, once again stumbling in the group stage of the UEFA Champions League. Consequently, countless fans have rallied to support the team, fervently hoping to aid them in clinching this vital win. The enthusiasm and anticipation of the supporters have cast an intangible pressure upon Manchester City's players, as a tense atmosphere began to permeate the squad. Upon arriving at the stadium, the players changed into their kits and equipment and quietly proceeded to the field for pre-match warm-ups. Meanwhile, fans were steadily entering the arena, painting the Etihad Stadium in shades of blue, with only a small patch of red visible on the away stand, home to the 3,000 Bayern fans who had traveled with the team. It is indeed commendable for them, as the notorious football hooligans of England present a significant risk in attending away matches. A single misstep could ignite conflicts with the home supporters, and given their smaller numbers, Bayern fans could find themselves at a disadvantage in the event of a brawl. Naturally, UEFA has taken precautions, deploying a substantial security presence at the match, with police patrolling and maintaining vigilance outside the stadium. The existence of such groups poses a threat not only to the safety of Manchester, but also to the reputation of England. Thus, stringent measures have always been enforced against such behavior. At 1940, the players from both teams, led by the referee and accompanied by ball boys, stepped onto the pitch. Even before the match commenced, the strains of Manchester City's anthem, Blue Moon, began to resonate throughout the Etihad Stadium. The melody is not particularly rousing or passionate. Rather, it possesses a soothing and tender quality. Yet, in this moment, alongside the gentle and calming tune, the players' inner restlessness and anxiety began to wane. They moved their lips, softly singing along, forming a circle by holding hands. There were no high-fives or chants. Only the serene flow of song. A loud, piercing whistle heralded the start of the match. The game officially commenced, with Manchester City, donned in blue jerseys, advancing from left to right, while Bayern, clad in red, moved from right to left. In the central television studio, Huey perked up as this long-awaited focal clash finally unfolded. As he perused the starting lineups of both teams, he began to introduce the match. Prior to this encounter, both teams boasted identical points and goal differentials, making this a battle for the top spot in Group D. Indeed, this match holds great significance for both teams. Suyong quickly concurred. Let us examine the starting lineups. Pellegrini has opted for Richards in defense, presumably to curtail the impact of Bayern's key player, Ribery. Ribery's performance in last season's Champions League is well documented, and I doubt anyone would underestimate him when facing Bayern. Absolutely, the same goes for Bayern, who have fielded their midfield stalwart, Martinez, likely to neutralize Lin Quan. This tactic was previously employed by Hanks, and its effectiveness was rather limited. I wonder if Guardiola has any hidden strategies up his sleeve. Manchester City's defensive arrangement today is quite meticulous. They refrained from launching an impulsive offensive at the outset. Judging by their formation, it seems they intend to prioritize defense and counterattacks, capitalizing on the opponent's mistakes. Bayern, predictably, has deployed a no-striker formation, a hallmark of Guardiola's strategy from his Barcelona days. However, Bayern is not Barcelona, and the success of such tactics here remains to be seen. Previously, many speculated that Guardiola might adopt a conservative approach in this high-stakes clash, continuing with the mature tactics established during Hank's tenure. However, it is evident that everyone miscalculated. Guardiola has not opted for a cautious strategy due to the significance of this match. This stands in stark contrast to Mourinho. Both teams are currently performing admirably in the league, with Bayern boasting 5 wins and 1 draw, remaining undefeated, while Manchester City rides a 6-match winning streak. It can be said that both teams are in peak form. Nevertheless, a noteworthy point is that City's manager Pellegrini has faced Guardiola 8 times, suffering 7 defeats and managing only 1 draw, without a single victory. Of course, this is partly attributable to the differing strengths of the teams he has coached. Yet it may also reflect a certain tactical rivalry between the two styles. This news does not bode well for Manchester City. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's expression appears somewhat tense. The commentator's assertion is not entirely accurate. He previously managed Real Madrid in the 2009 to 2010 season, only to see his team suffer defeats at the hands of Guardiola's Barcelona. Pellegrini has always held a certain apprehension towards this rising star in the coaching realm, which is primarily why he chose to employ a defensive counterattack strategy at home. Given Manchester City's current defensive level, engaging in an open contest with Guardiola's team could indeed spell disaster. In the initial phase, both sides are probing each other, with minimal offensive maneuvers. In the 5th minute, Agüero's long-range shot was parried by Neuer, earning Manchester City a corner. Lin Quan approached the corner area, took a few steps back, and glanced at Bayern's penalty area. Bayern's defenders are tall and robust, making it challenging for City's forwards to gain an advantage. Thus, he opted not to aim for the forwards, but instead directed the ball towards the back post, intending for Captain Company to head it in. Lin Quan's corner was precisely delivered to Company, yet the latter's header was directly seized by Bayern's goalkeeper, Neuer. Without delay, Neuer swiftly exited the goal and executed a throw to a teammate on the flank, targeting Ribery. At this moment, Manchester City's defense appeared quite vulnerable. Once Ribery received the ball, he could surge forward, posing a threat to City's goal. Fortunately, Richards remained alert, contesting the ball and directing it out of bounds, thereby thwarting Bayern's counterattack. Pellegrini applauded Richards' clearance from the sidelines. Although Ribery seemed a considerable distance from City's goal, the situation felt precarious nonetheless. However, if Ribery truly gains possession of the ball and accelerates, the distance becomes utterly inconsequential. Following 5 minutes of tentative exploration, Bayern sounded the clarion call for a vigorous offensive. From this moment onward, Ribery, Robben, and Muller began to exhibit remarkable activity. In the 7th minute of the first half, after a series of back passes in their own half, Bayern's defender Rafinha unexpectedly sent a precise long pass down the right flank, directly targeting Ribery. Upon receiving the ball, Ribery paused briefly, employing a change of rhythm to evade the advancing Manchester City player, then swiftly cut inside. Simultaneously, Muller and Robben surged forward, creating a formidable attacking front. Instilling a sense of urgency within the Manchester City penalty area, Ribery glanced towards his teammates, seemingly poised to deliver a pass, yet suddenly unleashed a powerful shot. Joe Hart was caught off guard by the attempt to strike at the near post, and despite his hurried reaction, he could only manage a faint touch. The sheer force of Ribery's strike rendered Hart unable to deflect the ball, which sailed into the net. Bayern 1, Manchester City 0. With a deftly executed shot, Ribery propelled his team into the lead on their opponent's turf. Following the goal, Ribery exhibited palpable excitement, sprinting towards the stands housing the visiting fans to celebrate with a sliding maneuver. As a pivotal player in Bayern's pursuit of the Champions League, amidst the absence of major tournaments like the European Championship and the World Cup, speculation surrounding his potential to claim this year's Ballon d'Or has been rampant. The allure of the Ballon d'Or for players is undeniable, and Ribery naturally yearns for such an accolade. After 5 years of dominance by the unparalleled duo, if he were to secure the Ballon d'Or, his stature would undoubtedly soar, placing him alongside the likes of Messi and Ronaldo as a premier superstar. Yet for now, such notions remain mere rumors. Prior to the award ceremony, no one can ascertain who will ultimately claim this prestigious honor. Thus, for Ribery, it is imperative that he delivers exceptional performances leading up to the Ballon d'Or announcement to impress the voters, enhance his vote tally, and surpass his rivals. Dominating the Champions League stage is evidently the optimal strategy. Chapter 31. The machinations of tactics. Ribery's strike was exquisite, despite Joe Hart's swift reaction. He could not avert the goal. Ribery's performances have progressively improved over the past few seasons, and with both him and Robben on the flanks, Bayern's offensive prowess is simply insurmountable, rendering any opposition ineffective. Indeed, the rumors of Ribery potentially winning this year's Ballon d'Or are circulating. And based on his performance in this match, he certainly merits the accolade. On the sidelines, Guardiola, witnessing Ribery's rapid goal, jubilantly celebrated, fist-pumping in excitement. This goal was crucial. Following the lead, Manchester City's counterattacks became unfeasible. Once they altered their tactics, Bayern's advantage would only grow more pronounced. As anticipated, Manchester City promptly adjusted their strategy upon falling behind, intensifying their pressing in the attacking third and expanding the players' movement across the pitch. This is truly gratifying for Bayern. In the 15th minute, it was once again Ribery. This time, he received a pass from Kroos, cut inside to create a sliver of space, and unleashed a shot, seemingly attempting to replicate his earlier goal. However, this time, the ball was safely gathered by Joe Hart. Although Hart occasionally finds himself unfortunate, conceding goals from bizarre attempts, his prowess is undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have been the starting goalkeeper for Manchester City. He would not stumble over the same stone twice. During this period, Bayern exhibited remarkable ferocity. Ribery, Robben, Kroos, Muller, and even defender Alaba all took their chances. From the 7th minute until the 32nd, when Alaba's angled shot from the left side of the penalty area was parried by Hart, Bayern surged with an offensive onslaught. Within a span of 25 minutes, they unleashed a flurry of 7 shots, 3 of which struck the goal frame, creating an atmosphere of impending danger for Manchester City's goal. Fortunately, Hart's performance during this time was commendable, as he made high saves to keep his goal intact. Despite appearing quite passive, Manchester City managed to avoid falling further behind. However, enduring such relentless pressure was decidedly unfavorable for them. They needed to devise a strategy to overcome their current predicament. On the sidelines, Pellegrini furrowed his brow, contemplating how to counter Bayern's tactics. Guardiola's approach with Bayern starkly contrasted with his methodology at Barcelona, as Bayern lacked players of Messi's caliber. Consequently, he abandoned the central attacking route, instead maximizing Bayern's advantage on the flanks. Ribery and Robben's breakthroughs, cuts, and shots placed immense strain on Manchester City's defensive flanks. The fullbacks found it challenging to support offensively and were compelled to have the wingers retreat to assist in defense. As a result, Manchester's forward presence was severely diminished, rendering their attacking tactics ineffective and isolating players like Lin Quan and Aguero, who found themselves easily surrounded by opponents. Lin Quan fared somewhat better due to his strong ball protection skills, while Aguero, being positioned more forward with fewer supporting options, often found that passes directed towards him were essentially gifts to the adversary. With their two most threatening offensive players effectively neutralized, Manchester City struggled to mount any serious offensive threat. Pellegrini glanced towards the opposing bench, feeling the immense pressure from Guardiola's dual-wing strategy. If he did not find a way to counter this approach, Manchester City's prospects in this match appeared bleak. With this thought in mind, he seized the opportunity presented by a dead ball situation to summon Lin Quan over. Lin, the team's tactics require alteration. Lin nodded, awaiting further instructions. Have you observed Bayern's left back? Pellegrini pointed to Alaba, who was maneuvering near the center line, and remarked to Lin Quan, in the past 30 minutes. Bayern has launched 6 attacks from the left flank, and he has been pivotal in each, assisting every time. We must suppress their full-backs' contributions and sever their connection with the wingers. Otherwise, we will be unable to contain the opponent's offense. Lin Quan nodded, comprehending Pellegrini's intent. I understand what must be done. Upon returning to the pitch, Lin Quan conveyed the coach's tactical adjustments. The players nodded in agreement, realizing they had no choice but to trust the coach's modifications at this juncture. Guardiola observed the tactical shifts made by the Manchester City coach with keen curiosity, pondering what adjustments would be implemented. Bayern's strategy was not without its flaws. Although their dual-wing approach was formidable, it could falter against a similarly structured opponent, especially one boasting rapid and explosive wingers, potentially leading to their own suppression. However, Manchester City was not such a team. What, then, would Pellegrini's response be? The answer soon unfolded as Lin Quan and Navas exchanged positions, with Lin moving to the flanks. On the Bayern bench, Gran stood wide-eyed. This seemed reminiscent of Werder Bremen's tactics from the previous season. During his time at Bremen, Lin Quan predominantly played as a right winger. Since joining Manchester City, his freedom on the field had significantly increased, no longer confined to a single position, and with someone already occupying the right flank, he had not often ventured there. Yet today, witnessing his swift runs along the sideline, it was clear he would not easily vacate this area. As Lin Quan advanced with the ball down the right side, the defensively astute Ribery rushed forward to intercept him. The two had clashed numerous times on the flanks last season, with neither able to gain the upper hand. This instance proved no different, as Ribery was swiftly outmaneuvered by Lin Quan. While Ribery excelled in dribbling, he struggled to defend against others' advances. Bayern remained highly vigilant of Lin Quan's offensive prowess. Guardiola had repeatedly emphasized that he was the most significant threat within Manchester City, urging his players to intensify their defensive efforts against him. Just as Lin Quan bypassed Ribery, Kroos surged in, opting not to attempt to tackle, but rather committing a foul, bringing Lin Quan crashing to the ground. Alaba was still some distance away. By the time he arrived, Lin Quan's momentum would surely have increased, making it difficult for Alaba to contain him. Should Alaba be bypassed as well, Lin Quan would have the opportunity for a cutting shot. Thus, in the absence of certainty in winning the ball, committing a foul was the wisest course of action. Given that Bayern players had repeatedly fouled Lin Quan throughout the match, the referee had previously issued only verbal warnings. However, he could no longer show leniency. For Kroos's foul, the referee brandished a yellow card as a warning. Kroos did not protest. He understood this card was a consequence of the cumulative fouls, and if he did not receive one, it would eventually fall upon his teammates. Moreover, he is not a key defensive player. Thus, his involvement in this foul has minimal impact on the team. On the sidelines, Guardiola's emotions are somewhat conflicted. From a coach's perspective, he ought to applaud Cruz for his decisive interception. However, as a father, witnessing Lin Quan being brought down tugs at his heartstrings, as he fears for his safety. Fortunately, Lin Quan brushed off the grass from his attire and swiftly rose to his feet, appearing to be unharmed. The Bayern players did not contest the yellow card nor surround the referee. Instead, they exhibited remarkable discipline by retreating to defend. This disciplined response denied Manchester City the opportunity for a quick free kick. Lin Quan signaled to his teammates to position themselves in the penalty area, preparing to exploit this free kick to threaten Bayern's goal. The ball entered the box, but Bayern quickly gained control of the initial drop, failing to create a significant threat. However, the ball cleared by Bayern soon found its way back to Manchester City as possession. Defender Klitsch seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Neuer remained vigilant, punching the ball away with precision. Yaya Touré controlled the rebound, executing a volley without letting the ball touch the ground. His shot struck a defender's leg and ricocheted away. With most Bayern players positioned within the penalty area, there were few defenders outside, allowing Manchester City to maintain possession. Navas intercepted the ball, but, faced with an on-rushing Bayern player, he quickly passed it to Aguero. Aguero played a lateral ball to the right and made a penetrating run into the box. Initially, the right flank appeared vacant, but Lin Quan, having completed the free kick, surged forward, occupying that space. Following Manchester City's consecutive shots, Bayern's defensive line exhibited signs of disarray. Upon seeing Lin Quan gain possession, their attention shifted entirely to him. Beware of the opposing forward. Martinez was the first to approach, but as he neared Lin Quan, he saw him preparing to pass and immediately alerted his teammates. Yet, it was too late. Lin Quan identified a gap in Bayern's defense and executed a precise through ball that slipped through Martinez's legs, reaching Aguero inside the penalty area. Aguero, having just created a sliver of space, found the ball at his feet. He mentally applauded the exquisite pass, leaned against the defender, and unleashed a sweeping shot towards the goal. Aguero's position was less than 7 meters from the goal, a distance far too close for Neuer to make a save, regardless of his swift reflexes. In the 35th minute of the first half, Manchester City equalized, with Aguero scoring and Lin Quan providing the assist. This goal arrived at a crucial moment, revitalizing their previously subdued morale. The Manchester City fans erupted in cheers upon witnessing the goal. "Well done, Cohen. Fantastic," exclaimed the crowd, celebrating the superb striker, Aguero. What a brilliant pass by Lin. Such a delightful through ball. Until that moment, they had been under Bayern's pressure, and the atmosphere in the stadium had been decidedly tense. At this moment, the team finally scored, and the fans in the stands felt a surge of exhilaration, dispelling the previous gloom. They began to alternate in singing the praises of Aguero and Lin Quan, lauding their remarkable performances. Since David Silva's unfortunate injury, the synergy between Lin Quan and Aguero has grown increasingly harmonious. On the pitch of the Premier League, their splendid collaborations have become a frequent sight. This has filled Manchester City supporters with anticipation. What formidable power will their trio possess when David Silva returns to the squad? On the sidelines, Pellegrini, witnessing his team equalize, embraced several of his assistant coaches with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Guardiola, stroking his bald head, appeared less disheartened, merely sensing a touch of misfortune. Had they managed to secure a touch on the ball earlier, the opponent would not have been able to unleash consecutive shots. Although Bayern's defense is typically robust, repeated assaults led to several players losing their positions, inevitably creating vulnerabilities in their backline. In the face of a formidable team like Manchester City, particularly against Lin Quan, such lapses could not be overlooked. Once the celebrations concluded, the match resumed. Inspired by the goal, Manchester City momentarily broke free from Bayern's pressure, initiating a brief offensive surge. Regrettably, Bayern's defense remained resolute, thwarting Manchester City's attempts to find the net. Aguero, in his eagerness to seize the ball, received a yellow card for bringing down Rafinha from behind. However, as an attacking player, this booking had minimal impact on him. As the first half concluded, both teams had scored once, resulting in a stalemate. As the second half commenced, neither side made any personnel changes during the intermission. Fueled by the momentum from the end of the first half, Manchester City launched an aggressive attack against Bayern right from the start. In the 47th minute, Manchester City earned a corner kick. Lin Quan positioned himself at the corner area, set the ball, and then stepped back, seemingly allowing a teammate to take the kick. Navas, Noticing Lin Quan's signal, ambled toward the corner. By this time, Lin Quan had vacated the area. Bayern's players, thinking it was merely a corner kick, felt it was excessive for the opponent to be so cautious. However, with ample time left in the match, they did not perceive it as a deliberate delay. Playing at home, Manchester City was undoubtedly eager to secure a victory, striving to maximize their offensive efforts without any intent to waste time. Yet, as Navas had yet to position himself for the set piece, Bayern's players relaxed slightly. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Seizing the opportunity while Bayern's players had let their guard down, Lin Quan executed a sudden turn and struck the ball with precision. The football glided along the ground towards Bayern's penalty area, and a blue figure emerged from the crowd, striking the ball with a precise shot before the Bayern players could react, sending it into their net. Agüero, scoring his second goal. Manchester City leads Bayern 2-1. Foul. This goal does not count. Several Bayern players vociferously protested to the referee, arguing that they were unprepared for the swift execution of the free kick that led to the goal. They questioned the legality of the play, but the referee signaled that the goal was valid. Who takes the free kick is a matter for Manchester City. Just because Lin Quan gestured for Navas to come over does not necessitate Navas taking the kick. The Bayern players were simply caught off guard, and they had no one to blame but themselves. At this thought, the referee cast a curious glance at Lin Quan. How could someone so young possess such cunning? Had he learned from some bald coach on the sidelines? Those who play tactics can be rather devious. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines, felt utterly wronged. I certainly didn't teach him that, let alone teaching Lin Quan. This tactic is something Guardiola himself would never conceive. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Boateng, it's you again, kid. Unexpectedly, the defending champions found themselves trailing at the Etihad Stadium. Su Yang remarked with a smile. Bayern has truly been tactically outmaneuvered by Lin Quan this time. Judging by the players' reactions, they were utterly unprepared for this strategic corner kick. One must admit, Lin Quan indeed possesses a wealth of clever ideas, and such tactics could only originate from his mind. Not only the commentators discussed this goal, but the online discourse surrounding it was also fervent. Can anyone knowledgeable in football clarify whether this goal was legitimate? It is indeed valid for the following reasons. 1. The ball was within the corner arc, neither on the line nor out of play. 2. The referee had already blown the whistle, allowing the free kick. 3. The player did not alter the position of the ball before taking the free kick, and the rules do not prohibit a player from moving. True, that is correct. Yet Lin Quan's maneuver does seem to skirt the boundaries of sportsmanship. Winning is all that matters. Lin Quan committed no foul. After all, tactics are inherently a game of wits. Following this match, other teams are likely to watch Lin Quan's every move closely whenever he takes a corner kick. Indeed, who knows what tricks he might conjure next. Following the reversal, the Bayern players' anger surged. Had they been outplayed by a brilliant combination of teamwork and raw strength, they might have accepted it. However, these two conceded goals were entirely due to their own oversight. Thus, they were quite dissatisfied with Manchester City's lead and launched a full-scale counterattack after the restart, seeking to rewrite the scoreline. Once Bayern's offensive surged, Manchester City's goal once again became a sight of intense pressure. In the 54th minute, Robin successfully broke through on the flanks, executing a 1-2 with a teammate before cutting inside the penalty area. However, his final shot lacked precision and was valiantly parried by Joe Hart, sending the ball out for a corner. In the 56th minute, Bayern Munich once again penetrated Manchester City's penalty area. Martinez executed a successful interception in the midfield, delivering a precise through ball to Müller. With a clever run, Müller managed to evade the offside trap and surged into the box. Observing Müller's advance, Guardiola on the sidelines raised his arms, poised to celebrate. However, to everyone's astonishment, Müller sent the ball soaring over the bar. A wildly inaccurate attempt that even left City's goalkeeper, Hart, momentarily bewildered. How could such a miss occur? On the sidelines, Guardiola clasped his head in disbelief, mirroring Müller's expression of frustration as he grasped his own head, struggling to comprehend how such a shot could go awry. As Bayern initiated a counterattack, Manchester City also crafted several threatening offensives. In the 57th minute, Lin Quan broke down the flank and combined with Agüero. After receiving the ball, Agüero deftly backheeled it, simultaneously shielding a defender and setting Lin Quan up for a long-range strike. Unfortunately, the shot was too straightforward, easily caught by Neuer. Such an attempt posed no significant challenge for the German international. 2 minutes later, Lin Quan reciprocated, providing Agüero with a pass. Regrettably, Agüero squandered the opportunity, missing his chance to complete a hat-trick. However, as they gradually adapted to Bayern's rhythm, Manchester City's players began to perform increasingly well. The dynamics on the field shifted. The match was no longer entirely under Bayern's control. The two teams engaged in a lively exchange, much to the delight of the home supporters, who were pleasantly surprised to witness their team holding its own against Bayern. Bayern, the reigning Champions League title holders with an enhanced squad this season, set the benchmark. And in comparison, Manchester City had evidently reached a level where they could contend with elite teams. Yet, the confidence among City fans remained somewhat fragile. Each time Bayern threatened their goal, anxiety gripped them, fearing the equalizer. Despite the relatively narrow gap in capability, Bayern's profound pedigree was unmistakable. The distinction between teams that have clinched titles and those that have not is palpable in their demeanor. Take Bayern, for instance, even while trailing and eager to equalize. Their attacking play remained composed and methodical, a quality that left City fans in awe. They could not help but wonder when their own team might attain such heights. The pressure felt by City's players was, in truth, greater than what the fans perceived. They were acutely aware of Bayern's opportunistic prowess, if given a chance. Bayern could easily alter the scoreline. Thus, they had to maintain a state of heightened alertness, allowing no room for complacency. Such an encounter not only drained physical stamina, but also exacted a considerable toll on the players' mental fortitude. Consequently, many top teams often experience a period of fatigue following clashes with other formidable opponents. This is the consequence of excessive consumption. In the 67th minute, a series of unforeseen events unfolded on the field. Initially, Kroos, while advancing with the ball, was dispossessed by a Manchester City defender, just as City prepared to counterattack. Fernandinho was successfully intercepted by Muller. Once again, possession shifted. However, for Manchester City, the situation became markedly more perilous than when Kroos was in possession. In pursuit of counterattacking efficiency, City pushed their formation forward immediately upon regaining possession. Many players surged into the opponent's half, but when the ball was suddenly intercepted, they lost their defensive positions and were unable to retreat in time. Bayern players recognized that this opportunity was invaluable. After winning the ball, Muller did not pass back to Kroos to reorganize. Instead, he immediately fed Robben, allowing him to exploit his speed on the flanks. Robben understood the cue and sprinted forward at full pace. Faced with City's fullback, he opted to cut inside. This choice was anticipated by all. Robben's attacks frequently culminate in a shot after an inward cut. However, knowing the opponent's intentions does not guarantee successful defense. City's left-back, Kolarov, was aware of Robben's inclination to cut inside and attempted to counter it. Yet when Robben indeed made that cut, he could not match Robben's rhythm, resembling a rusted machine, and was left behind. Joe Hart felt trepidation. Whether to advance or remain stationary posed a dilemma. Fortunately for him, Robben spared him the trouble. After bypassing Kolarov, Robben entered the penalty area and unleashed a shot. In the face of Hart, Robben, emboldened by his talent, chose to aim for the near post. The ball soared towards the goal, and although Hart made a diving attempt, he was a fraction too slow. The ball rolled into the net before he could intervene. Bayern had tenaciously equalized. A brief silence enveloped the Etihad Stadium as Manchester City fans struggled to come to terms with this outcome. The team's lead, which had lasted less than 15 minutes, was nullified by Bayern. The offensive prowess of the opposition was undeniably formidable. Even more alarming was Bayern's fighting spirit. Prior to this attack, they engaged in a fierce struggle with City's midfield. The midfield had transformed into a battleground, with players from both sides wrestling fiercely. Almost every player's jersey bore traces of mud and grass. One could not fault the Manchester City players for their lack of effort. However, their adversaries seemed to be even more relentless. More daunting was the fact that Bayern's players not only exhibited tenacity, but also displayed superior technical skills and coordination compared to City. Enhanced teamwork and exceptional footwork were the primary reasons for Bayern's greater offensive threat. With over 20 minutes remaining in the match, this goal severely undermined City's morale while significantly bolstering Bayern's confidence. In this ebb and flow, they truly lacked assurance in their ability to thwart Bayern's assaults. Bayern, seasoned and astute, seized the momentum and continued to launch fierce attacks on City's goal, aiming to deliver a decisive blow that would completely dismantle them. In the 72nd minute, Bayern initiated a rapid counterattack down the right flank. Once again, it was Robben, who, after receiving the ball on the right flank, cut inside to unleash a shot. Joe Hart fumbled the save, leading to chaos within the penalty area, but fortunately, Company managed to clear the danger at the last moment. A minute later, Bayern mounted another attack. Capitalizing on a midfield interception, they swiftly launched a counterattack from the front, transforming from defense to offense in an instant. Advancing rapidly into Manchester City's half and creating a numerical advantage in the attacking third. With City outnumbered, a few quick passes from the opposition resulted in a one-on-one opportunity. Hart once again came to the rescue. He thwarted Kroos's shot, deflecting it away. After the save, Hart let out a roar towards the shooting Kroos, seemingly venting the frustration that had been building inside him during the match. Kroos, feeling quite unlucky, was disheartened, having squandered a clear chance. He was further unsettled by the inexplicable outburst from the opposing goalkeeper. On the sidelines, Manchester City's coach, Pellegrini, was deep in thought. City had been decidedly on the back foot, so he instructed Lin Quan to play as a winger, which proved effective in neutralizing the lively rivalry from the first half. However, as one threat was contained, the other side saw Robin remain exceedingly active, continuing to pose a threat to their defense. In the 75th minute, Nasri was cautioned with a yellow card for a foul while defending against Robin, exacerbating the defensive challenges on City's left flank. Pellegrini, no longer hesitant, swiftly made a personnel change, substituting Milner for Nasri. Milner's defensive prowess far exceeded that of Nasri, allowing him to effectively fulfill the role of a fullback. Although he lacked Nasri's offensive edge, this substitution signaled a shift towards a more conservative strategy for City, as settling for a draw against Bayern at home seemed acceptable. After Milner's introduction, his energetic movement and tenacity somewhat curtailed Robin's threat, temporarily alleviating the crisis in front of City's goal. Now it was Guardiola's turn to worry. Both flanks had been neutralized, and the right side was even at a disadvantage. Lin Quan's few forays into attack exerted considerable pressure on Bayern, rendering their fullbacks incapable of joining the offensive, effectively crippling their attacking efforts on that side. With Robin also being contained, Bayern was left to launch a direct assault through the center. Throughout the match, City had been largely on the defensive, compounded by Bayern's potent offense. Yaya Touré found himself pinned back in defense, with little opportunity to advance and support the attack. However, this situation appeared to be a silver lining for City. With Touré and company providing a solid backbone, their central axis remained stable and hard to breach. Observing Touré's commendable performance, Pellegrini remarked, "Touré still possesses the quality. As long as he avoids mistakes, he is someone we can rely on." No sooner had he spoken than Touré's old ailment resurfaced. In the 85th minute, Touré executed a successful interception in his own half. Instead of passing the ball to a teammate as he had done previously, he lifted his head to survey the situation in the attacking third. Seeing an opening in Bayern's defense, he could no longer restrain himself after an entire match of waiting. With the ball at his feet, he surged into Bayern's half. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was both furious and anxious. "Yaya Touré, you really cannot be praised enough. Get back to your position. Do not advance any further," Pellegrini shouted at Touré on the field. Amidst the cacophony, Touré only caught the words "go forward," mistakenly believing that his coach was encouraging him to press on. Thus, the initial hesitation vanished in an instant, and with long strides, he boldly charged into Bayern's territory. This unexpected move took not only his Manchester City teammates by surprise, but also caught Bayern completely off guard. Having played nearly 80 minutes, the imposing figure had remained steadfastly in the back line, never once advancing with the ball, leading Bayern's players to form a fixed impression: this man does not attack. However, Touré was not incapable of offense. He had merely been confined to the back line. In terms of attacking prowess, he was far from lacking. Caught unawares, Bayern failed to send a defender to counter him immediately. By the time Touré crossed into the half, Martinez was the first to approach him. Confident in his physical prowess, Touré did not regard Martinez's defense with much concern. Yet, upon their initial contact, he found himself overpowered in the physical tussle. Such formidable strength. Was this man truly white? The term big and strong is often associated with black players, and many powerful defensive midfielders among them, such as Makelele, Umtiti, and Eschen, come to mind. To his astonishment, this white player was even tougher than his black counterparts. Touré was taken aback. This could spell trouble. He feared he would not prevail in this encounter. With a silent lament, he realized he had met his match. Having observed Martinez being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan previously, he had underestimated him. However, the moment they clashed. He understood he had misjudged his opponent. Not only was this man robust with exceptional defensive capabilities, but his experience far surpassed Torres' expectations. Just as the ball seemed destined to be lost, Torres caught a glimpse of a blue figure out of the corner of his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball. He knew that if he delayed, the opportunity would vanish. Yet, upon releasing the ball, he discovered that his teammate receiving it was none other than Lin Quan. Lin Quan had already begun to retreat as Torres advanced, almost in sync with Martinez. He understood Martinez's interception abilities well. Should Torres lose possession, Bayern would surely capitalize on the mistake to launch a counterattack. The potential for Manchester City to concede a goal loomed large. To avert such a dire outcome, Lin Quan proactively moved back to support Torres. At first, he harbored some concerns about whether his teammate would pass him the ball. To his surprise, Yaya Touré not only made the pass, but executed it with remarkable finesse. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan swiftly turned and deftly maneuvered past the advancing Alba, then surged towards Bayern's penalty area. The central defenders Dante and Boateng, upon witnessing Lin Quan's advance, felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of dread overtaking them. Not you again. In that fleeting moment, Boateng felt as if he had returned to the Allianz Arena, back to that August afternoon when, under the gaze of over 50,000 spectators, he first encountered Lin Quan on the pitch. The memory of being left bewildered and the crowd's gasps echoed in his mind, stirring the deep-seated fear within him. Thus, even before any confrontation, Boateng's legs began to tremble. He exchanged a glance with Dante, silently pleading, "Brother, you go first." Dante recalled the agony of being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan at Weserstadion and resolutely shook his head. "I'm not in the best shape. You're young and resilient. You take the lead." Their silent exchange yielded no consensus, and at that moment, Lin Quan had already closed the distance between them. Realizing they could no longer evade the confrontation, they steeled themselves. "Let's go together." As they charged forward, Lin Quan deftly nudged the ball sideways and then executed a quick feint. The quicker Boateng managed to halt his advance, barely keeping pace with Lin Quan's rhythm. However, the aging Dante lagged slightly, inadvertently blocking his teammate's path. What was intended as a double defense against Lin Quan inadvertently became a one-on-one confrontation with Boateng. Sweat began to bead on Boateng's forehead, his anxiety mounting to the point where he failed to notice he had obstructed Dante. Fixated on Lin Quan, he concentrated intently, eyes wide, tracking every movement. Lin Quan feinted, dribbled, and feinted again, executing a series of dazzling maneuvers that left Boateng dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, Dante finally managed to circle around, but upon witnessing Boateng's imminent defeat, he made a split-second decision to tackle, hoping to halt the attack through a foul. Yet, Lin Quan had anticipated this move. As Dante lunged, he swiftly positioned himself beside Boateng. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared as though Dante had slid in to tackle Boateng instead. With a thud, Boateng fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry. "Ah!" Two anguished exclamations echoed. Boateng had been struck at the ankle, eliciting a loud shout of agony, while Dante found himself nearly crushed under Boateng's fall, gasping for breath. "Why did you tackle me instead of him?" Boateng's mind erupted with confusion, unable to comprehend Dante's inexplicable actions. Dante, feeling as though his ribs were about to fracture, simply wished to faint and chose to disregard Boateng's bewilderment. Neuer, witnessing two of his teammates fall one after another, was momentarily taken aback. After a silent curse, he chose to advance. In response to Neuer's charge, Lin Quan, bold and composed, opted not to shoot directly, but instead to maneuver past the goalkeeper. Stripped of the protection of his center backs, the goalkeeper found himself in a precarious position, especially against an opponent renowned for his ability to break through defenses. The encounter between the two held no suspense. Lin Quan deftly sidestepped Neuer and slotted the ball into the empty net, altering the score to 3-2, thus restoring Manchester City's lead. Moreover, with less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, the goddess of victory seemed to truly be smiling upon them. Goal. Yaya Touré provided the assist, and after evading several Bayern defenders, Lin Quan netted this crucial goal, one that could potentially alter the fates of both teams on the pitch and even influence the dynamics of this season's Champions League. Unexpectedly, Bayern, who had dominated the match, faltered in the final moments. Yaya Touré's sudden incursion caught them off guard, exposing a vulnerability in their defense. Lin Quan, with keen perception, seized upon this opening and delivered a punishing blow to Bayern. This was Lin Quan's first goal of the match, yet it bore immense significance. Manchester City had taken the lead, and if the score held until the final whistle, they would ascend to the top of the group, toppling the defending champions Bayern Munich. Commentators across major television networks emphasized the monumental value of this goal to their viewers. Given that the knockout stage of the Champions League pits the first-placed teams against the second-placed ones, Lin Quan's strike could very well place the giants of other groups under immense pressure. Should Group D see the defending champions relegated to second place, they would have to face the top teams from other groups, inciting fury among those leaders, who would wish to confront the reigning champions in the round of 16. After laboring through 6 matches to secure the top spot, one would naturally wish to avoid the stronger teams from other groups. However, amid a sea of second-place teams lurked a defending champion, a scenario akin to a nerve-wracking game of Russian roulette. Fans of other elite clubs observing this match reacted with dismay upon witnessing the score. What on earth was happening? How did Bayern suddenly falter? There must be some hidden agenda at play. With Bayern's caliber, it was inconceivable for them to lose to Manchester City. Something was amiss. While some questioned the integrity of the match, suggesting collusion or match fixing, others rose to defend the legitimacy of the game. What conspiracy? Clearly, you are simply fearful of facing Bayern in the knockout rounds and are attempting to tarnish Manchester City's reputation. Indeed, why shouldn't Manchester City triumph over Bayern? Last year, Bate Borisov defeated Bayern 3-1 on home soil. Is Manchester City truly weaker than Bate Borisov? Lin Quan truly lives up to his reputation as Bayern's nemesis. During his tenure at Werder Bremen, he frequently led his team to triumph over Bayern, and it is astonishing that he has carried this trait into the Premier League. Bayern's misfortune upon facing him is indeed a testament to their ill fate. In this match, Lin Quan not only scored a goal but also assisted twice, contributing to all 3 goals, effectively sealing Bayern's demise at his feet. The fans are indifferent to who tops the group. The more thrilling the match, the more chaotic the progression, the happier they are. Should Bayern emerge as second in their group and encounter another powerhouse in the knockout stage, their joy would only amplify. With their disruptive presence, this year's quarterfinals are bound to be exhilarating. On the sidelines, Guardiola's expression turned grave as he witnessed his team fall behind once more. The timing of the conceded goal could not have been worse. With the clock ticking down to the 86th minute, time was slipping away for Bayern. Even if they launched a full-scale offensive now, they might not have enough time to equalize. Yet, Bayern found themselves teetering on the brink, left with no choice but to gamble everything. With this thought, Guardiola summoned Götze, imparting his instructions before sending him onto the pitch. Bayern substituted a defensive player for an offensive one, signaling their desperate resolve. Manchester City, retreating into a solid defensive formation, left only Aguero up front while the rest returned to their half, fiercely defending their territory. In the final moments, Bayern unleashed their most fervent offensive barrage of the match. Determined not to succumb to defeat away from home, the Bayern players took turns assaulting Manchester City's goal. However, under the resolute defense of City, shots from Robben, Ribery, Muller, and others were thwarted. As the whistle blew with its characteristic 2 short and 1 long note, the Etihad Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration. Fans embraced each other in a frenzy, reveling in this monumental victory. They had indeed triumphed over Bayern Munich. The match concluded with Aguero and Lin Quan's goals, allowing Manchester City to triumph 3-2 at home, securing invaluable points and temporarily claiming the top spot in Group D. Observing the ecstatic Manchester City players celebrating on the pitch, commentator He Wei reflected, few had anticipated City's success, yet they have responded with a remarkable victory that silences all skeptics. This is a collective triumph, but also a personal one. Lin Quan and Aguero, the twin blades of Manchester City, will surely leave their mark. Su Yang, beside him, expressed his sentiments. Many may overlook an important detail. The seemingly omnipotent Lin Quan is merely 17.5 years old. His professional journey has only just begun a little over a year ago. We cannot foresee the heights he may reach, but we are fortunate to witness every step of his ascent to greatness. The Bayern fans who traveled with the team wore expressions of despair, with some even shedding tears of disappointment. When the team took the lead and firmly suppressed their opponents, they believed victory was assured. However, Manchester City, resilient like an indomitable cockroach, consistently managed to level the score and even turn the tide. before Lin Quan scored in the final moments. Many had resigned themselves to the prospect of a draw. Little did they know, Manchester City would not even grant them that. Defeated and disheartened, Bayern now stood with 1 win and 1 loss, accumulating 3 points and ranking second in their group. They had lost the initiative in the race for the top spot and found themselves contending for advancement with the vanquished CSKA Moscow. Such a result was difficult for Bayern's fans to accept, with many beginning to reminisce about the venerable Jupp Heynckes. Had he still been at the helm, surely Bayern would have claimed victory in this match. Guardiola, however, did not lose his composure in the face of defeat. After the match, he approached Pellegrini, the Manchester City manager, to shake hands. "Congratulations, your team's performance today was outstanding." "Thank you. Bayern's strength also left a deep impression on me. I hope both our teams can progress together." Having triumphed over Guardiola for the first time, Pellegrini was in high spirits, his smile radiant enough to be seen from several meters away. "Thank you." Guardiola nodded appreciatively before heading onto the pitch to console his players. As he passed by Lin Quan, who was celebrating, the two exchanged a brief glance before averting their eyes. Bayern's players needed to lick their wounds, while Manchester City's players continued their celebrations, expressing gratitude to the fans in attendance. Once their festivities concluded and they were on their way back to the locker room, Lin Quan encountered an unexpected figure. "Shall we exchange jerseys?" Neuer asked as he approached Lin Quan, already beginning to remove his shirt. With your shirt off. Can I really decline?" "Of course." Thus, the two completed their jersey exchange in the players' tunnel. Neuer, as if claiming his prize, draped Lin Quan's jersey over his shoulder, gazing at him with intensity and declaring, "Next time, I shall defeat you." "Oh, then good luck." Lin Quan did not regard Neuer as a rival. His true competitors were Messi and Ronaldo. With the conclusion of the second round of the Champions League group stage, the qualification scenarios across the groups became increasingly clear. In Group A, following a decline in league performance, Manchester United also exhibited fluctuations in their Champions League campaign. This round, they were held to a draw by Shakhtar Donetsk away from home, and moreover, Moyes' side was outperformed in possession, passing accuracy, and shots on goal. If one were to obscure the teams' names, fans might mistakenly believe Shakhtar was the true Red Devils. After this match, Moyes' situation grew even more precarious, with external criticism mounting. In Group B, Juventus, returning to their home ground, were held to a draw by Galatasaray, accumulating only 2 points from 2 matches. Considering their upcoming match against the formidable Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, the probability of victory for Juventus appears exceedingly low. Should they fail to secure a win in this next encounter, their chances of advancing in the tournament would diminish significantly, potentially marking Juventus as the first prestigious club to be eliminated from their group. In stark contrast, Real Madrid, playing at home, is in exceptional form, having triumphed over Copenhagen with a resounding score of 4-0, thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo and Angel Di Maria, both netting 2 goals apiece. Ronaldo, with a total of 5 goals across 2 matches, is leading the Champions League scoring chart, far ahead of his competitors. As Ronaldo's performance in the group stage continues to impress, the clamor for him to receive the Ballon d'Or grows louder, while the previously favored Franck Ribéry seems to be rapidly losing his lead. In Group C, Paris Saint-Germain decisively defeated the Portuguese seed team Benfica with a score of 3-0, firmly establishing themselves at the top of the group. Meanwhile, in Group E, Chelsea overcame their recent struggles with a 4-0 victory on the road. However, Kevin De Bruyne, who departed from Werder Bremen alongside Lin Quan, appears to have been completely sidelined by Jose Mourinho, as he did not even make the matchday squad for this game. Although Chelsea emerged victorious, they are not leading Group E. That honor belongs to Werder Bremen, who achieved a narrow 1-0 win against Basel, accumulating 6 points from 2 matches and greatly improving their chances of advancement. Despite losing Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen, under the guidance of their coach, continues to perform admirably this season, emerging as the biggest dark horse of the Champions League group stage thus far. In the highly scrutinized Group F, Arsenal secured a 2-0 victory over Napoli, achieving their second consecutive win and bolstering their prospects of advancement. Borussia Dortmund and Napoli each hold 1 win and 1 loss, ranking second and third respectively, while Marseille from Ligue 1 has suffered 2 defeats, leaving their chances of progressing bleak. In Group H, Barcelona, the third favorite to win the title, narrowly avoided an upset in an away match. Despite dominating possession at 82, they struggled to penetrate Celtic's resolute defense. With Lionel Messi sidelined due to injury, Barcelona's attacking prowess significantly diminished. Had it not been for Cesc Fabregas converting a free kick, Barcelona might have left the field with dropped points. Chapter ended. Chapter 34. Liverpool Journey. Transitional chapter. Following the conclusion of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City promptly faced the 7th round of the Premier League. Despite making extensive rotations, they comfortably defeated Everton 3-1 at home. Lin Quan came off the bench in the 65th minute and scored a goal. The lone goal for Everton was scored by Chelsea's young striker Romelu Lukaku, who seems to have found his form since being loaned out. Since joining Everton, Lukaku has played in just 3 matches, yet he has scored in each of them, including one game where he netted twice. Prior to his arrival, both Everton and Chelsea struggled offensively, having scored only 3 goals in their first 4 matches. However, upon his arrival, Everton's average goals per match surged to 3, a remarkable increase in their offensive prowess. With his outstanding performance, Lukaku swiftly captured the admiration of Everton. It is rumored that the Toffees intend to invest in acquiring Lukaku's contract during the winter transfer window, aiming to retain their leading scorer. Given Chelsea's congested forward line, returning to Stamford Bridge would hardly guarantee him playing time. Thus, selling him to us seems prudent. Lukaku's exceptional form has amplified the skepticism surrounding Chelsea, particularly regarding Mourinho. Why did Lukaku struggle to score while at Chelsea, yet flourish immediately upon departure? This criticism received support from T9 fans, who believe Torres' transfer to Chelsea was a grave mistake. At Liverpool, he was a formidable force, scoring prolifically, yet at Chelsea, his efficiency diminished significantly, even costing him a starting position in the national team. Fans naturally attribute this decline to Chelsea's tactical approach. After all, Torres is not the only forward to falter under Chelsea's system. The scrutiny extends beyond Mourinho. After this round of Champions League group matches, both Martino of Barcelona and Guardiola of Bayern faced media backlash as well. Amidst this external clamor, Lin Quan remained unaffected. As FIFA's international match days commenced following the conclusion of the 7th round of league play, with Spain having qualified 2 rounds ahead, Del Bosque opted not to summon Lin Quan and the main players for the matches, instead selecting a cohort of young talents from the national youth team and the league. Consequently, Lin Quan was afforded a rare 2-week holiday. Despite this break, he could not fully relax, as he had several sponsorship advertisements to film. Fortunately, Pear's exceptional organizational skills enabled him to consolidate all scheduling into a 2-day window. Only one commercial event remained, slated for October 12th. What event, you ask? A major Hollywood production is set to premiere, with invitations extended to various celebrities for the gala. Well, I'll see when the time comes. If I'm free, I'll attend. If not, kindly decline on my behalf, Lin Quan remarked casually. He had participated in similar events before, primarily to make media appearances and leverage his influence for promotional purposes. The process was relatively straightforward, albeit time-consuming. Then I shan't disturb you further. Enjoy your holiday. Pear promptly took his leave, allowing Lin Quan some solitude. Lin Quan then retrieved his long-prepared fishing rod, eager to fish at the river or well. Previously, during his time at Werder Bremen, he had wished to fish in the Weser River, but lacked a fishing license. In Germany, fishing without a license is illegal, which greatly disappointed aspiring anglers. However, true fishermen do not surrender easily. After relocating to Manchester, Lin Quan enlisted Pear's assistance to navigate the necessary procedures, and he is now legally permitted to fish. It is uncertain whether it is due to a decline in skill or the elusive nature of fish in England, but after 2 consecutive days of fishing, I found myself entirely unsuccessful. Alas, it must surely be a matter of incompatible energies. Never mind. I shall cease my fishing endeavors and take a drive to enjoy the fresh air instead. Manchester, once a bustling industrial city, has seen its factories either shuttered or relocated following the reforms initiated by Thatcher. As I navigate the roads, I observe numerous abandoned factories dotting the landscape. With the cessation of industrial pollution, the air quality in Manchester, nestled within its basin, has indeed improved significantly. Yet, the cost of this transformation is palpable, as many have lost their jobs due to factory closures, leading to a steady decline in the population as more individuals migrate to London in search of livelihoods. As an outsider, I, Lin Quan, feel only a distant connection to this phenomenon. After a brief drive along the coastal highway, I arrive in Liverpool, another seaside city. The geographical proximity between Liverpool and Manchester is striking. Merely a few dozen kilometers separate them, and I can traverse the distance in under an hour by car. Despite their closeness, I have never visited this vibrant city before. Renowned as a tourist destination, Liverpool boasts numerous attractions. After a whirlwind tour of several sites, I find myself on William Brown Street, the cultural heart of Liverpool, adorned with many historic buildings that are well worth a visit. Within the William Brown Library and the Walker Art Gallery, I serendipitously encounter a girl who bears a striking resemblance to Audrey Hepburn. She notices me too, and on our second meeting, she greets me with a polite smile. Initially, I merely thought she bore a resemblance, but her smile accentuates the likeness even further. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she seems oddly familiar, as if I have encountered her before. After pondering for some time, I am unable to recall where I might have seen her, so I nod in acknowledgement but refrain from approaching her to initiate conversation. After all, it would be presumptuous to engage in casual banter with someone I have only just met, as it could easily be misconstrued as harassment. However, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives. While in the Picton reading room, our paths cross once more. "Are you here on holiday?" she inquires, her curiosity piqued. "How can you tell?" I ask. Only visitors from afar would show such enthusiasm for exploring so many places in one go. She explains, a reasonable assertion. "But if that is the case, you are not a local either, are you?" I inquire. She nods and replies, "I hail from Surrey." Unfamiliar with the administrative divisions of England, I find myself momentarily at a loss as to where Surrey might be. Sensing my confusion, she patiently elaborates. Surrey is situated to the south of London, bordering the River Thames. Though I still do not grasp its exact location, I at least have a general idea of its whereabouts now. "You are not British?" she asks, intrigued. "No," I respond candidly, and then, with a hint of curiosity, I pose the question, "Where do you think I am from?" She scrutinizes me thoughtfully, taking her time to ponder my origins. "To be honest, I am unsure. Judging by appearances, you must be from one of the 3 East Asian countries. Am I correct?" "Congratulations, you are mistaken, but you have another chance. Shall we continue?" "I cannot guess, yet I have a feeling you hail from the European continent." "Indeed. It must be Spain." "Oh, how did you deduce that?" Lin Quan was somewhat astonished. There are so many countries in Europe. How did she ascertain that he was from Spain? Could it be that she recognized his identity? The girl stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "It is because your complexion aligns with my impression of tropical countries." Well, it is true that the Spanish sun is quite potent. A day under its rays is equivalent to several days elsewhere. Professional athletes often train under the sun, and it is perfectly normal for them to become tanned. The girl was amused by his words. When working outdoors, applying sunscreen appropriately can provide effective protection. Noticing that Lin Quan seemed unfamiliar with these matters, she offered some advice. "Thank you for your suggestions. As a token of my appreciation, may I invite you to dinner, beautiful lady?" The girl winked. "I am quite particular about my meals." "Are you not concerned that I might deplete your finances?" "No worries. It is merely one meal, and I can afford it." "Haha. I didn't expect you to be a hidden millionaire. I shall not be polite then." The girl graciously accepted Lin Quan's invitation without any hint of shyness. "There is a Michelin restaurant nearby, reputed to be quite good. Shall we dine there? Let us go." The two departed from the reading room and arrived at Lin Quan's parking spot. Upon seeing his vehicle, the girl began to believe he might indeed be wealthy. "Thanks to you. This is my first time in such a high-end sports car." While she said this, her reaction suggested she was not particularly surprised. Once inside, she did not gaze around, clearly accustomed to such luxury. "What a coincidence. It is also my first time." This was no exaggeration. This Ferrari was a new model released in September of this year. Mansour had specially ordered one as a gift for Lin Quan. He had only received the car keys the previous week, making this his inaugural drive. As he started the car, the powerful acceleration provided a palpable sensation of being pushed back into their seats. Lin Quan had recently obtained his driver's license and drove cautiously. Initially apprehensive, Collins gradually relaxed as she observed his smooth driving. While she felt at ease, the drivers on the road were likely cursing under their breath. "Dude, driving a LaFerrari this slowly, why not just ride a bicycle?" Despite such complaints, they dared not come too close, merely honking to urge him on. This car was exorbitantly expensive. A careless collision could lead to financial ruin. Moreover, those who could afford such a limited edition supercar were either wealthy or elite, far beyond the means of ordinary citizens. After their meal, with ample time still ahead, the two continued to explore several attractions they had not yet visited. At last, They watched the sunset in its entirety atop the iconic Liverpool Cathedral. Time was running late, and I must return. Allow me to escort you. Very well. Thus, Lin Quan accompanied her back to her hotel. Upon their arrival outside the hotel, Lily Collins graciously extended her hand and said to Lin Quan, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Lily Collins, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Quan, Miss Collins. Thank you for bringing me such joy today. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Collins assumed that upon revealing her name, he would recognize her, yet she was met with no reaction. Likewise, Lin Quan was puzzled as to why she did not respond to his name. Could it be that I am not yet well known? Both harbored the same thought simultaneously. "Mr. Lin Quan, in a few days, a film is set to premiere, and I would like to invite you to watch it as a token of appreciation for the delightful meal you treated me to today. Are you available?" "It would be my honor." Who could refuse an invitation from such a lovely lady to attend a film? They exchanged contact information and agreed upon a time and place. October 12th, at the Electric Cinema in London. We shall not miss it. Very well. We shall not miss it. 2 days later, Lin Quan received the movie tickets sent by Lily Collins for a film titled The Mortal Instruments, City of Bones. Upon searching for the film online, he discovered that the leading lady was none other than Lily Collins. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was a Hollywood star. She had invited him to see her film, and as a gesture of reciprocity, perhaps he should offer her a ticket to a match at the Etihad Stadium? Just then, Pele delivered an invitation to a commercial event to Lin Quan. Upon seeing the film's title on the invitation, Lin Quan couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this the very film for which Lily Collins had sent him tickets? How intriguing. I wonder if my appearance as a guest at the premiere will take her by surprise. End of chapter 35. Lin Huang's romance exposed. His girlfriend is casually overboard on October 12th at 6:30 p.m. at the Electric Cinema in London. The director of The Mortal Instruments, Harold, along with the cast, arrived early at the cinema to greet the guests attending the premiere. The event was well attended, featuring not only stars from the film industry but also notable figures from the sports realm. Among them was the recently retired David Beckham, accompanied by his wife, Victoria. Seizing the opportunity while the director welcomed the couple, the male lead, Jamie Campbell, quietly approached the female lead, Lily Collins, and said, "Lily, would you like to join us for some fun after the premiere?" He gestured towards several other cast members, many of whom were local British actors, some even natives of London. Lily Collins cautiously stepped back, declining, "No, thank you. I have other matters to attend to." Jamie Campbell, feeling a twinge of displeasure, was a well-known Hollywood actor, having starred in major productions such as Twilight and Harry Potter. The audacity of this newcomer to reject his invitation irked him greatly. What could possibly be more important than networking within the industry? "I assure you, many prominent directors will be present. This is your chance." Yet, Lily Collins remained unmoved, skeptical of his claims. Jamie Campbell, anger simmering within him, was about to utter a few harsh words when he noticed Lily Collins abruptly leaving him behind, striding quickly towards the guest entrance. Following her direction, Jamie Campbell spotted a handsome Asian face. Lin Quan had just entered the cinema and was taken aback to see Lily Collins hastily approaching him. Before he could greet her, she clasped his hand and ushered him into the cinema. As they walked, she covertly observed the reactions of the directors and producers, clearly intent on concealing Lin Quan's presence from them. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary audience member, not an invited guest. This was the moment for invited guests to arrive. The general audience would be permitted entry only after all guests had arrived. If a director were to spot an ordinary spectator at this juncture, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Realizing this, Lily Collins internally chastised herself for not informing him that this was a film premiere and that there was no need to arrive early. Otherwise, he could have arrived at a more appropriate time. "Why did you come so early?" Finally, having led Lin Quan to a secluded corner in the back row, Lily Collins sighed in relief. As she patted her chest, she asked, her tone laced with surprise, "I thought this was our first date, so I set out early." Lin Quan waved the 2 movie tickets in jest. "Uft, who wants to go on a date with you? We've known each other for less than a week." Lily Collins' cheeks flushed slightly, unsure if it was due to their brisk walk or Lin Quan's earlier remark. "I just saw the poster outside and realized you were the leading lady. Aren't you going to say something to me?" Lin Quan remarked as he surveyed their surroundings. This cinema was the oldest in the UK, established in 1910, and had been in operation for over a century. The interior decor boasted distinctive features. Predominantly designed in the Baroque style of the Edwardian era, with certain areas simplified and seamlessly integrated with modern functionalities, allowing the cinema to exude a vintage charm while enjoying the conveniences of contemporary technology. The front row featured 6 red velvet double beds adorned with cashmere throws, enabling patrons to either sit or recline during the screening. In the back row, where Lin Quan and Lily Collins were seated, there were several small double sofas, providing utmost comfort and privacy, ideal for couples. In addition, every seat is equipped with a footrest adorned with an array of snacks and beverages provided by the cinema, including exquisite red wine. Moviegoers can indulge in both cinematic splendor and culinary delights. I assumed that upon mentioning my name, you would recognize me. Yet it appears you do not. Well, it is not too late to know now. Observing the two engaged in cheerful conversation, Jamie Campbell felt an increasing sense of irritation. "Lily, is this your friend?" he inquired, approaching with a feigned smile, attempting to appear amiable. Upon his arrival, Lily Collins' expression shifted subtly. This individual, once he gleaned any information, would undoubtedly report it to the director and producers. "Indeed, I am her boyfriend," Lin Quan observed Lily Collins' reaction, leading him to speculate about their relationship. Consequently, he deliberately omitted a word to gauge their responses. Lily Collins shot him a glare, her cheeks flushing even more intensely. Meanwhile, Jamie Campbell's smile froze on his face, his outstretched hand for a handshake awkwardly suspended in the air. Lin Quan, however, took the initiative to grasp Jamie's hand, exclaiming, "I have seen your films. I never expected to see you here in person. Would you be so kind as to give me your autograph?" He beseeched his idol for a signature without regard for the situation, akin to an ardent fan. Beside them, Lily Collins stamped her foot in frustration. How could he still be concerned about obtaining an autograph at such a moment? Did he not notice the palpable jealousy emanating from Jamie? Jamie Campbell was thoroughly disgusted. From Lin Quan's earlier words and actions, Jamie was convinced that this individual was merely an ordinary person. Anyone of stature would not so indiscriminately seek autographs in such a context. The notion that this ordinary man had won the affections of a woman he could not attain was utterly disheartening. "Humph, Lily Collins. Why have you brought an irrelevant person into the cinema during the guest entrance segment?" Jamie Campbell suddenly raised his voice, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. What was happening? The director and producer, who had been conversing with the Beckhams, approached, drawn by the commotion. "Director, Lily Collins is neglecting her duties to entertain the arriving guests, instead indulging in intimate conversation with her boyfriend. Is this appropriate?" Jamie Campbell exclaimed with righteous indignation. The director furrowed his brow. The revelation of the leading lady's romance was typically unfavorable for a film. However, it could also be advantageous, provided the individual in question possessed considerable fame, enticing journalists to exploit such narratives. The gentleman before him, however, left no impression. He could be certain he was not from the entertainment industry. In other words, he had nothing of merit to sensationalize. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "I am here to watch a film," Lin Quan replied, shaking the ticket in his hand. "Might I request that you step outside and wait until all the guests have entered before you come in?" The director, upon noticing that the other party could not even produce an invitation, became increasingly convinced that this individual was merely an ordinary person. Consequently, he lost his patience and issued an eviction order to Lin Quan. With such a large crowd present, if Lin Quan were truly expelled, not only would he suffer a loss of face, but Lily Collins herself would also be embarrassed. Lily attempted to plead with the producer, yet he feigned ignorance of her desperate gaze, choosing not to intervene in the situation. "Lin, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a surprised voice echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see Beckham approaching with his wife, evidently drawn by the commotion and curious to ascertain the situation. To their astonishment, they had encountered an acquaintance. "Mr. Beckham, do you know this gentleman?" The director was taken aback by Beckham's response and quickly grasped that the young man before him might possess a noteworthy identity. After all, he was currently one of the most sought-after superstars in football. Beckham bestowed high praise upon Lin Quan, a statement that left everyone in the vicinity utterly astonished. They stared at Lin Quan in disbelief. How could this fellow possibly be a top-tier athlete? Apart from his handsome appearance, he bore no resemblance to a superstar in their eyes. "Mr. Beckham, it's a pleasure to encounter you here, but I must admit, I find your compliments somewhat overwhelming." Lin chuckled. "I assure you, I am not exaggerating. This is a widely acknowledged sentiment." Beside them, Lily Collins widened her eyes in astonishment at Beckham's words. Well. Lin Quan, how deeply you've concealed your true identity. I thought I was the only one hiding, but it appears you have done so even more successfully. Lily, who rarely followed football and was largely uninformed about the sport, realized that Lin Quan had only recently risen to fame. Compared to established stars, his global recognition was still limited, and many were unfamiliar with him. Yet, even if he were a football star, his lack of an invitation rendered his presence here unjustifiable. Jamie Campbell, in a desperate attempt to assert his stance, thought, so what if Lin Quan is a star? He has no connection to our entertainment industry. There's no need to fear him. Oh, is that so? Then may I present my invitation to him? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind the crowd. They turned to see Prince William arriving. In Britain, we may do without films, but we cannot do without football. Prince William declared as he prepared to hand his invitation to Lin Quan. Lin, I have watched your matches. Your performance is truly astonishing. Keep it up. And I believe you will become the foremost figure in football. After all, he merely intended to make a brief appearance for the sake of the press, not planning to linger for long. Thus, the invitation would serve little purpose. Thank you very much for your kind gesture, Your Highness, but I must decline the invitation. I have my own. Lin Quan responded, producing his invitation and graciously rejecting the prince's offer. Upon witnessing Prince William supporting Lin Quan, Jamie Campbell immediately deflated. Especially the phrase from Prince William declaring him the foremost figure in football made him realize that the other party was indeed someone he could not provoke. At that moment, Director Hudson also recognized that Lin Quan's background was rather exceptional, prompting him to adopt a more obsequious demeanor. Eager to arrange for Lin Quan to sit in the esteemed VIP section. No need for that. The back here is quite satisfactory. I am content to remain here. Lin Quan recalled the earlier attitude of Hudson and did not reciprocate with kindness. Were it not for Lily Collins, he would have departed from the scene long ago. All right, Collins, please ensure our esteemed guest is well taken care of. Hudson, aware that Lin Quan might be harboring resentment, decided not to linger and assigned Lily Collins to accompany Lin Quan one-on-one before attending to other matters. The reporters present soon noticed Lin Quan, diverting their lenses away from the director and lead actors, choosing instead to capture Lin Quan incessantly. They had caught wind of a juicy gossip story and were poised to return with a sensational headline. Lily Collins, arms crossed, sat on the sofa, regarding Lin Quan with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly awaiting his confession. I suppose we are even now, correct? Not long ago, Lin Quan had complained about the other's concealment of identity. Now it was the other's turn to reveal. So, you are a football star? We generally do not refer to it that way. Then what do you call it? Athlete. Lily Collins was momentarily speechless and after a pause inquired. Were you being intentional just now? Intentional about what? Those 3 words. Was it deliberate or a slip of the tongue? Well, it was intentionally accidental. You. This fellow possessed an exceedingly poor temperament. Although Lily and Lin Quan had known each other for a short time and were not in a romantic relationship, following today, once the reporters disseminated the news, no amount of explanation would be believed. Miss Collins, may I ask if I could be your boyfriend? If not, I shall return tomorrow to inquire again. Uft. Initially maintaining a stern expression, Lily Collins could no longer hold her composure upon hearing Lin Quan's audacious remark. How could anyone have such thick skin? Then do return tomorrow to ask. Lily Collins replied with a mischievous smile, offering no direct answer. However, Lin Quan understood that her failure to outright refuse was tantamount to acquiescence. After all, by tomorrow, their relationship would likely be common knowledge throughout the entirety of the UK. As anticipated, the following day, the major newspapers on Fleet Street reported on Lin Quan and Lily Collins' romance. Nevertheless, many netizens expressed skepticism regarding this piece of gossip. This must be fake. The two had no prior interactions, nor has anyone captured them in private meetings. These unscrupulous reporters love to fabricate stories. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a ploy by the production team to leverage Lin Huang's influence to promote their film. I can attest. Lin Huang has spent nearly all his time on the field and in training. Where would he find the time for romance? However, it wasn't long before paparazzi uploaded a series of photographs revealing that Lin Quan had been seen strolling through Liverpool with Lily Collins, enjoying their time together and even dining together. I take back what I previously said. To my astonishment, Lin Quan is indeed in a romantic relationship. And with such a stunning partner, how envious I am. Truly, this is the epitome of a life well lived. P.S. Writing casual narratives is far more challenging than composing for competitions. I began crafting this chapter at 3 in the afternoon and labored until 1:30 in the morning. Can you believe it? I truly admire those authors who excel in writing love stories. Chapter 36. The Realm of Tenderness and the Devil's Schedule in the 8th round of the league. Manchester City faced off against West Ham United in London. Considering that Lily Collins resides nearby, Lin Quan messaged her prior to the match, inviting her to witness the game live. Having never attended a football match before and intrigued by Lin Quan's prowess on the field, she gladly accepted the invitation and arrived at the London Olympic Stadium. Cameras quickly captured her presence, and the broadcast frequently switched between shots of Lin Quan and Collins. West Ham's performance was rather lackluster, failing to pose significant challenges for Manchester City at their home ground. After 90 minutes, Manchester City triumphed with a score of 3-1, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. Lin Quan delivered an outstanding performance, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, single-handedly accounting for all 3 of the team's goals, and rightfully earning the title of Player of the Match. This victory set a historic record for Manchester City, marking their best start in over a century since the club's inception. Should they secure a win against Chelsea in their next away match, they will match the record of 9 consecutive Premier League victories established by Chelsea in the 2005-2006 season. Currently, only 3 teams across the top 5 leagues maintain an unbeaten record. Besides Manchester City, there are Barcelona in La Liga and AS Roma in Serie A. Despite external criticism, Martino's Barcelona has demonstrated remarkable performance in the league, with Neymar seamlessly integrating into the team and providing formidable offensive power up front. Under the guidance of the young coach Rudy Garcia, Roma has achieved the best opening record in the club's history. If they continue this momentum, Roma stands a strong chance of securing their 4th league trophy. Following their match against West Ham, the Manchester City squad did not return to Manchester, but instead boarded a flight to Moscow. This week, they are set to endure a grueling schedule. On the 20th, they will challenge West Ham United away, followed by an encounter with CSKA Moscow on the 23rd, and after returning to London, they will face Chelsea on the 27th. Within a single week, Manchester City will compete in 3 away matches, one of which is located 500 kilometers abroad. After this round of fixtures, the players will be thoroughly exhausted, given the long travels and continuous matches. The external consensus is skeptical regarding Manchester City's ability to match Chelsea's historic record of consecutive victories at the start of the season. Although Chelsea is set to face Werder Bremen away from home, the distance from Germany to England is considerably less than that to Russia. Furthermore, Werder Bremen's capabilities are not particularly formidable, nor is there extreme cold weather to contend with. Hence, while both teams are engaged in an away match in the Champions League, Chelsea's players will expend significantly less energy compared to Manchester City. Alas, there was a chance to surpass the remarkable start record established during Mourinho's first tenure at Chelsea. But now the likelihood has dwindled to less than 30%. Indeed, had they not been required to travel to Moscow and instead faced any other away venue, Manchester City's chances of victory would have been substantially enhanced. This schedule is undeniably punishing. In truth, the English Football Association has provided some assistance. Although they assign Manchester City 2 away matches, at least both are in London. After the Champions League encounter, they can return to London to prepare for the next match without the need for extensive travel. Last season, no English Premier League teams progressed beyond the quarterfinals, a performance that does not do justice to the title of the world's foremost league. This season, the Premier League has significantly heightened its focus on the Champions League. Lily Collins, who typically pays little attention to football, has begun to take note of such news upon learning that Lin Quan is a football player. After observing the pessimistic comments from Manchester City fans online, she found herself concerned and could not resist sending Lin Quan a message. "I heard your recent schedule is quite arduous. Indeed, I'm so anxious that I can hardly sleep." "Really? Why do I feel like you're pulling my leg?" Lily Collins was filled with skepticism, wondering how a professional athlete could be in such a poor mental state. "All right, I confess I was lying. The reason I can't sleep is that I'm missing a certain beautiful girl." Lily Collins responded with a pouting emoji, as if to say, "Go on, I'm curious to see how you'll continue this. I checked, and Moscow is 2 hours ahead of London. Your sleeplessness might be due to jet lag." Lily glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock in London, which translates to 11 in Moscow. For a professional athlete, being awake at 11 o'clock at night could indeed be considered insomnia. The detective's keen observation is impressive. Enough of that. Let me share a few methods for you to try. If they work, hurry and get some sleep. And if they don't work, then I cannot save you. Lin Quan sent a smirking emoji in response. Upon seeing this, Lily Collins replied with a head-smacking emoji. Lin Quan quickly typed a message. Come on, miss, I can endure. There's no need for pity. Accompanied by a determined emoji. Can't you be a bit more serious? Lily Collins replied, including eye-rolling and sweat-dropped emojis. I am always quite serious in front of others. Lin Quan retorted with a smug emoji. Rogue. In a residence somewhere in Surrey. A 17-year-old girl could not help but smile upon reading his reply. However, her expression soon turned serious. All right, enough of the banter. Find a piece of soothing music. Play it on repeat and lie down in the most comfortable position you can. After lying down, one should clear their mind, forsaking all thoughts. Maintaining a serene disposition while indulging in slow, deep breaths. How effective is this? Not at all. Lin Quan replied with a grimace. Lily Collins, in a fit of rage, brandished her fists, contemplating a journey to Moscow for confrontation. Why is it ineffective? Did you not follow my instructions? Lily Collins expressed her confusion with several questioning emojis. I cannot find such music on my phone. Perhaps you could call and sing it for me. Dream on. Though she said this, the very next moment, Lin Quan's phone rang. Early the next morning, Lin Quan rose with the sun. A glance at his phone revealed, unsurprisingly, that it had run out of battery. After charging his phone, humming a cheerful tune, he ventured out with a buoyant spirit. Recalling the previous night when Lily Collins sang for him, warmth enveloped his heart, as if the temperature in Moscow had risen several degrees. However, his teammates found Moscow to be an abominable place. Before the match, Pellegrini specifically inquired with his assistant about the weather conditions. For Manchester City, the greatest challenge lay not in their opponents on the field, but rather in the climatic conditions off it. According to the weather forecast, the evening temperature would plummet to around 0 degrees Celsius. Would it snow? It's uncertain. It is possible. If inclement weather does occur, one could only hope for snow, as rain at such temperatures poses greater complications. Should the players get drenched in rain, illness would surely ensue. With rain falling near freezing temperatures, the players' body heat would dissipate rapidly, leading to potential frostbite over time. We must alter our strategy, Pellegrini resolved. Unwilling to subject his players to prolonged exertion in such frigid conditions, he planned to initiate a fast attack from the outset, aiming to secure an early lead before substituting key players with younger ones to execute counterattacks. This approach would conserve the stamina of the main players, ensuring a commendable performance in European competitions while preserving energy for the upcoming match against Chelsea. Yet, the opponents had similar intentions. Goal. Merely 13 minutes into the match, CSKA Moscow breached Manchester City's defenses, with the scorer being their winger, Tosic. It was inconceivable, facing the formidable Manchester City. CSKA Moscow chose not to play defensively, but rather to engage in an offensive battle, seizing the opportunity to score first, thus shifting the pressure onto Manchester City. In the commentary booth, the guests expressed their astonishment at this outcome. Prior to the match, the external consensus favored Manchester City, who had recently achieved 10 consecutive victories and triumphed over Bayern Munich in a high-stakes Champions League clash. However, no one anticipated the formidable fighting spirit of CSKA Moscow, who managed to dominate Manchester City on their own turf. If Manchester City were to lose this match, Group D could witness 3 teams tied at 6 points, with each having claimed victories over one another, rendering the qualification scenario exceedingly convoluted. This is indeed favorable news for Bayern Munich. However, for the supporters of Manchester City, it is likely not the scenario they envisioned. On the sidelines, Pellegrini and his coaching staff were engaged in earnest discussion. The temperature was frigid, and the pre-match warm-up had lost its efficacy. The players' bodies had cooled down, necessitating a renewed warm-up. The opponents seemed better adapted to the cold environment, making our aggressive start somewhat perilous. Indeed, it would have been prudent to consolidate our position and wait until the adversary had exhausted their initial tactics before launching our offensive. Very well, let us proceed with this strategy, and after 20 minutes, we shall initiate our attack in hopes of equalizing the score. The coaching staff of Manchester City swiftly reached a consensus and conveyed their latest directives to the players on the field, urging them to maintain composure. Consequently, upon resuming play, the City players refrained from hastily advancing, opting instead for patient ball circulation, ensuring each player was mobilized to complete their warm-up efficiently. After a successful initial assault, CSKA Moscow intended to revert to a defensive counterattack. However, once positioned, they observed that Manchester City was not rushing to attack. Instead, they were passing the ball in their own half. This left the CSKA players perplexed. Had the opposition surrendered? Should they seize the opportunity to mount additional offensives in pursuit of greater goal difference? The players found themselves in a quandary, and on the sidelines, CSKA's coach Slutsky shared their uncertainty. After playing for several minutes, he concluded that Manchester City was not as formidable as anticipated. Indeed, they appeared considerably weaker than Bayern Munich, whom they had faced previously. Given that their goal difference was negative prior to this match, it was imperative to score additional goals, even if they triumphed over Manchester City. Their position on the standings could falter due to goal difference. Thus, after much deliberation, Slutsky resolved to intensify their offensive efforts, hoping to secure another goal. Regardless of Manchester City's true combat capability, the opportunity to capitalize on their suboptimal form could yield critical results. In this manner, even if their goal difference did not rival Bayern's, they could at least overshadow Manchester City. The home fans, witnessing their team launch a vigorous offensive against the Premier League leaders, were filled with exhilaration. Look at this. This is the prowess of the Russian Premier League champions. The Premier League's top team is utterly overwhelmed before us. They cheered. The Premier League boasts of being the world's preeminent league, yet their leading team demonstrates such mediocrity? In my view, the Premier League's strength may not even match that of our own league. Let it not be said that Manchester City is the only contender. Even last season, Real Madrid faltered in our home ground, where we remained invincible. The combination of the scoreline and the momentum on the field imbued the fans of the Russian Premier League with immense confidence and pride. In recent years, the league has received substantial investments from oligarchs, and amidst the whirlwind of financial football, numerous teams have revamped their rosters, acquiring a plethora of star players and significantly enhancing their prowess. However, due to Russia's geographical distance from the epicenter of Europe, the attention they receive pales in comparison to that of the 5 major leagues. This disparity has left the fans of the Russian Premier League feeling aggrieved. They have long yearned to teach the teams of the 5 leagues a lesson and showcase their own prowess. Manchester City may merely serve as an appetizer. When Bayern Munich visits their home ground next month, they intend to overturn the reigning champions and astonish football fans worldwide. Not only are the supporters of CSKA Moscow brimming with arrogance, but the players themselves are also filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence. In the 23rd minute, CSKA's midfielder Keisuke Honda orchestrated an attack. Sensing Lin Quan closing in on him, he opted not to pass to a teammate, but rather, driven by a competitive spirit, he decided to dazzle Lin Quan with his skills. Honda, feeling slighted, believed his ability rivaled that of his opponent. Yet he lamented that his club's lack of prestige in the 5 major leagues resulted in far less recognition and acclaim. Consequently, the Japanese star contemplated a transfer to the illustrious AC Milan to prove his worth. However, before the transfer materialized, he had the opportunity to best Lin Quan in a one-on-one duel, thereby demonstrating his capabilities to the world. Oh, bypass him. The Beckham of the East. Show this lad your might. Witnessing their star prepare for a showdown with Lin Quan, the CSKA Moscow fans erupted in fervor. They held great confidence in Honda's abilities, while acknowledging Lin Quan's substantial reputation. Yet, after observing the first half, they concluded that the opponent was not as formidable as anticipated, failing to exhibit the prowess commensurate with his fame. Thus, they were filled with optimism for Honda's impending challenge, eager to see Lin Quan falter. As Lin Quan noticed Honda's reluctance to pass and his intent to surpass him, he charged forward without hesitation. With a thunderous impact, Lin Quan collided with the Japanese player, sending him sprawling to the ground. Honda was momentarily stunned, as were the fans in attendance. This was not the script they had envisioned. However, before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Quan had surged forward, driving the ball into CSKA's half. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 37, Turnaround and Red Card. Upon completing the interception, Manchester City's attacking players immediately surged forward. Agüero, positioned diagonally ahead of Lin Quan, darted to the right, stretching CSKA's defensive formation while drawing a defender away. Navas sprinted deeper, keeping the opposing fullback at bay, preventing him from pressuring Lin Quan. Meanwhile, Xavi Garcia positioned himself behind Lin Quan as a safety net, should the forward attack falter. He could at least pass back to the midfield to maintain control of the tempo and avert a counterattack. After a couple of months of adjustments, Manchester City's attacking tactics had become exceedingly rich and coherent. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Quan found himself closely marked by a defender. Although he had remained understated during the initial 20 minutes, failing to showcase the extraordinary capabilities expected of a top-tier star. However, the players of CSKA Moscow remained cautious, for their coach had specifically warned them before the match to afford this individual no opportunities. Yet, sending only one player to defend against Lin Quan seemed rather dismissive. With no elaborate maneuvers, Lin Quan executed a rapid and almost flawless technique to evade his opponent effortlessly. Observing his teammate being outmaneuvered, CSKA Moscow's center-back Ignashevich was compelled to intervene, as the threat had already penetrated the edge of the penalty area. Failing to engage would grant an opportunity for a long-range shot. However, as he pressed forward, a gap immediately appeared behind him. Lin Quan decisively passed the ball laterally to Agüero, freeing himself from Ignashevich's grasp and charging into the penalty area. Agüero, understanding the situation perfectly, delivered a precise through ball, sending the ball behind the opposing defender. Their synergy was impeccable, with Agüero's pass coinciding perfectly with Lin Quan's run. Unmarked, Lin Quan received the pass from his teammate and executed a delicate chip shot, effortlessly guiding the ball into the net. The score transformed to 1-1, as Manchester City swiftly equalized. Goal. In the 24th minute of the first half, Lin Quan assisted Manchester City in leveling the score. This goal was a testament to Lin Quan's individual prowess. In a one-on-one with Keisuke Honda, Lin Quan showcased his formidable physicality to regain possession. Following the interception, Manchester City launched a counterattack, and after two swift passes, the ball found its way into the net of CSKA Moscow, marking a fluid and concise offensive display from Manchester City. Indeed, Honda likely did not anticipate Lin Quan's remarkable physical resilience. While Lin Quan may be shorter and does not appear as robust as some players, Honda seemed to have overlooked the fact that Lin Quan had already established himself as a prolific scorer in the Premier League. If his physicality were truly lacking, how could he possibly score so many goals against defenders renowned for their ferocity? Thus, it is evident that the Japanese player had grossly misjudged his opponent this time. The commentators were somewhat restrained in their criticism, but the fans were far less forgiving. Foolish Japanese player, do you really think you can match Lin Quan? Have you considered your own caliber? Lin Quan is capable of dominating Premier League defenders. This individual would likely be rendered ineffective within 3 matches against them. Every time I see his dyed, sickly yellow hair, it irks me. Perhaps we should just refer to him as Colonel, given the resemblance to a certain military uniform. Fans' disdain for Honda stems not only from his nationality, but also from his penchant for self-promotion and marketing. Moreover, the duplicitous behavior exhibited by Japanese players, presenting one face publicly while concealing another privately, invites criticism. In contrast to the critiques from Chinese fans, those who watched the match in Japan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, Lin is truly exceptional. Is this the level of a world-class player?" It appears that the physical resilience of individuals from our ethnicity can reach such heights. Perhaps it is not that we are incapable, but rather that we have yet to measure up. When will our nation witness the emergence of formidable figures akin to Lin Quan? The Japanese possess a profound admiration for strength, often venerating those who surpass them in ability to the point of existential doubt. In his encounters with Japanese players such as Shinji Kagawa in the English Premier League, Atsuto Uchida in the Bundesliga, and Keisuke Honda in this very match, Lin Quan has triumphed decisively on each occasion, leaving the Japanese thoroughly impressed. While some Koreans still speculate about Lin Quan's Korean heritage, the Japanese have begun to idolize him, even contemplating the establishment of a fan support association in his honor. Following Manchester City's equalizer, the dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. The revitalized City side had acclimatized to the frigid conditions, gradually intensifying their offensive efforts against the CSKA Moscow goal. In the 35th minute of the first half, Lin Quan executed a breakthrough on the flank, cutting in to take a shot. The goalkeeper managed to parry the ball. However, the ever-elusive Sergio Agüero ghosted in, deftly nudging the ball into the net, thereby reversing the game's tide to 2-1 in favor of City. The onslaught from Manchester City was far from over. In the 45th minute, with mere seconds left in the half, City earned a free kick in the attacking third. Lin Quan's curling shot found the top corner, leaving the goalkeeper helpless as he watched the ball sail into the net. The score was now 3-1. With the opposing team's morale shattered by 3 goals in the span of just over 20 minutes, the once vibrant Moscow fans fell silent. Their earlier jeers replaced by an unsettling quiet. Even as City celebrated their triumph on their home turf, the Moscow supporters seemed to forget their derision. As the second half commenced, Manchester City continued their relentless assault. However, under the opponent's staunch defense, they were unable to extend their lead. In the 65th minute, just as Manuel Pellegrini was preparing to make substitutions, a light rain began to fall. Initially gentle, the rain soon escalated into a steady downpour. Although it was not yet winter, nighttime temperatures in Moscow hovered near freezing, making the rain more unbearable than snow. To compound the misery, a chilling wind picked up, soaking the players and causing them to shiver uncontrollably. The players' worst fears had materialized. Within 5 minutes, the Manchester players were struggling to cope with the cold. Particularly goalkeeper Joe Hart, who leaped and danced in front of the goal, desperately attempting to stay warm. If he were to become too numb to react to an impending shot, the consequences could be dire. Under normal circumstances, a match could be postponed due to such conditions. But by now, it was already 9:30 p.m. A delay now could prolong the game into the depths of the night, or even till the following day. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to grit one's teeth and complete these final minutes, thus minimizing the strain on the team. Should substitutions continue? The assistant coach inquired, casting a glance at Pellegrini. Yes, let Negrito warm up and prepare to take the field. Pellegrini had intended to make 3 substitutions in one go. But now he hesitated. Uncertainty loomed over whether the opposing team would seize the opportunity presented by the rain to launch a counterattack against Manchester City, leading him to refrain from making too many changes at once. If the opponents were to equalize, it would be a significant blow for City. The rainfall in Moscow during October is considerable, thus their players are accustomed to such conditions. Observing Manchester City players shivering in the cold, the morale of CSKA Moscow surged. Our opponents are frozen like fools. This is the perfect moment to strike back. Let us charge forward and overpower them. We shall turn the tide and claim all 3 points. The players, invigorated, were eager to take action. At this juncture, Manchester City players had not completely lost their form and were still able to withstand the opposing offense. However, the pitch had become notably slippery due to the rain, and with heat rapidly dissipating from their bodies, they found themselves stiffened by the cold, reluctant to make bold movements, which significantly hampered their defensive capabilities. In such a scenario, they were compelled to adopt a defensive strategy to thwart the opponent's advances. In the 67th minute, Yaya Toure brought down CSKA Moscow's midfield general, Zuber, earning a yellow card. 5 minutes later, Zabaleta fouled an opposing forward just outside the penalty area, receiving a yellow card as well. Not only was the frequency of fouls on Manchester City's part increasing, but his bodily warmth diminished, coupled with the fatigue accumulated from the fierce contest. Several players began experiencing cramps. In the 77th minute, during a fierce tussle, City defender Kolarov collapsed to the ground. The CSKA Moscow players, disregarding the injured player, continued their offensive. Newly introduced Negrito unceremoniously tackled Keisuke Honda, who was in possession of the ball, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Japanese player exaggeratedly rolled on the pitch, clutching his foot as he emitted dramatic cries of agony. The opposing players immediately surged forward, pushing Negrito forcefully while hurling insults. "Kid, do you want to kill someone? Do you believe I want to take you down? Come at me. If I fear you, you'll be my grandson." Unfazed, Negrito raised his fists, ready to retaliate against the player who had shoved him. Manchester City teammates quickly restrained him, preventing him from throwing a punch. His recent foul would likely earn him a yellow card, and should he act impulsively, he would undoubtedly receive a red card, resulting in his expulsion from the match and potentially facing further sanctions post-game. Negrito was a crucial substitute forward for Manchester City, and his suspension would significantly impact the team. As tensions escalated towards a full-scale brawl, the referee intervened, separating the players. He then brandished yellow cards, penalizing both Negrito for his foul and Veenblom for his aggressive shove. The issuance of 2 yellow cards brought a moment of tranquility to both teams' players. The players of CSKA Moscow suddenly realized that they were trailing in the scoreline, and it was imperative to seize the moment to launch an offensive, rather than wasting precious time in unnecessary altercations. Conversely, the players of Manchester City were more than willing to prolong the game, knowing that as long as they could run down the clock, victory was assured. To this end, They first assisted Kolarov in alleviating his cramping, and then, during the opponent's free kick, they deliberately delayed the proceedings regarding the wall formation, consuming considerable time. By the time CSKA Moscow took the free kick, the match clock had already ticked to 80 minutes. Their time was indeed running out. The opposing free kick posed no threat, as Hart confidently gathered the ball. He took his time selecting the spot to restart play. And just before the referee's patience wore thin and a yellow card was issued, he deliberately kicked the ball forward, only for it to roll out of play. As the CSKA Moscow players rushed to take the throw-in, the referee signaled for a substitution on the Manchester City side, instructing them to wait. On the sidelines, the fourth official had raised the substitution board, with City replacing the injured Kolarov with Clichy. Kolarov ambled towards the touchline, although he was running. His pace was slower than that of an elderly lady walking. Witnessing this, the CSKA Moscow players nearly suffered internal injuries from their frustration. How could Manchester City, a supposed elite club, stoop to such shameless tactics to waste time? The City fans humbly remarked, "Thank you for the flattery. We are not an elite club, merely a nouveau riche." The referee could no longer tolerate this and urged Kolarov to exit the field promptly, threatening him with a yellow card if he did not comply. Under this warning, Kolarov reluctantly quickened his pace, exchanging high fives and embraces with his teammates before completing the substitution. The referee signaled for the match to resume, finally allowing the CSKA Moscow players to take the throw-in. However, as soon as the ball was thrown, a Manchester City player intercepted it from behind. Following the interception, the City player launched a powerful kick towards the opponent's half, and the freshly substituted Negrito took off like a wild stallion towards the ball. At this juncture, he was the only player with the stamina for such a rapid sprint. The spectators closed their eyes, unable to bear the potential outcome of the play. If he scored, their hopes would be utterly dashed. According to Murphy's Law, the very things one fears most often come to pass. Negrito did not disappoint the CSKA Moscow fans. He seized the opportunity and, with remarkable composure, executed a nutmeg shot past the goalkeeper, firmly placing the ball in the net. The score transformed to 4-1. After scoring, Negrito was overwhelmed with emotion, impulsively shedding his shirt and running towards the away supporters, seeking applause from the traveling Manchester City fans. The City fans erupted in excitement, showering him with the most fervent applause. However, as they continued to cheer, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The referee, with a grim expression, approached Negrito, brandishing a yellow card in his hand. Could it be? Was there a yellow card already issued to Negrito? Before the eyes of tens of thousands of spectators, the referee displayed the yellow card to Negrito, then retrieved a red card from his pocket, sending him off the field. It had been less than 20 minutes since Negrito entered the match, and he had already accumulated 2 yellow cards, resulting in his expulsion. Not only were Manchester City fans stunned, but even the opposing supporters were left bewildered. What was going on? With a mournful expression, Negrito implored the referee for mercy. However, rules are rules. Removing one's jersey on the field without permission invariably results in a card. Despite being reduced to 10 men, Manchester City's lead was overwhelmingly substantial. Ultimately, the match concluded with Manchester City decisively defeating CSKA Moscow, achieving their 3rd consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage. This outcome significantly improved Manchester City's prospects. In their upcoming home match against CSKA Moscow, as long as Manchester City could triumph over their rivals, they would secure advancement to the next round 2 matches early. However, to finish first in the group, they would need to win at least one of their remaining 2 matches while ensuring their goal difference surpassed that of Bayern Munich. Of course, a direct victory against Bayern at the Allianz Arena would guarantee them the top spot in the group without question. Chapter 38. Ranking of top football stars. Lin Quan makes the list. Despite the players of Manchester City returning to the locker room for a hot shower immediately after the match, several of them exhibited symptoms of a cold on the bus ride back to the hotel. The following day, among those who played, as many as 5 players showed signs of fever. This alarmed the coaching staff. Pellegrini summoned the team doctor to inquire about the situation. How long would it take for the players to recover and be fit for the league match in 3 days? The doctor shook his head. Unfortunately, it seems unlikely. Their physical condition does not support such intense activity. I recommend they rest thoroughly and focus on recovery. Very well, what about the other players? Are they unaffected? Currently, the 5 known to be ill are forward Agüero, midfielder Garcia, Fernandinho, winger Navas, and defender Zabaleta. Among these, aside from Garcia, who is a key rotation player. The others are all starters. The absence of these 5 would significantly impact Manchester City's combat effectiveness. And Lin? He hasn't shown any cold symptoms, has he? Pellegrini particularly inquired about Lin Quan's condition. With so many key players potentially sidelined due to illness, it was imperative that Lin remained in good health. I have examined Lin, and he is in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever. The team doctor had never encountered a player with physical prowess comparable to Lin Quan's, who, despite competing on multiple fronts, remarkably remained unscathed by any injuries. This phenomenon can only be attributed to his exceptional physical constitution. It's prudent to isolate the ailing players to prevent any adverse effects on those in good health. Although the likelihood of a common cold is minimal, Pellegrini remains vigilant. Should there be any instances of cross-infection among teammates, it would indeed be a cause for despair. In a bid to expedite the team's return to London and facilitate better preparations for the upcoming match against Chelsea, Manchester City's owner, Mansour, dispatched his private jet to bring the players back. This arrangement significantly reduced the time and energy typically consumed by boarding procedures on commercial flights, allowing the players to conserve both time and stamina during their journey. Mansour's private jet is exceptionally opulent. Upon boarding, the Manchester City players could not resist exploring and even taking selfies. Some players shared their photos online, eliciting astonishment and envy from countless fans. "Goodness, this plane is extravagantly luxurious," they exclaimed. With a private cinema, dedicated lounges and game rooms, as well as a card room and cafe, the aircraft was indeed a marvel, equipped with every conceivable amenity. Do you not understand? This is a bespoke private jet, meticulously designed according to the client's specifications, distinctly different from ordinary commercial aircraft. One player remarked, "I wish I could have a plane like this." Another mused, only to be reminded that such a high-end customized private jet would cost several significant figures. Measured in euros, such extravagance is beyond comprehension. It's no wonder Manchester City is often labeled as a nouveau riche. The reputation is indeed well-deserved. To keep the players entertained and stave off boredom during the flight, in addition to Mansour's private quarters, the cinema, game room, and card room were all made accessible to the players. Some chose to watch movies while others engaged in gaming. Whether these amenities were specifically prepared for the players or if Mansour himself is a gaming enthusiast remains unclear. The game room boasted an impressive array of games and top-of-the-line equipment, providing the players with immense enjoyment. "Lin, are you not joining in?" Pellegrini, maintaining his professional demeanor, opted not to partake in the revelry with the players. However, he was taken aback to see Lin Quan also abstaining. "I have previously tried those games. I shall not compete with them," Lin replied. Pellegrini was visibly astonished at this revelation. Had Lin Quan previously flown on Mansour's private jet? He had joined Manchester City after Lin and was not fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Lin's signing. However, from Lin's brief comments, he imagined a scene where the club's owner personally visited Lin's home to extend an invitation to join Manchester City. This mental image deepened Pellegrini's understanding of Lin Quan's standing within the team. Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but his connections are equally formidable, with the owner of Manchester City himself standing behind him. However, that individual is a figure far superior to the club president, Fahim. Upon reflecting on this, Pellegrini's demeanor towards Lin Quan grew increasingly amiable. One of the primary reasons Lin Quan refrained from participating in his teammates' games was that he was preoccupied with conversing with Lily Collins. Although mobile phones lack signal at cruising altitude, Mansour's private jet provided Wi-Fi, enabling him to chat with Lily via social media. Upon opening the application, he discovered several unread messages. The earliest message, sent at 10:30 the previous night, coincided with the conclusion of their match against CSKA Moscow. "Congratulations. You were truly remarkable." The first message read, accompanied by a clapping emoji. "Make sure to rest well after the game. It must be late over there. And remember to take a warm bath before bed. Don't catch a chill." After sending 3 messages without receiving a reply from Lin Quan, Lily seemed to realize that he might not have his phone nearby. Subsequently, she sent him a goodnight emoji and chose to log off. Lin Quan had returned to the hotel around 11:30 the previous night, exhausted after the match and a downpour, collapsing into bed without the chance to check her messages. Upon seeing her texts now, a smile involuntarily graced his face. "Did you watch my game?" After sending the message, he received no immediate response. Lin Quan then picked up the newspaper on the table and began to browse through it. This was a sports publication, predominantly reporting on the Champions League group stage and the top 5 leagues. The highlight of the recently concluded third round of the Champions League was the match between Real Madrid and Juventus. In this encounter, Cristiano Ronaldo scored twice, leading his team to a 2-1 victory over Juventus. Just 4 minutes into the match, Ronaldo opened the scoring, establishing an early advantage for his team. After Juventus equalized, he quickly reasserted himself, converting a penalty awarded due to Ramos's foul, thus completing his brace. With this match, he had scored a total of 7 goals across the first 3 rounds, averaging 2.3 goals per game, an efficiency unmatched in the top 5 leagues. Following reports that Ronaldo was a contender for this year's Ballon d'Or, his form surged. Furthermore, with his 2 goals in this match, his total UEFA competition goals reached 58, surpassing Portuguese legend Eusebio and Dutch star Van Nistelrooy, placing him third on the all-time scoring list, trailing only Messi and Raul. Additionally, Ronaldo became the 3rd player in Champions League history, after Inzaghi and El Bier, to achieve at least 2 goals in 3 consecutive matches. However, the spotlight of this round of the Champions League was not solely occupied by Ronaldo. In the away match against Anderlecht, Paris Saint-Germain's forward Ibrahimovic displayed remarkable prowess, achieving an astonishing quadruple. After 3 rounds, Ibrahimovic had netted 6 goals, placing him second on the scoring chart, just 1 goal behind the leader. Although he has 1 fewer goal, every one of Ibrahimovic's 6 goals is from open play, while Ronaldo's 7 include a penalty. If we disregard the penalty, their goal tallies are equal. This has led Ibrahimovic's supporters to question Ronaldo's lead, asserting that relying on penalties does not exemplify true masculinity. They contend that a true competitor, like Ibrahimovic, should prove his prowess without resorting to spot kicks. However, it is rather amusing that they overlook Ibrahimovic's own history with penalties. Ronaldo's position as Real Madrid's primary penalty taker is a testament to his mental fortitude and high conversion rate. It is quite comical how fervently they defend their stance, as if they are the only fans capable of arguing such a point. One can only wonder how they will react when Real Madrid encounters Paris Saint-Germain in the knockout stages, where they may find themselves at a loss for words. Given the current trajectories of both teams, the likelihood of such a matchup remains low. Nevertheless, in the European qualifiers for the World Cup, Portugal, led by Ronaldo, is soon to face Sweden, captained by Ibrahimovic. In the playoff draw, Portugal has been matched against Sweden, with only one team able to secure a spot in the World Cup. This means that both teams will hold nothing back, fiercely competing to seize that coveted ticket. With both Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic in exceptional form, anticipation for this monumental clash is palpable. Journalists are acutely aware of this, prompting them to seek interviews with both players. Ronaldo, having scored in 3 consecutive matches, is not only in peak form but also in high spirits. When questioned, he acknowledged Sweden's strength but asserted that he and the Portuguese team are superior. He expressed confidence in leading Portugal to victory over Sweden and securing qualification for next year's World Cup. Notably, he refrained from mentioning his rivalry with Ibrahimovic, emphasizing that his primary focus is the upcoming national derby against Barcelona. Although Ronaldo did not explicitly state it, his dismissive attitude towards Ibrahimovic was unmistakable, inciting discontent among Swedish fans. When reporters confronted Ibrahimovic, he unleashed his characteristic candor, quipping, "Ronaldo? Huh. I've only heard of Ronaldo, the true Ronaldo." It is well known that Ronaldo Nazario is Ibrahimovic's idol, and he has praised the Brazilian on numerous occasions. In contrast, Ibrahimovic's tone suggested that he views Cristiano merely as an imposter bearing the name of a legend. While Ibrahimovic typically harbors no strong feelings towards Ronaldo, the latter's dismissive demeanor has provoked his prideful nature. Journalists, sensing the tension, were invigorated by Ibrahimovic's disregard for Ronaldo. They pressed on, eager to extract more sensational quotes. Zlatan. Who do you believe is the greatest player in the world today? Normally, Ibrahimovic would proclaim his own superiority, but this time, his response was unexpectedly different. If you insist on me choosing from among so many players, I would select Messi or Lin. The response left the journalists utterly astonished. Wasn't it widely rumored that Ibrahimovic and Messi shared a strained relationship? So why did he choose Messi? In truth, the rumors were exaggerated. While Ibrahimovic did have conflicts with Barcelona, his relationship with Messi was devoid of discord. In fact, Ibrahimovic holds Messi in high regard. The individual he has issues with is not Messi, but Guardiola. Aside from Ibrahimovic's surprising choice of Messi, What caught the journalists off guard was his decision to place Lin Quan on par with Messi. The journalists acknowledged Lin Quan's impressive abilities. Yet it seemed rather far-fetched to equate him with Messi, did it not? I can sense your thoughts, my friends. Just watch a Manchester City match, and you will discern the veracity of my claims. Upon seeing Ibrahimovic's interview, Lin Quan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why must I, a mere bystander, be dragged into the war between you and Ronaldo? What have I done to deserve this? He opened Twitter and glanced at the trending topics. Sure enough, Ibrahimovic's interview had made the list, alongside himself and Ronaldo. The online discourse surrounding Ibrahimovic's remarks had already reached a fever pitch. Ibrahimovic displayed a modicum of self-awareness, refraining from boasting about himself. It is universally acknowledged that the legendary duo of Messi and Ronaldo reigns supreme in the football world. Even he wouldn't dare place himself above them. Those who reside in the lofty heights of ignorance should take a moment to watch Ibrahimovic's interviews. It would become evident just how high his self-assessment truly is. In his mind, he is unrivaled, the unparalleled sovereign. Yet this time, it is curious that Ibrahimovic has placed Lin Quan alongside Messi. Does he genuinely hold Lin Quan in such high esteem? I conducted some research and found that Lin Quan had scored only 4 goals in the Champions League group stage, ranking 5th in the scoring chart. While not weak, it hardly seems remarkable, does it? Scoring 4 goals across 3 consecutive matches is not considered impressive? What, then, is regarded as impressive? To be fair, evaluating Lin Quan's performance cannot solely hinge on the number of goals. Did you notice that he has also provided 3 assists, currently leading the Champions League assist chart? Here's an interesting tidbit. Lin Quan is merely 17 years old, while Ronaldo is 28, Messi is 26, and Ibrahimovic is 31. Comparing him to these established players seems rather unjust. One should rather juxtapose him with his contemporaries. Such a comparison reveals just how extraordinary Lin Quan's achievements are at this stage. Indeed, even when juxtaposed with these elite stars at a young age, Lin Quan's statistics and on-field performances are nothing short of dominating. Some fans have compiled the statistics of top players at the age of 17 and compared them with Lin Quan's current data, providing a vivid illustration of his prowess. After reviewing these statistics, whether familiar with Lin Quan or not, fans can only describe him as a prodigy. It is clear that Manchester City's willingness to invest £100 million in him is far from folly. Some astute football enthusiasts have even crafted a ranking of the top 50 players in the world based on the performances of elite players across various clubs in recent seasons. The illustrious duo of extraordinary talents, without a shred of doubt, occupies the top 2 positions in the rankings. Leading the list is Messi, followed closely by Cristiano Ronaldo. In third place is Iniesta, a teammate of Lin's national team, followed by Xavi. After Xavi, Lin discovers his own name, securing the 5th position. Lin's overall prowess is formidable. However, his late debut and significant historical record deficiencies have adversely affected his ranking. This does not imply that his capabilities are inferior to those of the aforementioned players. Indeed, in my personal estimation, he stands on par with the illustrious duo. The creator of this ranking, known for their football acumen, provided some explanations concerning Lin's placement. Nevertheless, despite the elucidation of the reasoning behind this ranking, many fans remain unconvinced. What a ridiculous list. Ibrahimovic at 7th? This ranking is clearly unreliable. They lament. Falcao in 6th and Cavani in 20th? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? How can Falcao be rated so much higher than Cavani? Rooney at 15th? Does little Rooney's performance this season not warrant a top 10 position? Oh, why isn't my beloved Kaka included? Just as Lin was reflecting on the fairness of this ranking based on his subjective feelings, a notification sound abruptly resonated. Lin perked up, speculating that it might be a message from Lily Collins. Upon checking, he found his assumption to be correct. Chapter conclusion, Chapter 39, Manchester City versus Chelsea. Emma Watson and Lily Collins also come to witness the match. On October 27th, Manchester City visited Stamford Bridge to challenge third-placed Chelsea in the Premier League. Chelsea had previously achieved 5 victories, 2 draws, and 1 loss in 8 matches, accumulating 17 points, 7 points behind the leaders Manchester City and 2 points adrift of second-placed Arsenal. If Chelsea could triumph in this direct confrontation against Manchester City, the gap would narrow to 4 points, thereby retaining their hopes for the championship. Conversely, a loss would widen the gap to 10 points, effectively extinguishing their title aspirations for the season. Consequently, the significance of this match transcended mere points. It was a 6-point affair. In the midweek Champions League clash, they had triumphed over Werder Bremen with a resounding 3-0 victory away from home. The news of this victory brought immense joy to Chelsea supporters, and Torres' remarkable performance, scoring twice, left the fans on the brink of tears with elation. At long last, the scene they had yearned for, Torres dominating within the Chelsea ranks, had arrived. Since they acquired Torres for $50 million 2 years prior, they had eagerly awaited this moment. Witnessing Torres' resurgence and knowing their opponents faced significant depletion due to Champions League commitments instilled confidence in Chelsea's fans for this match. During the pre-match press conference, Mourinho expressed unwavering confidence, declaring that the Blues would triumph over Manchester City at Stamford Bridge. Pellegrini, unwilling to concede, asserted that despite facing difficulties, Manchester City would not surrender easily. Considering that Manchester City only needs to secure a victory in this match to equal Chelsea's record for the best start in history, it is evident that they are determined to seize this opportunity. Winning this match, and then another, would allow them to shatter the record and etch their name into Premier League history. However, Mourinho's resolute Blues are unlikely to grant such chances easily. On October 27th, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the spotlight of the Premier League's 9th round will shine upon Stamford Bridge. Chelsea's management is taking this match very seriously, with Abramovich himself attending to witness the event. In Abramovich's private box, alongside him and his wife, Xavi, are two special guests, Emma Watson and Lily Collins. Emma Watson is a fervent supporter of Chelsea, often seen at Stamford Bridge cheering for the team. Rumors have circulated regarding a possible romance between her and Chelsea's owner, Abramovich. However, given Xavi's sisterly demeanor towards Emma, these speculations are likely unfounded. Otherwise, Xavi would not exhibit such warmth. As for Lily Collins, this is her first visit to Stamford Bridge. The entrance of these two lovely ladies seemingly illuminated the entire box. Abramovich welcomed them both with a smile. Emma Watson's presence not only serves as excellent publicity for Chelsea, but could also uplift the team's morale. Many players within Chelsea are admirers of Emma, some even harboring secret affections for her. The mere sight of her in the stands would eliminate the need for Mourinho's pre-match rallying cry, as the players would naturally elevate their performance in her presence. Regarding Lily Collins, Abramovich is not well acquainted with her. However, considering her connection to Lin Quan, whom he has shown interest in, Abramovich extends his courtesy towards her. It is well known that Abramovich has a penchant for star players, particularly those of the caliber of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Unfortunately, such players are few and far between, and even when available, they are often unattainable. With Ronaldo and Messi seemingly out of reach, Abramovich's attention has shifted towards the suddenly prominent Lin Quan. Securing Lin for Stamford Bridge would fulfill his dreams of acquiring a superstar. To win Lin Quan over, Abramovich will need to employ not just financial incentives, but also emotional appeals. If he can leverage Emma's relationship with Lin to foster a closer bond, then when Lin's contract with Manchester City expires, Chelsea may find themselves in a favorable position. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Abramovich. Lily, this is Chelsea's owner, Mr. Abramovich, and this is his wife, Mrs. Xavi. Emma introduced Lily politely to the couple. Let us go over there to watch, so we don't disturb their intimate conversation. Emma, noticing Lily's slight awkwardness, took the initiative to lead her to the other side of the box, where she appeared particularly familiar, clearly having visited many times before. Lily Collins and Emma Watson became acquainted while filming in Hollywood. Both of them, having started their careers as child stars and being British, quickly found common ground and forged a close friendship. Prior to this, Emma had often urged her dear friend to embrace football. However, Lily had little affection for the sport, displaying a greater passion for basketball instead. Thus, she would attend matches at Stamford Bridge alone. This time, it was rather surprising that she suddenly expressed a desire to attend a live football game. Can you tell which side your boyfriend is on? Emma playfully inquired, glancing at the uniforms of the two teams on the field. In her view, her friend's understanding of football was nearly non-existent. The colors of Manchester City and Chelsea's kits were quite similar, and from a distance, distinguishing between the two teams could prove challenging. The light blue side is their team. Lily Collins responded swiftly, evidently unfazed by such a simple question. Well, impressive that you recognize Manchester City's kit. Did you do your homework before the match? Emma exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Hadn't this girl been football blind before? How could she now differentiate between the kits of Manchester City and Chelsea? The power of love must indeed be profound, prompting her to learn about something she previously had no interest in. Contemplating this, Emma felt a twinge of jealousy toward a certain individual on the pitch who had seemingly stolen her best friend's heart without her notice. Meanwhile, standing at the center circle, Lin Quan couldn't help but sneeze. Next to him, Negrito instinctively asked, "Lin, have you caught a cold too?" There were indeed several players on Manchester City feeling under the weather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself on the starting lineup. No, don't jump to conclusions. Lin Quan clarified, feeling merely a tickle in his nose, not a genuine cold. If Negrito were allowed to blurt out his suspicions, it could jeopardize the team's morale even before the match commenced. As it happened, Pellegrini, observing Lin Quan sneeze from the sidelines, felt a jolt of anxiety run through him. He quickly glanced at Manchester City's medical staff, who appeared equally perplexed. They had checked earlier, and Lin Quan was not ill. Could it be that his symptoms had manifested later? Let us monitor the situation. If Lin's performance falters or he shows signs of distress, we'll substitute him. We would rather lose than jeopardize a player's health, Pellegrini asserted, his tone resolute. The other coaching staff nodded in agreement. Generally, one might overlook such matters. But given Lin Quan's status as a key player, any injury could not be taken lightly. At precisely 5 o'clock, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. As the game unfolded, the Manchester City coaching staff anxiously observed for a while. Upon seeing Lin Quan perform as usual, without any signs of distress, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Quan's condition appeared stable, Chelsea, playing at home, quickly seized the initiative as the match began. Amidst the fervent cheers of 40,000 fans at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea launched a vigorous assault on Manchester City from the very outset. Fortunately for Manchester City, they were well prepared, compressing space in their defensive line and maintaining a tight connection between their two defensive tiers, rendering Chelsea's repeated offensives fruitless. In today's match, Chelsea exhibited an unwavering and resolute approach to both attack and defense. However, Manchester City's defense proved equally tenacious. The players engaged in vigorous maneuvers, resulting in a chaotic scene on the pitch, with players frequently tumbling to the ground during fierce contests for possession. As the intensity escalated, it became evident that the match was evolving into a brutal confrontation. The referee decisively brandished cards to assert control over the unfolding situation. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Lampard, while defending against Lin Quan, committed a foul from behind, resulting in a yellow card issued by the referee. Following the caution, Lampard refrained from protest, casting a menacing glare at Lin Quan, exuding an air of caution as he swiftly returned to his position. The other Chelsea players made no attempt to challenge the referee's decision, instead quickly repositioning to deny Manchester City the opportunity for a quick free kick. Lin Quan had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, but upon noticing Chelsea's vigilance, he abandoned that plan. Under Mourinho's guidance, Chelsea's defense had indeed been infused with a steely resolve, impenetrable, unyielding, and exceedingly formidable. Observing Lin Quan being upended, Emma cast a glance at her friend Lily Collins from the VIP box. Noticing the concern etched on Lily's face further confirmed her suspicions. The rumors circulating externally were not without merit. There seemed to be genuine issues between the two. Rest assured, he should be fine. Look, he's standing up. Lily squinted, and upon seeing Lin Quan back on his feet, she exhaled in relief. Yet, she was reluctant to admit her concern. I wasn't worried. I just think there are far too many fouls in football. In basketball, there aren't nearly as many fouls. And even when they occur, they are less severe. She couldn't help but wonder how many times Lin Quan had endured such tackles in past matches, leading her to worry that the accumulation of such injuries could potentially have a significant impact on his health. With this thought, she silently resolved to take action. Oh, but that's the allure of football. If it were played with genteel restraint, where no one was allowed to foul or even make contact, the spectacle of the game would be utterly lost. Emma, having witnessed numerous matches, was quite accustomed to such fouls. In earlier years, the Premier League matches were even more brutal. Some teams would start by intimidating the opposing stars, and certain thugs would aim to injure. As exemplified by Manchester City's old player Haaland, who was deliberately injured by Manchester United's captain Keane. Those matches were truly bloody. After rising from the ground, Lin Quan rubbed his leg. Although he was shielded by an innate immunity to injury, the sensation of real pain still lingered. Lampard's recent tackle was particularly reckless. Had it been a less resilient player, the likelihood of serious injury would have been considerably high. Manchester City is currently plagued by injuries. Should they sustain any further casualties, they might as well concede defeat without contesting the match. This perhaps elucidates why Lampard is willing to incur a booking to commit fouls against himself. They may believe that by incapacitating themselves, overcoming Manchester City would become an effortless task. However, they are bound to be disappointed, as the presence of injury immunity talents makes it far from easy to sideline oneself. If they persist with such foul tactics, it might, in fact, bode well for Manchester City. Although Lin Quan was not injured by a tackle, witnessing the opposing players' brutal treatment of their core player was disheartening. The Manchester City players, too, showed no restraint. In the 27th minute, Demichelis seized an opportunity and retaliated against Lampard with a harsh tackle while he was in possession of the ball. The severity of this tackle was such that even the tough as nails Lampard struggled to rise. Are you trying to kill someone? Chelsea's players, incensed by the retaliatory tackle, rushed forward with the intention of confronting Demichelis. Manchester City stood their ground, with nearly their entire squad rushing to protect Demichelis. Oh, do you still have the audacity to play the victim? What about Lampard's earlier tackle? The Chelsea players, feeling somewhat culpable, retreated as the referee promptly issued a yellow card to the offending Demichelis, thus dissipating the tension. The situation on the field appeared favorable for Chelsea. If the match continued at this pace, they would surely emerge victorious. Therefore, it was unnecessary to complicate matters further and allow the opponents to disrupt their mentality and performance. Lin Quan and Demichelis were not particularly acquainted, yet it was surprising to see the latter willing to stand up for him at this moment. The coach remarked, "Our hopes of victory lie entirely upon you, and thus our role on the pitch is not only to thwart the opponent's attacks, but also to protect you." Demichelis was a favored disciple of Pellegrini, specifically brought over from Malaga. During Demichelis's tenure at Bayern, it was Pellegrini who personally invited him to join Malaga. Their collaboration in Malaga was immensely successful, and Pellegrini, needing his own cadre, brought him to the Premier League. Demichelis essentially embodies Pellegrini's intentions. Upon hearing Demichelis's explanation, Lin Quan cast a glance towards the coaching staff, feeling somewhat perplexed. Pellegrini had never arranged for such protection before, so why the sudden emphasis on safeguarding him now? The substitutes for Manchester City were already exerting themselves, yet their goal could not withstand the pressure for long. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Hazard executed a dazzling series of dribbles, penetrating the penalty area before passing to the unmarked Skirl. The Germans seized the opportunity and changed the score to 1-0. With Chelsea taking the lead at Stamford Bridge, Skirl's goal ignited the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge, eliciting jubilant cheers from the home supporters. Glancing at the clock, it is now 2:28. This chapter concludes.